There's
yeah, and there's a lot of light there.
Get that shit right down to the. You'd have to get that shit right down to the dot.
Hold on. Hey, you can do it with radio waves. Now, radio waves are completely different. Radio waves can actually hit the moon and come back, and we can get a signal from it at the same amount of time. And lo and behold, that's what we do.
You get signals the whole time. You just call the one that's fucking lines up right, the signal.
You just either are being a troll or you just don't get it. Which is it, Brian?
No, bro, you got faith in all this.
It's not faith. I've given you reasons.
That's not the only signal
you're not listening.
You're acting like there's one signal. Bro, every time I go to talk, you start talking. Why do you do that, dude?
No, because you're making things up now. You're just being ridiculous.
No, you're making shit up, bro. You ain't never fired a laser at the. Have you ever fired a laser at the moon?
Yes.
Of course you have. Of course Zanuck has. Why did I even ask that, y'all? Not only has he been to the Olympics and damn gladiators and fucking jumped off cliffs and jumped out of airplanes. He's a pilot. He's a chemist. He's fucking in the new technology. He's also fucking poured gallium in a lot right when we were having the conversation. He's fucking been in the Vietnam War. He's ran with the bulls. He's bro. Now, of course, he's fired lasers at the fucking moon. Anything
you told us about it like 10 minutes ago. Weren't you listening?
Bro, Zanuck's a habitual liar with a bad memory. That's a bad combination, dude.
I believe him.
Yeah, just like he had a video of a bottle. Everybody's seen this video where they filled up a jar at the bottom, back up, exploded on a dock, or no, right by a dock, or no, it was a submarine that filled it up. Just every response that could get him out of the lie at the moment. He's got a bad memory. Finally admitted that there was no damn video. Finally, then. Then he asked him, what event did he go to the Olympic trials for? Sports. Even if he did, that was still funny, Zanuck. I'll give you that one. Sports. I churched it up with the war and the damn run shit. All that other shit, though, man. It's just like, man, everything that he claims he's been a part of, it's like, dude, you don't always got to be right, dude. You don't have to claim you've seen a jar bust. I mean, just argue with me normal, man. Argue that the fucking presses and shit and compare it to like a bag of chips or something. Like, why wasn't the water like that? Don't just make shit up and say, dude, I got a video where they filled a jar up at the bottom of the dude. That's dirty. It's dirty, man. Dirty conversation. You don't have to make shit up, bro.
Sorry, I just got back.
Zanuck fired his own laser at the moon now.
Zanuck's done everything. Are you saying Michael Brenner already talked about this? Oh wow, they actually claim angles and stuff. This is hilarious.
You there?
Bunch of moon landing deniers.
Brian, you there?
Yeah, you're a moon landing denier.
Hello? Anybody?
We can hear you.
Test?
Can you guys not hear me?
We can hear you, Widget.
We can hear you. We can hear Xanic.
I don't think Xanic can hear us.
Yeah, we hear y'all though.
Is this supposed to be real footage on the left or something? Is it supposed to all be real footage? Oh no, the one on the right is CGI. Wait. You guys think that the moon's spinning underneath them and they're correcting for it in this video? Yikes. I have another one where they first claim to land on the moon, they go straight down. It's hilarious. Brian, how'd you say you synced up the videos?
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, sorry I lost you later. My computer crashed.
I went to the NASA live video, and they said 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and then so that's when the split. And then so I went to David's video, and I watched when they split, and it split at 9 minutes and 8 seconds. So I subtracted 2 minutes and 11 seconds from that, and that put me down to 6 minutes and 57 seconds. And
Say sorry. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
so sorry. Say it one more time. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay, 9 minutes and 8 seconds is when the split happens in David's video, plain as day.
Yeah.
That's when you see 3 lights, and you see it could have been a second before that, but that's just being fair. And so then I subtracted the 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
You said 9 minutes?
Yeah, in his video, it's at 9 minutes and 8 seconds.
I don't see anything at 9 minutes.
What video are you watching? You're watching a video doctored by somebody or something, or
Wide Awake, a 9 minute, 37-second video.
hold on, I got a different video. Hold on. No, the one I'm watching is. Fuck, dude, it's Wide Awake. It's freaking 15 minutes and 14 seconds. You're talking about the Falcon Heavy, bro. That's not the right launch.
What?
Is it?
These are different. Wait, which one is it?
It's
yeah,
15 minutes
for Falcon Heavy's launch right there.
I'm looking at the Artemis launch. Maybe they're the same, but anyway, what I did is I went to the second one, the 15-minute, 14-second video, and anyway, they split it. Did the 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
So you did a different Wide Awake video?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about a different launch, bro. That
Yeah.
Falcon Heavy. I'm watching the only flight away video with Artemis that I thought.
I wasn't saying anything about Artemis though.
Oh yeah, okay.
Where's that one at? Oh, the 15-minute one.
Yeah. So 9 minutes and 8 seconds is when you'll see the where they split, and then you can subtract 2 minutes and 11 seconds and go from there.
Okay, I kind of see it. And okay, so then what? 9 minutes 8 seconds. It goes away.
Now that happened at 2 minutes and 11 seconds, plain as day, from NASA, straight from NASA's mouth. Sure as shit.
They said 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yeah, that's right when it split. So go down to that puts you at 6 minutes and 57 seconds, and that's the beginning of the. That's when it launched. If you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, just say 6:56, but it's more like 6:57. I mean, I give them a few seconds. It's about 23 seconds, 24 maybe, whatever. I think Jaron was right, dead on. He was giving them every benefit of every doubt.
That's a different video though, dude. He wasn't doing Artemis.
This is only angry typing.
Oh, my old computer doesn't. My old computer has back to the old noisemaker. I get my new computer is got a charger issue.
It's almost like Morse code. We can nearly decipher your keystrokes. I had to step out, so I missed out on it. The last 10 minutes of the discussion we were talking about. We're still analysing the videos or something.
Yeah, NASA's own rocket debunked the globe.
Okay.
It's rough.
That's the punchline after everything he reviews and researches.
Mm-hmm.
What's that video of the lander with the Earth in the background looks like? What's that all about? Perspective posted that.
You just claimed that they were adjusting for rotation and wouldn't have to adjust for orbit when they landed the lunar module, dude.
Why would they adjust for rotation with the lunar lander when they released? They were going to have a certain tangential velocity with respect to the surface, and they want to go down. And to go down, what do they need to do? How do they fall and not continue in orbit?
They have to accelerate forward.
Okay.
To make up for the 10 mile per hour.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. How do they
have to do that?
I think I was looking at the wrong launch, man. I'm gonna go be back.
Which direction are they releasing the lander? Are they going with the orbit?
This is your religion, bro.
They're going They're going faster than the surface. Their tangential velocity is much faster than the surface when they were released. So they have to slow down. So the first thing they do is they push they go down toward the surface, and they slow down. So they start slowing the lander down. When they start slowing the lander down, it starts falling. And they produce more and more thrust. That's what the thrust is used for, to slow the lander down. So
that's worse for you, though. That's thrust down, and the moon is rotating away from you.
You can see the live footage or the telemetry data that they posted, I think it's many times, where you see there's a left and a right vector as well as or thrust, and they also have a descent rate, like in an airplane. So many feet per second or per minute or whatever the value.
How are they able to land on the surface that's moving 10 miles per hour away from them?
So how do you know it's moving 10 miles away from? Well, it's moving. The tangential velocity difference from when they leave the orbiter to when they land is a total of 10 miles an hour max. That's if you left at you left at the North Pole and you landed on the equator.
No.
Yes.
No. So we don't have an atmosphere on the moon. So the moon's atmosphere is not dragging the lander with it. So it's moving 10 miles per hour in a separate reference frame underneath the module.
No, you don't know what a reference frame is. Here we go again. No, Witsit, you are so confused. I'll help you out here. Because I want to, believe me. So you're not even talking about Coriolis. You're talking about just the fact
There's
that
no Coriolis on the moon, dude.
There is Coriolis on the moon, absolutely.
Wow.
If you had a great circle route and you were flying in orbit on a great circle, which you don't really do because they want to go with the spin and without the spin, so it's around the equator like a satellite around the Earth. But if you had a great circle route, you'd see Coriolis, be a dramatic Coriolis.
Thank you. Haha, got you. All I have to do is say what I want you to say and act like I disagree with it, and then you admit it. Okay, so that means that the moon's spinning underneath the module.
Only if you're going north to south.
Wow.
Why are they're not going north to south? I didn't fall into anything. I know everything I'm telling you because you're not going to.
What direction were they going?
With the spin of the Earth, with the spin of the moon.
Really? What direction is that?
What do you mean? What direction is that? Depends on which way you're looking at it. Clockwise? What do you want from me?
So can you show me the NASA claiming that they landed going with the spin of the moon? Or did you just make that up?
No, I've seen the drawings of the orbital paths. They take off from the Earth, they do a figure 8 around, and so they go around with the spin of the moon that revolves around the Earth. And so that's not
the rotation, man.
What are you talking about? The spin around the Earth itself?
We're talking about the rotation.
On its axis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that axis is once every 24 days or 27 days. 10 miles an hour at the equator.
So it doing an orbit around the moon has nothing to do with that.
Are you for serious right now? When you finally realize what you're saying, you're going to laugh. So here we are. We got this this tangential velocity. It's 11 miles an hour at the surface of the moon at the equator. That's a rotation once every 27 days. Are you not talking about that?
You can't land on the moon going 10 miles per hour away from you.
Yeah.
And if you're going in the same direction as the moon, then it's going 10 miles per hour away from you.
We're going 1,000 miles an hour faster than the moon, but we can land on it, but we can't adjust for 10 miles an hour? Are you serious?
Whoa, what?
You hear what I'm saying? We're going.
No, it's the fact that you're going to touch the ground. The ground's going to be moving independent of you, right?
Yes, we're independent of it. Absolutely. We're going thousands of miles faster than it when you start.
No, the module's not going at thousands of miles per hour.
Yes, it is. We're in orbit.
No, the module's not in orbit, you clown. Dude, how many times I got to say this, bro?
It's in orbit. When you force release, it's in orbit.
Okay, how long is it in orbit?
Until the moment it sets off a thruster, so it starts descending to the moon's surface.
Okay, and then it starts from 70 miles up, it starts going down. It's immediately not in the orbit anymore, right?
Immediate not in orbit? Well, what do you define the orbit? It's going to be a decaying orbit.
NASA says that getting in the moon's orbit is incredibly hard, and that it's really bumpy, and the moon's gravity is bumpy. And you get shot from the orbit all the time in rockets. So whenever they descended, they weren't in the moon's orbit at all whatsoever.
They were orbiting their moon. They were orbiting the moon. That's a fallacy.
The lunar module was not orbiting the moon when it was landing.
It was orbiting the moon when it was released.
Okay, so once it's released, it's going down. And the Earth is going to be, the moon's going to be flying around the Earth independent of it.
Hold on. Yes, you're so caught up with this independent thing. Witsit, think about it, man. Try to chew your food a little faster too. I know you're eating dinner or whatever. Just relax. So you got this orbit lander, and I'm going to calm down and tell you, it's going thousands of miles an hour faster than the moon's surface. Forget about the 10 mile an hour. It's going thousands of miles an hour faster, and it starts descending. It has to slow itself down from 1,000 miles an hour, 2,000 miles an hour, to nothing, to zero, with relation to the surface. Now we don't care if there's no winds, and there could be Coriolis if you're going a great circle north to south, but there's not. You're just going you're in a equatorial orbit around the moon, right?
It doesn't matter if you're going north to south or east to west.
It does, because if you want to be technical about this, and you're going north to south in a great circle route, then there would be Coriolis as you landed. You'd have to take into consideration that rotation rate, which is 10 miles an hour. and that is over a period of 2 or 3 hours. That is, we're talking about inches of adjustments along the way, sighting yourself to a landing spot. So you are so wrong with it,
No.
and I don't know how you can even.
You're still not addressing it, and you never will. By the way, you can come here for the next month. You can come here for the next month, and
I will. So
why
so
are you?
we're landing. So we're landing on something that is rotating.
You can come in here for the next month, and you'll just keep saying that same thing over and over. You'll never address my actual argument.
Okay, I will address it. I promise you, and I won't interrupt you either. So can I speak, or do you want to talk?
No, I want you to address my actual argument.
So
My
the actual
argument is that,
argument is that you're
that
saying-
whenever you leave, when the module begins to descend, it's not in orbit around the moon anymore. The moon is still orbiting around the Earth, though.
No, but they're not related at this point. There's no gravitational influence of the lunar lander on the moon orbiting, because it is orbiting around the moon. Once
No, as it descends, it's not orbiting. That means that the moon would be moving away from it.
Why would it be moving away from it? No,
Because it's not. It's
toward
not moving in lockstep with it.
It's following. It has weight. It has a vector to the center of the moon, and it also has a velocity. So it has a centrifugal force also.
Okay, so you're saying that it just drags along its orbit perfectly, even when it leaves its orbit.
He's saying it's falling towards the moon.
It's falling.
Yeah, you
toward
believe
the
that,
moon.
Matthew? You believe that the lunar module was coming down, falling at the perfect angle to keep up with the 2,200 mile per hour orbit of the moon?
Wait.
Holy
no,
shit!
remember, you were this. People that are listening are, and I like you, Richard. I think you're a really interesting guy, but you are really off on this one. Most of the time, you have a little bit of argument. You have no game.
You're
on this
totally
one.
wrong. That's why you have to
I'll show you.
victory.
Let me walk you through it. Let's talk about this like two guys talking about something with the chalkboard, and we're going to go over this real slowly. So it's released from the command module, and it's released. It's still in orbit, because all mass will be in orbit. That is in orbit, because everything's free falling around the moon. The orbit of the moon around the Earth has no bearing on anything in this scenario. Would you agree?
No, just because you say that, it doesn't have anything.
Then I'll leave that out. We can talk about that later. So just for the sake of argument, we are orbiting around the moon right now. It's released from the lunar lander, and now we have thrust. We have force acting on the lunar module so that we can have that orbit decay. So it starts free falling toward the moon, but it also has a tangential velocity as well, a very fast one. So it needs to get scrubbed. You can see this picture that New Perspective even put out. It's actually rotating there, and it's probably before it was. I think it was adjusting to actually dock. It's after it was coming back from the landing. But anyway, because it doesn't have anything attached to it, obviously. So when it starts getting closer to the moon, it has thruster that's applied the entire time. Because you're applying a thrust to get rid of that tangential velocity. You have to change that momentum. You have to get rid of the momentum, and the only way to do that is with a force. And that's what the thrusters are. That's what the fuel on the lunar lander's base unit is for. That fuel to fire the jets and the retros to be able to slow the lander down and actually land on the surface, which they actually got it down to about the last, with maybe 15 seconds of fuel left. They had it that close.
We get it. You fell for the emotional script. We get it.
No, okay. So there we go. That's how it slows down. Now, it doesn't matter. In fact, it works to its advantage, my advantage, and my argument's advantage, the fact that we're going against this 10 mile an hour rotation on its axis of the moon. So I don't know what your point there is. I'd really like to know, because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So it's descending down to the moon as the moon is spinning underneath it, right?
No, we're spinning above the moon. We're spinning faster than the moon.
Okay, so when I land, then the moon's going to be moving back against me.
No. Ritz, come on, man. You got to be...
Dude, if I'm going faster than the moon... Hey, listen carefully. Listen, Zach.
I used to think you had a high IQ.
Listen carefully, buddy.
I used to think you were a high IQ.
I'm not going
to... Now I'm questioning.
Here's the deal, okay? If you're arguing... I have to. Like, I have no choice. So if you're saying that the reason we can land a plane on the Earth is because the moon is moving with the Earth because of the atmosphere, okay? Well, we don't have any atmosphere on the moon. You're claiming that the module is moving way faster than the moon is, okay? Then it's going to land on the moon while the moon is moving independent, a different motion independent from the module. So it's going to land on the surface while the surface is moving independently of it. At the same time, you're going to leave the moon's orbit as you descend. So the moon is going to continue to do its orbit around the Earth. You're not being dragged along with the moon in lockstep around the Earth. You're no longer in its orbit.
I would say falling towards the moon is being dragged along.
Yeah, you're being dragged along.
Wow, so it's basically in orbit all the way down.
No, you have tangential velocity all the way down. You have momentum conserved all the way down.
So if I was to write an X on the ground,
are you thinking you're going to fly off? Are you thinking you're going to fly off into the space or something?
I know that the moon would be moving independent of me.
Okay, well, no, it isn't, because you know what it has? It has something called a centripetal force. The centripetal force is the object's weight. It doesn't need an atmosphere. We have the same situation when we're flying planes at super high altitudes, a very little atmosphere, but just enough to fly the plane up. But it doesn't mean suddenly it loses control. You're using the surfaces of the airplane to control it and imparting momentum in that atmosphere, which acts on the airplane, which gives it ability to be controlled. On the moon,
so 1/6 gravity.
Let me finish. When we're on the moon, though, we don't have any atmosphere. So what do we use to control ourselves in our directions and our attitude with the lunar lander? We use these thrusters, which act the same way as we would be acting on the wings with thrust from the imparting momentum of air. We don't have air anymore. So all we're using is the thrusters.
Side thrusters to make it move the same speed as the ground, sideways, as it's going straight down.
As the moon orbits around the Earth.
We're going around the equator of the moon. The tangential velocity is 10 miles an hour. We're going against it. And all it means is all we have to do is not slow down for the final 11 miles an hour, and we will be in sync with the moon. Because we're already going against.
So wouldn't the orbit and the rotation have to be in the same direction?
We have less velocity to worry about because it's going against us at 10 miles an hour.
Wouldn't the orbit and the rotation have to be in the same direction then?
Yes, that's what they do that. So you don't have to worry about having to fight the extra tangent velocity of even the 10 miles an hour is something they worry about. I don't know if that's even worth worried about. I don't know for sure they even do that. It doesn't really matter because it's only 10 miles an hour. If it's 1,000 miles an hour like on the Earth, they do have to worry about it. So that's why they take off with the direction of the spin, and they also land with the direction of the spin because it saves fuel. But they don't. They don't do it the other way. But on the moon, it wouldn't matter because we're talking about 10 miles an hour, not 1,000 miles an hour.
Dude, the ballers are gonna like agree with him too. So
because he's right.
It's reality,
dude. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, so you guys are claiming that the moon is spinning in the same direction that it's orbiting the Earth. That they send the rockets to, which is not true. It's not true because you haven't looked that up at all. You made that up. Okay.
Make what up? What did I make up?
That the moon is rotating in the exact same direction relative to the module as it's orbiting. It has to be in the same direction. It has to be in the same direction, buddy. It has to be in the same direction.
Are they at the equator? Are they?
Yes.
Okay. So if they're at the equator, that means they're landing somewhere near the equator. That means they're going in with the direction 10 miles an hour. That means all they have to do is worry about landing 10 miles an hour slower than the rotation of the Earth net. It just saves them a little bit of fuel, not much, to be able to descend. They have thrusters that show you can actually modulate the descent rate and position left to right. It's steerable. It's got full 3 degrees of rotation, of flexibility to be able to move.
They got the same problem. It doesn't even matter about the moon because they got the same problem landing on Earth. There's no side.
They do.
No, but when you use their argument about the Earth against them on the moon with no atmosphere, it's so bad.
We're not talking about Coriolis. We're talking about
at home or on the moon.
Guys, listen.
Whenever you talk about like syncing up, if you were ever even like teasing at the idea that the plane or the lander would be out of sync at any point with the spin of the Earth or the moon, you're just gonna constantly be trying to bend over backwards to find excuses and then calling people morons because they don't understand how it would work perfectly when it wouldn't work at all.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong. Listen. It's really kind of funny. I'm getting entertained by this, but it's getting a little old now for a second.
It's so just a second. Because the Earth would be out of sync.
Can we please mute him? Witzit. And for all that is holy, please mute him for a second. Thank you.
You gave me a headache, so I'm just.
Well, I'm only yelling because he's talking over me. Let me just.
I'm white noising you now.
When it has weight, it's falling to the ground. All we do is control that rate of fall with these thrusters. We can slow it down by adding a force opposite to our direction of travel relative to the surface of the moon. We're
It doesn't work though, because if I drop an object on the Earth, okay, it has weight, and the moon has 1/6 of that. If I drop an object to the Earth, the reason that it's going to fall down and land right on the X underneath where I dropped it is you guys claim it's moving through the air, and the air is being pulled with the Earth.
No, so it's a non-factor because it doesn't matter whether there's air or not. If it had no air, the same thing would happen.
Really? So you're claiming on the Earth?
Hold on. If the air is moving with the Earth, it doesn't matter because every molecule of air along its path will be in a gradient speed that gives it the exact same tangential velocity, or at least the same position as it's falling down, because they have a different. Hold on, guys. Let me finish. Stop. Every inch you go higher, you'll have a different tangential velocity if you're going to stay in the same spot above the surface. And that's what would happen. Now, if you don't have any air, that's not a problem anymore. You just go straight down to. If you're orbiting, and you want to fall down, you will have you start with a higher tangential velocity. You have to slow down to actually hit the ground. It means you will be going faster than the ground, and that's controlled by the thrusters. Same problem, easy solution. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal. You just have to be in complete perfect sync.
If you're right above me, let's say you're 1,000 feet above me. There will be several inches. If I was to go straight down, like you beam me down, it's another Coriolis effect, by the way. It's also Coriolis. Come straight down, you will have a higher tangential velocity, so you'll be going faster than the Earth's surface. But if you were to slow yourself down by whatever means, parachute or wings or flapping your legs or whatever you could do, you would slow that little bit of difference. Maybe 1 inch, you'd be off target. They tried this. They did this. They dropped down. They've done this off of buildings and down deep tunnels or deep holes in the ground. You drop something and it deviates a half an inch or an inch or so, depending how deep the hole is. This is a test they've done. So you're like fighting this. There's the atmosphere doesn't matter.
Just pointing out the obvious.
It doesn't matter. New perspective. It doesn't. If you're flying on the equator and you're trying to land, all you do is slow the aircraft down or the spaceship down, the lander down, so that it just reaches the same tangential velocity as the surface. If you do that, you will land and stop, and your momentum will be.
You admit that if they're not in the same tangential velocity, a big problem, right?
They aren't. You're going way fast. I told you you're going 2,000 miles an hour where the surface is going zero to 2,000 miles an hour. It's a huge difference.
What's the surface going zero?
Zero. You got that right.
The ground is going zero.
Earth is going zero. Right. It doesn't.
The Earth is going zero, and
you admit that.
Now up in the air is going zero. What?
Yep. Earth is
when
not
you're landing,
moving.
You're going 500 miles an hour. Earth's zero. Yeah. When you land and stop, you're going zero. Please stop.
Earth zero, bro. The Earth is moving 0 miles per hour. I agree.
Yeah. Can't you see it's moving zero, you moron? Don't you get it?
All right, then you're going 1,500 miles an hour, and the Earth is going 1,000. No matter how, it's all. You guys have a problem with relative motion. Major problem. You need your heads examined. Seriously, this is really a challenge
because
for you.
we're pointing out an obvious problem you can't answer. And
Okay. Let me rephrase it then. So on the moon, it's going 10 miles an hour, not zero. And your speed when you're released is 2,000 miles an hour plus 10 relative to the ground. So all you have to do is slow that 2,000 miles an hour down to 10 miles an hour, and you land on a non-moving surface, which is still going 10. Does that make more sense to you for some reason?
No, because the Earth is moving no matter what. You have to be moving with it, either if it's the moon or the Earth. You can't say it's not moving. When you land
on the equator, if you were landing on the equator going eastward, what happens? If you're going 1,000 miles an hour eastward,
because the Earth's not moving, there's no problem. The only reason that it would be no problem is because the Earth is moving zero. Like
flying in the air,
the only way it wouldn't matter.
Dum-dum, you're flying in the Earth. You're flying out over the Earth in the air that's moving with it. So if you're flying in air that's moving 1,000 miles an hour, and you're in an airplane going 1,000 miles an hour, and the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, that means you're really flying 2,000 miles an hour. So you slow the plane down. Hold on, let me finish. This is why you don't know anything. You keep on talking over me. So if you slow the plane down 1,000 miles an hour, you will be going 1,000 miles an hour when you land, but zero relative to the ground. Why is this so hard to grasp, guys?
Because you have to be moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour in perfect sync with the Earth. Also slowing down. to land the
You're a
plane,
little
which
slow.
which
You're a little
going down
slow.
to land the plane,
You're
you're
a
going to
little
lose the
slow.
momentum and you're going to be out of sync with the Earth. Even
You're
if
a
you're
little
a
slow, aren't
mile,
you?
1 mile an
You're
hour,
on the
it doesn't
equator.
matter.
Oh my
They
God, Winston, I
never,
can't
they
take him.
never
You're
have
bad
to
enough.
do
He's
that.
worse.
Left lane never has to do that. Never has to think about it. Never gets trained to do it. No flight simulator ever even includes that. The only reason that would be the case is because the fucking Earth isn't moving, dude. If it was moving and you had to time it, then left lane would know all those things. He would be trained to do that. It would be a big concern. It's life and death matter. It's not like I'm a moron for not fucking getting it because it doesn't move. That's the only way it would
I
work.
fly as well.
admit that.
You fly point to point. You're full of shit.
Oh, yeah.
You're really
Point to
confused.
point.
And you're a
Now
little on
it's
the,
just point
you're on
to
the
point.
low. You're on the
Now
low
it's just
IQ
point to
side.
point. You don't have to worry
You're on
about
the low
timing it.
IQ
You're
Or
getting
side.
really
Just
emotional,
trying to-
Zen.
I'm a low IQ because I'm pointing out the obvious, and left lane was never trained to do any of these things. And then you say, oh well, he just has to follow the ground path and it fixes it for him. Even though I'm complicating it all by saying all these things have to be fixed, but then he doesn't have to worry about it. It fixes it for him, right? That makes no sense. You're totally contradicting yourself. You have no right to call anyone a moron. You're bending over backwards with excuses that don't make any sense. You're making shit up. I don't know if you're paid to do this or what, but you are fucking ridiculous.
Wow, that's really funny. It's a humor.
No, it's not funny. It's actually
I've
really
given
kind of
you
weird.
I've given you the exact way and methodologies you could look
What's all
at
left lane about
to be able to understand this. You're not even listening. All you're doing is talking. I'm telling you, if you're on the equator going eastward and the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and you're going 500 miles an hour, the total speed of you from the inertial reference frame would be 1,500 miles an hour. But because we're also landing on this object that is traveling that fast and we retain momentum, all we have to do is slow our plane down 500 miles an hour. We'll be going 1,000 miles an hour tangentially. So will the Earth. That means we're going at zero ground speed. That means we stop, come to rest. All we have to do is slow the plane down 500 miles an hour and land the plane like anyone else would think we would do. Nobody needs to train for that because there's no problem with flying in the air mass.
No training necessary.
Now, even if we didn't have the air mass, it wouldn't matter even still. We would use thrusters to do the exact same change of momentum and change of force to be able to land on the Earth without an atmosphere. No different than on the moon, which is done the same exact way. You are completely confused and very low IQ.
They have side thrusters to keep they have side thrusters to keep the lunar lander going sideways with the moon as it's also going
Why
down.
are we moving sideways with the moon? We're going with the spin.
And there's
we're going
side
hey,
thrusters
dum-dum.
it's landing on a north, landing on a north runway.
Keep on saying that. We're not going north
landing
south.
on a north
We're not going
runway,
south southwest.
at the equator.
Keep
You would
on
have to be moving
confusing.
sideways 1,000 miles an hour.
We're going in the direction of spin. We're not going north. We're not going south. We're going direction of spin. Completely perpendicular with the axis of rotation.
The runways are facing every direction. What if they're facing
on the moon? On the moon, we're not going every direction. We're only going one direction with the spin. We're only going with the spin. Hey, dum-dum. We're only going with the spin.
Dum-dum.
Why is this so hard for you to understand?
I'm listening to everything you're saying. Everything you're saying doesn't make any sense. Calling me a dum-dum is your way of trying to make it seem like you're.
I've had a lot of dumb conversations on the server, and this is the dumbest. I think this is all the other stuff like
it must be because you have no answer.
Stuff, that's all great stuff to talk about because there's a lot of debate, a lot of theory. This is just basic, simple kinematics.
Basic,
very basic, simple kinematics.
It's basic that you
relative motion
would be taught about all these things.
First level degree. This is first grade
training
relative motion. First grade relative motion with one factor, a vector of weight. That's all we have here. Two elements to understand. You can't understand either one of them. Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Seriously, dude.
You can't.
I hope your mother must be ashamed of you. Did she disown you when you were younger?
Right. Yeah. See,
that's your production. I would.
You have to run to that. You have to run to that because you have no answer and you know it. Sad.
Yeah, what's it? Why don't you look at what's just posted by Earth's Life? Does the Earth axis?
This is totally. I think you're right.
Does the moon axis?
Checkmate.
Does the moon axis?
Hey, they can't land a plane on the Earth, and they can't land a lunar on the fucking moon. It doesn't work. They have no excuse. They have no reason to fucking make it with it. The fact that he's trying to make up things and act like we're dumb, it just shows that he's like just brushing the teeth.
You got to move your buddy's dumber than you are. I mean, this is really bad.
Oh yeah.
Denier.
Okay, so Witsit, can we go back to our discussion because he doesn't want to even think about things. At least you're trying to think.
Oh yeah, I don't want to think about things, even though I've totally fucking outed you.
Hey, can I say something? Again. Can I say something real quick and then you can get back to it?
Oh no! Oh my God! Can't wait for this. Go ahead.
Well, this is interesting because Witsit says, if I understand correctly, that there's no perceptible difference between a geocentric and a heliocentric coordinate system.
According to your own belief, yeah.
And New Perspective says that there is a difference when a plane is flying over a rotating Earth, even though it's the same difference of coordinate systems. So which one's correct?
I said according to your own belief system, you have to claim that it's geocentrism is just as valid. I obviously don't believe that heliocentrism is valid at all. And his reason is just one of the many.
Yeah, I don't think the Earth spins at all, so I'm not claiming anything about what it does or doesn't do. I'm just saying that it's not spinning. It couldn't be spinning because if it was, there would be plane crashes all the time. And left lane would be trained.
Why would that happen? Why would they crash?
Talking about. Because they would be landing on a moving surface and they wouldn't be accelerating sideways at the same tangential.
How much is it moving?
Because you don't conserve momentum in that way. You don't add to your momentum, bro.
Momentum's always
it's
conserved.
Just the way it works. I'm sorry. I don't know how to tell you
this.
It's not
the way it
you're
works
in a plane. You're
at all.
on a plane. You should know. You never have to worry about the fucking conserved momentum or the tangential speed. Those are things you never have to worry about.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about
following the ground speed.
You don't worry about it because it's always conserved.
What are you even talking about if you don't have to worry about it?
Because you don't have to worry about it. Because basically, you keep on talking about a change in tangential velocity, which would be an increase in momentum that you'd need if you did it all at once. Like you beamed you directly in a straight line, like a projectile. But you're not a projectile. You're flying something with controls. And along the way, you're flying point to point. And along the way, over 15, 20 hours, going from North America to the equator, you will slowly be moving to the east. And that slow movement to the east gives you additional tangential velocity, i.e. momentum. And by the time you get there, there's no problem. You're flying in an air mass.
It's too bad when you're going west, southwest, you never move east.
Everybody has accelerated to the new tangential velocity without any issues whatsoever. It doesn't matter which way the runways are pointing because the change in this tangential velocity over short distances is almost nothing. Less than a few inches per second.
Almost nothing.
It's 1.5 miles per hour.
When you're going west and south only, you're not going to pick up any eastward momentum.
I'll give you a value.
You wouldn't pick up any east.
Hey, shut up.
Eastward's not going to get you more eastward to begin with.
Shut up.
Well, when you're going west southwest, you're not going to get any more eastward momentum. So sorry, it doesn't work. Sorry.
Shut up, Whitsitt. Can you give me a hand with this guy, please? Whitsitt, you got to help me out here, man. He's really.
Oh yeah, help me out, Whitsitt. Help me out.
He won't stop talking.
Dumb now. Please help me.
Okay. So how is screaming shut up in the middle of someone else somehow?
That's what you say it to me, and it works. I always quiet when you tell me to shut up. So I'm telling him to quiet because I'm going to tell him really, really quick.
Oh, he's going to keep saying the same bullshit and hopefully
the one thing that he's missing, he keeps on forgetting, it's this discrepancy in a tangential velocity along its path is equal to a 1.5 miles per hour crosswind along its path. That's it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's equal to it. It's not a crosswind. It's not the wind that's acting on you. It's the change of tangential velocity. This change of tangential velocity is real, and it's only real with respect to the surface, because from an inertial frame, there is no change in direction. You are going in a straight line unless you're actually curving it.
Man, you showed him.
Yeah, really showed me.
Two different things happen.
When you go west southwest, you have no way of gaining eastward momentum.
I told you I have drawings for you. Let's not air your dirty laundry here.
Oh yeah, where's your drawings, Zach?
It's embarrassing for you, not for me.
You tell me.
I'm going to disengage from your perspective because it's impossible to talk. At least Wits and I can have a conversation. You're still talking as I'm talking.
Oh yeah, okay.
Even now you are. So I'm done with you.
You make him look dumb too. You're good at it. He's better at it than I am. It's pretty easy though.
Well, Zanuck just came out of the closet as a moon landing denier, so this is kind of weird for me. I'm just kind of showing.
That's not true. Why did you say it?
That is true.
Zanuck did not say that he's a moon landing denier.
Well, he claims they would have to do something that they didn't claim they did, and the video doesn't show them doing. So, yeah, he's denying the moon landing. It's awkward.
Nice try, Which I already got them telling you. I'll do it one more time in a 5-second version.
You said that they accounted for this the moon spinning underneath them.
I never said that. I said the Earth.
Yes, you did.
I said the object is spinning. I said if you were in a hypothetical north to south great circle route, they would have to account for it spinning ahead of the object, or that the Earth or the moon is spin underneath them. But they don't do that because if they did, they could do it with the thrusters. What I said was that they're spinning around the circumference of the moon, with the spin of the moon, and all they have to do is slow the object down, which has a centripetal force of its weight on the moon, and it has a velocity given to it by the orbit that was given by the when it's released. So at 2,000 miles an hour over the spin of the surface, and it slows down from 2,000 miles to 0 on the surface, even though there's a 10 miles an hour difference. It spins once every 27 days. Big deal.
So they were actually going 10 miles per hour when they landed.
Pardon me?
So they would have to be going 10 miles per hour when they landed.
From an inertial reference frame, yes, but from a non-inertial reference frame, no.
All right, as the lunar module goes down, it doesn't go from 2,000 to 0. It had to go to 2,000 from 2,000 to 10.
Well, then it's going 2,010 miles to 2,000 to 10 miles an hour. How about that?
But it didn't do that. Or is that what you're claiming it did?
That's exactly what it did.
Oh, show me telemetry data where the lunar module was going 10.8 miles per hour when it landed.
No, the telemetry data shows the radar that's used to tell its speed, which is relative to the surface, not the inertial reference frame. Dude, you are so confused on every level. It's uncanny.
But he's just pointing out.
No, it's just wrong. I mean, anyone listening here.
What he's claiming is that when it went down and said 0, it was actually going 10.8 perfectly relative to the latitude of the moon.
It's like teaching a monkey how to do chemical biology, molecular biology. It's unbelievable. You guys are.
It doesn't work,
really
so I'll call people monkeys.
I said this is like.
Account for the
I didn't
orbit
call
at
you
all.
a monkey. I said this is
So
like
funny.
teaching a monkey how to do
We have professors that are currently conceding this, by the way. So you
Who
just
It's
wait.
like a monkey trying to explain
Who is?
something that
Professors.
doesn't work, but he has to keep
Who is?
repeating it.
What's it? I can't hear you because your fucking asshole friend
Professors.
talks over you too.
Professors said they've never thought about this and they'd have to get back to us.
Who never thought about it?
Especially with the orbit.
Who never thought of this?
I just told you.
I couldn't. What's it? Perspective was talking all over you. What did you say again? Like a normal human being.
Doesn't matter.
Who said that they had to think about this?
Professors.
What professor?
Couple professors.
I'll call him tomorrow. Give me his number and I'll call him. Idiot too.
That's gonna happen.
I'll call them tomorrow. I'll call them idiots.
Yeah, seriously. That's not the first time I've done it before.
A Berkeley professor of dance theory didn't understand.
Yeah, in
Good
Boston,
one.
or we're talking about Berkeley, California.
I'm teasing.
Probably Berkeley, New York, right? Or Boston. Yeah, Berkeley, Boston.
You guys think that that the lunar module starts coming down, descending to the moon, and its weight in 1/6 gravity is pulling it along the moon's orbit?
Yes.
No, the momentum that was given to it by the command module is what's pushing it, or is keeping it along. It's falling, it's free falling, and it's got a tangential velocity given to it because it has momentum given to it by the command module. That's nothing unusual about that. So it's falling because you start decaying that orbit, so it's falling down more than it's going around, because the command module is still going around, and it starts going faster and faster and faster toward the surface, and then they start throwing out the jet force, which slows it down until it's going with respect to the ground 0. And when it's going 0, it then sets down gently, and then it runs out of fuel if it would have lasted 15 more seconds. That's how much fuel they had. Slow it down.
Did they only get the speed relative to the ground, or did they get like air relative to like the pressure around it?
What do you mean pressure around it?
Well, airplanes get their airspeed, so why would they not know their airspeed?
They don't have air to get speed from, dumb.
That's why I said the pressure around it.
There's no pressure around it.
There is some pressure.
There's no pressure.
Wrong.
10 to the minus 10 is no pressure.
Okay, so the surrounding area, as in from its own frame, how fast was it going? Relative to space.
Relative to space, there's nothing to measure it within space. There's no molecules. There's no atoms. There's nothing there. It's 10 to the minus 15, 10 to the minus 16 torr.
Okay.
There's nothing there to measure. You couldn't measure anything you wanted to.
You believe that the lunar module came down at an angle.
Are you asking why the pitot tubes aren't working on the lunar module? I mean, that's insanely stupid. You know that, right?
So you're claiming that the module is coming down, angled, speeding up and banking relative to.
Why is it banking?
Yeah, it has to be going at an angle.
Why is it going at an angle?
What angle did it measure? Did it land relative to the equator?
Perpendicular to it when it landed.
It landed perpendicular to the equator?
Down.
Dang, it was landing north or south relative to the equator?
North or south? No, I'm talking about perpendicular for the tangent. It'll be at one spot. Tangent is a straight line that touches the surface at one spot. Its landing is perpendicular, a vector straight down, perpendicular to that tangent.
If I draw a line around the equator of the moon, where did the module land relative to that line?
Where did it land? It landed on a tangent.
Like in which direction? It was going along that same line of the equator. It was moving in the direction of the on the line.
Yes, it was following an arc path around the equator because it has a centripetal force, which keeps it in an arc path. That's a centripetal force because you know why? It had a velocity of 1,000 miles an hour when it started with it, and as it started going down, that decayed. But that was a centrifugal force not matched by the centripetal force, which was higher, so it pulled it down, and that's what they called it, a free fall, somewhat of a free fall.
It wasn't free falling just straight down though. I mean, it was moving at an angle.
Oh, it had a vector straight down, yes. Unless they had jets falling, it was
down relative to center of the moon.
No. It's
Yeah.
Just because it's moving. Again, relative motion. You have a vector down, which is the centripetal force.
Relative to center of mass.
Relative to center of mass. And you also
Why'd you
have
say no then?
Hold on. You have a momentum. Which way is this momentum moving? Moving at more of a down outward direction, at like a 45-degree angle, let's say. So even though you have a vector down, which is its centripetal force or its weight, you also have a vector that is its momentum, which is also moving in a certain a circumference around the moon. Not quite, because it's actually now decaying, so it's a little more inclined. So it falls down, but it's like when you throw a baseball. It has a vector down, but it also has a vector outward. And it also has a vector that's force acting against it as well. We call drag. But if you had no atmosphere, you throw it like on the moon. Throw a ball, it'll have the same kind of vector. Throw it, it has a momentum outward, and it has a force vector down, straight down.
Okay, so if I had a drone that was electrostatic and I hovered it on the moon, what would happen?
Nothing.
I should be able to just hover the drone.
Yes.
And the moon should come back to where I started.
No, you have momentum when you take off. This is where you got in the problem with the Volca pendulum was on the North Pole. You couldn't figure out why the independent frame of reference gimbal wouldn't allow this hanging, not swinging pendulum to rotate.
This is hilarious.
Momentum. So no, with it, if you take off from the moon, you retain the momentum given to you by the moon. Whatever that 10 velocity is, the 10 miles an hour.
Matthew, do you agree? Matthew, what is your answer? If, say, I had a drone on the moon and it's electrostatic, and I hover the drone above the moon, is the moon going to move underneath me, or is the drone going to move in lockstep with the moon? Or is the drone going to move?
It retains its conservation of momentum is still true on the moon.
Retains momentum. Keeps its momentum.
Wow.
Plus, electrostatics is a completely false debunked theory, so I don't think it's on the moon either.
What?
Some people say that there's some fictional electrical potential between the ground and up high in the sky on Earth, but that's false, and it's also false on the moon.
Wow, you can't even read Matthew or Richard Feynman from your own religion and realize that what you just said was really stupid.
Are you talking about the 100 volts per meter? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he just said I made it up.
No. He's talking about any kind of force he would have or any kind of influence would have over this scenario.
No, he just said that there's no current going down the Earth. Anyway, actually, there's a free space impedance of 377 ohms with an electric and magnetic constant even inside a vacuum.
Okay, so then we see some current flow if that was the case. Do we?
Are you denying free space impedance?
Wow, so we could have free energy by just sticking my electrical cord up in the sky high?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Wow, you guys are denying free space impedance and then making fun of me. But you guys are not even close to that level, though. So
no, we're making fun of your understanding.
What's free space impedance? And correct my understanding, Matthew.
I don't know what it is.
Then how can you correct my understanding?
Based on my experience of your ability to understand things well.
Hey, you got nothing.
You got a good
of
point.
your ability
to
understand things.
Okay, real quick on your drone. So you understand that, but Matthew and I both have told you that this can retain its momentum. So as soon as you leave off whatever the mechanism, statics or thrusters or whatever you got, it will stay in lockstep with the moon because the moon gave you the momentum. It will give you the momentum, and it will not rotate underneath it. Now, if you went straight
move against the direction of the moon,
it'd be going with the direction of spin because
even if I go, what if I move against it?
Whatever momentum you were able to generate by moving means you're insinuating you had some acceleration, you had a force. So whatever that force was will be retained also. So you go some direction with a force, and you turn it off, you will continue to rotate around the Earth. If there was an electrostatic propulsion that didn't have any kind of force acting against it, and you would basically orbit around the moon.
So if I went east or west on the moon, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Well, you guys claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, so the planes move with the Earth because of the atmosphere. But then you also claim that the module on the moon does the same thing without the atmosphere.
Yes, it doesn't need any atmosphere. The Earth, again, both those, that's a non sequitur, first of all. Number two, it's almost a straw man, too, because you're talking about something that has little or nothing to do with its ability to continue in motion in every direction. It's been from Newton's first law and second law. These things will go in motion until acted upon by other forces. So there's no reason why it would actually change directions. And all it has is a centripetal force, which is its weight, and you have a thrust downward or electrostatic that's acting upward. So there's a balance of forces. So it will, whatever way you send it, it will continue to go in that direction, regardless of the spin of the Earth, regardless of the direction you're sending it with respect to the spin of the.
And why would we be going in an angle, moving in a direction instead of just going down?
Because it has. Are you fucking with me?
So why would they be actually making the module go at an angle and move in a certain direction?
Why would they just drop straight down?
If the weight itself was going to bring it around the moon perfectly.
Are you saying why wouldn't they just drop it straight down? Is that what you're asking me?
Because it'll look like it's straight down to us according to you, but it'll actually be pulled with the moon.
No, because it's going. That's like saying jump out of the ISS and try to go straight down. Why do you think when things come off of the ISS, they almost burn up in the atmosphere before they land in the ocean? Because you have to scrub off 17,000 miles an hour.
And an atmosphere, that's completely not analogous at all.
Scrub off.
It is. So
You're
on the
like
moon, there's no atmosphere, but you still have this momentum that's retained by whatever orbital speed you have, which is around 2,000 miles an hour. And you have to scrub that 2,000 miles an hour, minus the 10 that for the rotation, and then you end up landing on a zero velocity with respect to the ground. By the way they measured the velocity with it, if you want to know the real answer, they use radar. The radar tells you the speed they're going, not measuring pressure, as you said, around the lunar lander, which is just insanely absurd. I think that's what makes me think you're fucking with me, because you're saying really dumb things.
No, none of it happens. None of us think that, or at least a lot of us here don't think that it ever really happens. So these are all just theoretical things that they're either claiming or are wrong about, and you're either wrong about or claiming, and regardless, none of it happens. So that's the most obvious to all of us, at least most of us here. None of it ever happened. So that's just so funny to hear you act like it does happen and act like we're confused about how it happened, as if it really happened, but it never happened.
That's he keeps on saying he thinks that when you leave the ground, just like Nathan Oakley and Nathan Thompson, that suddenly, if Coriolis is real and the Earth moves underneath the focal pendulum, then if I go up in a hot air balloon, the Earth should rotate underneath me. They forget this, and for some reason, the conservation of momentum law is something that escapes them completely and entirely. It's almost like
that's the
it
problem,
doesn't exist.
Even if we give you that, when you go over the gradient of tangential speeds, you can't claim that conservation of momentum is going to somehow meet the new tangential speed. You act like it's an easy thing, but it doesn't.
You're right. It won't.
It won't. Yeah, at least you admit that.
Hold on. The only thing that really fights against
you're
that.
The shit out of left.
You're doing it again, and man, it gives me a headache when you do that. So just stop, please. If you have any decency whatsoever, just stop talking over me, and I'll do the same for you. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that when you do head south, if it is just the atmosphere that's helping you, it's very slight, because we got to realize that it's equivalent to like a side wind, a crosswind that's 1.2 miles an hour, 1.5 miles an hour, acting on the entire aircraft's side coefficient of drag picture, and that force would be very small. It would not be able to suddenly move the entire airplane 1.5 miles an hour to the side. It will over time have an effect,
right?
But it doesn't move it. It doesn't move step. It's one very small force that will be acting on the plane as it changes, goes through an area of higher or lower tangential velocity.
Okay, now I'm going to ask a question, and don't interrupt me. The question is, if you're going south and you have to correct east by banking east when you're going directly south, if you're banking east to somehow get the plane moving sideways, which there's no gauge to even know exactly how much it's moving sideways along with the Earth. They have no idea how fast the Earth is moving below it. They don't even think about it. Left lane's never trained for it. But just to beg the question and assume that if it was moving and you have to bank east to get the plane moving sideways as it's slowing down to land, somehow moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour, maybe 500 miles per hour more than it started out with at its original latitude. Now, if it goes only west and southwest, how does it get eastward momentum when it goes towards the equator?
Not a problem to answer whatsoever. If you let me speak.
Yep, but answer it.
I will be more than happy to answer that question.
Momentum. Everyone listen for how he explains very clearly how it gain eastward momentum. Listen very clearly how it would work. Eastward, directly eastward momentum is what we're looking for here, everybody.
You let me know when you're done talking, and I'll respond.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you were a projectile, an unguided projectile, you would be traveling southward, and you would be off course by 500 to 1,000 miles to the west if you were just on a non-guided projectile route. Because you're ending up at a tangential velocity target that has got 500 miles an hour faster, greater than you took off from. And in order for you to do that, you'd have to gain momentum out of this thin air, and that breaks the first law of thermodynamics. Breaks that pretty solidly. You would agree. So how does it gain that momentum? How it can't be created nor destroyed. How do you gain momentum? Well, you need a force to do that. So what is that force? Well, the force is what the airplane acts on the air with, the atmosphere with, by bending the wings, tilting them a certain direction, adding a little rudder, little elevator, and you start making a turn toward a new destination, because along the way, you make small changes because you're going point to point to point and trying to follow a targeted path. And you're going to be running into crosswinds along the way, which are far in excess of this issue. But barring that, not even talking about that or addressing it, you don't just fly a plane to a direction. You get there and suddenly find, in fact, this can't happen, by the way. Can you hear me? Because my computer's giving me problems again.
Just tell me. I want to hear how you're going to gain eastward momentum. You don't have to go through all the scenarios.
I won't be able to finish. Seriously, hey, buddy, my computer's going to go dead here in a second. It might bounce me. Before it does, I want to get this out. So you can't end up someplace. You can't end up someplace and have it a 500 mile an hour tangential difference. So what happens along the way, you tangential velocity by turning to the east. Every mile, every 5 miles, every 10 miles, you're making small movements to the east. So by the time you have a 15
all right, the plane's only going west and southwest. Just to let you know that was in the scenario. How does it go east? I said west, southwest.
You said specifically south. You said going south.
No, I said west, southwest. Why are you trying to change it like you always do?
Yesterday. You didn't say it today.
West,
we'll play the tape. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You said south. You have to change it to south because you have no answer for west, southwest.
I have an answer.
No, good to give it. Instead of trying to change it like you always do.
You're flying. You mean west, southwest. That's what you meant to say, right?
Yeah, that's the meme.
You didn't say that, though. You said south.
I said west, southwest very clearly many times over the last 5 years.
It doesn't really matter. Either way, my answer is the same.
To you, west,
so
southwest,
my answer is the same. Can I finish?
How many times do you have to hear it?
You said you weren't going to talk.
You're obviously
lying
because you have no answer.
I'm not going to answer you now. You're just an asshole. Let me know when you want me to talk. Let me know when you want me to talk.
He's running away, everybody. He knows he can't gain eastward momentum when the plane only goes west southwest. No one has an answer for that. That's game over.
All the plane has to do is lose some westward momentum, and he gains eastward momentum.
Technically, you're right, but not enough to gain on top of that. If he's going west, he's going to lose the eastward momentum he already had. Because if your philosophy is banking east adds momentum,
let me know when I can talk.
Going west is going to make you lose momentum. Xanax already admitted that.
Let me know.
But now you've lost eastward momentum just by going west, southwest, west, southwest. Don't change it, Xanax. Go ahead.
Okay. So even if you're going south or southwest or west southwest, regardless, you are traveling at some component of south. The distance is known. It doesn't matter whether you get there the long way or the short way, going directly south or not, you still have a southern component. That southern component will experience Coriolis. And that's where the tangential velocity will be higher at your targeted location. And to get there, you're going to be slowing the plane down, and you'll be turning eastward along its path. Even though you're going south, or even going west, You'll still be going a little.
only.
Actually, as I said in my text to you, even I said you'll be going. You'll be making. Hold on, let me. Who's saying that? Listen, you'll be making slightly left turn. Forget about east. Now we're going more south. Could be even directly south. You'll be making
left.
Oh my God! Can you just keep that mouth shut?
Why left have any context when you're talking about west?
All the Coriolis does is make you turn. It makes objects appear to go right. Everything goes right, no matter what direction you're going. Over a spinning ball, it always is right in the northern hemisphere, spinning counterclockwise. You understand? always to the right.
So the plane gaining eastward momentum when it only goes mostly west, slightly southwest.
Then you were going to shut up. I let you say every word without talking, and you can't.
You haven't answered. You have no answer.
I'm answering it. You won't let me speak. Obviously, you're scared.
Oh yeah.
You're terrified.
I've just asked you a million times.
The answer is very simple. As I follow this point-to-point path going west-southwest, I'm going to continually be making leftward.
Leftward. What's leftward?
Left. We're going to be turning the plane left.
What's left? What is that? That has no context when we're talking about different angles.
It could be south.
Don't say left.
It could be south.
It could,
depending on where we are.
Actual directions.
It's going to be south. We're going to be hitting southward type of motion.
Okay. So southward makes you go eastward more.
Southward. And
so you're saying southward makes you go eastward more.
Yes.
Wow, that's news to us. I guess everybody here is probably pretty surprised about that.
Because you're going west. You're going west. Because you're not going south. You're going more west than you are south. So every motion you move has to be toward the south. You can't go east, right?
Not at all.
So all you do is go south. So all you do is go south.
That's the point. No, you have to go south. Yeah, south doesn't gain eastward momentum.
You're not getting it. You're just talking, and you're
I'm not getting that. South.
You're panicking. You're panicking.
I'm not panicking. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
By taking a left turn, by turning slightly south.
Left is south now.
Some degree of south toward the south.
So banking south gives you directly eastward momentum. That's your quote.
Yes.
Just banking south gives you more eastward momentum.
Correct.
Well, if that was the case, I'm sure that would be really useful for people.
That's how along the way.
I had no idea.
Let's think about
interesting.
Let's think about what happens. So we're flying toward. We're going from. Let's make it real simple. You said Chicago to San Diego. Well, we leave Chicago, going directly. Now we're going west southwest. So we're really going toward San Francisco, let's say, pointed towards San Francisco. We want to go to San Diego. So how do we make up that tangential velocity of, 100 miles an hour, 50 miles, probably 50 miles an hour, right?
That is the question.
Okay. So what we do is we start flying. For the first leg, we don't even close our eyes, point our plane to San Francisco, say we can see it because the Earth is flat. We can see it, or we're told in, and we have an infrared photography, and we actually can see 2,000 miles. So we see San Francisco, we point right directly to San Francisco, and we go 100 miles. But we notice now that we are we're too far north because the Earth has now rotated, and we have now moved, our trajectory is now more towards Seattle than San Francisco. So at 100 miles, we bank to the left. And then
left
we keep up 100 miles. We notice the same thing happens again.
Wait, left is what?
We bank left.
Left is south. Left is south, and south.
We go 100 miles.
South now gives you eastward momentum.
We're going west. We see we're aimed to San Francisco. We close our eyes and just travel. We open our eyes at 100 miles. We notice. Actually, let's get more real. We're now pointed toward Reading. So we say, we don't want to be toward Reading. We want to be towards San Francisco. Why did that happen? Well, because the Earth is rotating this Coriolis. So we point the airplane to San Francisco. We made a slight adjustment. Close our eyes again. And every 100 miles, we do this.
Close your eyes? What are you talking about? Close your eyes. Why are you saying close your eyes? That's hilarious, though.
We're making a trajectory. We're not making any changes to the controls. You know why I'm saying this. Don't be an idiot.
Well, I thought you were kidding. Like you just close your eyes for a reason. You're banking south to go east. How?
But don't we want to go?
This is some kind of new fangled flying lesson.
So we end up at San Francisco with all these small adjustments. We now are right going toward San Francisco. We are going an airspeed that we want to be going at. We are at a direction we want to be going, but we want to go to San Diego. So now we get to San Diego, we get to San Francisco because we wanted to go west, southwest, and now we have to go from San Francisco directly south to San Diego, which is not a problem. Same thing happened.
So you think that was an answer? How did the plane gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum when it never went east ever?
Because we made southward corrections.
Southward corrections make you gain eastward momentum now.
Correct.
I didn't know. Is that possible? Is that really possible? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
I know.
Does that really make sense to you?
Because you're a halfwit.
I have no idea. I had no idea south is east.
Yes.
South and east are the same things now, huh?
No, south.
Well, you hear, folks.
You're correct.
South is now eastward.
There's no difference. There's no difference.
No difference. You're right. No difference. I thought there was.
Hey, shut the fuck up. There's no.
I know. I did. I was confused. You're right.
Shut up. There is no difference between doing what I just told you in a very simple terms, first grade lesson, or going south and making small corrections to the east. No difference at all.
Oh, wait. South. Wait. Going south. Wait, you said we're going south and making corrections to the east, but we're talking about west, southwest. Now you've changed it again.
Right. No. I said there's no difference between going south and going east or going
west, okay. There's no difference between south and east. South. You're right. I was confused. You're right. I had no idea that south and east were the same thing. No wonder I was confused.
I don't know if there's any help for you. And
Thanks for making it.
Jeremy
clear.
said on the private, his perspective will never concede ever, no matter what you say. He said you'll never. And he's probably right. I could show you a demonstration.
I don't know if Jeremy understands it because he said yeah, he's getting lost in the sauce. But I think he listens to you and thinks that you're actually trying to tell the truth rather than just excuse the ball. Maybe he's confused. Maybe he thinks that you actually think it's a spinning ball. I don't think you think it's a spinning ball.
One of the other ways.
I'm actually giving you a compliment. You have way too much common sense, to really believe it. I don't think you do. Because what you just said is that south is the same as east. Now, if you really believe that and you think it works that way, then, Jeremy, you should just listen up, right?
Yeah. But
you should listen up. West, south, and east are the same thing, everybody. That's why I was confused. I'll admit that. I had no idea.
Well, one of the things you'll do along the way also is you might notice that your speed is increasing with your ground speed. So you'll probably start backing down the throttles as well. When you start slowing down, that also increases your tangential velocity. So you might have to.
You're right, Danik. You really put me on my place because I was thinking that south and east were different directions.
Well, no, you're doing a combination of slowing the plane down and turning south. Combination of those two vectors. The forces acting those two vectors will increase.
Even though you admitted before that you would lose eastward momentum, the original conserved momentum, you would lose a lot of that just by traveling west for a long period. So you've lost that original 500 miles per hour tangential velocity. And on top of that, you need 1,000 when you get to the equator. How are you going to gain more when you've already lost?
We're not going to the equator.
And you can't even bank east, like you said. When you go south. You have no bank east.
You don't stop talking, do you?
It takes your bank east excuse out of it. And you're saying south.
So how are we going to get to the equator if we're going west southwest? How's that possible?
That's the whole point, Zanuck. You're going west.
We'd end up probably coming all the way around the entire Earth before we end up hitting the equator, right?
It's just a fucking thought experiment that doesn't make any sense with the globe, dude.
Try going from Chicago to, I don't know, New York to South America's on eastward.
Zanuck, what are you worried about? You already explained it. You explained it very clearly. South is the same thing as going east. So I didn't know that.
Because you gave a scenario where it's very difficult for you to understand. I understand it.
It's about me not understanding the scenario that you just explained very well. South and east are the same things. I had no idea. No, seriously, I'm all cleared up. I totally understand now. You totally made it. I was confused. I thought south and east were different directions.
When you're done.
Now that I realize they're the same, no reason to continue on. No reason to even explain further. I was confused. I thought west, south, and east were totally different directions, but they're the same according to you. So You can just bank south, and it's as good as gaining momentum eastward now. I didn't realize it worked that way, so maybe that's just all you need to say. Why continue on, right? Makes perfect sense to everybody, I'm sure now.
So a better example might be the easy might be to just go southwest. So you're still going west, but you're also going south. So all you would have to do along the path is to go southern type deviations and slow the planes down. The slowing of the plane down along the way, slowing the plane down along the way will, and the atmosphere will do some of this, by the way. Slowing the plane down along the way will increase your tangential velocity. There's no difference, just like there is no difference in acceleration when you're going up and going down. You can always stop a downward acceleration even when you're going up, like in the Baumut comet. Same thing happens when you're going southwest. Even though you're going southwest, all you're making is small deviations to the south, and you're slowing the plane down. Both of those would change your tangential velocity to the east. Now, that is a simple explanation. Let me summarize by saying that is a simple explanation. I've given you everything you need to figure it out. I'm hoping you'll take me seriously and draw on a piece of paper and understand what I said. Plane down along the way.
Well, all I have to do is write down that south and east are the same thing.
You can't help yourself, can you? You just can't.
No, you explained it. I appreciate it. You cleared it up. South is the same thing as east, so we're all set.
I said south adjustments and slow the plane down periodically.
Oh, okay. So you start out with 500 miles per hour east for momentum. That's conserved. You lose a lot of that because you're traveling west and south. And then somehow, just from slowing it down and banking south, you're going to gain 500 miles per hour more than you originally had by the time you get there. Wow. If it was that easy, then I should have just realized
I hope it's recorded.
You don't even have to worry about going east at all to gain
talking so I can respond to you.
No eastward direction, no eastward acceleration, none of that to go eastward. You want to gain eastward momentum? Come to south. Just go south and slow down. Don't worry about it. You get 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum, no problem. Yeah, just go south is the same thing as east. Don't worry, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Nice job. I'm really happy. I mean, this is the happiest day I've had.
I'm so happy that really is a satisfying answer.
Slow the plane down.
If that satisfies you, then you are the most hilarious person right now at this very moment.
So I've been trying to get a word in for 5 minutes now.
You really want to keep going? I mean, you already explained it.
I do. I want to thank you. So shut the
you're
fuck
welcome
up for a second, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm very excited that you figured it out. You repeated it correctly. You're mocking it. Can you shut up?
Can I quote you on this?
Just let me speak. You're giving me a headache. This is fun, except for the headache. So listen, you got it right. You slow the plane down and you turn south. Right. You have the answer, and you're progressively doing that the entire way as you travel southwest, and it will increase your tangential velocity.
Easy peasy, Japanese.
You can't help yourself, can you? You're so fucked. I can't believe how fucked up you are.
I can't believe you're getting mad. You already gave the perfect answer. You should be happy.
Were you on the short bus? How long were you on the short bus for?
It must be that it was a short bus. I didn't. You know what? You're right. Because in school, I was learning about east and south, and I thought they were different. So took the short bus.
We're talking about something a little bit above kindergarten. Talking about Coca-Cola.
Yeah, south and east are the same.
And yes, don't say anything, please, for another 10 seconds. Try to bite your tongue. We're saying that if you're traveling southwest, you will be turning southward, and you will maybe making pullback throttle along the way, changing your velocity, changing your speed along the way. And in the end, over 12 miles, 15 hours, whatever, after 15 hours, you will have increased your tangential velocity relative to the eastward direction of the spinning Earth.
So then, by that logic, you're traveling directly south. You must be gaining a lot of eastward momentum just by going south.
Exactly. You broke the code again.
Right?
2 in a row.
Yeah.
Dude, congratulations.
Yeah, so why would you even need to bank east, right?
You don't. You just need to bank east.
If you bank east, you might be going too much more east, right?
No, you bank east. Did you say that? I thought you said bank east. Yes, bank east.
No, I said if you're going south, by that logic, then you'd already be gaining eastward momentum just because you're headed directly south.
You have to make it. You have to change the direction.
It doesn't work that way.
So I thought you said
you actually bank east to get more east.
I thought you said east. Yeah, you got to go east. You got to go east to get.
Okay. So you got to go east, but then when you're going west, you just got to go south.
No, you have to slow down and you have to go south.
Slow down and go south. Yeah.
Yes.
Then you can actually catch up to the 500-mile tangential velocity that you were missing from the very start, even though you've lost some of that from going west. But then if you're going directly south, you really have to bank east because you need to catch up to the 500 miles per hour. Good thing you didn't go west. Oh, wait, no, if you went west, just slowing down gives you the extra miles per hour. But there's no contradiction there.
You wanted to get to an object south-southwest. Did you want to go straight? Did you want to go straight south? Then you're really fucked because you'll never get there. By the way,
Then you're really fucked.
but no, but what I'm saying is you will get the tangential velocity. You're thinking.
The point is you're really fucked. If you're thinking about it all, that plane would be out of sync with the Earth at all, just tell fucking left lane that that's an issue, and he will never fly again. I promise you. If he thinks that's true, and he can't just go up in the air and not worry about banking east or banking south to go east or any of that, I don't know if I wouldn't fly if I thought that was something I wasn't trained to figure out.
You realize the air that you're flying in is a factor here. I mean, I'm leaving some things out because
The air now. We're going back to the magic.
Well, because planes. I don't know if you know this, but planes fly in air. So here's the interesting.
Air.
Here's an interesting thing about this
crosswind in every direction.
Well, yeah, it is true. But the air mass in general, down at the equator, will have a 500-mile-an-hour tangential velocity higher than when you left. So think about the ramifications of that. What would happen if you were now flying and going toward a higher tangential velocity air mass? What happens? You're not fully thinking this through, by the way.
Oh yeah, I haven't thought it through. You're right.
You're really not. You're really not.
You're right. I was totally under the
assumption
that going south.
Another way to look at this
would not allow you to gain.
Another way to look at this,
because when you're going south, you need to bank east to get eastward momentum. But then when you're going west, all you have to do is go south and slow down, and you gain just as much.
So you don't want to listen. Okay, I'll just let you talk for a while.
No. I heard you. I was just explaining how you explained it to me, and now that I'm totally cleared up, there's no reason to have to explain anymore. You did a great job. Everything's completely clear. Everyone listening should totally be understanding it without any problem now. South and east are the same thing.
No, I said turn south and slow the plane down.
There you go. Slow down. You wouldn't have to worry about it. Because when you're going directly south, you have to bank east to actually gain eastward momentum, even though that doesn't work either. Even that doesn't work, which is the most hilarious thing, because you never think about the Earth turning below you. You're never out of sync with the Earth. The plane always lands on a stationary Earth because it's stationary. That's the only way that would ever work. If you ever had to worry about being out of sync with the fucking Earth, you would never fly. And you would never fly without having special aircraft carrier training at the very least. And they're not trained to do that. None of the flight simulators, including moving Earth, there's no gauge in the plane that says the Earth is going this much faster than your plane's moving sideways. So therefore, we need to gain more eastward momentum. So now you're going to bank south and slow down to do that somehow. None of that is included in the training, and it would be if that was actually happening, which is the point.
All you're doing is flying from point to point. You're making small corrections to
the point to point.
Has moved.
Rescue yourself with the point to point, like that just solves it.
It does, because if you're going traveling southward,
why worry about tangential velocities? It's just point to point.
You don't have to worry about it. Exactly.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, so don't even worry about banking south and slowing down.
Along the way, small changes will be big changes over 15 hours. Like I said, it's
but it's just no reason to worry about it. Right?
1.5 mile per hour crosswind along the way. That's all it is.
But you explained very clearly that would be a big difference in tangential velocity by the time you get there. But don't worry about it.
Because you've accelerated by making left turns as you're going south.
Well, how would he know to make left turns while he's going south if he's not worrying about it?
You'll be off the target.
Well, but the target doesn't solve it. It doesn't matter. The target could be like he goes way south, and then he's like, oh, I'm off my target. I'm going to go north now to get my target. You have to correct that way. No, now I didn't go south enough to catch up to this tangential velocity. How do I need to slow down in case I'm not going enough eastward? Now, wait, hold on. I get there, and then all of a sudden the ground's moving faster than my plane is moving sideways. Better put on my side thruster so that I can gain 500 miles per hour going sideways and then slow down to go into a north runway. None of that ever happens, Zanuck. You're fucking full of shit.
Let me guess. Zanuck is trying to explain globe now, but it doesn't work out in reality because People really have to
Because
fly.
it doesn't actually happen. Yeah, there's no one has to worry about it. No one's trained to worry about it, but there's all these complicated things he has to worry about explaining as if it was something to worry about, even though no one worries about it.
Xanax, do you think that any pilot ever has had to worry about the Earth?
Pardon me?
Do you think any pilot ever has had to worry about the Earth spinning?
About the Earth spinning? No.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
No one flies that way. No one flies.
no reason to
no one
worry
flies
about banking south to go east then, right?
because you don't have to. You don't got to worry about it because who flies south to go east? You said you're flying south.
Otherwise, you would have to worry about it.
Southwest.
But you don't have to worry about it because the
Well,
Earth is stationary.
So you fly south. You fly southwest when you're flying from like Alaska to Hawaii or from Seattle to Hawaii. So how do they get there? Let's do some math on that. They're flying into a tangential velocity that's increased by say 100 miles an hour. Would you agree?
If the Earth were spinning, that would be the problem. But no one has to worry about it because the Earth isn't spinning. Is the point, Xanax?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're traveling.
So why even worry about your little thought experiment?
They're traveling southward, but they keep on making a southward direction change along the way.
Really?
Because of Coriolis. Now this.
So they do have to worry about it.
Why would you worry about it when it's so small? All you do is match.
Well, yeah, because a small difference makes a big difference.
You're using this. If you didn't have navigation systems, you'd be using the stars to figure out how to get down there, and you'd be backing that up every so often with the directional change. If you have radar and you have checkpoints along the way, satellite GPS is what they use. That will be able to track your position exactly to where you want to go.
So also, if you miss your checkpoints, you're fucked. You're going to be out of sync, huh?
No. Well, if you're off, you make a correction. A small.
Yeah, you better make that correction. Otherwise, you're going to be fucked.
Autopilot does that. Autopilot does that automatically.
Autopilot. Oh, good thing for autopilot.
Well, no, you don't need autopilot. I don't.
No, you don't need that either. Yeah, don't worry about it.
You just find you have your beacons. You see where you are. You plot on the map where you're going. And a lot of it's on the iPad now. You can see exactly where you're going. And if you're off course, you just make a quick. Even in your car too, you're making a lane change. Google Maps will tell you where you should go, where you are, where you should go. Just make a little bit. Oh, you're in the wrong lane. You're in the wrong lane. Stay left. Stay left. Oh, wrong lane. It looked like it was the right lane, but I'll go more left, and it's fine. And I'm on my merry way, no problem. You make small changes along the way, and you will have no problem hitting your destination. Regardless.
Let me ask you this, Xanax. Let me ask you this: if the pilot gets to the north-facing runway when he's headed west-southwest, and he realizes that he looks out the window and he's like, "Oh shit, the ground's moving eastward way faster than I'm moving eastward," right? How's he going to go and correct?
It doesn't happen that way.
Well, it doesn't. Well, that's only because the Earth isn't moving, right? Because you're drawing all these scenarios where that's possible.
We have a crosswind that changes from 1.5 miles an hour per minute.
Earth moving.
If you didn't
adjust, don't conflate it with crosswinds. They're totally different.
Quiet.
Crosswinds are not the same as Earth moving.
If you didn't adjust for rotation at the beginning, and you didn't adjust at all until you got there, and there was no air mass, yes, the Earth would be rotating underneath you at 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a big problem. What would he do?
You'd have to. Well, you'd be approaching this object that is now spinning towards you. But along the way, you'd have to be making adjustments. Otherwise, you'd miss it.
No, like say he got there and the Earth is spinning below him. What's he going to do? How's he going to correct now? He's got to get the eastward momentum going.
Yeah.
So you have to go north and then bang south.
So you'd be pointing. So shut up. So you'd be pointing you'd be traveling the wrong direction, and the Earth would be spinning underneath you by 500 miles an hour. You have to go U-turn and chase after the Earth and catch back up.
You have to chase after the Earth, and then once you catch up to the Earth, you slow down to land. And how are you going to keep going with the Earth once you caught it?
Because then you'd have a zero speed when you landed.
No, you wouldn't have a zero speed because you stopped. You slowed down to land. So you wouldn't be moving with the Earth because you slowed down.
Yeah, you're moving with the Earth because the Earth is the runway. The Earth and tied together.
Yeah, that's the problem. You say it catches up. So now it's caught up.
Now you're giving me a headache.
How does it slow down to land?
You're giving me a headache because I can't.
Yeah, because you have no answer to that.
I don't think I've ever told you this before, but it's very difficult to talk to you because you just keep on talking over people.
Oh, you don't have that problem. That's the only way to talk to you, Xanax.
No, I don't. I usually wait for you to speak.
Oh, yeah, you usually wait for people, right? You never talk over anyone. Now you're really, really, really making shit up.
It's
hilarious. You think that the plane's
So I
going to go
talk and then
500
you talk
miles
over
an
what
hour,
you're doing now.
catch up
See,
to the
now
Earth?
you're not letting me. I
Then
let
it's
you
going to
talk,
be
and
at
I try to talk
zero.
and who
Then
you
it's
go.
going to be
Keep
at
on going.
zero.
Okay, great.
So it flies to catch up to the Earth, and then all of a sudden it's at zero, even though it slows down to land. You think it's going to keep moving with the Earth, even though it slows down to land? It doesn't make no sense. It makes no sense to anyone with common sense.
Yeah, you catch up to it because you're going 500 miles an hour slower than the Earth.
Yeah, then you catch up to it, but you have to keep going. The Earth doesn't stop when
You're
you
going
stop.
backward.
When you deaccelerate, and when you slow down to land, the Earth keeps moving, and you don't because you slowed down to land.
When you catch up to it, you are now going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, when you catch up to it, you have to keep going.
This is
You
the problem.
can't slow down to land and then keep going with the Earth.
Look,
when you slow down, the Earth keeps moving,
I
and you won't be
can't
able to
talk
land.
because you just don't understand. Relative motion, there's an inertial reference frame and there's a non-inertial reference frame. You're getting them too confused. Every single time there's a word out of your mouth, I don't know which reference frame you're speaking.
You're running to me being confused when I just clearly
you are
explained
confused.
that if you have to
Clearly,
catch up to the Earth,
are you
you would
talking
have
about
to
the
keep
rotating
going
reference
that same
frame?
speed.
Are you talking
Once
about
you
the
catch up
rotating
to the
reference
Earth,
frame? Okay, never mind. I'm done.
Zanuck, don't talk over me.
I can't do it.
You're running away because you can't answer this question.
I'm running away.
When
You can't let me speak.
Earth, listen, Zanuck, let me speak right now, and you can speak. When you catch up to the Earth, you have to keep going that acceleration. You have to keep accelerating in that direction. You can't slow down to land and then expect the plane to keep going at that same pace as the Earth. That's common sense, dude. It's so fucking stupid that I have to say it more than once. Yeah, as soon as you catch up, you're at zero with the Earth and you're in perfect sync. But you can slow down to land and you're just going to keep moving with the Earth because you sped up.
What we have to do is take a beach ball and start see if the planes can land and see how that works.
No. We already know they can't land. We just very clear. Zanuck made that very clear that the Earth is always stationary when the plane lands on it. He made it seem like there's something to worry about. Then he said you don't have to worry about it. So those contradictions should make it clear to anyone listening that it's obviously not happening.
But if you're coming down from Mars, right? The Earth is spinning in front of you, right? And then how do you adjust to that spin then?
Well, that's the other thing. That's just like Witsit was talking about with landing on the moon. If you're going into this new atmosphere, that's no atmosphere, and then you have to worry about moving sideways with the moon as you're trying to land, and you're going straight down, and you have to accelerate sideways and go straight down at the same time, and none of that happens. None of that ever happened because they never went to the moon anyway. So it's just stupid to talk about it as far as the moon is concerned. But if it was a moon landing, then that would be a problem too. But you can't even land on Earth if it was spinning. And I just made that very clear by showing that Zanuck is completely contradicting himself by saying you don't have to worry about it, but then saying all these things to worry about, saying that south is the same as east. I mean, these are ridiculous things that anyone can hear. He's calling me a moron. It's hilarious.
New perspective. How do you think NASA has pulled the wool over our eyes to have us believe in these moon landings and Mars rovers?
People want to believe it. People want to believe it, or they just realize it's fake, but they just know that it's better for the country that we believe it. And I can understand that, honestly. They'd rather worry about their immediate lives.
For me, it's kind of emotional. I grew up on Star Wars. I love Star Wars. So I just wanted it to be true, you know?
Yep, we all did.
I think for me, it's the movies. The movies got my head wrapped in space.
Yeah, I was a Star Trek nut. Love Star Trek. I still like Star Trek.
Speaking of Star Trek, what is warp 10? What does that mean, warp 10? Is that 10 times light speed?
Yeah, I guess so. Something like that, right?
Now, when you say you're like a Star Trek, are you talking about talking Klingon?
I had a class in college, actually, called Where No One Has Gone Before. And it was all about Star Trek. It was like Star Trek and the cultural aspects of it. We had to write a spec script for one of the series. They had to have it in handed form. There was a whole theoretical physics part of it where we read Stephen Hawking's book, which I totally devoured and thought oh my God, this is awesome. You know, yellow
Hawking.
marker on every other page. You know, I love
Yeah,
theoretical
Steve
physics.
Hawking.
That was amazing.
I don't mean to disrespect, but I just thought about Steve Hawkins. Like he had this, like I want to say, like speak and spell voice.
Uh-huh.
He hadn't upgraded the speak and spell voice for like 50 years. Like you didn't think he'd have like a nice voice, like by the end of his days, like a nice maybe a woman's voice.
Woman's voice? That'd be funny.
Yeah, because he had a speak and spell voice. You know, like what's like that's like 1970s. You know.
Well, it wasn't even the same actor. Like I think they switched him up a couple times. You can see the teeth are completely different by the time they say he died. I admit though that I went to the movie that they made about him that Eddie Redmayne starred in. You know, the movie about Stephen Hawking. I was tearing up. I was in the theater by myself. I was tearing up at the end of that movie, and 2 months later, I found out the Earth isn't spinning.
Wait, you mean the one where they portrayed him as a young man and how
Yeah,
he had like a wife and stuff?
yeah.
But that was before
Eddie
you came
Redmayne.
to Flat Earth?
Like 2 months beforehand, yeah, I saw that in the
Oh
theater by
wow!
myself.
So that was like timing for you, right? You like flipped.
Well, yeah, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. And you know, I started looking at it. My friend was actually the one that prompted me to look into it because he's like, my brother and I are trying to figure out why they can't find the graviton. There has to be a graviton if there's gravity. They can't detect any gravitons. And so then I was watching Jim Fetzer. Remember Jim Fetzer? You know who he is? The guy's like, it's Sandy Hook, and you know, he talks like really
Like
kind of weird.
like Alex Jones.
He's a little bit like that, yeah. But he won't go flat Earth. But he had David Weiss on. David Weiss came on and gave his
Oh shit!
presentation.
He like flat smacked you.
Yeah, that was the first I'd ever heard of it.
Oh wow!
Actually, I
David's
think I
good shit.
I bookmarked that talk where he comes on at the end, and then Jim Fetzer doesn't even respond. He just goes, "That concludes our program."
He didn't want to. He was worried. He was like, "Shit,
He
man,
didn't
they
want to
got
touch
me."
it. He didn't want to touch it. Yeah, I bookmarked it. I'll put that talk in there. It was a good little presentation he puts together. Like it's all
Well,
fake. It's all fake.
like for my generation, also for older dudes, it's really offensive because to admit we've been fooled and lied to and we bought it. That's like a huge like challenge to face, personal challenge.
Well, I think they do it fake on purpose for that reason. It's kind of like to give the thinking man the out. You know, that's how brilliant they are. They do it. You know, they play golf on the moon. I mean, it's like when there's like a war going on, and then the president's on TV and like, oh, the president went on a golfing trip this weekend, and there's like a war just started. You know, it's a way of showing arrogance. You know, like this is what you get. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. But we're not doing it so well that you can't see through it. That's the trick of it. They do it just enough so that if someone wants to believe it, they can. But if someone really thinks about it, they can't. There, I put that in there. That was the talk I saw with Jim Fetzer,
What
where
what's
David Weiss
what's up?
came on.
What's up, 50? I can see you. You want to share your thoughts on this?
On what? Who?
I'm talking to 50. I can see his picture. I want to ask him if he wants to talk or want to ask any question.
You're muted. We can't hear you. We can see you talking, but we can't hear you. Maybe he needs to be unmuted by Mod. I don't think he's been in here before. Maybe. Let me see if I can help you out. Somebody in here, Mod, want to help out getting this guy unmuted.
Looks like he's voice verified, so might just be on his end.
Yeah, it's on your end, bro.
How about this?
Yeah, hear you now.
Okay. As you could tell, I was a little flabbergasted because I was taken back by somebody tearing up over Stephen Hawking. You know, I was hoping you could walk me through that. You know, what made you tear up? Whoever it was that said that, I can't remember who said it.
It's
Yeah,
because
not
Stephen Hawking was like his hero, and he saw the movie, he got all emotional until he realized that it was all bullshit.
Oh, really? I haven't seen it. All of it?
Yeah, it's like a complete fabrication, the whole thing.
That's crazy. I thought he was a diehard till the end.
Well, that was I was questioning why why did he not upgrade his speak and spell voice for like 35 years? What's up with that? Like they don't have technology?
Well, I mean, just same reason you don't upgrade your regular voice, right? You just get used to it.
So you're like defending like the narrative, right? So like nobody would lie to you, right? Why would they do that?
No, of course people lie. It's just, you know, how many shades of gray are there? You know, I think it'd look a bit weird if, you know, he was always changing his voice. Same thing with you. If you're always changing your voice, you know, that'd be a little odd.
Right, to see that's the presentation, right? They're presenting something, they're showing you like a movie, they're showing you like a clip from a movie, a scene from a play. Look, this is Steve Hawking, this is how he sounds. He wouldn't change his voice, you know, because then you wouldn't recognize him. They want him to be ingrained in our memory. They want him. They want him to be believable.
Sure, sure, that makes sense.
The problem is 99.9% of the people can't understand any of his equations or anything he's done actually at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a deep thinker, that's for sure. The only thing I can say that I can really wrap my head around is the Hawking radiation thing. That's about it. Which you know isn't too crazy. But other than that, I really don't know. Uh, you know much about his
Have you
famous.
heard? Have you heard about the flat Earth?
I have heard about the flat Earth. Yeah,
What do you think?
I think if it was flat, then it's a grand conspiracy to keep us thinking it's flat.
Wait, say that again. What'd you say?
If it's flat, then I think there's some big major grand conspiracy making us think it's flat. Right? Because there's just so many things. You know, I've been around for a minute. Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
What? Explain. Explain to the layman.
Let's see here. Hold on just a second. You know, I've been around for a minute because I first heard about this guy, you know, 6 or 7 years ago. And I was like, is this for real? I was like, do people really believe this? And I'm sure most of you probably thought that originally too. So I had to find some people to speak to kind of figure out, like, do they believe this? Why do they believe it? So what I mean by it would have to be a grand conspiracy convincing us that it's actually a globe. There's let's see here. I've got like a list of like 26 things, right? So shadows on the lunar eclipse, uh solar eclipses, boats over the horizon, obstruction of objects in the distance, typical horizon distance, match globe calculations, gravitational lensing, which is kind of secondary, star trails, pole stars, shadows on the bottom of clouds, difference in weight at the equator versus the poles, different stars in different hemispheres, P wave and S wave propagation from the earthquakes are congruent with the globe. You can use geometry with the stars and Earth to prove the globe. This is the history of nautical navigation and is what the nautical mile is named after. You can use spherical geometry to discern the zenith angle of the sun. The only accurate representation of distances on Earth is a globe. All maps are distorted because they're globe projections. Let's see here. You got Cavendish experiment. That's a little secondary. Flight plans generally take geodesic routes. Quantum nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney. And, there's about 10 more. So all those would have to be fake.
Those are good argument, like debate points, but like, have you looked into it? Like, can you actually show us any of those happening and why that proves it's a globe without relying on white lab coats to trust?
Oh, sure. What do you want? You want to pick one?
No, you pick one. But it needs to be able to explain it and do something where we can all go test it.
Okay. Let's see here. Typical horizon distance. Right, that's one that we can all test.
What about the horizon says it's a globe?
Well, you do a little geometry, and based on your height and your elevation, you'll get a distance to the, to where you can't see past. And so, I don't know
Right. If it was bending, right? If it was curving, at some point you would have to see over the curve, like for a distant building, for example, right? So what point would that be?
Well, it depends on your height and how tall the building is. Like the Burj Khalifa, right? They have like.
Give us an example.
Well, the Burj Khalifa, two different sunsets for Ramadan because the sun sets at the base about 5 minutes earlier, whereas if it was flat, you would expect it to have the exact same sunset time. And to me, it doesn't really fucking matter, right? The reason I started kind of talking to you guys is because I hate all this like divisive bullshit. Like,
What do you mean divisive? Like arguments?
yeah, just like, like so many people, like if you disagree, it's like, oh, you're out. You can't be my friend. I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not gonna hang out with you. Fuck you. Eat a dick. And the reason I kind of started talking to you guys is because I wanted to develop methods to talk to people who have different opinions than me and not make them my enemy. Because a lot of times, if you're trying to tell somebody they're wrong, or present a different viewpoint, you come off as a dick, and it's hard not to come off as a dick.
Right. So I feel like Discord is toxic by design because you're here and like you get into this debate and you get emotional, and get angry, and then start name calling, and then all of a sudden like you lose the debate entirely and you go to ad homs, right? Isn't that what happens anyways?
I don't. I mean, some people might, but I don't.
So we have to set a standard that we don't have, like the discussion just happened, you know, dumb, and you don't understand, and these attacks, and these guys have been in it for years.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you gotta. A lot of times it's because people get backed into a corner and they don't have an answer. People got to be willing to admit, well, fuck, I don't know. I don't know is a powerful thing. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I think there's two attitudes. There's two attitudes in Discord. The first attitude is I'm gonna argue with you. I'm gonna get all my shit out. If you don't agree, I'm gonna call your names and try to win the debate by ad homs.
Yeah.
The other attitude is, listen, I'm not gonna ad hom you. Try to listen. Try not to cut me off. Let me make my point. Let the audience decide, or just at least we can all commence as equals and be intelligent and make our points and finish the discussion, and then have the results. Right, which is probably, I feel like you are the better one, right?
Yeah.
I try to do that as well.
Yeah, I've always been super chill. I'm just not into arguing with grown adults, man.
But still, if you get just a regular layman to come in here and listen to debate, and one guy overtalks you, name calls you, and tries to persuade the audience that his theories are correct, he can technically, win a debate that way by how charismatic they are, or how confident they are. And if somebody comes across as, let's say, for example, timid, and is always getting cut off, even if he has the truth, because the science is so kind of esoteric, the average person is not really going to know that he's telling the truth. So they might not believe the guy is telling the truth because he doesn't have a strong voice. He's not confident. He's not fighting back. So now what?
Yeah, well, I've developed techniques to deal with that.
Oh, yeah. Which are?
Do what now?
Tell me about your techniques, please.
Well, it's kind of hard to explain without, like a certain situation. But you can really kind of use kindness as a spear. uh, you know, this is kind of, well, I guess it's not off topic, but I was on Nathan Oakley's show a long time ago, and he was trying to force me into a corner, and I was able to get out of that corner by just being really nice, right? So you kind of play into people's desire to, I guess, follow somebody who's being nice. You're unless you're just a complete and utter asshole. But once I got him where I wanted him, then I was able to kind of unravel the whole thing. But I had to just kind of be really nice to get him in that position in the first place.
Sounds like you flattened his curve, bro.
It works really well, especially with cops.
He flattened his curve, but Nathan's is flat. But
he said, especially what? Especially what?
Especially with cops.
Oh, well, I didn't understand you. I got you.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with cops. Just be super nice, and you can fucking get them to do what you want them to do, and be on your merry way.
Yeah. Fuck, I wish it was that easy all the time.
I know.
Yeah. It's all good though. You hear me? Even when I get locked up, I still go in there repping flat Earth to the fullest, dude. I make sure everybody knows the Earth is flat when I get locked up.
Yeah. What kind of responses do you get?
Rarely violence, but it has happened. But mostly mostly just a little bit of, I'd say like 45% incredulity. There's like that rough 21%, 20% that like truly show interest, and even like you hear them saying stuff that you've said like the day before to other people. And there's always like that 1 to 2%, like that 1 or 2 people out of like 60 or 70 that you meet that like truly like you could tell they're grasping it and they're just like they really feel it. But yeah, it happens like 1 out of every 60 or 80 people in there.
Is there anything that could change your mind?
How many times have you been locked up?
Too many, I spent probably almost 12 years of my life incarcerated, bro. I'm 44, so
Not something to be proud of.
no, not at all. Not at all. At the same time, I feel no shame. I'm just telling you my life experience.
And different people, different sets of cards, man.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, given like for almost 12 years, like can we ask why?
Probably I'll be there.
What? I didn't hear you. What?
You shared that you've been in for like almost 12 years. Can we ask why?
Yeah, not altogether. I'm saying like since the first time I got locked up as juvenile hall all the way to like, you know what I mean? It probably added up to like about almost around 12 years. You know what I mean?
Different times.
Yeah. No, the most I ever did straight was like 3 years straight. That was like it was like 2 years and 10.5 months or something like that. That's when I paroled from fire camp. I spent 1.5 years fighting fires, bro.
And then you came to the flat Earth.
I became a flat earther in like that first or second month of 2018. It was right after the Thomas fire. So yeah, I paroled in mid 2016. So it was a couple years before I became a flat earther. From the time I got out, that's what like drew me to like conspiracies. Though was the Mountain Dew, you know, and all the fires that were happening here didn't make sense. And I started to look at everything, you know.
You know, speaking of fires, one guy told me that 95% of fires are arson. Is that right?
Yeah, I not just arson, like because when you think of arson, you think of like some type of like you think of a proponent that it is flammable. You know what I mean? So they would put they'd use a medium like gasoline and like something else to start a fire, but most of the big fires are directed energy weapon. If you know what that is, I'll just say Mountain Dew from now on.
You mean like HARP?
Not necessarily. I don't really understand HARP too much, but I'm talking about like directed energies. You know, Athena. Look up, just Google Athena laser. You'll see what it is.
Yeah, I saw a video on BitChute where this guy was in the woods. This fire broke out of nowhere, and there was flame coming with inside the tree.
Yeah, I seen that one. Have you ever seen the programmable matter? The smart embers. Have you seen the smart embers?
Smart embers? Oh, you got to elaborate on that one.
So, have you guys ever seen the embers go like lining up and go like defying physics?
Define physics?
Defying physics, or like rims from a car melted when there's grass like 5 feet away, still green. It defies physics and logic, you know. but they have the instruments to do these type of things.
Do you think there's a dome?
In my opinion, yeah, that's just my opinion, though.
Do you think that the Earth just kind of extends forever?
I don't know, bro. That I don't know. I think that it goes a lot further than they tell us, but how far it goes, I don't know. That's just speculation.
Well, at least you can admit it.
Yeah. I can't prove any of those things as far as like as far as the dome is concerned, you know?
At least you know your place in this world.
I tried to.
At least you're not so arrogant to pretend that you know.
No, I don't really know that much. I just know about firefighting. That's pretty much it. And rapping.
You kung fu the fires.
Do I what?
Kung fu the fires.
I don't know what that means.
Kung fu.
Yeah, the fire. Do I do kung fu to the fire?
Yeah.
No. I don't know how to do kung fu. My neighbor just brought me over a plate of manicotti. Quiet.
Is 50 still here?
I don't know who that
50
is.
there? I want to ask 50 what he thought about this whole Fauci situation, the lockdowns and everything. Is that like legit, or is he not? Is he with it or not with it?
You're asking me?
I'm talking to 50.
Oh.
Oh, fuck Fauci. Most Americans are of the mind now that they don't like Fauci.
But he said he was a science. So did it change, or did he get found out, or what? Did he lose popularity, or what?
He said what now?
He says he is the science when they asked him.
Oh, he just couldn't think of anything else to say. I mean, it made him look like a dumbass, really.
So you think another round is coming?
Well, I mean, there's always going to be another round. I mean, there's always different flus.
I heard Bill Gates is talking about he's going to put the vaccine in the food, and that would solve what he calls vaccine hesitancy.
I don't think they can deliver it that way. It has to be
Watch
injected.
the word. Watch the word, man. Don't just say the word.
I don't know if you.
Sorry, jabby.
That's crazy that they'll like get rid of your server because of that. That's insane. I don't know if any of you listen to Joe Rogan, but he's had a few people on there that talk about the new, the new shots.
Well,
And
go listen to it at Joe Rogan. We can't talk about it here because we're not exactly wanted, right? Anybody would be looking for a reason to have us taken down, and it's not a very diplomatic process. So we're not trying to play those games.
But I mean, as long as I don't mention it by name, we're good, right?
That's just all we ask. Don't talk about it. You know,
Don't talk about.
Yeah, we're not trying to play any games with that stuff.
Don't talk about it at all, or just don't say the name.
Well, don't talk about it.
Don't
Yeah,
talk
you have to
about
be
it.
like you have to be super vague and coded and keep it brief.
Okay, my bad. I brought it up.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean,
Let's see where 50 was.
That's such a big part of life. You know, that's insane. I mean, I'll just say one thing. The new methods are akin to gene therapy. They're not typical, uh, methods that you would use for the flu or something.
Yeah, let's stop
But
talking about it. Did you guys know that you could um, make like a genetically modified organism, like a fruit or a plant, but you can't like patent like something that's natural? So basically, the Supreme Court has ruled that you can own like a patent on a genetically modified organism, and there's this corn apparently, and like apparently you plant the corn next to like some organic corn and it takes over. So I think a lot of people who think about stuff like that, about how the GMO can infect the non-GMO, I think that's interesting. And I definitely don't want any I don't know. I can't say the word, but I think my cat is shedding. I need to comb my cat.
yeah,
Anyway, I think we're
my
done.
my understanding is that you can patent the process, that you can't patent the actual uh living thing. I could be mistaken, but that's my understanding of it, is you can patent the process, but not the living thing. Like if I came up with some kind of gene therapy to make, your cock 12 inches, I'm not gonna own your cock. I'm own the process to get you the big meat. Sorry, that was a little crass, but I had to go there.
What an example.
Do what?
I said, what an example you gave.
Oh, it made
And
the
nobody
point.
gonna own my cock.
It made the point though. You gotta admit.
Not even my wife owns my cock. My cock has a mind of its own. Its own personality.
Reminds me of the Joe Rogan stand-up bit about big dick pills. He said, "You know how I know big dick pills don't work? Because 100% of guys would be on big dick pills, carrying their dicks around on wheelbarrows."
So many people fall for it though.
Before and after.
Yeah, sure, yeah. We get you an extra inch. Oh my god.
Yeah, Viagra works. I did that show one.
So that thing that Witsit was talking about, did you guys get any more information? I wasn't listening for a long time. Did he patch in all the variables to make you Glovers happy?
Oh god, what's it? Does he still do debates?
Oh, I went and checked. I went to the right video. I don't know if Austin listens. I think he's doing something. He might be listening. And I got 20 between 27 and 28 seconds, man. I went by where you first see the split, but really the good one that was like the first plume, the rockets, the two side rockets shut down for a split second. They both like do their first spray plume at the same time, and it's hard to mistake. And I got like really 27 seconds. I don't know where they come up with 39 seconds or whatever, but that's too far. Like if it were that, then they'd have more to explain then, because then they'd have to talk about reverse density gradient the way they explain it anyway. I don't know.
What is it? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Oh, we were talking about Jaron had went and lined up the. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Okay, Wide Awake. You heard of Wide Awake, David? Guy who lives by Pine Ridge and Hernando
I
over on
don't
the Gulf,
know.
Florida. Anyway, he does a lot of photography, like I think P1000. He's got like the Clearwater electric station from like 30 miles. Blah blah blah. Anyway, from like 117 miles away, Fernando to Kennedy Space Center. He filmed the January 15th SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket launch, and he looked to be about 30, 40 feet. So Jared, he always does his figures. So he gave him 100 feet, and he went 112 miles. And he timed it out, and he gave him 30 seconds. Though he had come up with, I think, a little bit less, but he gave him 30 seconds, and that meant that the time they seen the rocket, when he filmed it coming up over the tree line, from that distance, it's clear across Florida, like north central, like almost the middle, a little bit north of the center, Florida, but clear across it, Gulf Coast to Atlantic Beach side, and we should have. There's anywhere from like 2,000 to 6,000 feet should have been hidden. We shouldn't have seen it like 4 or 5 more seconds, and or maybe even more. And then they went and Ruhiv went to time it out, and another guy, Ruhiv, come up with where he said I think he said like 39 seconds. Like said that it was lined up wrong. So I was like, Jared's usually pretty accurate and pretty giving with his estimate. So I went in to check it out, and I come up with like what Jared had come up with before he gave a few seconds by just lining up, because they said there was a delay, a 30-second delay, and so the way to figure that out was went to the NASA live feed and watched and lined up the events of like the two rockets splitting off and timed it and just counted back down to zero. So counting back down to zero, you were able to see the rockets come up over the trees, and David Wide Awake's video after like 27 seconds. It's like almost a mile of fucking Earth should have been in the way, and that's not even counting the damn trees, dude. I don't know. It's good. It's damning to the globe. They can try and explain it with whatever, man. It's just shit, dude. See the rocket might refract a little bit, but dude, you ain't refracting shit miles, and they do it all the time.
The other side of Florida.
Was this
Yeah, it's
recent?
crazy. He's almost the same distance from me as he is. Like me, David, and NASA make a triangle. Like the not so Bermuda triangle. No. But I think I'm about probably 10 more miles. I think I'm about 120 miles from David. About 100 miles from Kennedy. Right around there, somewhere around there. I didn't realize it's so close, man.
What do you think about Artemis?
I filmed Artemis. It was disappointing to me, man, because I was trying to time it out, and McToon act like they scrubbed the launch. Found out last second they did it. So I raced to my spot. I didn't have time to set up my tripod, but I caught it. And dude, I had issues with the timing too, but I need to go back and do it because I happened to be watching Jaren in my earphones, and you could hear it in the camera. And I think I might have issues with timing where I've seen it, but I was trying to time it to see the speed of it because I'm north of Kennedy. I'm northeast of Kennedy. The way Florida shapes, how it goes up and to the right, which is kind of the same trajectory as that one took off. And so what I was going to do is I know I could never get exact figures, but I could figure out the time and get the exact distance from me to Kennedy where I filmed and time it. And right when it gets 90 degrees, like right when it hits due east, kind of stop the timer and get the miles per hour just to check the speed and all that. But before it even quite got to 90 degrees, there it might have just got lined up with me, and the bitch disappeared. Like I don't know what the fuck happened to it, dude. It's bright as fuck, dude, lighting up like the whole sky and shit. But it wasn't near as high as SpaceX, bro. They go higher, man. Like I said, Artemis, the NASA rockets appear to go to me about 12, 15 miles, maybe. SpaceX, them bitches go like 20 miles, maybe a little more. They go way the fuck up there, bro. They even have different like color
They're different colors and shit. You not always, but sometimes. But yeah, to me, the SpaceX rockets are funner to watch. They're higher, prettier.
Are you all gonna watch the supposed moon landing? What is it like this year? 2 men, 2 women.
Yeah,
They
watch it.
actually put dick holes and vagina holes, and they're gonna have sex on the moon.
Great.
It's gonna be the first moon baby. Boy, better be packing some heat, son.
Baby's gonna come out plasma.
But NASA has had a radio relay, like communication network for 60, 70 years, ever since Apollo. And they recently upgraded to LiDAR. Or not LiDAR, LRAD. It's basically they basically just, what do you call it? Retrofitted the old network for laser communications, and they got 2 spots picked out, one in Hawaii and one I think on the coast of California. And they claim to have 42 gigabits per second of bandwidth. So if that's, let's just say that's true, right? They're gonna have, we're talking like multiple 4K cameras. Like they're gonna have handheld cameras. They're gonna have just all kinds of crazy shit. It's gonna be absolutely insane.
So we're
I'd
totally
be
going
happy.
to set
I'd
off
be
some
happy if they just
fireworks,
show
and
one or
we're
two
going to be able
things.
to see it from the moon, right?
If
Like
they would
Do
just
off enough.
to me, if they would just show fucking rocket docking with ISS, like we should be able to capture it 4 or 5 times. You know, it takes a while for it to approach and all that, and so we should see it over and over. You know, as it went around the Earth. Somewhere on Earth, we should get a great view of it. You know, over and over and over, until it docked. And you know, every time I ask for that, they show me a picture of the fucking model of something already looking like it's attached to it, like that. And or if they just shows a rocket, anything, just re-entering. I want to see this shit, man. It's simple shit, man.
I could have sworn I've seen like a SpaceX Dragon capsule dock.
Man, if you could find me that, man, I would. Great. I've been asking for that for a long time.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I've seen that too. I've seen the ISS come over many times. It's one of my favorite things to look for. I've seen it in my telescope even.
Yeah, bro. And they're acting like you could see the fucking H with your naked eye. I'm like, dude, I just went and looked because I mean you could see it and all that, but you know, it's just a regular dot. But look, I mean, I got it transiting Jupiter, bro, and with a full zoom on a P1000, which blows my telescope out of the water. It ain't a great telescope, but still, a P1000 zooms way better than the telescope. So it takes a really good telescope to be able to zoom in on that, like a really, really good one to get it any kind of size at all. And it's a dot transiting Jupiter. Jupiter is very, very small. It's about the size. It's a little bit bigger than of Jupiter, but not much. And that's on full zoom. Way smaller than.
Venus. Sorry, bro. I thought you were done.
Good. I'm done.
I saw Venus transit the sun in 2012 with a really cheap telescope.
Yeah, I did too. I got a photo through my telescope of that transit. Actually, I could post
Yep.
it up and.
I did too, but I can't post it.
How much is a P1000?
I paid. I wasn't gonna buy it, man. I wasn't gonna. My wife encouraged me. Like, you know, you never buy. You know, plus, I think she was curious too. But cause, you know, I heard about flares. I'm like, I want to see it. Where I decided to go and look at shit, and and that's what I did. But I dude, I believe the ISS is natural, dude. It's ice. It's been around a long time. It's been talked about it. They've named it after the fucking the god Hermes' fucking mother, I think. And been around a long time, man. I think they're stuck with it. That's why when they said they were gonna decommission it, and I think like 19, I was like, no way. Then they backed it up for 2021. They're gonna keep it. They're stuck with it. They fucking you can't decommission something natural, but they act like it's theirs. And people talk about the shape of it, dude. I mean, the best stacked image, bro, looks fucked up like a TIE fighter. That's with that dude on Astronomy Live or whatever with the big giant telescope. He has to stack it. And I've showed Artemis look just like that, look like that H. Other stars, and then Saturn is a weird shape. And there's different shapes. I just think it's a little different. But I think it's a natural body, man. That's my personal opinion. And I'm willing to be proved wrong. But I think they're stuck with it. They're never going to be able to decommission that shit. Can't decommission something natural. You can't get to.
So what if you watch the Artemis landing, 2 men, 2 women, and it just looks real as fuck. And they come back, and they got the dust, they got all the shit, they land back, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it all just looks kosher, it all looks perfect, would that make
Does
you...
it say sex in the cloud?
Man, I might have to reconsider if they came back with all that, admitted the other bullshit, and we're really honest. Like they already tried to tell us, people just didn't accept it. Like Buzz tried to come out and hint, like they come out and said, we're sending humans for the first time through this, and we're gonna have passed through twice deadly radiation. They tried to fucking be honest, and people just did, in a subtle way, and people didn't accept it, dude, because yeah, I guess, but I think, they said even the president, we're trying to achieve going past low Earth orbit, all the astronauts, we're trying to get past low Earth orbit. This all happened around the same time. I think they were trying to be honest with us, subtle way, and motherfuckers called them out for it, and then people had to defend and all that. I think they were trying to be honest with us, and if they showed us something, that I couldn't poke any holes in,
We're in the age of deepfake.
I'd be shocked.
I mean, I heard Jordan B. Peterson sing Rap God. I mean, we saw the movie Gravity. I mean, at this point, we can never trust anything we see on camera. There should probably be 2 points of view in a court case to show that footage wasn't edited. Because if you could,
yeah, but if we could see something like if they were shine flashlights or something on the moon, if they were to do something, I'd be shocked, dude. But I'm just saying that's what it would take. I'd have to see the craft or some plume, maybe the light shining off a plume, leaving the fucking moon. Yeah, I mean, some evidence besides just what they're showing it. Something that. But I mean, I'm not going to be totally hard-headed about it. I try to keep open mind continually. I've never been convinced. It takes quite a bit. Now, man, I wish I'd have accepted this. One dude a while back told me to go to Antarctica or whatever. Pay for it. So I should have jumped on that. Like right now, I almost feel like I know there's some rich Glovers to tell them to do a GoFundMe. If you could show me a 24-hour sun doing a circle from Antarctica, man, I would. That'd be a hard one for playing in my mind. That'd be. But I think if they could have done that, they would have shown that, and just in fact we've poked holes in the ones they have shown us. Should be pretty common with all the 24-hour cameras down there.
Man, Eddie Bravo wouldn't go. Joe Rogan famously asked him and what's his name? Freaking Turn the Frogs gay. Alex Jones. Alex Jones said he'd pay
Eddie
for it.
wouldn't go, but you know how many people they disappeared?
Yeah, but I mean, you'd be talking about, I mean, if somebody's gonna disappear, it's not gonna be him. That's got Joe Rogan's live broadcast.
Be so sure. They can get to anybody.
I'm gonna set up a GoFundMe, man. I'm gonna set up a GoFundMe, dude. I'm gonna go to fucking to McMurdo or I'm gonna see. I'm gonna dive in and see what I can see, kind of information on, and see what all it would take, man. See if I can set up a GoFundMe. I ain't trying to cross it or nothing like that. I just go right at the height of summer, so it should get there maybe as a guest or something, man. Maybe contact somebody who's there and why. Although I'm a flat earther, but I'm open minded to see this. And if they could, I don't know. I'm gonna try and do this, man. I want to see. I don't think it's.
Do we need to set up like a flat Earth cruise? Go down there and check it out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
I'm
got
with
to. Sorry, good.
I was gonna say, yeah, seeing the 24-hour sun would just be spectacular. You know, that's something I'd love to do in my life if I can. I was gonna say, Brian, have you seen the one that?
I don't think there's a 24-hour sun. I don't see how you can confirm that.
Well, I mean, you could go there and see
And
it,
you're not
right?
allowed
If there is one. I get the idea that you're not allowed to. But anyways, have you, Brian? I was gonna say, have you seen the one that's it shows 24 hour, actually shows more like 30 hours, I think. It's a time lapse.
Yeah, man, I've already looked at that, man, and then I was about. Yeah, I know the one where they started it the wrong. You talking about that one?
No, I'm talking about one that that it actually doesn't even really show the sun. It just shows the shadows of the base going around.
Oh
The
yeah,
daylight
dude!
shadows.
I went to the live that place. I went to the live camera. I forgot the base, but there's a camera at all of them, and the camera it was a whole different angle, different suspicious. Like I see the suns, and there's one spot where it was questionable. But yeah, I would say it was continual shadow. But the fucking angle wasn't the same as the 24-hour camera there, dude. It had me scratching my head, man. B-ball showed it to me, and I went right to it and looked at it, and I was like, hold on, why is this camera a different angle? It looked like the same places. But why? How would the camera be at a different fucking angle to the buildings, man, and a different too? But the height didn't really bother me. But
I was going to say this one, I don't think is shot with like an installed camera there. I think it was a photographer's like 8K camera, just there for the shot, as far as I know. But it's definitely pretty interesting because it's like, yeah, it's over 24 hours and it's pretty sunny the whole time.
that's just it, though, bro. The camera's there at that same place. Didn't show that the 24-hour live cam didn't have that. Like, that's what made me suspicious. Like, I'm like, maybe I got the wrong date or something. Like, maybe it's on the other side of the South Pole, so it doesn't line up right or something. But the camera's from that same place, but from a different angle. I'm not sure the times were lined up perfect, but it was at the time at the middle of fucking last month. Shit, and it wasn't there.
This video is from like 6 months ago. I don't know if it shows the date that it was actually taken. I'll check. Let me post it in case it's not the same.
That's another thing too. The bases, I think the feeds only go back like 10 days. I think. I haven't checked it really since the last time. I think it was actually a couple that I did that. Actually, it wasn't quite at the height, but it was pretty close to the solstice. But it wasn't quite. Probably about a month away or something. I forgot. I haven't checked it since, man. To be honest, but I've seen long days, man, and but I've watched years worth of that shit, dude, and I should have seen it several times, man. And I wouldn't just have to see 24-hour circling, son. Like if that bitch did a full circle, and I seen that bitch for 24 hours, or knew it was up above the horizon for 24 hours, I'd have a really hard time explaining that. But like I said, I don't think they would have showed that a million times already if that's what happened.
I mean, what would that
They only
mean?
showed it like once or twice, and it didn't become a thing until after the flat Earth movement. So that's why I know it's fake.
Yeah, we should have had that footage like years ago. But I think the thing is that they have to tell the truth, right? I don't think that they're allowed to just outright lie. I think there's a code of ethics that they have to go by. That's why you can find stuff about the cosmological constant crisis. You can see too far and you can verify it. And all there is that people that are, just like Matthew learns, like, I believe there's assumptions made, but I still believe it.
The
What
one I was
broke
talking
up?
about, I posted in the live stream text chat there if anyone wants to check it out. I think it's pretty interesting looking.
Yeah, I've seen it. Like I said, I told you my problem. But like I said, it could have been a different time, and yeah, it could have been a private filmer, But I want to see one of the base cameras, bro. They have cameras at every base, and they go like 10 days back in the past, and I want to see one of these with no people behind it, and I want to see one of them show 24 hours I want to pull it up from that site. Me see it. I've checked enough. I mean, I haven't checked lately, but I've spent so much time on them fucking sites, looking, and bouncing back and forth, and that's where I'd have to see it, not from a person showing me, but from me going to the government site, and it's easily accessible. But I haven't been lately. Maybe I don't want to find it bad enough.
Well, let's
Maybe.
just say you went down there and you actually saw it yourself. What would that mean for you?
I'd have a hard time explaining that, man. I'd have to rethink everything, dude. Everything.
I don't think so, man. I mean, so if you saw a 24/7 sun,
Yeah,
you know,
then
what would that prove?
that don't work for me on my idea. Like I said though, a million times, and I would already seen it on the government fucking 24-hour cameras, bro. You can't not have a 24-hour sun if there's a 24-hour sun on these government cameras, bro. There's one at every base. I mean, maybe not every base, but a handful of them, dude. And you go back and forth right at the height of solstice, or a month before, half a month before, or 15 days after, bro. There's no fucking. It never shows it, dude. That had me thinking, like maybe it's seasonal. Maybe every decade or something, there's a fucking season where we get it, and it's coming up soon. And I was thinking that like back in 2017 or 2018, and sure enough, they fed us a couple this year that were probably the best yet, but not foolproof, but the best yet. But which made me even think that. But that's just kind of me, just kind of just in my own head, just considering shit. But they haven't showed me nothing solid, in my opinion, man. I got to see it for myself or from one of the 24-hour government cameras. And what about all the years that didn't have it? Like, how do they explain that? Like, okay, you just showed me one, but what about the fucking last year where on the 24-hour government cameras it didn't happen? Like, how do they explain that? But I don't know. I'd still be willing to go and look at it. I'd be willing to look at the government cameras if they did show one. Be a head scratcher. I'd say that at the very least. That doesn't. I can't explain a 24-hour circling sun from the South Pole. I'd have to rethink everything. That wouldn't automatically make me a Glober, but it would open my mind a lot more to what I consider bullshit excuses at the time. But I'm just so skeptical, man. But I'm not gonna lie to myself.
I hope you find it, Brian. 24 hours of the sun.
Yeah, I mean, my hat's off to you for having that attitude that you'd be willing to reconsider your views. I mean, a lot of people aren't on both sides, right? And I think skepticism is the healthy position to start from, anyways, in any endeavor.
Well, that's one of the big things that showed me, because you got to admit, bro. I mean, I'm being honest. Let's be honest, man. There is so like constant over the no big deal to cut over the South Pole, and there's I ain't saying that there ain't any claims at all, but there's a big lacking of that shit. Like just a one flight from East South America to West Australia, just one time fly over Meridian. There's a pretty big lack. Not much of that shit going on down there, man. It is suspicious.
That's because it's not possible.
There's one from let's see here, Santiago, Chile to shit. Where's it? Where's it to? Well, fuck.
Okay, look, if you wanted to go from Argentina to Perth,
Sydney to Santiago. Yes, I agree.
Argentina to Perth, you should go directly over the south continent of Antarctica. It never happens. New Zealand to South Africa, directly over the south continent, never happened.
Yeah, not only that, that flight stops in Cape Town, or like, why in the hell would they go that way? Like, yeah, that's crazy. It stops in Africa, or no, it goes up to fucking it goes up to freaking Dubai. Like, why in the hell does it to get from Buenos Aires to Perth? Does it go up to Dubai? That's ridiculous, dude.
Well, think about it for a second though. Like, if you have any kind of emergency and you're over Antarctica, you're fucked. You're dead, dude. 100%. It's over. No coming back.
So they fly in case there's an emergency. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
in that case, Antarctica is much better than flying over the water, because if it's Antarctica, you have an ice shelf. You can land in the water
and plenty of fucking support. And it's not a big. It's not a big continent. There's nowhere they couldn't get within 6. You could be completely on the other side of Antarctica, and they could get to you.
If the dimensions are claimed the way they are, Antarctica is not a hazard zone or a danger zone. Not more than the actual ocean. So I don't buy that.
Shit. I mean, just the temperature alone would kill you.
Bro, they fly up over the clouds. It's their problem ain't with trying to cool down.
He's saying in case the flight were to crash and you had to land on the ice shelf, they all freeze to death, and that's not where you want to be. That's what he's saying.
Bro, when they're up at 35,000 feet, they're dealing with like negative 20, negative 30 degrees. The temperature ain't they're above the weather pretty much. It's cold, but they got, when they're going that fast, it's heating up. They worry about not the cold. But I mean, you could make a point with the landing, but still, right, dude, there's got to be fucking.
He's talking about if they crash landed on the ice shelf, that would not be the place to be. That's what he's saying.
Man,
like I said,
what you got for your time.
There's just nowhere that far, bro. You'd stick out like a sore thumb from the smoke and the wreckage, whatever. It's only one little continent. I mean, it's about the size of America, whatever. There's nowhere they could be where you wouldn't, a hop, skip, and a jump away, bro. It's not like having a.
Nobody's in it. Who's in Antarctica?
What do you mean?
Nobody's in Antarctica.
Dude, there's several bases there. Several.
They have McMurdo. They have about
little cities there, bro.
They have all kinds of military there. There's all kinds of places that can come save you if you land somewhere.
I was going to say, does Flat Earth Brian believe in Antarctic bases?
You know what pissed me off, Don? I looked up how they're, like, I was wondering how they're getting their. You know how they get their electricity at all them bases? Fucking, they have little mini nuclear fucking they have mini nuclear reactors, bro, at every one of them bases, bro. It's not common information you're gonna find. Dude, talking about the environment and all this shit, and they got fucking little reactors at all these bases and shit, dude, for electricity.
If they're a military secret base, wouldn't they lie about their 24-hour sun? That's what.
What are you talking about? Secret?
Well, it's only you know about it, right? Not many people.
What, McMurdo, Ross?
Not many people have researched Antarctic military bases, have they?
I mean, the scientific basis, I guess it's wrong.
Okay.
That's right.
What I'm saying is, because they lie about everything in your mind, they might lie about the video of the 24-hour sun as well.
No, I don't think they'd lie. I think they have cameras up there, and the cameras don't lie, bro. Why
don't you trust the video we've already got of 24-hour sun?
Because I went there to find it, and that's not what the fucking site showed. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm saying it might have been a different. What I'm telling you is it might have been a different time, But so I'll consider that possibility. But at the time, there should have been a 24-hour sun, and that's not what the site showed. The site you can go to.
You decided this one video you've seen is a lie, but if you manage to get the one from the military base, that will definitely be true.
Yeah, like if I go and see it from like if I go to the site, like I said, I've spent hours and hours and hours on these fucking sites trying to, find the 24-hour sun, and it wasn't there, bro. Not even once. I swear to God on my fucking life, bro. I'm not just saying this, and I'm not saying that I didn't miss one, but bro, I couldn't find it. And like I said, that's one of the ones that made me spend extra time looking through the shit. And it wasn't there, and I haven't been since, admittedly. But I mean, them cameras are just sitting there, bro. You go to the site and you go to any one of their cameras. You could switch back and forth, but you can only go back like 10 days, I think. It only goes back a certain amount, but still, But no, I'm not trying to not find it. I'm just saying, so far I haven't seen it, and that's what it would take for me. I'm not just going to buy just any old thing. I don't think everybody's lying. I think everybody's mistaken. That's my stance. I do believe that, the military ain't going to tell the people shit. Why would they? They don't have to lie. They just don't got to tell us shit. Same thing with the government. I'm sure there's liars in politics and all that. I don't think anybody would deny that. But I don't think it has anything to do with the earth. That's just what people think. I see why they think that.
Lie by omission.
Yeah, I mean, I see why they think it's a ball. Because walk outside. It looks like a dome until you realize that, oh, this ain't how it should look. If it was a ball, and until you open your eyes, it looks like a dome overhead. It would make you think it's a ball. And then you look at the stars and all that shit. You look at the models. I mean, I see where they think it was a ball. It's a good argument, but to me though, man, it's a matter of time before the flat Earth takes over. It's just gonna take some money to get a model, man. To get a model, and it's spreading. But I don't know, man. Like I said, man, I'm open. I'm open. It's a good debate, bro. The world is weird, bro. Like I could give a great argument for a concave or a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Like it's fucking weird, bro. Mother Nature doesn't like to be pinned down, man.
No, I agree on that.
So my honest opinion is I don't think anybody knows exactly what it is. And that's why I argue so adamantly against it, because most of the people I argue with are like they're so sure of this and no way to be certain of any of this shit, man. And I don't believe that stars and shit like that are light years, millions of light years away. I don't think we have no fucking remote control on Mars. I don't believe any of that bullshit, no matter what we're living on. My personal opinion.
Hey, Brian, I tagged you in a time lapse of the last 24 hours at McMurdo. From there, it looks like their official webcam. I tagged you in the text chat.
I had a look on that coffee, and I seem to see the video.
I look good.
Just one.
Sorry, what was that?
It's just one screenshot. I can't seem to see a video on there.
It goes kind of slow. It's like one frame every few seconds or something. Let me see if it works for me if I click my link.
When was it? Does it show the date? Can I go look at it now?
Yeah, it's got timestamps in the bottom right. It looks like it's the last 24 hours, roughly.
Oh, all right, I'll go to the site then.
And if it never goes dark, Brian, is that going to be enough for you?
If what?
If it never goes dark on this link,
it'll be a start.
Will that be enough for you?
It'll be a start.
Okay. I was listening to an 8-hour documentary last night about Sumerian king list and the tablets and all that. And they claim that in the tablets or in those texts, people remember civilizations remember when the sun was rising in the west for a little while. So what they claim is that the tilt was messed up at the Great Deluge, and for a little while Earth was wobbling. And I realized that could explain the Bible miracle of the sun dancing around if Earth's tilt was wobbling for a little while.
Wouldn't that fuck up all like temperatures and stuff? I thought we'd have to be like Goldilocks tilt zone to work properly.
Not if Jesus did a little magic.
Brian, how did you get the times? What time did you say you got?
What was Jaren's time?
I got 27 seconds. Sorry, I was checking out the sun thing. I got 27 seconds, man, and that's from going from. To me, the best standout thing was the very first time that the two side rockets, or when they first ignite, like parallel, and when they first plume. Like, so I
Do you have
did.
any like times? No.
Yeah, I wrote them down. You want me to go look at them real quick and tell them to you?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, here's what I got, man. Okay, I've got for David's video, I got, see, at one. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, at 1:39 is when we first see it, and then at 3:50 in David's video, there's a is where the two side rockets like plume. The first plume, like it's hard to explain it, but they both like do that plumy puff thing together. Was at 3:50. Well, at 3:36 is like the first time that you see them definitely like paralleled away from the rocket itself, but that's hard to judge by. So that's why I went by the plume, because that's kind of hard to mistake that pair. And the other video I went to, I'm gonna post it real quick. Second, it's from a guy who was right there on site, 12 miles away, and he in his video. Wait. And his video was the one. No, his video at 16 seconds, the rocket takes off, and you could see the rocket on the launch pad. And then at 2:59 was the plume. And you see it plain as day. So I subtracted.
You're saying different times. I'm.
Yeah, I fucked up at first.
Okay.
So all right. So let's do it like this. Start it. Okay. So I'm gonna post a video, and the launch starts at 16 seconds, and the plume is at 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Okay. So
what do you mean the launch starts at 16 seconds?
That's what time the rocket lifts off. It's 16 seconds in this video I'm about to post.
Is this
and
the
then
same video, man? Is this the? What are you?
I'm gonna post. I'll post it real quick. Hold on. And I'm talking about David's and this one I'm referring it to. Post it. It's the best one I could find, but let me post it real quick. All right, so the one I just posted was it takes off at 16 seconds, and the two rockets, the side rockets, plume together at it's 2 minutes actually, and 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So I
It actually
subtracted
begins
six.
to light up at 14 seconds, right? I mean, but anyway,
Yeah, it's give or take a couple seconds. I kind of went in the middle of all these things.
So,
So from 16 to 254 was what was it? Okay, was 238. Okay, so I said 238. So then I went to David's video, and it started at 139, and then to the plume was 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And so it's about a 27-second discrepancy. I mean, that if you start it right then,
2 minutes and what?
2 minutes and 50 or 2 minutes and 39 seconds. I mean, no, 1 minute 39 seconds for takeoff. It should have been, I think. Hold on, no. 3 minutes and 50 seconds is the plume. Okay, so it's 2 minutes 54 seconds in the video I sent, and 3 minutes and 50 seconds in David's video. So that kind of should tell the tale, pretty much. Tell me what you come up with if you do what I did.
Brian, I've been watching this 24-hour Antarctic base camera, and I have not seen any darkness.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the sun, man.
This might be it. This might be you becoming a glober now.
Yeah, man. I don't know if that's gonna do it, man, because I ain't seen. But it'll be,
You want it though.
It'll be a good one, man. But look, I'll say this. I keep hearing that there's I want to see the shadow do a 360. That'd be a little bit better for me. But really, what I want to see is the sun itself, man. That's why I really want to go see this shit myself and see if it truly happens or not. That'd be a big one.
Do you think a webcam would be able to see a sun over 24 hours?
Oh, I don't know. If I knew it was above the horizon, Don, how about that? But look, would you agree with this though, Don?
I mean, because it's not dark, that's how you know it's above the horizon, right?
Would you agree with this though? Would you agree that most flat earthers agree that there's 24 hours of light sometimes in Antarctica, but not of the sun above the horizon? And there would have to be a globe.
That means you're never going to be able to use this point because you're
Man,
not. You're not calling it 24-hour sun, are you? You're calling it 24 hours.
No. If I see a shadow do a 360, man, I don't think Twilight can do that.
So now you don't just need a military base with a webcam. You need a 24-hour shadow or a spinning webcam that shows the sun.
Yeah, shadow. Yeah, that would. I want
because this is actually shown 24 hours of light. Now your standard is raised to an unbelievable level.
Do you think my standard changed at all, or do you think that you don't think that I believe that there's 24 hours of light down there?
Well, you didn't mention I need to see the shadow rotate, or I need the camera to turn. And
I mentioned that I wanted to go to Antarctica, Don, and see it myself.
I thought you meant doesn't go dark. That's what I thought you meant.
Nah, man. I mean, like I said, that's a tough one to explain, but to switch a whole worldview, dude. It's gonna have to be something solid, bro. Like I want to see a shadow do a 360, and that'd be a really good start, man. But I mean,
how seeing this rotating shadow for 24 hours would convince you it's a globe? How would you know it's a globe?
It wouldn't necessarily convince me it's a globe, man. It would be it would have me rethink. I'd go through everything again. I'd start back from scratch.
Why would 24-hour sun in Antarctica mean globe?
Because if there's a 24-hour sun, an actual sun above the horizon doing a circle, then that's, to me, man, I can't really think of a way that would happen on my flat Earth anyway.
Well, but can't you see that your flat Earth can't be explained or happen properly?
That's why I said, bro, I don't think anybody knows what the fucking world is 100%, man. That's my honest stance. Is I don't think anybody knows what the whole damn world is. That's my honest.
Tell you, I don't think an Antarctic base, military base, is ever going to show you the full sun with a rotating camera or a shadow rotating 20. Because they don't care. They don't care about what you care about.
Don, they ain't showing me nothing, bro. The camera's just sitting. Okay, and it's pointing, and there's buildings. Listen, there's buildings right there. I haven't even got this, bro. I was looking at it and I got sucked out. But look, the cameras are just sitting there, Don. There's buildings. Okay, so if I find something and I see a shadow do a 360, or if there's clouds for a second, I don't give a fuck if the sun's at least a little bit above the horizon. I could tell that. But why haven't I seen this before? And all the times I looked when it should have been, though, Don. I mean, if we're gonna be honest with each other, why haven't I already seen it?
What's your question now? This one must be fake because you haven't seen it before.
No, I have. I'm yet to look at it. I just got there when Austin asked me, man.
Fine, don't stress out. I'm just saying.
I'm not.
This to me is what you asked for, and if you deny it, then it's not serious what you asked for. It then shows that you weren't serious.
So if we're being honest though with each other, okay? Like I told you, my honest view. I'm asking you why. All the other times I looked, what didn't I see that? I'm just wondering. Is that a head scratcher at the very least?
Now, and you can actually see the shadows pointing towards the camera at the beginning, and totally covering the camera in shadow from behind it at the end.
Well, that's good. All right, I'll go watch it. But once again, is it a head scratcher that I couldn't find that when I went looking for the last
I think
couple,
you
last few
intentionally
years?
don't find stuff for yourself. I think that's
Really?
what happens.
Well, I'm done talking to you, bro. If that's how you feel, bro. You think I intentionally, instead of being honest, okay, and just just taking what I say on faith and say, well, if that's what you find, then yeah, maybe. You just flat out basically call me a liar to my face. I have no desire to talk to you, bro.
Yeah, sorry. I've got to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was hoping for, Don.
If the Earth's flat and full of magic reflections, 24-hour sun at Antarctica's just explained away anyway by magic dome reflections.
God, what a fucking waste of time, dude. I was so sick of looking at these fucking Antarctic shits, dude. That whole site, dude, the one he posted. You know, right now it says satellites down, refreshing and such for McMurdo. But I just went and checked Casey, freaking Scott McQuainton or some shit, and then that what you call it island. There's no fucking 24-hour sun, man. No, I mean there's no. I mean I didn't see that one that he just showed McMurdo. It's not even a video, dude. It's fucking time shots, and the fucking dude. The streetlights come on at one point. Like you just gotta look at this shit close, man. A little bit of screen. Problem is you know why am I having so much trouble finding this shit?
Did you see the shadows go all the way around?
No, absolutely not. I didn't see a video, bro. I saw pictures.
It's
that's what a video is, a series of pictures, right?
Yeah, a series of pictures. When you see the streetlights come on, you see it when the shadows to the left, how they stretch out and quit circling. Ain't that weird?
Did you notice how the sky wasn't dark at all when they put the streetlights on?
Yeah, watch it and cover up the sky, bro. Just saying. Just watch it and cover up the sky and zoom into the street. Just zoom into the streetlights.
Bro. The sky is the bit we're checking for, so that the sun's still up.
Don, remember when I don't even know why I'm talking to you, bro. But remember when your mama used to tell you, "Come on in when the streetlights come on." Remember? Go watch that video and remember what your mama said, Don.
Your evidence for no 24-hour sun is you saw the video, and now you're saying streetlights as a kid.
Bro, months and years of all these 24-hour cams not shadow, and that right there is what you're trying to present to me as a be-all, end-all.
You asked for something, so someone provided it. Now you're coming up with
not a video,
excuses.
Bro.
Now you're coming up with excuses why it doesn't fit what you actually want.
No, I'm not, bro. There's no fucking circling shadows. That's not even a video. You're lying to your teeth, bro.
There is shadows pointing both directions, towards and away from the camera.
Oh, there's no video at all. There's no time lapse.
No time lapse. How did I see a time lapse video then? If there isn't one, how did I see it?
You're lying, bro. It's fucking snapshots. There's pictures on there that don't have any shadows at all. Don. And when they're heading off to the left, they start stretching when you do see. Okay, maybe there is a 24-hour sun there, Don, but I'm not convinced with that video. It's not even a video.
You'll never be convinced. That's the point.
No, I won't. But not with shit like that. I most certainly will not, dude.
You're asking for things that won't convince you.
Bro, you are lying to yourself if you think that is a 24-hour Antarctic sun. You're lying to yourself, bro. You're in a religion.
You even said there might be one. So me thinking
there might be, bro, but if you think that shows it, you're lying to yourself.
You think there might be one, and I think there is one. That's not much of a stretch, is it?
So you know for a fact there is one because you're willing to accept horse shit like that.
I already believed it without checking any webcams.
Belief is worthless, bro.
It's not. It's how we decide what we know and what we think is true.
Yeah, but bro, you've already made up your mind. You've already made up your mind, bro. And you think that shows a 24-hour Antarctic sun, and that's true. It doesn't.
I think it suggests that there is one.
It suggests a possibility, but it's far from hard evidence, like confirming it, though.
You won't get hard evidence.
Why not?
Because they don't care about what you care about.
Well, the cameras don't give a fuck what I care about, do they? Eventually, if there's a 24-hour sun there, eventually maybe it'll show a shadow that does a full circle. Everyone I watch, they stretch out when they. Bro, that's not even a video. There's way better sites than that, bro. Just so you know.
I mean, the shadows stretch because the sun changes its height, right? It's not perfectly circling at that today at that base.
Right. They stall a little though when they stretch, but maybe that's what happens. Like I said, maybe it is, but man, I'll keep looking though, man. I'll keep looking. Hey, there
And
are
you're not
better
gonna-
sites than that, though, man. Hold on, there are sites. Go to the Australian Antarctica webcam program, and they have 6 different sites. One of them's a ship, but and it shows it does the whole day, and it goes back a couple days, but it shows it right now, and you'll see.
And you're saying it doesn't go dark?
One of them looks. I think it's Scott Station where it barely goes dark, man. But the shadows go. The shadows pretty much go away. It's probably the best one if I was trying to convince you of a globe. But no, but one of them goes dark for a long time, dude. The McQuaylan Island, like that bitch is dark. Like at this time of year, bro, it's like. It's dark for like about a third of the time. I'm like, that's longer daylight, but still, that's like, where the fuck is that place, man? It's dark for a while.
Have you seen a webcam that you believe is from Antarctica?
Bro, I think they all are around that Antarctic area, but man, I'm so tired of looking at these things, bro. You don't understand how many hours I've spent zooming in and fucking scrutinizing and looking close. It's dude, it almost gives me a headache looking at this shit now, man. But that's a decent one. If you're going to look at the site, go to the Australian Antarctica webcam program. Them cameras are just sitting there, bro. They never move.
You've seen it, and it didn't go dark, and you believe it's from Antarctica.
It doesn't go like pitch dark. In that one,
Why didn't it go dark like the rest of the Earth?
Well, why no shadows, Don? Every day at the same time. Why?
Because the sun's low, there's clouds, maybe.
No, it's supposed to be 24 hours though, bro.
Yeah, you can tell it's 24 hours because it doesn't go dark like nighttime.
So why not one day? Fucking 24 hours of fucking shadows. Just wondering.
I just told you why. Because maybe the sun's low and there's clouds.
Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe the fucking sun is fucking twilight.
If it doesn't go dark, that's evidence for 24-hour sun, right? If there's no nighttime. That's what they mean when they say 24-hour sun.
Go to a decent site, Don, and scrutinize, and it shows every.
Well, my point is,
and send it my way. I'll look at it. If you find a good one, I'll look at it, man.
You've been to a site that you think is legit. You've seen there's no nighttime in Antarctica, but it's still not.
I said it ain't pitch dark, bro. Like it doesn't get pitch dark.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It certainly ain't daytime. It certainly ain't daylight. Like there's no sun shining on the buildings.
Why do you think it doesn't go dark?
Good question. Twilight. How come there ain't fucking 2 or 3 months of daylight, Don, or the sun above the horizon? I see. I could be the same way. I'm just saying. But if you go to one of these decent channel, one of them decent cams where you can watch the whole day and find me a good one, I'll look at it, bro. I'm not beyond fucking. If it exists, it exists, bro. I'm not gonna deny reality, but I want something solid, man. So far, you've given me possibility, evidence, but I want something solid, man. I would really love to go there, though, man. Like that. If I seen the bitch with my own eyes, then that's me. That doesn't exist. I'd have to rethink everything. I'd go through everything, reconsider everything, and if I couldn't find an explanation, man, I'd be honest with everybody and tell them what I seen. But I'm not 100% sure of that, man. I keep hearing from a lot of people who go there saying there's or claim they went there that it's 24 hours, like for like a week or two out the year. There's 24 hours of light, but the sun is, but it's twilight. And that's kind of hard to explain. So that's kind of head scratcher there, just on its face.
Why would they claim that it doesn't turn into nighttime if it actually did?
Well, to me, dude, if the sun does a full circle, man, the shadows aren't going to stall in a position and stretch, man. And that's one thing you can count on seeing in all these is at one point or another, they don't circle at the same rate. It'll slow down. Like whether maybe they do keep going, maybe the mountains are in the way. Who knows, Don? But they do all slow down and stretch.
Stretch because the sun goes up and down a bit. It's not just a perfect circle around the horizon, is it? Because on a globe or on a tilt and stuff.
Right, but I would expect it to be pretty close to 15 degrees an hour. So if it stalled a little bit, that's fine. But it should. To me, they always stall.
You seeing a shadow stretch isn't the sun stalling, is it?
No. I'm saying if it just stretched, but still maintained 15 degrees an hour, then that'd be, a tough one to explain. But they always slow down when they stretch. To me, it suggests the sun's going off in a direction and going down.
Oh, dear.
It's possible, right, Don?
You're just creating excuses so that you can keep believing a flat Earth.
God, dude, you're impossible to talk to, bro. Why are you so married to your shit, dude? You don't know for sure, bro. You don't know for sure. You just called it a belief, but you're so married to your shit. You're talking to me like you're just 100% sure that's how it is. It's a turnoff, bro. Just saying.
I mean, you say I'm married to my shit, but you were probably searching 24-hour sun in Antarctica more than I ever have. You said you're tired of it. You've done it so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's exhausting, dude. It really is.
For it.
Well, you should, man.
You're more tired to my shit than I am.
Let me say this, Don. If you're gonna find it, like to me, I can't speak for every flat earther, okay? But to me, if you could find a good government cam just sitting there every fucking day, just sitting there, doesn't care what people think, and you could find a good one, a good position with a decent shadow to track, and it's fairly consistent. I mean, that'd be better than any of the shit we've seen so far, Don. Do you have a channel?
I just got you a video that I think was good because you can see shadows in both directions,
Where'd you put
180 degrees, and it never goes dark.
Where?
The one that Coffee Converter gave you.
That's not a video, bro.
It's clips from
No,
a video.
the earlier one.
Let me go look.
I'll repost it. I'll repost it, Brian.
Yeah, that'd be better. Thank you.
All I was saying is that
I'll just reply to it and tag you if you want.
Just post it. I'll check it out. Because
I
didn't get. You said you tagged me earlier, but I don't see where I don't even know what that means, bro. I don't see where. But no, I'll look at it right now. I'll give it a look.
There you go. I just posted it.
I was actually talking about the time lapse one, but this might be even better. Let me look. Yep, flicked it through. Less than a minute it took me, and I can see the shadow spinning all the way around in front of a base that looks like it could well be in Antarctica. The sun's in the sky for half the video. It never goes dark. But of course,
I posted one the other day. You guys might have seen it. It's got it tracks the sun, and then they got like a wristwatch in front of the camera as well, showing the hours tick by. And then at the very end, they show a time lapse of another camera looking at that camera. But somebody complained that the sun goes behind the clouds for a little bit, and so that's not good enough. But that was kind of weird to me.
Brian will say one of the shadows stretched, and that could mean the sun's disappeared off to another pond.
Yeah, maybe. I can appreciate Brian's approach, though. He's got a healthy skepticism, but it just takes a little more digging, and eventually you'll get there, I hope.
That is a schism. That's not healthy.
Schism. Oh no, Anthony Powell! You just had to show the fucking Anthony Powell at the end, man. Damn, hold on. I'll show you. I've already found a problem with it. Maybe a potential problem. Give me a minute. I want to scrutinize it a little more.
You've got to
But
watch it. And forget who
dude,
made
Anthony
it.
Powell is the motherfucker we done debunked like 3 times. But let me scrutinize this. I'll show you a fatal problem I found already. But this dude's a fucking BBC. He's like he's been caught a couple times, man. Like I don't know. Man. I wanted to see a government cam, but I appreciate the effort. But I'm gonna show you a problem that destroys it that he didn't think about. Give me a minute.
You've got to debunk before watching it. That's embarrassing.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but on that video on YouTube, at least on my desktop I'm looking at, in the upper left, there's a pan button. You can actually pan all the way around at any point.
That's what I'm
It's a
doing.
360 camera.
I'm panning right now. Okay, there's your problem right there. Look, see, man, this dude's a fucking fraud, dude. Look, this dude is a fraud, and I'm gonna tell you one thing: a fatal problem with this video. And this dude, he doesn't ever cover all his bases. This guy is a fucking fraud. Okay, now look at this video. You can pan. I like that, right? But right here, when you see this thing, all right, now take into consideration if you got to be in Antarctica, okay, to get the 24-hour sun, you're not gonna get more than a 23-degree angle or right thereabouts. Okay, you can't have a 24-hour sun and a bigger angle, much bigger than that. Look at that, the little pommel horse thing. Okay, right when it gets perpendicular to that little pommel horse looking thing right in front of you. Look at that, dude. It's fucking the shadow gets down to almost like about 35, 40 degrees, man. That's horseshit. This dude is fucking not any. I want to see something government. I appreciate the effort and all that, man, but
How do you think he fakes it, Brian?
The shadow should all be stretched, right? I mean, he was giving out these clues because the next one could be a little bit better.
What is going on? Brian, your mic's fucked. Brian, fucking hell. It's like he made up a fake debunk and then dragged his phone across the garden through a bush.
The other one I always like to look at, just because I think it's so spectacular, is I'll post it. It's the South Pole Station, the big telescope they have there. There's a 24-hour time lapse, and there's like a huge electrical storm going on, so you get just these massive, colorful auroras, and it's during the night, the polar night. And the same photographer has like a ton of really great time lapse photos of various terrain and other places, but he also does a 9-month polar night, the polar night that lasts almost 9 months or whatever. Really crazy. And you can see like the full moon almost looks like a sun because it's just so bright for his exposure times. Really wild.
That's great.
Time Storm Films is the channel. I just posted it. Oh man, so good. Such good stuff on here.
So now Brian is sharing videos that say it's all a lie, even though 20 minutes ago he was looking into it for possible truths. Such bad logic.
John, bro, why are you so dishonest, bro? Dude,
that's what I'm accusing you of.
I don't care, bro. Accuse me honestly.
First, you're looking into it to find some truth about Antarctica sun, and now you've shared a video that says it's all a deception.
And pointed out the deception of the one that you just tried to show me. What do you want me to do?
Looking into something you think is a deception,
bro? You're so dishonest. I got nothing else to say to you. You're lying to yourself, bro. Sorry.
The time.
Guys, how's things going?
Hey, what's up? Don's getting mad because I'm pointing out flaws in his little 24-hour Antarctic sun, and just got said I want to see it for myself. I'd like to go there myself because what if there is this shit? What if there is a 24-hour circling sun? I'd like to know. And so far, I'm not impressed.
You're not sure it's a deception yet.
Have you ever seen anything solid, Don? Or are you going to lie some more? Have you ever seen a solid?
I just saw one now. Just now.
I just showed you what's wrong with it, bro. The shadow's is way less than fucking or more than 23.4 degrees. It doesn't mean nothing to you, bro.
Shadows, I'm afraid. I don't believe you
bro,
know anything about that.
You can't have a shadow way more than 23 degrees, bro. In a 24-hour sun at the same time in Antarctica. You're gonna have it's 25, 28 maybe.
How are you measuring 5 degrees of shadow on a video?
Bro, just look at it. It doesn't stick out. Just
look at it.
Draw a little line when it gets perpendicular. See, you're not honest, bro. You're not honest.
It's all a deception anyway, Brian. So who cares about honesty?
Dude, you believe anything. As long as it goes with your belief, you believe it anything. So what's the point in talking to you?
I think I'm in agreement with Brian, man. Like, I think if we can get like people over there without being stopped by the navel of global homo, then we definitely could see with ourselves. Like, what's the harm from like if you look up the North Pole, right? Like the North Pole is like on Google Map, it's like ocean, but all the old manuscripts from like the 18 and 1700s, even down to like the early 1900s, show it to be an island. Be nice to go over there and check it out.
I mean, there's nothing stopping you.
There's plenty of videos out there, like legitimate individuals, like even from accidental fishing expeditions that gotten stopped by naval, told to turn the fuck around.
You're a strong pagan man. You're not a wimp, are you? You'd give it a go if you had the money.
Oh, hell's fucking yeah! You give me some money, a fucking boat, I'll fucking go. Like I ain't no bitch, but I'm a poor boy.
I mean, the Navy might stop me. That's not a good excuse.
Hey, if they do stop me, I'll record it. Like, give me the good fair warning. Like, hey man, I just want to check, show them the map, the island and stuff. I was like, yeah, boy, we can't do that. It's our job to tell you to fuck off. Then, hey, look, I got a recording. Did I try to go there? I tried, and I got told no.
You could catch the 24-hour sun from the boat just at the coast before the Navy turn up.
If we can see it, yeah, for sure.
No, I got the full story from Vanda, and I still ain't made the video, man. I might. It's gonna be tedious, a lot of reading. I might just narrate, but he's pissed off, man. He went down there in the dead of summer and docked right there at I think it's Casey and or by Deception Island, and yeah, they screened him. The Navy screened him and took him to court. He left two buddies, two brothers actually, Norwegian, like solid sailors, dude, who used to the ice and all this. Norwegian sailors, part of his berserk crew, and him and his other buddy took and they docked as soon as they put their shit on land, tied up to land, and they were supposedly in breaking the law right then. So they weren't there to stop him, but they were monitoring him. And this all came out in the court case, bro. And so him and his buddy were reenacting Davis's South Pole trip. So they had snowmobiles and shit or something, but they were going toward the South Pole and they're going to turn around and come back. The other two brothers stayed on the boat And the last check-in, they were doing radio check-ins and shit. And the last one, I forgot exactly what it said, but it said something, and then there was no more communication, and nobody ever heard them again. They made them fucking dudes untie and leave the cove, the harbor cove or safety cove, whatever it's called, and fucking they might have sunk them. Who knows? These dudes are on a boat that's, they done made it past all the bullshit, and there was supposedly a storm coming in, and he wants to know why did they fucking, what happened to his buddies, man? What the fuck happened to him? And they took him to court for fucking for putting anchor on the land, dude. And but they submitted evidence which pretty much showed them monitoring his boat all the time they were down there. And when they went, dude had a toothache, one of the guys, and tried to go to the research station and shit. There's a little city there, and they weren't welcome. They were turned around. And like I said, when they got back, they had to go to court. And he's like, "What the fuck, dude? What about my friends?" Because they were in the court case. It came out that they boarded them. They boarded them and inspected and shit. I forgot the name of the Navy ship, but it was I think it was a English Navy ship, or British, I think, or maybe Australian. I forgot, but this is a fucked up story, and like nobody gave a fuck about the two dudes who died. Like they're just trying to get his ass in trouble, dude. Meanwhile, his two friends in his boat are just gone, dead, presumed dead. They didn't search for him. A couple other locals around there tried to find him and shit. But the fucking ship wouldn't assist. They wouldn't give any information that might help him find him and shit, or give his last whereabouts. When they had all that information, bro, they concealed it. So yeah, they're watching motherfuckers down there, dude, and you are most certainly not welcome down there. And he lost in court. He fucking lost. I don't know what he lost, but yeah, like you're a sovereign citizen technically. There's other law like international laws, but as soon as you put your anchor on that land, as soon as you tie off the land, you broken laws, man. And you're supposed to have like type of insurance, and he said they don't even sell it. He tried to buy the insurance, and they don't even have it. There is no insurance. You got to get it from the government, or some shit. I don't know, but it's a whole story, man. I got it in my editor, but I might narrate it and read it all. It's from his attorney, but it's a whole fucked up story, man. These two of his buddies died, man. His good buddies too, man. It's a sad story, but I think they sank that bitch. But I could be wrong. He said these are experienced fucking veteran sailors, Norwegian, and why would they have to go out in a storm when they knew the storm? Like there's a storm coming. They would have never left the safety of the cove when they were just waiting on them to go and come back anyway. They were redoing what you call it, Scott Davis's or whatever's fucking his South Pole expedition. They were like doing a reenactment for his show and shit, and yeah, they left. Supposedly they left the safety of the cove, the harbor, and right out into a storm to their death. Yeah, that's a hard one to believe.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like, it's not the first time I've ever heard when the Glowies or naval or some sort of authority writes up some far-fetched stories of seasoned veteran or whatever. Like, yeah, man, they went stupidly into something that like 20 years of sailing, hiking, hunting. Yep, they're gone. We don't know what happened to them, but they're gone. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. You would think they would get like a new writing piece or some shit.
They were being tracked and then left to die.
Man, who knows? Like,
why are they even boarded by a naval vessel?
Yeah, kind of makes you kind of all suspicious and shit. And it's not the first time the Navy was like shot on sight or taking people out and doing like suspicious things.
You like, never know, man. I know the military don't play when it comes to shit like that. You're taking a risk. You go against them.
Yeah, look at and over there in fucking Iraq when they were on the Sumerian temple, right? That place in that village, they usually do tour groups inside, outside, and one day the military just came up, and without even the military finishing up posting the signs, There was a shot on sight if anyone crossed within like 100 yards of distance of the temple while they were stationed in there. Eventually, they put signs out, but by then they already had a nice pile of bodies on one side of the area. So, I wouldn't be surprised.
Damn. Yeah, it would. I wish I was younger, man. Dude, I'm the type of guy I hate talk, man. I mean, at this point, really do is discuss shit. But I've always been the type to say it's been one of my sayings my whole life, dude. Talking, doing shit. I like doers instead of talkers. And I'm so, man. I'm not a young man anymore, man. I might have tried to pull funds and shit, man, and rent something and maybe make a break for it down there, man. A lot more adventurous, man. Now I got grandkids and a lot of people who depend on me.
Yeah, don't worry, man.
I know there's some young men out there, man. I mean, I ain't saying I'm like old and decrepit or like that, dude. I still fucking bust my ass and shit.
Yeah, you could probably break a few Zoomers before like you get tired.
But I know there's some young men out there, dude, who want it just as bad as me, want the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we all want the truth now. Like we've now seen the fucking bullshit ever since the little pandemic and all this stuff. Everyone's waking the fuck up. That's why it's called the Great Awakening, man. Everyone's notices that shit. Right now they're gonna tell us like global climate lockdowns, and they're like, yeah, it has to. Like, yeah, fuck out of here with that shit. Let's see how that happens.
Yeah, they're running out of fucking plans, ain't they? Probably.
Yeah.
Right.
But look what's going on with Virginia. Like they passed that fucking gun law, and then you have like out of 10 counties, 100 sheriffs said, "Fuck no, I'm not fucking confiscating weapons. I'm not doing it, and I'm ready to deputize 200 to 300 people in this town to fucking arrest ATF and any federal agents." Like it's starting, bro. Even the sheriffs and the cops are fucking noticing it.
Good.
Even
man.
Yeah, don't worry, man. This is the new era, man. Most of this bullshit is going down. Look what's going on with the fucking Biden shit, man. Whatever's going on, they keep finding this guy's shit all over the place. Even the news media is like, dude, we're not getting paid enough to fucking cover this shit. This is so stupid. It's like,
yeah, it's just gonna take the right people, man. For everything just to keep happening, to stand up and everybody have their back, and hopefully a smooth transition. It's happened. It ain't impossible.
Oh yeah, don't worry. The FBI is gonna do something stupid. Like, if FBI man and you're listening, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your bosses, but you do deserve a vacation. I'm just saying in general, the FBI is gonna attack the power grid, which they've been doing so. They got 2 of them caught already and arrested by state cops, and they're trying to blame it on white supremacy. But that's not.
Yeah, I like to think ultimately though. I like to. And I ain't talking about that. They're up to their own deviant shit, but when it comes down to it, like I think they're gonna support the people, man, and not the tyrant. Hopefully, I could be wrong, but I know they're always up to who knows what. But I think it's some of the other letter agents that so.
Yeah, CIA is our ultimate enemy on that one. Fucking glowy clowns, man. It's like there's not even a decade where these guys were ever fucking clean or did their jobs well enough. They got so much fucking blood on their hands. They're not even gonna float when they die. They're going straight to fucking hell. But man, I feel you, man. Like I'm telling you right now, when all this shit finally blows over and the science community finally bends the knee to the fucking, the public of humanity, and people are actually going to go out there and explore and fucking catalog shit without some fucking fat piece of shit bureaucrat who with a PhD from a museum who's never left their state criticizing that is not what it is. People are going to be able to explore, map, catalog, and so on. I bet you as soon as all this shit goes down, there's gonna be some boys ready to go towards the fucking Arctic walls just to see what's up.
Yep, and no telling and exploring all around there. There ain't even
exactly
what they have. Like, dude, they didn't want like the New World and shit. dude, here's probably the way it worked. They probably was like flat earthers. They told them, the edge to, like back then, to keep motherfuckers from leaving and keep them cooped up in cities. And then they found a better place, make the world a ball where, hey, you can go that way, right back. Things already been explored. Like they try and keep you. They don't want us going finding new places and shit like that, man. I don't think they do. They rather bundle us up in smart cities and shit like that.
Exactly. Like, most of these globies that I've ever talked to, they always like to pioneer the ideal that science has always been about pioneering and exploring. But if you look back into history, and that's why I like being a historian, you look back in history, every scientist that has ever gone and pioneered to explore a new land, what's exactly one of their major challenges? Well, the entire science community telling them no. And they were trying to stop them from getting funding, stop them from fucking getting the boat. So when you say like the entire science committee was always about pioneering and exploring, that seems a fucking lie right there and then.
Bro, and it's sad. Think about it, man. It's in our blood to fucking explore and shit. And now, so that like all the great minds now, they got them like still exploring, but like in space, like a dead end, like a place they could never go, even if it was their model was real. But like it's like, dude, it's still in our nature to explore. Even like they got the half of the brightest minds like looking off and through telescopes, dude, just wasting talent, man. Wasting potential progress and shit, man, and just setting all these rules. Like science now is just like rules, laws, and they don't tell you what can be done. They just tell you what they know can't be done. Like this is impossible. Like fuck that, dude. That's not the way science should be. And it's sad what's going on with all these people who didn't wake up soon enough, man. It's sad what's happening to a lot of them, man. You know what's going on.
Yep. Exactly. That's why when you discuss like the whole science and all that and discoveries, that's never been the thing. So it's like that's why I always fucking laugh, like, because every time someone has ever came up with a great idea or a great understanding, what it is, pushback until the guy finally dies or some shit, and then that's when they go like, oh yeah, rediscovery and also acknowledgement to that guy. It's like, it's always been like that, man. Look at the game industry. Game industry, was made by passion, love, college kids, and fucking hard work devs, and all this shit. What we get now? A bunch of CEOs and college kids putting up fucking failed games and propaganda and bullshit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, the game industry is gonna die because no one's playing games." No, you make shitty fucking products, bro. Like, fucking maybe have passion and love.
Oh man, that's about right.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like, you find it funnier too, man. As time goes by, products are getting shittier and dumber, and then they're wondering why they're losing so much money. It's like, and they're like, oh yeah, people growing up and all this fucking shit, and no one likes science anymore. No, because you guys ain't doing science. That ain't science.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely ain't science. Like science now, they're chasing bullshit, man. Like fusion and quantum computers and shit. Like to me, I don't even think this shit's real. Like I mean, half of it. Like they've been chasing fusion since fucking the early 1900s. Like give up, motherfuckers. Like even the Russians gave up on. Like they tried for a decade, which is bad enough because theoretically and on paper, you should be able to get free energy out of a big gyroscope due to Earth's precession, quote unquote, right? But for some reason, it doesn't work. Let's see, duh. I mean, they gave up after 10 years as a government effort. And even after 10 years, they realized this shit don't work. Maybe after 4 or 5 years, maybe they realized that we ain't fucking spinning, but at least they gave up after 10 years. We're still trying to chase fusion and shit. Like, bro, they act like they hit zero. Dude, they ain't even got nowhere near zero. They're trying to call zero like the output, like just breaking back out what they got into it, much less besides that's not even counting any of the heat losses and all this other shit. Like there's some technical shit. I don't know exactly about it, but I was watching it and I was like, they're further away than they act like they are. And it just, maybe that's not the way shit works. Maybe this relativity shit is bullshit. They won't even consider it, Bran. It's crazy. Like science is supposed to be skeptical and challenging shit, and they don't challenge shit. They just stick with the fucking mainstream and ask if it's shit's peer reviewed. Is it peer reviewed? You know, nothing that goes against the status quo is going to get peer reviewed or can get peer reviewed. It's ridiculous to even mention that.
Yep, exactly. And you know the funny thing is now, like when it comes to the flat Earth discussion with the whole science shit, they go like, why would they lie? What's the conspiracy? You're telling me everyone's working together and stuff? It's like, well, what happened to the last 2 years that they're going into everyone's vein? Like you now all of a sudden they're coming out like, I didn't know. We should have asked more.
Man, that's so messed up. And that's
Yeah.
the problem. These people that are like gajillionaires, like there's something that happens when you get like a too much money and you want to guard it and all that, but something happens, you feel responsible for everybody, right? And you get this God complex. You got all the money, so you think that everybody's your problem, and you start feeling crowded. You know what I'm saying? And everybody don't think like that, man. And they just feel responsible, and that's when all the plotting starts. It's like a disease of the mind, man. Meant to have no one person's meant to have so much, man. And like maybe a billion, a couple billion. That's already pushing it. But like when you get up into the trillions or multiple 100 billion, I mean, dude, your mind's gonna malfunction. I believe, man. You're gonna feel responsible for everybody and start feeling boxed in, and who knows, man, what kind of shit they come up with.
When you have that much money and that you could rival nations and you could buy anyone off and shit like that, and you can skirt the law, then yeah,
It's never
it is
enough.
what it is.
It's never enough, though, man. Like a wise man was once asked, "Is enough?" Or how much, is going to be enough? Just a little bit more, right? It's never enough. When you get that bug, you got to have more and more and more. So, and once you got that much, it's hard. It's easy to make more if you're the one who's already got it all. And so it's almost doomed to repeat. Shit's almost doomed to repeat over and over. But they're going to protect. Like their main goal is like we're the enemy. They want to protect what they got. Period. That's their goal.
Yep. That's exactly what's going to keep happening, man. It's like, and the funny thing is about these rich bastards, no one ever likes them. No one ever cares for them. No one ever the fact that you have all this fucking money and shit, and you're like thinking, wow, man, like, I definitely can help motivate and change people's lives. Like, no one likes you off the bat, and you haven't changed anything. All you've done is parasited off society. Like, that's why I feel like the majority of these owners that own these companies and businesses, there's a difference between the entrepreneurs and these rich bastard CEOs. Like the CEOs, like Jeff Bezos, if you eliminate Jeff Bezos and then last all of the CEO teams, Amazon will keep running because most of it's being run by management, secretaries, and accountants. Even Jeff Bezos himself, the most he's ever worked an entire 3-week span was 8 hours, and that was like split up into like 1-hour meetings.
Yeah, I could think of a lot worse than Jeff Bezos, but I say though, I don't know, man. It's I think it's I know there's a certain amount that's, but I'll say this though, as long as we're fed though, man, then I'll consider myself blessed. And for the people who ain't, I just hope they do something about that, because that's where the problems start. Like if you look at history, well, I know you have, saying you're a historian, and that's when shit always really hits the fan, is when our bellies are empty, when people with families especially and starving children. That's when you'll do any fucking thing. So I'll say, the shit won't hit the fan as long as we're fed, and hopefully, with technology, people will at least not starve and shit. I hate hearing that, man, about people going hungry and shit. So I do count my blessings and everything.
Yeah, like like I said, like right now as it is, a lot of these rich fuckers and a lot of these elites and these gated communities, even the ones in New York and other blue cities, the ones that could have at least moved out with all the money they have and kind of ran their business in these large acred areas. They love the city. They love seeing the difference between poor fuckers and rich fuckers. The moment shit hits the fan, where food becomes a problem, supplies becomes a problem, and so on, all these cities will actually be decommissioned. They all get destroyed. Why? Because if there is ever a civil war, and there's plenty, the truckers are all reds, all red white wingers. You know, they're not gonna fucking deliver to the cities. And they already saw how the liberals were so quick to let them lose their jobs. You know, I hope you can just learn how to code. So if this shit ever goes down the way it might be going down, um, I see cities being abandoned altogether. It's gonna be a long time before like they can encourage people to move in for ports and stuff. But in majority of these liberals and these blue like places, they never last long in history. You know, they always poke the bear. You know, they always create hard times, and then the hard people kind of just purge them out of society, and then things go
Hopefully,
right
yeah.
for 100 years. Yeah.
Hopefully they learn from it though, man. You know, but then again, you know, one end also marks a new beginning. But hopefully they learn from
Yeah.
some of the shit. But they probably never do. Probably never will.
I think the best thing we could do here, as all of us here, is that when the shit finally hits the fan and the purge happens and plenty of people fucking finally disappear, we burn all the liberals and the commie books and the Marxist books, and then we put it aside, maybe fucking every day on a Monday and a Friday, the recap of the history. Like, who were the enemies? Who were the villains? Maybe it'd be called propaganda, but I'd be calling retelling of history. So people will never forget, never stay placated, never forget who were the bad guys and the groups of individuals that fuck society. So that way, yes, yeah. As soon as you hear it and see it, everyone calls it out. It's a fucking
See, like right about now would be the time where you find new land and you know people flock to it and everything thins out and shit resets and new riches and wealth to be had and it's like they got us on this ball where all the land's discovered, so that shit can't happen. Natural order of things, it's like supposed to happen. And there ain't nowhere to go. You know, it's like it's almost doomed for a problem. So hopefully the flat Earth is true, and there are more lands. You know, hopefully.
yeah. Not to top it off, you know, it's not even population problem. We're having a depopulation problem. You know, and we need to make babies. The thing is, currently, right now, even the majority of all our population, someone did a really good map. Someone took, if we took every person on world and we put them like right next to each other, we can fit everyone into Texas. And
No.
have
I did that, dude. We could not only do that if we just say like a person family. So 5 people, everybody could have a quarter acre. Every person on Earth, but if you broke it into a family of 5, it'd be it's like an eighth of an acre or a quarter. I forgot, but and you had to stack the families a little bit. But no, everybody side to side would fit in my city. I mean, I live in the biggest city on Earth, Jacksonville, or in the United States at least, land wise. But yeah, we just shoulder to shoulder, we'd fit in my city. I did that math a long time ago. I couldn't believe it when I did it.
Yeah, we have plenty of land, man. Plenty of fucking land. We don't even need to go to find new land. Like even the state of Arizona itself has like only about 5% of its land being utilized as a city and rural area.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I realized when I was flying, dude. Like, damn, dude, dark everywhere. Like, it'd be like we'd leave the city, the bright city, and then it'd be like dark, and then you'd see some lights up ahead, and then you'd pass that, and it'd get spotty lights, and then dark, and then you'd see lights up ahead. It's like, dude, it seems like there's so many people, but it's not, man. It's like mostly dark when you're flying across the country, and especially in like Arizona and around in there, and it's just patchy population density, but it's spread out, but everything else is spread out and empty, it seems like.
Yep. That's why, like right now, as it is with the situation, it's like you know, you can hate Elon, you know, you could call him that, but there's some truth that the guy says. Like it says, we don't have enough of the generations to help out with the retirement of the boomers and Gen X. So when Gen X finally retires, which is getting pretty close in a few decades, we don't have the numbers. So definitely, a lot of infrastructure and a lot of things are just going to go down pretty quick. But you know what? Like I told my pops this, and I've said this. Like the women in like fucking America are not even fucking worth looking at. Like I don't mind having kids, but those court systems will make me into a slave immediately the moment I fucking look left. so I would rather just get the money and stuff
Yeah,
like
and
that.
they tax you to death though for not having kids. It's a
Yeah,
coin toss if you're looking at it financially, dude.
yeah, it
It's like
sucks, but I just don't want to lose all my money and all my assets, because I'm planning on going to military, soon, and I don't want to be fucked over. So it's like, and I've seen some of these American chicks. They're now playing off this whole how to act submissive and then lie. While I'm out there fucking busting my ass, she's getting fucking dicked down by someone else.
I gave up on the fucking women. I was lucky, man, to find a good one, man. I got married like 31 years old, man. I found my wife. Nah, man, I'm never gonna get married. I mean, I never said for sure I wasn't, but in my mind I wasn't. But I finally come across the right one, man. So with any luck, man, maybe you might do the same, man. You'll know if you find her though.
Yeah, but it's
Because
like I too many red flags for me, man. It's like
never
most.
say never, though, bro. Never say never. You never
Yeah,
know.
I
Like I
know
was
that
the
for
last
sure, but
person I thought would get married, dude. It took something special, and I found it. Luckily, dude, I don't regret it.
yeah, you're right on that one for sure. Dude, I've seen way too many chicks just broken down, competing with the public, transportation. Like how many guys have you, been with? Oh, like 120 in the last 3 years. Oh, fucking man, you had enough mile of dick to hit to the moon. Like I'm good.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah. So I hope I get stationed fucking some other country while I'm in the military and date the locals there.
It's good though, man. Yeah, that's probably where you'll have the most luck. But maybe find a Asian. But check it out. It's good to have somebody like you, Terry, good open minds. Because the truth it spreads. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, man. That's what I always go do, man. One of my fun times to do is fucking talk to people and fucking blackpill them if it gets to that narrative. It's like right now, like I sometimes watch like these lefty destinies or Hasanabi, and because this is where the lefties go to watch. And a lot of them are now talking about like the potential civil war, and they're gotten scared. Like, they even had a discussion about this, and they were like, "Oh, we the left should only be the ones that have physical violence and political violence." Yeah, but you were telling the white wingers, the Trump supporters, that it's only war and we got to kill them all. So now they want war and they want violence in the camp. So what do you think? Maybe we should discuss civilly now. I love their reactions because they're now getting scared. Like, oh, I can't find a gun because I have an actual mental illness. Yeah, man. I'm also too fat because I don't go to I don't go to the gym. I don't work out because it's misogyny and toxic patriarchy to go to the gym.
That's funny.
Oh yeah. Oh, good times.
Man, I'm gonna have to let you go, man. I have enjoyed.
All right, man. You take care of yourself. It's always good
Yeah,
talking.
hope to talk to you again, man.
Allahu Akbar. Who was in? I think it was Dawn. He was lighting up.
No, it was Tim. Definitely Tim.
Him. Oh, man. Tim, what are you? Are you a flat earther? Or? Yeah, sure. If you want to label me. I mean, what label do you write to yourself? Well,
Let me propose animist realm.
are you just an anti-glober? Well, I don't want to be anti. I'm just like I embrace the unknown. I lean towards flatness, but flatness is still not a shape of the entire realm. So it's like, why would I label myself something that doesn't define anything, you know? So you are unsure, but it's definitely not the globe. Yeah, it's most likely not a globe, yes.
You think it's flat, but it's not a good label for what you are because that's just a description of the local surface. I think I agree that that's good.
Whatever it is, it's not a globe. To be anything else but that. To be honest, I could leave these Discord servers and never talk about the shape of the Earth again, and it would not change my life. That's where I am in my life. All right, nice. That sounds like a very healthy place to be. I don't know if a lot of other people could really do that. It seems a lot of people, their lives do revolve around the shape of the Earth. It's all they can really talk about. Well, many people who found flat Earth, they also found the Abrahamic gods in some sort of way, so they're double connected to it. And if they have to dismiss one of them, they also kind of have to dismiss some of the arguments for the other one.
It becomes part of the religion.
Yeah.
I ask you, Nate, about praying. I know. Jump topic.
So sorry, what?
You asked me about praying the other day, and I tried to explain
Yeah.
it, and I sounded a bit crazy. I wanted to ask you, what do you say when you pray, or do you think stuff and not say stuff?
When we pray, they are pre-designed prayers, for lack of a better term, that we have. You know, we already know what the words are, the amount of rakats we need to repeat. You know, you can't just freestyle and come up with your own prayer within Islam.
What's the
It's
general?
predetermined.
What's the general sentiment in these pre-written prayers?
Oh, it's just basically
All glory
praising
to
Allah.
Allah.
Yeah, pretty much. Praising Allah and giving Him glory, really.
You're just saying, "I love you."
And
I love you.
yeah, I love you. Yeah. You are the greatest, and I give my, utmost loyalty to you. I will be obedient to you and listen to you and follow you.
And you know,
basically, it's basically submitting to him here. No, we don't ask him stuff.
That's.
They are special prayers. Yeah, they are special prayers where you can ask for something, but it's not necessarily to ask for yourself. It's like if your mother dies, you can ask Allah for a prayer for her to have safe passage to one of the different levels of Jannah, or for him to, like if your mom dies, you could pray to Allah and ask, please show mercy on her when you judge her.
But you're not allowed to ask.
Don't judge her too harsh.
You can't say, "Can you cure my mum of cancer?" if they're still alive.
You can ask Allah, please give us strength.
Okay, strength, but not like specific wants.
Yeah, you can't ask him to cure.
You can ask for strength. I like the fact that you don't ask for stuff and you're just submitting. So if I did that prayer, it would just be me being quiet, going through in my head about how in awe I am of God.
Charity. I would replace obedience with trust, because trust is something that has to be built from both sides. And so you have room for your own responsibility, and I would submission replace with surrender, which also means super rendering. So you can render what the electromagnetic offers you.
Well, the thing is about Islam is that it is about obedience and fear for the God. Like, yeah, there is a lot of beautiful thing in Islam. Actually, I do like to point out when people are using the Western corruption of jihad, because there is two versions of jihad. The small one is the one that has been corrupted and pushed out to the West, where they can defend other Muslims and themselves and stuff like that. But then there's the big jihad, which is pretty much just the life journey within, and your what's it called? Your relationship with God and following His things and stuff like that, like an inner journey with you and your relationship with Allah. Is that right, Duality, or did I butcher it?
I'm so sorry, man. I got distracted by something, but it sounds about right.
Yeah, I just pointed out that
with jihad, it's more. Yeah, go ahead.
I just pointed out that there is two jihads. The small one, where you can protect yourself and other Muslims, and the big jihad is like an inner spiritual journey and relationship with Allah.
Yeah, the Quran speaks to the big jihad. That is an internal struggle as a Muslim. You struggling with your faith. The jihad of you protecting you and those around you, that comes more from the hadiths. That's more man's interpretation of jihad, and that's what leads to extremism. Yeah.
Oh, okay, like that. Yeah. I have when I was younger, I had many Muslim friends, and when I was visiting them, they had, when you come into a Muslim home, you're not going away hungry or anything like that. So they always invited me to tea and cookies and stuff like that. And we talked about Islam, we talked about religion and geopolitics and what is happening down in Palestine and all that kind of stuff. So I was introduced for these kind of things from an early age.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, but I mean, Muslims are very caring and open people. But, because of the few bad apples we have, a lot of us get a bad rep.
Oh, that's definitely true, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, history doesn't help either, but it doesn't help Christianity either.
Our history is a horrible burden for all humans, isn't it?
yeah, it's not unique for one group of people.
Yeah, history's pretty bad for all religions. Like, if you look into it, a lot of religions have done a lot of bad things.
I do like to talk to hear about the golden times of Andalusian or something like that, where it was pretty much just a gathering place where Jews, Christian, and Muslims and pagans and stuff like that pretty much just gathered one time a year and shared all their knowledge and technology, and they could go out, branch out to their respective regions again and use that technology and share knowledge. I'm pretty sure that's with Andalusian, or maybe somewhere else. But there was a place in Muslim history where people actually came together from all different faith paths and shared all the information.
Yeah, because there was a period, right? This is not when Europe entered its dark ages, where Islam entered a golden age, and these Islamic centers were the bastions of civilization and knowledge. And everyone from all around the world would come there because the Muslims were the only ones that were able to preserve knowledge from before. So knowledge from the Romans, from the Greeks, In Europe, there wasn't, libraries that were capable of storing this knowledge. A lot of these libraries were ransacked and destroyed. It was only, at least within that area, it was only the Muslims
Islam pretty much had Islam pretty much had the control and the organization at that time.
Yeah,
and they used it well when you actually look into it. It's not all bad.
Yeah. But all good things come to an end, The Muslims, a lot of infighting, a lot of stupidity, a lot of its leaders turned away from gaining knowledge to gaining power and consolidating and establishing their power. And it all just fell apart,
Well, they've had to fight Israel for a lot of the time, which is very stressful, right?
No, the issues with Israel only started in the 1920s, 30s due to British and German involvement in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Before that,
Before that
Muslims and
was fine.
Jews lived in peace. Yeah, before that, Muslims and Jews lived in peace for centuries. The only people that were actually persecuting Jews were Europeans.
I tend to think it goes back a bit further than that, but I take your point.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't. There were moments, like during the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, where he did have a few clashes with Jews, but it was nothing significant, not on the level we have now.
I just mean there's been a bit of infighting over the recent history.
It's pretty recent. It's a
In the
recent
tribe.
phenomenon, this whole issue. Because you got to remember, before they created the nation of Israel, there was no Jewish state anywhere in the world. Jews lived in Muslim countries amongst Muslims. They didn't have their own country, so they couldn't start shit,
From like 1500 to the year Shivality was talking about, it was pretty much the empire of Ottoman, the Ottoman Empire, that was ruling that region. Like Palestine was actually not Palestine ever. Like Palestine is what in the biblical chronologies they called Canaanite. So Palestine was actually like a new creation within the last 100 years or something like that, where people actually started to call themselves Palestine.
Yeah,
a lot of these
but it's
Middle
still
Eastern countries.
It's still that ancient battle, Israel versus Canaanite, because Canaanite and the Israelites, they had infighting. Actually, it was one people at one time, but then they had the pantheon, and the pantheon got monotheized or something like that, where they had patron gods, and they started to have some infighting and really starting to separate as groups, as Israelites, Canaanites, and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
because not everyone started having their own different.
What
Sorry,
can
go
happen
ahead.
in 100 years? It's amazing.
It is.
Yeah, Nate's not usually correct, but in this case, he is.
I've never been proven wrong.
I love that sentence.
Usually is wrong. Is usually wrong, but in this case, he is correct. That's Jews were basically welcome in that whole area up until about 1920s. Yeah.
When Zionism became a big thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, after like you said, after World War One and the Ottoman Empire was.
Because all that happened, I'm suggesting before, like maybe at the 100 years before that, they were infighting secretly.
Nope.
No, they were pretty friendly. It's like one of the friendliest.
It's pretty common.
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was actually a good time to be alive down in those regions.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was pretty common for Muslims to marry Jews, marry Christians,
But that age is over.
Yeah, but Jews usually
Yeah.
they wouldn't tell anybody about it though. They'd kind of keep it to themselves. They wouldn't want anybody to find out. They married
What
a
made
Muslim.
them build a wall and start all this shit and kick them out?
Yeah.
Syria was actually. Libya was actually one of the last bastions of the old ways where they were living in prosperity and shared their resources. You can look at what Gaddafi, for example, had implemented. When you were married, you got $50,000 so you could buy land and stuff like that. Gasoline was pretty much low. The government paid like 50% of all cars imported and stuff like that. So all the resources from gold and oil and stuff like that was shared with the people. There was no like, oh, this government is just keeping it all for infrastructure and warring outside. They were actually spending it on the inside.
It's the way it is in Saudi and Bahrain and those countries as well. They don't pay taxes. They get money from the government each year.
Yeah, exactly. Which it should be, in that kind of way. Like the government should have some infrastructure that was for the people, by the people, and they should share the interest rates or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Hey Nate.
But there's a lot of coincidence though.
Coincidence?
Oh, well, tons of coincidence.
Such as?
Oh, and I'm just saying. Like like Dave Chappelle. Coincidences.
What did Dave Chappelle do? Huh?
He's a Muslim now.
I know that joke.
Yeah, you heard that joke. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. It's a lot of coincidences going on. It's not gonna end well, that's for sure.
There's a lot of Jews in Hollywood, and I mean a lot.
Yep.
But if you look at the world scale, like there seem to be powers that is working against the powers that be in the West. For example, we can look at something like BRICS. They're talking about making a new basic currency within the BRICS countries, just like Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein and stuff like that was trying to make the gold dinar for Africa. So there is some powers that seem to be working against the monopoly on money creation or something like that the dollar and the petrodollar has. But I mean, it could be just like the elite's new plan of making it more like the world more like China and Russia or something like that. But if you look at it like, oh, this is actually powers against the powers that be in the West, it is interesting to see the evolution of that.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, I'm in complete belief that you have all these different powers rivaling up these secret societies, and eventually they'll work with each other, but most of the time they're shown likely to show evidence that they'll destroy each other the moment they see weakness and the more they can grab more power and stuff. And that's exactly what's going on. Russia's not playing ball. They got pissed off. He's going up against global homo. Poland joined in. Hungary joined in because they weren't going to do that whole mass refugee and gay shit. And now you're just seeing the EU break apart. You see the America's petrodollar breaking apart. The fact that the meme is actually real with the whole, pretty machine go burr and then inflation goes up.
Yes.
So yeah, it's because when you look at the system, in order for the system to work, it really is about a cult belief. Like you got to believe in the economic systems of democracy, because once you no longer believe in it, it loses its power, right? And that's exactly what's going on. Globalization was always destined to fail. It was a suicide attempt for a dystopia, and we're literally seeing the ends of it. It's like, this is the best time to light a cigar, get some shades, play some Fortune of Child, and just go, we fucking told you so. It was never going to work.
Have you heard that Ukraine had loads of bio warfare labs?
Yep, 25 at the border of between the border of Ukraine and close to Russia. And I've always told this story to these libtards. Like, listen, I shit you not. You ask any military man or any tactician, if Canada had motherfucking biolabs at its fucking border, I guarantee you America would have been the first thing to do was invade the next day.
I mean, they do, but they're secret so far.
Because most of those biolabs are working for us.
Fuck.
Yeah. Our government's so incompetent. They were saying like, oh no, it's just toothpaste and oral hygienes the next 2 days. Oh yeah, I would like to admit that we're terrified that they might use these biolabs against us in our bioweapons. Wait, didn't you just say that it was just toothpaste and oral hygiene studies? And she didn't even answer that. It's like, oh, okay, we're fucked, aren't we? All right, cool. So we were doing evil shit.
Research, that's what they tried to claim.
Yeah.
Well, I think if we are looking at this as the world is not one big scam, but actually looking that there is different powers in the world, it's not just about the biolabs. You can see the regions that Russia really are digging to get. They're pretty much standing for 60% of all the resources in Ukraine, and also the sea path and the Dead Sea, Caspian Sea, stuff like that.
He's mental, but he's partly against the globalists, I think is my point.
But Ukraine is in a weird position because they're getting all this Western war material, not new war material, but a lot of these machines and stuff like that, they're getting as specialized. Like people have to have like 3 to 6 months training to actually operate these kind of things. So for the last 8 months, the media has portrayed it as Ukraine is just about to win, but as they're losing men and new men has to be trained up, like they're actually losing ground in that kind of sense. And Russia, they are just around the border. They can just introduce new shit, but every time a war material or a machine is breaking down for the Ukrainians have to transport that shit to Poland or somewhere else, and it has to be repaired and transported back again. So they have a lot of logistical issues in actually maintaining a front, you know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, no, I agree with you, but the issue is like most people don't understand this is like this whole war should have been ended about several months ago. Like the Ukrainian president, or whatever the fuck you want to call him, at this point I call him a gay dictator, is literally rounding up every able-bodied man, child, up to the age of 13 and up, and throwing them in the front line with broken AK-47s. And of course, the Russians are like, I'm gonna shoot anything that comes nearby. Sometimes, in some cases, they don't. There's videos of them, picking up soldiers that are dropping their guns with their hands up, like I don't want to fight no more you know and the issue is that everyone's like Russia's been wanting a peace deal. They said meet up in Belarus or Poland, whichever you want. Zelensky's not in fucking like in Ukraine, in the trenches. They're gobbling up all this money because originally from the beginning war plans was to get all the Ukrainians genocide, the Orthodox Christian genocide, so that Ukraine would have been like the next like Israel in Europe. That's exactly what was going on. Because as soon as the war started, they made sure to get every able-bodied young man and adult and family of Jewish families out of Ukraine. Like there's photos of them just being bussed away by government money. And they already knew that shit was going to go down. So, we're literally watching a manufactured genocide, and the fact that they keep supplying them weapons and stuff is like, this is fucking stupid. This is dumb. And, Russia's ready to mobilize, and this is pretty much World War III on proxy, because it's Russia versus the world. And, they're hoping that there's enough dumb people that sign up. Yeah, pretty much.
well, there is also other factors. For example, if you look at UN history, it was pretty much never a defense contract. It was more like, let's fuck up Russia. So as soon as UN was created, there was a lot of sanctions made towards the Russians. Just like there was sanctions made around to Germany after First World War, where it pretty much depleted Germany for all their resources. It happened with Russia also, but over the last 50 to 70 years, Russia have actually been able to build up and better the population for all, like increasing the work rate so there's less unemployed and stuff like that. And one of the most crucial parts of why this is happening right now is that Russia finally have made an agreement with China, because Russia and China have always have like some fighting against them, but they have actually come up and shake hands and started to work together. And this is also very dangerous for UN and the West, because if you add in something like BRICS, where they want to create a new currency and stuff like that, it's a direct attack on the supremacy of the West.
Oh yeah, but let this be a valuable lesson that every economist has been saying since the beginning. When you go into globalization, and then you put your dependency on a country that is only producing raw resources because of this whole climate control, whatever you want to call it. Now Russia is the one that has control of the fuel, control of raw resources and stuff like that. Now the whole world is fucking breaking down. It's like, whoa, Russia was supposed to be the raw resource guy, and now he's fighting. And, now they're fucking losing the fucking war. And it's like, no fucking shit. Maybe that's why we should go back to independence and isolation. And, the products that we have, we keep to ourselves, and we only trade out and sell out when we need to. It's fucking silly. But yeah, I don't know what's going on, but the military and the global home was pissed off that no one wants to join to fight Russia. Oh man, I remember in New York, people were dumping fucking vodka, all their vodka and Russian alcohol that they paid for into the sewers.
That's just dumb.
Because they're that fucking stupid, man. You can't help a libtard, man. There are hours of entertainment if you just stay and watch them.
Yeah, they're funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I also forgot that one of the Russia's main factors of being able to rise up again after UN's sanctions was that they actually kicked out a lot of the oligarchs and stuff like that. So the government actually could take control over the funds and not the corruption from the oligarchs. But that's just an addition to what I said before.
Yep. That's fucking funny shit, man. I'm just telling you right now, like I think I think this whole shit's gonna blow over. Russia will beat Ukraine, take over Ukraine. They'll probably do what they promised with Poland and give them back the lands that were missing. And it's gonna be one funny era where Russia's like has large parts of their land back and see what's gonna happen. Because right now I think they're only a quarter mobilized. So, and I like how the news stopped talking about it. They haven't put any gay Avengers saying like, "Oh, if Captain America was around, he would definitely spank Putin." Or fucking, look at Captain Marvel. She would have definitely been helping the Ghost to Kiev. I was like, oh my fucking god! I watched that shit. I've never cringed so hard that I had to like readjust my face. That shit really. I can't believe so many children believe in that shit.
You guys, what about this trade with Brittany, the basketball player, versus the Merchant of Death, the Russian dude? Like, could they have done a worse trade than that? Is that like,
dude, that was
real?
like the best trade ever. Like, we got back an unknown. I still don't know if that thing is a female or not. I keep seeing like shirtless pictures, and I'm like, I'm still confused. I even asked Mr. Penis about that, and I can't even get any feelings on that either. And we got like a humble base dude going back home. I think that's for us, that's the best trade ever. For the global homo, that's the worst trade ever. so on my side, winning, their side losing. So yeah, that was like for them, that has to be the world's dumbest trade ever. Like, you traded a Merchant of Death with probably multiple connections of military, like weapons depot, you name it. He was like the ambassador for weapons market all over. And we gave it to Russia, who's kind of in need of it. And mind you, they already declared Russia as an enemy. And the guy is already in Russia getting interviewed, right? So it's like, cool on him. He had a lot of good things to say about like respectable American citizens and how like America are trapped and enslaved and we got to free them. There are Christian brothers and our so that's pretty
the
basic.
interview,
Yeah.
right? He
Yeah,
said how he said he loves his country. He supports Putin like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, if you got in a fight with a guy that you're gonna meet up at the block at 2 a.m. and you let go his bro, who's also fucking has access to fucking brass knuckles, broken bottles, and everything. Don't be surprised that in that fight at 2 o'clock, the guy's gonna be armed up. Oh man, I swear to God, this is where I keep saying that the people in power are really retarded. Because look at all these plays, and you're gonna tell me that's not retarded? That is definitely grade A quality Acme retarded.
It's almost like it was a setup to anger people and to divide people.
Divide who? Like, the majority of Americans, the majority of normies that didn't know, like, oh, dude, that is so dumb. Like, these guys are losing. To the liberals, like, yeah, we got her back, but I really don't know who the fuck this bitch is. Like, she's from the WNBA. Do you watch the WNBA? Of course not. But, I don't watch sports either. I was like, oh, okay. I guess that's a win. For the
Well,
game.
if she ends up being a liberal, right, with the black community, maybe they'll swing some Democratic votes for the next election.
Yeah, I'm on Black Twitter and Black community stuff and Reddit. They're just as dumbfounded as what the fuck is it? The fact that they're even saying, yo, that's an it. That's an it. I don't know, is that a dude? So I love the Black communities. Like, I like viewing the gay communities like, what the fuck is that, bro? I don't know. I don't. They were just questioning that shit. So no, I don't. Even the Black community don't consider that as a fucking win either. So yeah, man, Merchant of Death, man. They, the guy who is the Merchant of Death. He even said in that interview that they could have traded for like American like veteran that's in the Russian prison right now, and they didn't even ask for that. They asked for like some, like WNBA, weed drug dealer.
Wait, American that's in a Russian prison? That's got to be fake. You'd think that's fake.
Well, the American in the Russian prison was charged for spying. Like, is that was he really spying?
Well, you probably think he was.
If he wasn't, that doesn't matter. He's in prison. They could have traded the Merchant of Death for that guy versus like a fucking weird, Adronis, sucky, drug dealing basketball player that's said "death to America" and "fuck America" multiple times.
Okay, well, here's a perfect example. What do you think of Richard Snowden?
Richard Snowden?
Or what's his name? Snowden.
Edward?
Edward Snowden.
Yeah.
Edward
So what?
Snowden.
So what about him?
I think it's
what
fake
do you think
only
about what
because
he did?
I think
Yeah.
it's fake only because he hasn't changed that fucking flannel shirt in 10 fucking years, but no one does that actually.
That's actually the most valid point I've ever heard about that.
Yeah, that guy has the same fucking shirt. Unless he had like one of my closets, which I only have currently right now like 17 black t-shirts, 9 black shorts, and 3 black cargos. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
That is actually a valid point. Same shirt, hasn't cleaned
He
his
has a
spectacles.
great mind think alike.
All right.
Exactly.
All right. It's like this man has has the same Dilbert setup. But yeah, that could be because he has that costume set up. All right, man, I got to get my Snowden outfit. It's like, let me put that on.
Time for an interview. Where's my flannel shirt? Give me those glasses there.
It was like,
I
all
might
right.
I might actually travel from New Zealand to the States to go on Shark Tank to have a Halloween costume as a Snowden outfit.
Are you actually that paranoid?
Great idea.
And does he have khakis on the bottom or what?
Bound to have.
Khakis with white KISS, KIS, what's the K-Swiss shoes?
K-Swiss. White on white.
KGB white sneakers. Bound to have.
Speaking of which, where is Snowden supposed to be hanging out?
He's still in Russia, isn't he?
So Putin's like taking care of them? Is that what's happening?
I doubt he moved to the Ukraine.
Do you think that Putin and Snowden sound a lot alike?
Are we doing that?
No, I'm just being dumb.
I know it's fucking
Right, like if Putin's protecting
Totally.
Snowden, right? Wouldn't it be classic for Snowden to be working for Putin if he doesn't have any skills of his own? Wouldn't it make sense for him to work for Putin for the protection from America?
Or Snowden's working for Putin and Putin got Snowden.
Because there's snow in Russia and there's Putin. No.
Putin got Snowden. Because now Snowden's... He's at the actual president of Russia. There's a conspiracy for you.
I'm Edward Stoned in here. Don't even say anything, man.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like it.
Now, that dude, Julian Assange, he sounds more legit.
Nah, he's a fuckwit, just in my opinion. Please don't ban me.
Oh, is he also fake? Yes.
No, he's definitely not fake.
I mean, he's just like a whistleblower for like banks and shit. Like, what does that matter?
But the thing is, he's not.
What is he to you then? Because you're in New Zealand, you don't give a shit, right? So Julian Assange, like, what is he like? Conspiracy guy? What?
Well, here's the thing: Snowden has more bounce, more game than Julian Assange ever had, because Snowden was on the inside. Julian Assange was just collecting shit from people that conspiracized shit and put it on his website. Do you get what I'm saying? Snowden had game. Julian Assange got none.
Yeah, but they're both kind of in the same category as like wanted, right?
Yeah.
Wanted by America and hiding.
but for the same reason, it's like what do they call it? I can't even think what the name is. What's it called? If you write a book and someone completely copies it word for word, it's called
being gay.
Plagiarism.
Plagiarism. There's another word for what Julian Assange has done, because he didn't fact check or peer review. I know that word comes up a lot in this realm. What was being said. He was just listening to shit that's being said on the internet that isn't peer reviewed. It's not backed up, and that's why it got banned. It's not. It's not because it was fucking the secrets were going to get out. It was because it was just complete fucking bullshit.
Is that Jazz the official story, man? Is it? Yeah, well, if you're not going to be able to see that Richard, what do you call it, Assange is an actor put in place in the first place, you're not going to be able to get beyond then as the greater script. You're getting caught up on basic levels, Jazz. I guess in general, you're the man with no questions and all of the answers. Nice one.
No, I've had a lot of questions, Pete, over the years, but they haven't been answered. That's why I don't believe the Earth's flat, and that's why I was going to say to What's It tonight. I was listening to him. He's muted now, and I've said it to flat earthers before. This has been going on for so long. The main reason you flat earthers think that the Earth is flat is because of the space can't exist because of the second law of
Bullshit,
thermodynamics.
Jazza. Bullshit, Jazza. Don't be summating lots of different individual minds into one group. That's a little bit sneaky of you. And that is
see, that's the
bullshit.
other trouble, Pete.
Yeah, but come on, man. You know that all across the board, flat earthers are familiar with all the arguments, and there's no evidence whatsoever, really, when it comes down to it, to show that the Earth's surface is in motion or if there's any curvature in either direction. So come on, man. Come on. What's wrong with you?
You've been saying the same. You've been saying the same shit for 7 years or so, Jazz.
Well, exactly, and I've said the same thing for 7 years. You guys have proved
You've said
absolutely nothing.
consistently 7 years. You've said that you can't say that the Earth's flat because Edward Snowden will spy on you and he will tell everybody.
No.
You said you're not paranoid. That's how all these conversations. I'm not that paranoid
Definitely.
that I would actually think that you think that. That's how it all goes.
That's more
most
Australian
definitely
than New
said that,
Zealand, mate.
good
That's
sir.
good.
Most definitely said that, good sir.
Jazza, why are you in this discussion? What do you get out of it?
Entertainment.
Lonely, he's just lonely.
Entertainment?
Well, no, not so much, Godric. Is it more of a fascination of how this has come about, really?
How dumb cunts can think such a way.
No, I never said that.
I'm fascinated about how the globe came about. I feel like it's always been flat. Everyone always knew that. Just recently, the globe light came under.
Okay, so Pete just said something that makes you think something that now I'm going to ask you something. A question is,
How will all end up nowhere?
you fucking started this, Pete. How the fuck, Godric, do you think that okay, I'll give you 1 billion people. How do you think, let's say that the Earth is 3 billion people. This is being fair. Let me know if it's not.
You can say 8 billion. It's the same difference. You can say 8 billion.
No. Let's make it fair. Let's say there's 3 billion people. You have to admit that 75% of the Earth don't think that the Earth's flat. Well, you don't have to, of course. I'm not forcing you to.
Well, with that conclusion, 75% of the people believe in a creator, God. Do you, Jazza?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
Okay.
do.
So you're on that side. Okay, so you're on our side. Okay, that's good. Yeah, there's hope.
No. I am, but I'm not, because
He only believes he was 75% created.
No.
He wasn't fully baked in that oven.
Why don't you just listen for a second, and I'll give you a very good reason why. Okay. So I don't go to church. I don't do all this, what you guys do, and I fully respect that. That's fucking go do that. Full respect for giving the time of your day to do that. But I do believe in a creator. Definitely do. I've said it before. I've had to ask him for help on 2 occasions that he fucking pulled through.
So you prayed and your prayers were answered?
No. What I'm saying is that you can't, if that's how you want to, I guess I can't really say anything, because if you want to do the thing in the...
Well, I started it, and you ended up saying that you can't really say anything. Very good. Success.
3 or 4 hours of your day to waste on a Sunday when you could be doing the lawns of the gardens. Go ahead, Godfrey.
The reason why most people believe in the globe is because, I believe there's these controllers that have taken charge of education and the media and social media.
Yep.
And they've been putting this lie out there, starting from the movies to the education to science to scientism rather. And we're being groomed from birth before we can critically think for ourselves with these globes and what I call fake scientism. And the people don't actually know how to question it. They don't actually know the how to test it themselves. So they take it for granted that it is this way. And there's these fake groups like military, NASA, for example, that I think are professional entertainers. And the teachers themselves aren't lying. The information is a lie, and they themselves don't confirm it. They don't know, lunar orbits. They don't know about how to test it for themselves. They don't even bother worrying about it. It has to do with it's an appeal to authority, because 19 out of 20 people don't have the knowledge to question it, or have no reason to. That's why they pulled the wool over our eyes.
Perfect fucking
That's
wording right there.
they have an
Great.
appeal to authority, but he just made an appeal to popularity.
Piss the pot to what?
Yeah, popular fantasy.
Who did Godric? Is it?
How did Godric do that?
No, I'm saying you did.
I didn't say a fucking word when he was talking. What the fuck you want?
When you were speaking, let's extrapolate. When you were speaking, you made what did you call it? An epistemological error.
I don't give a fuck about any errors. Are we in reality, or are we fucking being dumb cunts on the internet?
You've been on the biggest bender in history. You've been drunk for 7 years, coming to dumb cunts talking on the internet about flat Earth, the dumb topic.
He's barely tipsy today.
Pete, I'm about to open a bar, and I'm gonna call it Pete's Dumb Cunts Are Us.
That's a good name.
Not bad.
It's a fucking good name. I just
That's
thought of
good.
that as you said that.
Dodos Are Us is very good as well.
How about the
But
Flat Earth
Pete and
Bar?
Dumb Cunt, Pete Dumb Cunt Dodo, same thing.
Don't be a real dodo.
Actually, Godric, what I'm going to have is I'm going to have Pete's Dumb Cunts -RS, with all the right grammar, and then I'm going to have the Earth's flat and a nice bold spelling below it.
Yeah, you want some ketchup? You want something
free beer and dumb
for
cunts.
the sign? Have like a neon dome, like a dome,
Yeah.
Neon Pizza Earth, or something like that.
Actually, I might put a fucking
Hey,
dome
perfect. One
over the
second.
bar with a stellarium.
If it's
go,
pizza,
look,
you gotta have a tree coming up through. You gotta have a tree in the middle of the bar that goes up through the ceiling of the bar, and then everybody's
Everyone
like,
can
"What the
come
fuck
into
is
your
that tree?"
bar
And
and
you're
get
like,
out of
"Oh,
their
I don't
tree."
know if you've ever heard of stalkers. Here's stalkers." You go on that.
There was already a show with
Marcus.
there was a show already with that had to do with aliens coming to Earth called the Flat Planet Bar.
They're giving loads of clues away, aren't they?
What's it
But
called?
more
This was in the 90s, man.
Tell me about it. What is it?
always giving clues away. Yeah.
Pete, how many times do you sing White Rabbit when you go busking? Be honest.
White Rabbit. I don't believe I know it. Not to mind sing it.
From Jefferson Airplane?
Oh, no.
Go ask Alice. You don't sing that live busking? Come on.
Well, maybe it's one to look up to. I'm terrible
Think about
at
it.
music in a sense.
Consider it.
I know. Yeah. It's everywhere. All rules delete back to Alice in Wonderland, and I've made some particular unique discoveries about that. Obviously, the dodo. I was just going to suggest in Jazz's bar.
You could have a whole. Honestly, in that song, "Go Ask Alice," you could just throw a whole dodo verse in there. Nobody would even know. Nobody knows the lyrics.
Pete,
That's
real
so
quick.
funny.
Pete, real quick, because
Go ahead.
I am doing this bar, right? And it was a famous band in the 90s. Have you ever heard of the band Live? Live?
No, but I haven't.
Oh, Once Upon a Time. I think I had heard it.
Yeah. Pete, if you could do a busking of the band Live, Lightning Crashes, their most famous song. It's called Lightning Crashes. I will fucking pay you for that. I don't know how much. I will have to.
15 New Zealand. I'm not sure what the exchange rate's going to be.
Any song is capable of being busked. Most songs can be reduced down to 3 or 4 chords, so I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. But I don't know the song.
You can do it on an acoustic guitar.
It's really it's just the chorus that makes that song.
It is
just light up with 90s energy and like a
Yeah,
star in the sky. Love it.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
The show was called Earth Final Conflict.
Snack, if clues are in your face, right, this has to be one of the biggest
Earth
ones.
Final Conflict. I watched fucking 4 seasons of that until I got to Space Vampires, and I was like, what the fuck happened to this shit show that was like a Gene Roddenberry's fucking lame ass fucking Gene Roddenberry's lame ass story corner. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this was a passed off spinoff. That was a crazy show, actually.
Yeah, I watched it again. I was like, oh shit, they have a bar called the Flat Planet.
If there are clues being laid out throughout our time, right, this is one of the best ones, musically-wise, anyway.
Weren't they interdimensional beings?
Yeah, there were. They had some kind of weird
I don't know. Rewatch that show. I have fever dreams of watching that show. I probably watched it while I was on having the flu long ago, and
all right,
this feels like a hallucination. Shit.
You sure it wasn't early Corona?
It's like some bald alien-looking dude in a bodysuit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
acting like Elon Musk. We think about 4 years until Earth is taken over. You know, whatever. Crazy shit. Thanks for bringing that up, man.
It seems to be to me, just from hearing that, I don't think I've seen it, but it rings many bells with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But Snag, I just posted in chat there missing pieces from Talk Talk. Where's the big picture of the dodo Earth with the trees in the background there? But what's more interesting to me is the song listing, the song titles themselves. They go from After the Flood, and of course I'm thinking in terms of the dodo, the tree being cut, the layout of the lands after the flood. Merman is an
Missing the
excellent one.
rains. Missing the rains.
New
Oh,
grass, yeah.
that's
Stump
next.
is a brilliant one. Stump, Ascension Day, yeah. Piano, well, piano's a different one. The last
You
two,
say
I have a little
Toto,
bit.
and I'm instantly thinking Africa, but then I think I get the words wrong. That's not right.
What do we do with all of these things, Snack, though? What do we do with all of these? You can either pay attention or not, right? If you pay attention, where does it take you? I don't know. Fucking 10 years later now, and I don't know where I'm at.
There's rabbits holes. You know what I mean? You could get on to
Rabbit's
that
hole.
stuff. I know. You could spend like a whole day just talking about rabbits and rabbits holes. And where's it get you to? You're like, oh, okay, well we know that there are rabbits. We know that there are rabbits holes, right?
Now, the thing is,
Brilliant.
talking about Alice in Wonderland is written by the dodo, right? So we have this connection going on, and Alice in Wonderland initially through the rabbit hole, the original through the rabbit hole.
You're
Where
taking me
might that
down the
end up?
rabbit hole right now, aren't you? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying if that's where we're led to, if there's some sort of conclusion to it, if there's some sort of ending to it, get the key back or something. That's what Alice is looking for, you see, from the start, is the key to return back to, well, the garden. Actually, she gets there in the end, doesn't she? Sorry, actually, I'm getting confused now. Yeah, but that's what she said.
How does she get back out?
There's an abrupt ending, isn't there, in Alice in Wonderland? She suddenly wakes up, right, and then we have the part 2 with Alice through the Looking Glass. So I'm saying I found the omitted chapter. I know you know about this, the Wasp and the Wig. I know you know about that, right? Or if you don't, you should do. But that's the omitted chapter. Look into the reasons. Look into the reasons why it's omitted. It's absolutely stupid. So therefore, it has to be laden with clues for us.
This is like Apocrypha of Alice in Wonderland. Go ahead.
Oh, well, it's not. I guess it's just my own sort of pathway. You know what I mean? It's just,
Not every. I don't know.
researcher.
I brought up
I'm
some Bandersnatch jokes before, and you weren't exactly getting them snicker snack like.
Yeah, I told you I'm a shit researcher. I really am. I don't go in depth into anything. I don't think you can afford to. But the places I've been to, this is one of the places. There you go, a wasp and a wig. Just read through the chapter itself. I'm sure you've heard of it. But loads of different clues in there.
What's up with the Cheshire Cat, man? Cheshire Cat's supposed to be derived from a cat that's in a newel post from a banister in a church, right, in Cheshire, right? But why a cat in a church any fucking way? What's up with that anyway? I don't get it.
I don't get it either, bud. Don't be asking me any of these details.
And then it's like, and then he goes home, hits some opium, and he's like Cheshire, and he's like chess, and he's like, oh wait, I got a whole idea for a story here. I'm not sure, like if it's like endowed with some sort of like a higher meaning necessarily, other than that it just referentially brings in all of these things that are like, I guess, archetypally interesting, right? Nothing's not interesting about a black and white checkerboard, right?
Of course, Alice's ventures through Looking Glass take place over a chessboard, where Alice makes her way, or all of us make our way from being pawns up to being queened or crowned at the end. So that chapter actually is so interesting. That chapter, A Wasp in a Wig, was set to fit in just after Alice left the White Knight, and just before she received the riddle and her crown from the Queen. And funny enough, last thing I will say, where I think the clues led anyway, is Channel 4 did a version of Alice Through Looking Glass in about 1994 or something like that, and they included this omitted chapter. And there they have the wasp sitting under, I swear to you, a bifurcated tree, a massive tree that's split right down the center. Snack. I can post what do you call it if you're interested. A snapshot, a still shot I took. But yeah, that's interesting. But it's too specific, isn't that?
So
But you're talking. You see the specifics you're talking about, though. That's the stuff I don't have an idea about.
I'm speaking in generalities because the story itself is like one of the few. I mean, how many stories are there that we get like handed as in whatever public commons fiction or whatever that are like search for things, ask questions,
Yeah.
discover weird things, understand that the world doesn't work like you think it does. That these are all kinds of themes and
Right. And I've often said it that the very first chapter of Alice in Wonderland, Alice ponders as she's falling down the rabbit hole about the nature of the earth and how she was told in school that she would end up someplace in Australia or China or something like that. So it's almost as if we're being told the ridiculous nature of the literal interpretation of, heliocentrism or ball earth anyway.
so as the dodo writes this book, he's writing Alice is like the layperson. Alice is like you're new to the party. You're
Alice is all of us. Alice
the
is all of us.
neophyte. You're the neophyte, and so but it's just like because of that neophyte relationship in this whole exploration of this esoteric world through the looking glass down rabbit holes, what the fuck not. It's like almost like female Masonic like story time or something like that. It's like extending that kind of a cultish world, you know what I mean? But into like the viewpoint where like a young girl could read it and understand it. Strange fucking thing to have written. I don't know.
I don't hold the guy exists himself, just part of the hidden hand.
If he existed, of course he existed. He's a
Come on, man.
nice
Look at the
guy.
way they paint him. I mean, honestly, they paint him like some sort of a demon, child molesting demon. Even some of the pictures they paint him in, early Photoshop, according. But that's just my. I'm happy with that, you
Yeah, it
know.
does seem like that too. Well, yeah. Well, it's your English teachers will tell you that. That it seemed like you had an unhealthy obsession with writing stories for this young girl. But
But there's more to it. There's more to it. There's more to it. If we take it doesn't even matter
who
if the man existed. I just say he didn't exist, and he's just a fabricated character to deliver this greater message. Aleister Crowley, labeled the greatest or the most wicked man on earth, was said in his school to make it compulsory for his students to know Alice in Wonderland, Alice through Looking Glass, inside out, back to front. So very significant in terms of, I think the truth is made available to us at all times, the very earliest of ages, especially where we're not lied to. And now as we come out of the cave or whatever, we can see these different connections set up as we realize maybe life is just a greater game snack, you know what I mean? And try and
he's
make
just bringing a lot of esoteric stuff though. That's.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the realm we're into now.
There's a caterpillar smoking a hookah, right? As I know from the song White Rabbit. No, as I know where. Anyway, but he's smoking drugs. One that winds up in a Disney movie. That's fine, right? Okay, a caterpillar on a mushroom smoking. That's totally cool. Right. So, but that caterpillar is a symbol of metamorphosis itself, right? Drugs are a metamorphic. You know what I mean? That's like the eat me, drink me thing is like kind of near there too. So it's like these intoxicants or something like that. Kind of whatever, man. I'm not sure if I agree with any of it. It's just like it's so
I don't like
couched,
to, yeah.
in public narrative, and just the fact that we know the fucking story, just like whatever the fucking Wizard of Oz or Snow White or whatever the fuck, it's just like certain narratives. It's just everybody knows them. Go ahead.
I found it. There's the snapshot from the Wasp in the Wig I was talking about that the Channel 4 production included. So you can just zoom in on that and see. I think it was 1994. But look, a snack, we're on our own. This one, bud. It's what you make of it. There are many dark rabbit holes to travel in terms of MK Ultra, child abuse, within the undercurrents of Alice in Wonderland. I guess you can go down that path. I don't think I ever did so much. And as I say, I just sort of, I step back from it. I never get involved too deeply into any particular area because I guess you can get engrossed, you know what I mean? And one particular, by the way, you could end up spending all your time looking into further down that rabbit hole. So I take all rabbit holes lightly, I think.
Right. You can't put all your chips down in Alice in Wonderland for research wise. Or it pays off, but it's only going to pay off in Alice in Wonderland.
Well, it depends on what you're. It depends on what the
Bitcoin miner.
individual is asking, what the individual is looking for. Do you know what I mean? And it's solely individual at this stage. I think. I don't know who you're going to cooperate. I don't know. I haven't been able to cooperate with anyone really because I've sort of been on my own with the Dota thing in my thoughts for so long. But that's not to say that I don't value any conversation, not necessarily about that, but just conversation in general, talking about these possible greater issues, greater connected issues, you know?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because not necessarily one can necessarily be right. Well, you don't necessarily have to be right or wrong, to just explore connections. That's maybe one thing. If you keep that in check, it's I don't know. There's a lot of like symbolism, cartoons, different things like that. But these things like relay information because of the way they're laid out. They relay information because of like little objects that might be placed in the foreground or background of an image. You know what I mean? And so a lot of this has to do with just how like you observe yourself processing information. Like, what do I actually get out of what I see? Because that mechanism for what expresses meaning in visual stuff is like a whole. It's not a language that has like it's just visual. It's just like you see it, it's right in front of your eyes. Like it's almost difficult to define what those things are. It's where there's a whole science and understanding shapes and signifiers and things like that. Just visually, and then all these things like will tend to still work. All the principles. I'm talking about semiotics. If anybody gives a fuck. But that's just like the idea of what a sign is and what it signifies. So a stop sign signifies that you stop.
Right.
There's very few things that might be confused with a stop sign. But if you did confuse it with a stop sign, perhaps you'd stop. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that was a stop. No, it's just a rectangular. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That these are about connections. You're talking about connections. These are connections. How we perceive things and all.
And it tells me that we are coming out of a cave. When you read Alice in Wonderland, it's crazy stuff. It's psychedelic stuff. There's no sense to be had of it. It seems just connected throughout. But that's because we have been looking at Earth in the wrong, through the wrong eyes, in a sense. We're flat earthers and beyond now, so we realize everything works differently. And within these stories, I say, the hidden hand writes these stories, whoever, just some power connected with the greater controlling power here, or beyond, the controlling power from beyond of here, because all of these attributes of us, all of us, Alice, are already known. We are waiting to step into this new world, this brave new world, only to come to find or to look for home. Do you know what I mean? Something along those lines. So all of these different helps and aids are given to us once we sort of adjust our tuning and once we see things within a different context. That's the way I look at it, Snack. And beyond that, I guess everyone will go into their own specific niches or areas in their own inimitable way. And it's sort of, from there on, it's an individual journey, you know what I mean? You're sort of fucking on your own. It depends on where you want to go with it, though. And I think there should be an overarching question. Alice in Wonderland, Alice's significance is, to me, flat Earth related, flat Earth and beyond related, specifically. So it has a specific significance. And ultimately, in the forefront of my mind, I guess I'm trying to go somewhere, which is to figure out what the fuck is at the end of all of this. You know what I mean? What is it all about? What's going on?
Isn't the black and white tile floor, the chessboard, aren't these signifiers of a planar surface that has a matching rectilineated sort of?
Yeah.
It's like a flat plane. It's like what we think
Very
about.
good. Very
Do you
good.
know what I'm
Very
saying?
good
Like,
indeed.
a signifier sign. That's what you know, because if it were different, it would be a bowl, and it would look like the mapping of the squares would appear different to your eyes, and so that you wouldn't even ask that question, right? And you don't need to ask the question if a checkerboard's flat.
Very good.
Although it'd be an interesting optical illusion. I'm sure you could do that too. But and then the actual history of the checkerboard too, the chessboard, that's an interesting thing coming at it like Chinese Silk Road time. You know what I mean?
Alice, or what do you call it? Lewis Carroll had great interest in chess. He even left after him a chess riddle, a chess puzzle. But as you know, he was said to be anyway, a mathematician, and he had other interests in science as well. So yeah, it was a polymath, all rounder.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, what was
I mean,
Dodson was he was doing geometry, right? I think he has a couple like not proofs, but theorems.
He was the first to apparently he was the first to calculate that should you on the globe Earth, if globe Earth obviously, should you you drill a straight hole just from one section to another, it doesn't matter, you don't have to go through the center. If you did, it doesn't matter, as long as you drew a straight line through the ball, you come out the other side, it takes 42 minutes to fall through to get the other side. So he was apparently the first to calculate that mathematically.
So he was thinking about it, huh?
Yeah. Well, he was a ball earther to begin with. I think that I'm not to go into that.
Well, I mean,
think
convention at that time would have been like kind of pressing towards, those ideas.
I doubt it so much. He, like, remember this? He was born. I think Alice in Wonderland came out in the 1840s. He would have been born in the 1820s or something. I doubt it very much. Doubt it fucking knew anything about it.
I mean, from the Earth to the Moon is 1869. Like 100 years before we actually landed on the moon. From the Earth to the Moon, Jules Verne wrote. Ain't that?
I thought earlier. I thought it was later than that, but okay. Well, there you go.
They were kicking in the 1800s, man.
Well, who knows, Snack? Was there some sort of reset, and this is all fabricated history as to how we've come about to be?
I mean, some of the reset is like that you have no context for like generations before you and what regular just people, what their general intelligence was like. Because all we can look at is media or movies. We don't have like biographies of like average people to get a general sense. I don't know. I think it lacks a little bit. Where am I going with that? Somewhere.
It's such a rabbit hole. I don't know who I was talking to, but they were saying that maybe it was someone personally now, Tom. Maybe I should get onto more about it. But something about the massive number of orphans, which go unmentioned in Ireland's history, Ireland's past, in and around mid 18th.
That's kind of that's a little different. It's got a little more to do with that Catholic kind of.
Well, I don't know though. I think where I was thinking was when the fuck did we arrive? Where is here? When did we fucking arrive? Or how did we arrive here? Which came first, the adult or the child? I don't know any of these things. You know what I mean? And especially when we come to flat Earth, and Tartaria is a massive thing now, isn't it, Snack? So who the fuck knows the mind
Who
of man?
talks about Tartaria really? I don't really hear people like go on and on about it, and it's like the info is so sketchy that it's like, what do you do with it?
It's like an umbrella term for everything, and it's so retarded. I feel like it's like a psyop. So when people are embracing Tartaria and the narrative itself, they're embracing not having evidence for their fairy tale beliefs.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Tartaria is interesting. I think it's just like it's a bit of a misnomer itself to just like call it one thing.
Well, they're linking a lot of things together that should never have been linked together. And
okay.
And that's pretty much it. Like when you really look into it, like I was one of the early ones to look into it, like nearly 5 years ago. And at first, like, oh, a lot of fantastical things, and this is super interesting. It is giving some vague ideas about something that is not an alien race that is building these megalithic structures and blah, blah, blah. And as time has progressed, they have just taken everything on board, like everything that is like now flat Earth is in it also, and Christianity and all the religions and all the paganism and everything is just Tartaria now, like, and and if you actually go in and look at the content creators, all they're doing is they're showing you pictures and they're parroting the narrative. And they're really not showing anything.
Right. I think there's like a genre of just, I don't know, it's like historical finger painting. I don't really think it's like great research, but I don't mind it necessarily because sometimes it's interesting, but it's like, I guess it's on the line of that whatever ancient aliens type stuff. You know, if
It's a
that's
distraction,
access on
is what it
TV.
is.
Because something like Ancient Aliens has a viewership, there's a language in which like people understand that's bullshit, but they'll still watch it. You know, just like pro wrestling is, that's fake as well.
I mean, people still entertain the ideas about high advanced technology in the ancient days, but they're not looking into like sand water abrasives with copper tools, where it's actually not the copper tool but the sand water abrasive that is cutting granite and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
We can replicate all these kind of quote unquote
honestly,
technologies today, for example. So
Well, hold on. Like, all right, that's where we're gonna have to kind of get in there. I was listening to that for a bit, and then, all right. So when it comes to that ancient alien stuff, like, and they making that joke, and again, it is a joke because plenty of people went out of their way to. I remember there was a famous sculptor that used the old bronze tools, or no, copper tools, because bronze wasn't a thing, and trying to make some of these really very smooth and polished statues and stuff. But what ended up happening was like this whole idea that, again, based on what the information on the hieroglyph says, that this thing was done, what was it, like within about 4 to 5 years, 182 days or some shit like that. And even the mathematicians go like, if we were to take the method of you using this with the sand and that would be fucking impossible. No fucking way. It has to be something else. So unless the hieroglyphs are fucking wrong, right? Which unfortunately I would put it as wrong, but they already embellished these priests that were writing on the wall as being the highest standard of education and individuals, so they couldn't be wrong. So yeah, and as far as ancient technologies goes, pyramids all over the fucking world with almost the same type of gods all over the place, and also in ley lines, also with the ability to build these insane structures as if you had like a view of almost about 100 to 200 feet in the air, and insane terraforming. Yeah, that's there's some advanced shit to it.
What I find to be interesting is star forts, things like that would show like that you had people totally had an idea. They're like, hey, river, cool. Then we'll use the water and then we'll dredge the shit out and we'll make like a whole bay and stuff like that. So we can have like those dudes knew how to set up shop, and that goes back before Paris. You know what I mean? So.
Well, the story about star forts is that it's an evolution of weapon artillery, where we have back in the medieval days, people built up high walls to protect from bows and attackers and stuff like that, and that was how they protected their city walls and their fucking castles. Then we had something that was we have something like gunpowder, the creation of the cannon. Now these high walls was suddenly obsolete. What could normally sustain a siege for years would now be crumbling in 1 to 3 weeks because of the cannon. So they had to figure something out. So engineering wise, they created what we now have as star forts. And if you actually go in and look at all the angles and the heights and all these kind of things and the storage behind it, it makes sense that it is not energy production. It is actually just an evolution of defense structure.
It's like a super great like tower defense game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We played tower defense games for 600 years. We lost until we figured out that if we just make this geometrically impossible fucking thing, that it's going to be very difficult to take our shit. And we'll put it on water so we can like last here for a while. So they almost all have like water around them, you know?
Yeah, I mean the water is
almost all built off.
I absolutely love the tower defense games. Those are great.
Yeah, that shit's always dope.
The water serve several functions. First of all, if they're close to waters, where if there is a siege over land, they can still get boats in for supplies and stuff like that. The second one is that many of these star forts, they are in river inlets. So if you come from the ocean and you want in, you have to get through these star forts. So it's like a protection of the land also from outsiders. And the third one is that just like castles, they were up on a hill, so they had a view over the land masses around them. Well, star forts and cities was also built like that, so there were protection from the natural surroundings and the topography. There is actually a story from, I think it's from Holland, where they built up a lot of dams so they could actually cultivate the lands and grow crops and stuff like that. And if there was an attack on site, if one of the scouts has figured out that now there was an army coming towards the city, they would break these dams and flood the entire area, so the attackers could not get close.
Yeah.
So people back then was pretty damn smart. They knew how to manipulate land.
Yeah.
Right,
So
right.
hold on. So let me get next on this. And so when it comes to
You're
like,
next.
yeah. So here's the major issue to a lot of the things, and this is where a lot of people are like I said, when it comes to the star forts, Tartaria, ancient cities, or these ancient civilization, right? The majority of people, especially in the academia, that are now separating from the mainstream, have to come in terms that the majority of these historians and a lot of these books have been edited, right? And since they've been so edited, and since history itself has been so politicized, right? There's been fabrications of stories and stuff that are not adding up. That's why a lot of people are now exploring some of these ancient civilizations and even put up in the questions: was there ancient magnetic technology? Was Tartaria a thing? And people are finding manuscripts, maps that are going back from the 1700s. And like, oh, there's a map. It's authenticated. So that must mean that this thing existed. So that's where people are studying that stuff. Now, as far as these megalithic structures and goes and like ancient cities, most people don't know right now, fundamentally, like the 3 pyramids of Giza, what the fuck it was. Because for the longest time, we've been fed for the last 60 years that they were tombs for the great pharaohs. And then later on, we find out that, oh, that was a big lie. There was never been a person found in the tombs. And so that's where people are pulling up theories that they might be power plants or some sort of power generator. And you have Nikola Tesla's ideas, and it kind of works side by side. That's where you're getting this like kind of fringe science going on.
Well, I mean, like the Wardenclyffe Tower is famed and all that, and I'm aware of its parallels in design to the Giza temple structure. But like, I mean, I don't know, like nobody's really done Wardenclyffe in a long time to just like show it. It'd be nice to like see that demonstrated a little bit more to understand like what might have been possible like with an earlier civilization.
Yeah,
Like
that's
there's a lot of this use of granite in Giza is interesting too, because it's like itself is conductive. Like when it's wettened, it's like actually conductive. If they just had like wet rocks, they'd actually just conduct electricity. Like, isn't that stupid? But yeah, they could have had like a whole like kind of technology grid based on these kinds of things, and it's just we wouldn't know about it now. But I think that stuff's interesting. To say, I think probably one of the most mysterious, but to me, ultimately, it just proves that something used to exist that no longer does. Is in the Tibetan area, like like in Tibet, they have like these machines and wheels and stuff like that. They do nothing. They just move around, but they say that they move around in order that they do good things in the world. Like, and that they should always keep going. And none of that makes any sense, right? Until you think it's just like it's there to preserve the idea that we know how to do these things basically. That we don't use them anymore for what they used to be used for, but we could, like we can revive this. We just have to keep the idea alive, keep the technique alive, keep people knowing about it. It just really seems like it's kind of coming from this like older era, like where it's part of like some kind of Indian tech that used to exist. This somewhere in that area, like there were ways that they were building these like their places. You know what I mean? Like if you look, they're just like carving temples right into rock. They'll carve like a little town into rock. You know what I mean? Like what are they doing?
Yep.
How are they doing that exactly?
Well,
Like,
how?
what's the
Well,
deal?
do you know about fire setting? You create a fire, you heat up the rocks, you pour on water, and that will create microscopic fractures, and it would be easy to just beat them off with other stone.
Absolutely.
But it's precise though. Like you
Well,
got some entire structures with perfect 90 degrees, perfect cuts, perfect and this is where people even put up the example like when Bob Lazar himself was checking out the UFOs and he was talking about how the metal was so seamless, he just thought it was out of this world. But later on when 3D printing came around and laser engravers, he was like, wow, that could have been the case. That's what could have made this metal seamless if it was 3D printed or stuff. So we don't have that. Like when it comes to that carving through the mountain, back then people just thought maybe they use sculpture and stuff. But now most people, even engineers, looking at some of these ancient monuments or ancient rock structures carved, they'll tell you that it looks laser cut. It's definitely looks like very engineerly cut. Like it's pretty hard to use a chisel. And then there even get sculptors in it too. Master sculptors who sculpt
Right.
statues for a
So-
living. And there's
So there's
no
certainly other ways to. There's a lot of ways to. I'm not gonna say skin a cat because I don't even know if people do that really, but there's a lot of ways to use materials. You could use like sandblasting. You could use chemical etchants, right? Electro. You could use electroplating, electroforming. You could use casting. You know what I mean? Anyway, you can create like a lot of the hieroglyphs. I think before the era of like Egyptian style ones, they would just have like basically a cylinder wheel that had the bas relief carving on it, and then they would just run the cylinder across like a fresh clay wall, and then that would just give them the imprint, and then the dudes would like decorate it or whatever.
Actually, a funny note about the hieroglyphs is that we know that there's different pharaohs and stuff like that, and they all have their own depictions. Some of these hieroglyphs from the previous pharaoh is actually being plastered over, so they could reuse the wall to write the new story about the new pharaoh. And you can find many examples of this, where there is plaster on plaster and new hieroglyphs underneath and stuff like that. So retelling the story or erasing the old pharaoh story or something like that because the son wants to be more grandiose. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of ways you can manipulate stone. And when these ancient high-tech guys, they're going around saying, oh, it's perfect cut, it's perfect smoothness, they're just making up a story. If you actually go down and test these kind of things, no, I'm not.
Yeah,
people have tested these kind of things without the bias of ancient high-tech, and they have proven ancient high-tech to be wrong.
Well, first of all, you come in with a bias, and two, majority of them come in with guests. They come in there's even plenty of people that are not on that Ancient Aliens bullshit show that went up.
My bias when I looked into these kind of things was actually the high-tech precision, and I got convinced that okay, they're just talking bullshit.
The cuts are 90
anyone
degrees.
can watch that show Ancient Aliens Debunked. If you watch that show Ancient Aliens Debunked by Chris White on YouTube, it's like 3 hours long. They literally lie to you when they tell you, oh, it's perfectly smooth, straight edges. You can see when the guy puts a straight edge to it, there's a fucking gap. Like, they're not all that what they claim to be.
Yeah, so there are plenty of cuts and stuff like that. Like I said, there's plenty of edges that have been fucked up by wind and erosion, but there are also plenty of other places that are interior that are perfectly cut with, fucking 100% pure steel. So there's weird shit going to that.
But one of the things that they bring up in Ancient Aliens is like, and this temple in Cambodia has a stegosaurus and an astronaut there. There's no reason for that. Next on Ancient Aliens, well, that was added in like 92. A fucking stegosaurus and a fucking astronaut to the temple because it was damaged.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Ancient Aliens.
But I'm just saying that that's in that video that Jeremy was talking about, and I was like, wow, that was a wow moment for me because I thought that was something pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm not, like I've said, there's too much evidence and too many of different manuscripts that I've been looking at that as far as it goes with ancient structures and ancient civilizations and stuff, I'm not going to brush that off that there's like this hyper advanced technological civilization that might have had access to fucking magic for all I know.
I'm not trying to say because Ancient Aliens is shit that it means that you're incorrect. I'm not trying to say that. One thing doesn't prove the other. But there are some interest. There definitely must have been some engineering and marvelous things that people knew how to do that are just lost to the ages, and I totally believe that.
The Ancient Aliens people straight up lied to you. Just they either lied or they got remedial shit wrong. So either way, it's not looking good.
Well, they're not called ancient alien guys anymore. They're actually called, Tartaria, ancient high-tech, lost civilization guys.
Yeah, those guys I was talking. Look, as far as it goes with like ancient Tartaria, there are manuscripts, maps, and even flags that are talked about by other countries that this Tartaria exists. Now,
Yeah.
Tartaria, I'm not positively sure if it's real or not. Like, I'll tell you that. But if you're telling me Atlantis exists, yeah, I have hundreds of fucking information and documents that shows there was a massive civilization with the same building functions from Mesoamerican all the way to fucking Japan and China, building the same structures, same hieroglyphs, same gods, and same motif. That to just dismiss it all is kind of nonsensical to me. But as far as it goes, yeah, something's up. Ancient past, ancient things that we're not privy to. I don't know what's going on. But as for sure as I'm not gonna say like it's a bunch of like stone masons that were able to find ways to cut hard stone through some sort of grinding sand method. I think that's kind of absurd.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Because
we're talking about a Stone Age. Let's just, if you just go with mainstream, Stone Age is 200,000 years old. I'm not 100% buying that. Let's just give it 20,000 years. Let's say that one civilization is 2,000 years old. They had 2,000 years of perfectionizing hitting on stone. Couldn't they have figured out a way to manipulate big stones?
All right, let's go with that notion, right? And let's go with the way Graham Hancock says it too, because it's funny.
Oh, he's a con man.
No. Let's just go with that. Let's go with that way. You have a hunter-gathering tribe, no more than what was normally considered, based on what the anthropologists say, about 50 members at least. They get out of the fucking ice age, and as soon as they get out of the ice age, they automatically learn agriculture. They learn fucking stone structures, ley lines, star charts, these great massive epochs with boom. As soon as I guess the snow makes us stupid, but somehow they've gotten to these massive technological bumps within those few 100 years. Does that make any sense to you?
Well, not when you're putting it out like, oh, they were just dumb simpletons like that, but they were just as cognitive. Their cognitive abilities is just as good, if maybe not better, than we are today. So when you paint them as simpletons, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But I don't believe or buy into that these guys were dumb whatsoever. And it's not just after the Ice Age. Maybe some of these structures come from before that, but it's still not evidence of high tech. It's just evidence of good engineering and professional stoneworkers.
That it's even if you take it in a modern sense, right? So if I get 100, let's say if I get 100 of mixture of rednecks and that were hunting and all that stuff, right? And I throw 100 rednecks with a bunch of women in an island, a big large island, and I expect by the next 100 years,
redneck women or non-redneck women?
well, no, both redneck and redneck women, right? Right? Well, actually, no. The way they were talking about with the Ice Age is like you went from a place of not building to building. So I'll put 100 of couples of men and women of liberals who used to get their food from hunting, and well, I'll give them the hunting, and then I throw them in the island, and I expect them to start learning how to build. They've never built before, never built grand cities, never built large farms. You can't just go within about 3 generations in and learn how to master farm and soil retention and rebuilding soil or even creating new soil, and then expect them to build this massive city structure that is also connected to the ley lines of the Earth's magnetic grid. So how did they got that knowledge? Writing all of a sudden was picked up. So they went from cave painting to articulate writing.
Yeah, again, you really put an emphasis on painting these guys as stupid.
I'm not painting them stupid.
It's just over a few generations. Like you're also ignoring my notion that maybe one civilization is 1,000 years old. That's 1,000 years old of beating on rocks.
Yeah, but mind you, I'm using your mainstream's ability of description of what
mainstream. I literally said I didn't buy the mainstream. I'm saying if you say according to the mainstream and even chipping off 180,000 years and saying it's 20,000 years that the Stone Age was, or 10,000 years. If one civilization still it's 1,000 years old, it's still like, what is that, like 50, 100 generations of passing down knowledge?
That's another thing that doesn't make sense is the fact that the mainstream has us here for 180,000 years.
Oh man,
having a circle jerk, not doing nothing, and then all in the past, 10,000 years, all of a sudden everything popped up, agriculture.
There you go.
All kinds of stuff. Like the timeline doesn't make sense. We sat on our dicks for 180,000 years.
Yeah. Now the way I would describe it like this: I think humanity has been here for millions of years. And all this shit is fucking cycles. At every certain amount of cycles, there's a calamity, and we go back into fucking hunting and gathering, and we start to fuck over. and then maybe there's some survivors that come around and they fucking teach us, and then we start the fucking ball over for some sort of entertainment. It looks like it, because every now and then you have, like, for instance, the Sphinx and the pyramids of Giza predates the Egyptians. They found those structures. They didn't build it, and so on. So I don't know. That's usually my saying. Graham Hancock, all he's doing, he's not a con, is literally stating the question, what the fuck are these ancient structures? Because clearly the natives that are currently living there, and based on what anthropologists and archaeologists are saying, well, they built it. And then when you later on dig into this, which he's doing, they go like, we didn't build this, we found this. This was built by someone else. So that means something's up.
You like Graham Hancock? Have you ever checked out the Dwarka dive that he did off of India? That the sunken city off of it's just like a shelf of the.
I'm still watching a lot of his stuff now. I didn't get to see that.
You should check it out because it happens at this time. The fucking awesome city falls into the ocean, and is that around the time when I don't know if that might be around the time when some other things are kicking off that maybe like were flood-like activities. You know what I mean? In a certain region.
Yeah.
When did the flood fucking happen? When did the biblical flood supposedly? These things are interesting to think about. But this the thing about Tartaria that's interesting to me is that there was like this giant empire of people that had floating dragon on their flags. Okay.
Yep.
That's of interest and of import. To confuse it necessarily with future tech or antique tech or those kinds of things, it gets beside the point, which is that besides the Persian Empire and the Roman Empire, there was something bigger than both of them. Kind of. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with that, because like I said, when you look at, like I said, we don't have access to what the fuck they're exploring, right? Most of these rich bastards and these elites, as soon as someone discovers something, it gets confiscated or it gets taken over. You know, there's plenty of writers and anthropologists, archaeologists, and so on from the 1900s talking about shit like that. Or sometimes they go like, you're going in the respect of your country, and they get brushed off on the side. Now, if there was a great Tartaria Empire in the mix between the Romans and the Persians, that would be cool. But I don't know if it's like antiquity tech.
Well, no, just dig this though. Like there are like I think some kind of clues here is, like in Greek, right? Like the underworld is called Tartarus, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Tartarus is itself supposed to be an intelligent place. It's like an intelligent maze. That's interesting. But then, like in Tartary, I've seen Tartar flags that have the maze on it.
That could also be.
And then you have the Minoan reference and stuff like that with Daedalus and Icarus and the Daedalus maze with the bull. That's all interesting. The bull, the maze,
that is
fucking
interesting.
Tartaria. How is all this going together? But they're flying the dragon flag, but then that winds up in English heraldry. Who's intermarrying here into the houses? Why do they have to intermarry into the houses? Is this Game of Thrones we're watching? Kind of, sort of, maybe.
Stark, Arya Starkas.
Don't you do it. Don't you do this.
Listen, only because of what you said about the maze, bud. Let me just say this briefly, the maze and the star forts. I actually think that the star forts, right, are passageways underground to get us to the north center. So if we're in some sort of a stump of a tree, you have this intricate maze of channels underneath the ground to get beyond the north. I don't think you could do it at the surface level because there's a big fuck off barrier there. So yeah, that you mentioned Tartarus and the underground and the maze, fucking hell, and the Game of Thrones as well. Get out of here, Snacks.
Other things too, like St. George and the Dragon. That's an important kind of story and a plate and stuff like that. And basically, the dragon would just come like gobble the virgins up, take them away, whatever. Take the cows and the virgins. But that sounds like what a dragon horde would do too, right? You got a bunch of dragon warriors, you know what I mean, riding around in their awesome armored horses and stuff like that with their awesome steel, and they just cut you down just as soon as look at you, right? They just take your shit and be like, we demand tribute, and then you would just hand them over your stuff. This is an interesting thing that St. George and the dragon, like, unless he's talking about a real dragon that he actually fucking stabbed, and he's like, yeah, I got this somewhat small dragon. Or is he talking about a larger group? Is that like code? Is it coded? You know what I mean? That way. I think it is. I think there was tremendous like pressure brought from people that had weaponry where other people only had pitchforks, or if maybe wooden pitchforks. You know? You're talking about what I think is the Sarmatian and Scythian groupings of those areas above Iran, were I think a big point of being able to strike down anywhere and just own their areas. You know what I mean? And that's the Amazons, bro. That's the fucking Amazon tribe of fucking basically right, Artemis, right? Artemis of Ephesia. The fucking that's the shit that really actually ties the Game of Thrones shit into this and makes it more like, oh, that shit is actually real. The whole thing where there's like in the story talk about, oh, the Valerian steel is so strong it can destroy the frost people, whatever. Just talking about they were able to make the fucking best steel there. You know what I mean? Like probably high carbon steel, being able to refine it. And then after that, they probably want to take in other places that they knew had these materials. The materials, not the dragon stone. Oh, we found dragon stone. Now we can make the weapon. Well, that probably really is part of the story anyway, right? Is whoever finds the best deposits of the best materials makes for the best steel that turns other swords into garbage. And that's how the samurais were able to beat the Tartarians and fucking repel them from like 300 years of attacks, man, trying to take over Japan. They
You mean the
broke the whole navy.
Mongolians?
No, it's just Tartary. It was the Mongolian, but it's the Tartarian Empire under the rule of the Mongol king. Yeah.
No, okay. Because even Japanese sword can break a fucking Viking sword. So, and they
It's
don't
like
do so well against fighting plated armor individuals. Like katanas are great for like wood armor, but not for like full plate.
I don't know. They can vary basically the formula.
They did it like with a show that they were making katanas. Even get like katana can break a bullet, no big deal, but like it can't pierce through Viking chainmail. So if the Mongolians, which you even showed, had chainmail, you know, they wouldn't be able to fight supposedly semi-advanced Tartarian.
They were just hiring thug people. They were just hiring. They were actually they took over Korea, and they took those Koreans and they said, you guys better like get on these boats and fucking take over Japan with our. They just only had a couple lead boats, you know what I mean, and then the rest of them were just like an aggregate of like hired help, and they tried to take Japan. And those dudes have like samurai helmets with like fucking deer. Do you know what I mean? They're fighting a guerrilla warfare thing with samurai swords. They beat them anyway, but and that's why they have all those ears from Korean people. And then they gave them back. They just took their ears and put them on. I guess it's probably bad, or no, I'm not sure what they did. It wasn't a good deal. I don't know, but don't mess with Texas. Anyway, so that really like was part of the end era of the Tartarian Empire because they overextended themselves. They tried to have, but anytime you just conquer a place and then you flip it over and you try to take that population and flip them over to be your army to flip over another country, this is what they were kind of doing, you know. And like, oh, you're part of the dragon, you're part of the dragon empire, man. Yeah, join up, you know, you'd be part of us. And then this totalitarian sort of capitalistic sort of expansion, it eventually breaks itself, you know.
I don't know, man. Like with all the weird things that I've seen with Tartaria and the people that, like I've said, when it comes to this subject, maybe it's not debated well enough, like flat Earth versus Globy, but whatever is going with the World Fair, Tartaria, and Atlantis, it's all new shit that we have to rediscover and relearn. You know, so everything is up for grabs and questions. Like at least some of these guys are saying their theories and not facts. You know, so
World Fair's always been fascinating to me. You've got who's Bernays as the advertiser initially, and some of the first like World Fair things are like basically like a big tower that you could go up to and then see that the world is a ball. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of this global salesmanship within the World's Fair because all the world's a fair, after all, right? It's a ball world after all. I don't know. Like there's this campaign, basically an advertising campaign for a conversion of the world into this more future world, you know, and then you have all these like companies and stuff like that, kind of like all in this engineering thing centered around the metric system within like the Paris World Fair, where they had been constructing the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower is interesting because they're the same motherfuckers that made our Statue of Liberty. So I don't know. I think it's all very interesting. And then the New York World's Fair. You've got a presidential assassination up in New York's World's Fair, where Tesla was promoting his like an oxyacetylene flame. Oh no, Tesla powered the World's Fair with the waterfalls. The whole setup of the World's Fair was powered by Tesla's waterfalls. That was supposed to be a big attraction. Also, they had a big tower with an acetylene gas torch, showing the new kind of welding fuels that we'd be using in the future. And then the president got assassinated, and that was one World's Fair. I mean, World's Fairs are interesting.
Yeah.
And that's how Roosevelt got to be president. We all know he did a great job. Bang up job. That's how we got the teddy bear. I'm taking you all over the joint here. Sorry about this.
Well, it's all good. I'm playing video games right now.
The teddy bear actually coming from Germany. Thanks, Germany, for the teddy bear and Teddy Roosevelt. That's great. There's like a whole hidden bear thing in here too. I don't know if you see this. The bear. Bear in mind. No. The bears, the bulls and the bears. Yep.
Yeah, regardless, I'm not gonna write anyone off as a con man. Like Graham Hancock, I don't think is a con man. At least they put up the question. It's like it's like with the academia and mainstream science and all that shit. They're a bunch of fucking con men.
Well, he is a bit of a con man when he is proposing like ancient high tech that we have no evidence for, levitation, and all that kind of crap. Like he's not grounded in reality; he's grounded in fairy tales. That is a con man.
That's not a con man. A con man would tell you that it's factual evidence. Give me money.
That's pretty much what he's doing.
That's not what he's saying. You know what a proposing the idea is? You literally just said that. Proposing the idea is proposing a theory of what you think it matters. I could tell you tomorrow that this big fucking rock was thrown by trolls to go and destroy Christian churches. That's an idea.
I'm pretty sure in one of his episode, if not pretty much all of them, he is saying, the conclusion must be ancient high tech. And he's on Netflix, so give me money. He's right there in the con man scheme.
Look, when you get your own TV show and you can go ahead and convince some historians about, fucking using, sand and shit, then you can go ahead and say that. But I don't think he's a con man because he's popular.
You don't think that a sand abrasive with a water solution and a copper pendulum saw can cut in granite?
I didn't say it couldn't.
I just say that done your research, bro.
No, I didn't say it couldn't. I just said it takes a fucking for a long time, and I already stated that the mathematicians that went over there to look with those scientists, the ones that were working with your case, said it's mathematically fucking impossible to do based on what the hieroglyphs said on the time frame. It takes too long, and the way it's being done will take forever.
Well,
So
that's not even what is in contention here. I didn't
Well,
care
so-
about it. I don't even care about the timeline. I am here. Could ancient Stone Age people, with the technology that they have left over and the blueprints, could they have done this? Could they have cut in granite? Could they have made circular holes in granite? Could they have made smooth walls with this quote unquote technology, sand abrasives and stuff like that? And the conclusion is yes, they could. And then we can start to talk about the timeline. Okay, 20 years, 1 stone every 5 minutes. Okay, it doesn't add up. But that still doesn't remove the conclusion we just made that it is possible for these people to work with the stone in the manner that we are being told.
See, the difference is, right? See, you're posing a theory, your conclusion based on some physical evidence that you're using. So you're proposing the theory because nothing is factual. Because if you want to play on historical writings, they'll even tell you in their historical writings that they built it this way with this frames and something else. Some even said they sung their buildings together.
So you're not listening. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you want to propose your theory, that's your theory.
It's
That
not
guy's
a theory.
proposing
It's
his theory. It is a
factual.
theory.
They could work with stone in the manner they told. The timeline might be in contention. That might be up for discussion. But they had the tools. They had the abilities. So they could have worked with the stone as told.
Can we switch off of Giza? Let's go to Puma Punku. You guys familiar with the H blocks and all them, right? Other people have conjectured that they're too perfect to have been made by any carving method that we know about, which is and also, but we're not going to even consider that they were poured, which is totally the proper way to do this if you want to have like 1-to-1 copies, right? Why is it that they avoid?
Yeah, the problem is
they're not that.
The problem is they're not 1-to-1 copies, though. They're just not.
The H blocks?
Ancient aliens lie to you, bro.
The Puma Punku ones.
Ancient aliens lie to you. Those are not 1-for-1 copies. They're different sizes. You need to go watch Chris White, Ancient Aliens Debunked. I'm telling you, even if you're not into the Ancient Aliens thing, and you're just into the megalithic structure thing, you should go check them out, because that way you won't be sitting here thinking they're 1-for-1 copies.
Does the guy actually go over there to?
Jeremy, I'm going to take some time.
The YouTuber, does that YouTuber actually physically go there and actually does the measurements? Jeremy, does that YouTuber, the one that's debunking the ancient aliens, does he actually physically go to these places?
No, he doesn't. You can see it, and there's measurements. Oh my God, I know. You got to go everywhere to see everything. Do you know China exists? Did you go there?
No, I'm just
dumb,
no. That's not it, man.
Stupid.
It's like these armchair.
What you're saying is stupid. Did you go to China? You don't know China exists.
No. I'm saying if you're all right, you're asking, right? You're literally challenging the statements of the ancient alien guys who literally went there to supposedly state out their own factual theory, right? So
he uses their footage and shows you. He uses their footage and shows them lying to you.
Yeah, but here's my thing though. Here's the difference, right? Ancient aliens went out, made their observation. They physically got there themselves. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Lied to you, and then they came back and lied to you about the results. Yes, that's what happened.
Okay, so let me finish. So they went out there and did a measurement. It's like this: if you went out to measure the Brooklyn Bridge and you physically measured the shit, right, and you recorded while you're doing the measurement, I don't want to hear two shits from some YouTuber who did not fucking go there to measure it. That makes no sense.
And as you're measuring it, as you recorded yourself measuring the Brooklyn Bridge, and I can show the video of your own video where you fucked up, then what?
All right, then you know what? If I fucked up, I would expect you to go fucking physically measure, record yourself, and show me that I fucked up.
I can show you where you fucked up in your own video.
Yeah,
why
but that's
do I
my
need to
point.
go do it?
Because it's the same
argument.
argument.
Your point is I can't show you where you fucked up in your own video?
No, that's not it. If you're going to challenge me on the measurements of it,
show you where you fucked up in your own video.
Yeah,
so
you can
show you where you fucked up. Okay, cool.
But guess what? The guy has more evidence. The guy has more evidence to go up against. The guy's like, well, no, I was there and I measured it. I literally was there. I measured these with these tools.
They're literally not 1-for-1 copies. I'm sorry, guys. I know you want something cool to have happen where they poured stone or something. It didn't happen. They're not 1-for-1
copies. you're a fucking expert in this. Obviously.
Yeah, I disagree, man. Because
I'm
it's
not
the
an
same.
expert. You don't need to be
No,
an expert.
you are a
They're
fucking
clearly
expert
not the
because
same
you watched
size.
the fucking YouTube video. You're the expert on this, and
Yeah,
They're
you know better
clearly
than
not
what I'm
the
talking
same
about.
size.
You just took my fucking point and then just like made it about like I'm saying as an exact like to the micron fucking copy, and I didn't say that, you know. But these are just molds that are fucking. They're about the same fucking just what you'd expect. You know what I mean? There's a series of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cool. If you want to say they made a mold,
You know what? That's why I
100
said. That's why I said I'm gonna look into it more, and I'll have a more specific conversation with you about this in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, I disagree. If it's the same thing.
All I'm saying is that it is the easiest way to produce a basic copy of something. Say I have a brick or some fucking structure or something like that.
that
I
would
make a mold
that
from
would
it.
be the easiest way.
It's the easiest way, and because like I only have to get the seams right once from my mold, from my master, right?
That would be the easiest way. I thought you were done. My bad.
That's all. That's all I was meaning to say, Jeremy. Like, it's not that they necessarily need to be like ancient alien, perfect, crazy technology. I'm just saying that a lot of that can accommodate like just building techniques. And why wouldn't you do it that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I
That would
disagree.
make sense. That would make sense if they were all 1-for-1 sizes. Yes, that would make sense. They're not all 1-for-1 sizes. So what's easier to make them 1-for-1 to make 100 different molds? It's not the same size, guys. I'm sorry. Like I don't know. It's obvious.
Yeah,
You
because
don't
your
need to
favorite
even go there
YouTuber
with
wouldn't told you otherwise, right?
You don't need to even go there with a measuring tape. It's just blatantly obvious.
Blatantly obvious from footage.
Yes, blatantly obvious from the footage. Yes, you can
Mm.
clearly see they're not the same size. You clearly haven't looked into this.
Dude, I'm not gonna look. I remember that one time when a bunch of professors using YouTube videos went after the guy that found the European Sun Pyramid down the hill. And they're like, no, it's not real. And the guy goes like, I'll fly you over there, just see it with your own eyes. And for like 5 fucking years, they kept saying there was no European pyramid built in that fucking hill. And they were going by photographs. And look, that's definitely not it. And like I said, unless the guy fucking physically shows up there, I'm gonna just treat it as some hearsay shit. You gotta, if you're gonna debunk it, physically measure it yourself. And then look, I went out there with my boys. I
Dude, there's
recorded
nothing to
myself measuring.
debunk. They're just not the same size. There's nothing
No,
to
just
debunk.
debunk it. You be physically there, measure it with your own shit.
Okay, let's see the measurements of them being the same size.
Yeah, let's go
Let's
ahead
see
and
'em. Go ahead,
contact.
post it.
No.
Post the
I'm
measurements.
I'm
You're
not. I'm
claiming they're
asking
the
you.
same size.
No. I'm asking you to go to that
So you're
YouTuber.
not claiming they're the same size.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm claiming
Okay,
that I'm not.
then fine.
You're getting mad because I don't like your YouTuber. It's like I'm telling you, I'm not gonna sign
Maggie, I
up.
thought you guys were claiming they were the same size. Now you're not.
I'm
Claiming
not
they're
claiming
the
that.
same size, and we have nothing to talk about.
No, you're mad because
not
you're
the-
stating
not
some
the
sort of
same size,
factual
great.
debunk, dude. You're literally stating a factual
They're not.
debunk, dude.
The H blocks aren't the same size. Great. No one's claiming that. Awesome. Nothing more to
Yeah.
talk about. Bye.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I thought you guys were claiming they're the same size. If you're not, then fine, whatever.
You literally, yeah, I know. You came with this whole factual YouTuber shit, and I'm like,
you literally what?
Yeah, and you claimed that it was facts.
What do you do?
Yeah, you claimed it was facts, right? Did he do his own measurement with his own footage? No, he used someone else's footage.
I don't need to have measurements. They're not the same size, remember? No one's claiming that.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm not sub to that guy.
It doesn't matter. Good, great. They're not the same size. Great. No one's claiming it.
Cool.
Good. Good.
A bit personal here, guys. Can we move on to the greater conversation?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter to me.
I think myself along Snack's point that when it comes to figuring out how they built the pyramids, they're only incorporating sort of technology they had available at the time. They don't consider poured aggregate because, well, it's not within the official story. I hold that these buildings were built, possibly pyramids in Egypt, possibly last 300 years, something like that. I have no problem thinking like that. At least. So that's a mad road then to take, isn't it? Where the fuck do you go from there? Construct reality? It's all a fucking holodeck experience? Who knows? The narrative laid down. Wrap our infinite brains around while we're in a limited awareness sense.
I think the majority have our own personal beliefs. Only time will tell which one of us is right.
Time will never tell. Maybe time is telling right now. Do you know what I mean? It's always, something will come to light in the future, but maybe the truth is here right now for the individual mind to come to terms with themselves. And it's not as if you did come to terms with who you're going to share it with. You know what I mean? Sort of
Share
on
it,
your
family
own
and
in this
friends, those
one.
that want to listen. It's not a big deal. Like everyone had their own conclusions about certain situations we can't talk about. And now there's a lot of people doing the shake and the dance in their own bed, taking a shit on themselves.
Really?
Only time will tell, man. Only time will tell.
Yeah, yeah. But look, the past is established. Truth is already established. I don't think it does us too well to dwell on these little I know they're big points, but they're also minor points in the greater consideration. So, or get too passionate about it anyway. As I say, I mean, my position, I'll tell you honestly, because someone was mentioning a Stone Age man and generations, I'm happy enough, even I'm dead wrong, but I'm still happy enough to think of this earth in terms of a limited time span, 500 years or something, that this construct as we know it right now, or this earth in its current form, is in play. It comes back to the sun, the moon, the stars. That's maybe how long they're all in play. Who knows? But I think no one knows anything at the end of the day. So yeah, time will tell about certain things, I guess. But
yeah,
are there really people shitting themselves? You just metaphor there. Is that very very nervous about what they put
No,
into
no,
their
they
body?
really are shitting themselves, literally, emotionally, and stressfully. I got enough vets that they had to have a little bag stapled into their stomach.
Goodness gracious! Isn't that madness?
Natural
Isn't that
selection at its
madness?
best. We used to have berry busher testers, and now we have this.
I don't know the stat around here where I'm at, but I don't speak to so many people, and I guess people wouldn't be too willing to talk about these things. Of course, you hear nothing about on the mainstream about the excess deaths and all of these different illnesses. So yeah, it must be a stressful time, especially for people who maybe were woken up by the whole saga. Do you know what I mean? Now suddenly came into conspiracy world, and they must be very, very stressed out, considering that they've taken whatever has been dished out with the jabs or whatever.
Yep, it's
What a
the
time!
greatest I told you so in fucking history.
Oh goodness! And I'm not laughing like that, but I did say to everyone at the from the very, very outset, my voice has been consistent about this. That it's don't be taking it. Except you know the story. Not going to talk about it over here,
Yeah,
but you don't want to have to say that, do you? I told you so. Fuck's sake.
yeah. I had some people some people were like, "Wow, I wish so much people deaf. I hated them. I've said all these nasty shits to them," and then all of a sudden, damn, it sucks, doesn't it? So, and they were fucking wishing everyone that wasn't following their fucking fucking thing, like, "Oh, they gotta die, man. I wish them death, man. Fuck those motherfuckers." And now here they are, onto their own.
Shoes on the other foot, really, in a sense.
Yep.
And it's madness. It's almost divine in a sense. I think at the end of the day, made their choices themselves. You get to heaven, if this thing killed you, you get to heaven. They say, well, what about the people who told you? You had the choice, you went along with it. Did you not learn enough from life not to go along with uh, these things for the sake of it? Do you do due diligence, etc.? So in a sense, we sort of have ourselves to blame for taking any injections. But the thing I would worry about there is the younger people. There was a lot of younger people, my own son, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I'd say coerced or forced into it for the sake of going to university or going just living some sort of a normal life. You know what I mean? So I wonder how can they be blamed when they're just so new into adulthood and they wouldn't be aware of it. So I do wonder, bud. I do wonder.
That sucks. Unfortunately, the young kids are gonna have to pay the price. Maybe if they're so lucky they got the saline version of it. Some of them aren't so lucky, and they can blame their parents as their when they get like into the afterlives for that fucking bullshitness. You know.
Ugh. I remember not to talk about it too long, but I remember my mother and aunt were downstairs talking about, well, which one are you going to get? Are you going to get the AstraZeneca or this Pfizer? Oh, I don't know. I'll see. I'll make my mind up. What do you think is best? All this sort of thing. For fuck's sake, what the heck is wrong with you? The heck is wrong with you queuing up to take your pick of these options? It's ridiculous, and there's nothing at all wrong with them. You know what I mean? Well, a few people are dead now, and a few people have had heart problems and other issues. What do you do, though? I don't say anything at all. You just say nothing at all.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and I've used this as a perfect example for flat Earth. Like, oh, why would they lie? Why would like? Do we not? Are we not still in the bullshit conspiracy that everyone is saying that we need an amnesty because we were wrong? You know, I'm having a hard time understanding why would they lie. So that's why I think flat
Well,
Earth is just growing exponentially after seeing this shit.
that's a great catalyst in a way. The name itself is very interesting. Crown. I'm not go- okay. So you can't even mention the word now. At least, I mean, anyway, without getting into trouble. But yeah, that would be a great catalyst for people to wake up, won't it? Because the minute you see that massive of a level of a scam, even a dastardly scam, then you're going to be looking into other things. You may be more open to looking into flat Earth than maybe we ever were at the beginning, because we weren't through such traumatic personal experience. You know what I mean? Yeah. So maybe that's what it's all about at the end of the day. The general mass awakening. Maybe there has to be a price to be paid. Who knows? I don't know.
So
I think
I just like
the creator's in control of everything. Just to say that, I like to think the creator's in control of everything. But
Annie though. I looked into that H block thing, and I don't think I stand corrected by anything Jeremy said, but because like the measurements are consistent from block to block, and then they exhibit like the same types of like surface smoothness that I would think about a mold. Also, that they were saying that the compasses were freaking on them, and I think probably more than that being mysterious, it's evidence that there's some kind of ferric element that they used for their cement, you know, to promote adhesion and stuff. And I don't know, all that's not that mysterious, you know. Yeah, there's additives that you put into concrete aggregates, so we just I don't know, we don't get to play around with that kind of stuff all the time. So what? We don't know how ancient cement works. Great.
Like that's why I like that. Like that's why when like a whole bunch of people like, you know, and it's not against Jeremy. It's like if anyone tells me that blah blah blah, you did the wrong thing, you didn't go and discover this. I'm like, all right, man, did you go over there? The same way when Witsit does his observation or some other flat earther does an observation, I'm like, the guy that they're debating, like, did you do your own experiment? And the guy goes, no, I stayed at home, jerking off
I've
the
just said
hentai and furry shit. I'm like,
all
man,
of this, the pre-Columbian stuff, all the Mesoamerican stuff, it's all different, you know. There's similar builders though, like they build shit out similarly, you know. They have an idea of how to lay a city, you know. Puma Punku is like just it's I don't even know what the fuck's it's nothing. It's just
look, they all
ruins.
look similar, and there seems to be some sort of common denominator.
Nowhere else were they building these kinds of blocks that I've ever seen, right? But you know, the great like Incan and Aztec empires, they kind of have similar layouts, similar building structures, similar ways that they use stone. Anyway, I mean, we don't just it's and how hard do you think it is to date something that's like a 400-year-old rock from like a 1,000 or from a 3,000-year-old rock? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get out of town.
Your wealth of information, snack, and your
Yeah.
great mind to you, bud. To me, it just makes me think the Masons are responsible for setting up this fabricated society. Then they are the layer builders, the level builders in this greater game. But is it all? Do you think it's all a construct? Snack?
Well,
Do you think that's a possibility? And there is no real sort of established history.
well, the
to
whole
this
thing is
incident?
like, I think when you get down to this, is like you need if you have the technology to produce a city, you know, and you've got like let's say you've got the farming and the animal, you know, raising, you can make food enough for a city, you know. You'll have more, you know what I mean, like you start building structures and all this you get into all that. That's where a city is more than even the people. The city just kind of like has its own life almost. You know what I mean? Like when you create a city, it's set in stone. It's just going to keep operating. Regardless of if the founders pass away or keep on living. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, unless it gets subverted.
It's like that Gotham. You know what I mean? Like New York's that Gotham kind of feels like, it's just this fucking machine just keeps going. You know what I mean? And the Joker's taking over and whatever. We need Batman, whatever. It's just like it has its own life, is what I'm saying. A city has its own life, and so therefore, I think that this is why that there were like they established a lot of these early gods are like city protectors, and they're part of the way that they do business too. Like the Azura, like Azura, like the sky god, is also a legal god who does like deals too, barters and contracts and shit. You know what I mean? Like you got to have a city. If you don't have contracts, you're gonna have warfare within the city. You know what I mean? If something's not enforced, people make deals and people go. You know what I mean? You need justice to happen, or else like people are just gonna start stabbing each other. Anyway, but like so great good could happen in this place, and great evil could happen in this place, great greed or great benevolence, right? And so I think like the Masons kind of stand between the greed of people who are powerful and those who would just want to start a city, because if there are certain kinds of secrets in building to be known, as far as like the construction, like what's weight bearing, like how do you make this great house, and other people might try and fail, their shit will fall apart, but this is how you really do it. To keep those, like those secrets are like, it's like a guild basically of construction, or a guild of city making. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel a lot of the interchange of, like, I guess I don't know, whatever modern masonry matters, but like it would have happened before that, right? Freemasonry is preceded by actual masonry. So we're talking about all the way back, probably fucking like 2000 BC or something like that, when these sorts of guilds and things would have been going on, right? They built like the right, the fall of the Second Temple had to happen first, right? In order, so somebody had to build that. So before that is when the real masonry was going on, right? So I guess it comes somewhere out of like the Near East, maybe. It's starting out there, pretty much. And then you've got like the the Knights Templar missionaries who kind of like brought that back out, kind of Eurofied it a little bit, right? But they're basically bringing all the chemistry from the Middle East to know how to make the stained glass that goes into the churches. If they didn't like rob that tech and bring it out to the churches, then they wouldn't know how to make colored glass, right? Isn't that true? It's part of like the interchange of information, right? Because like a lot of the knights were like inter-religious, right? They'd be Muslim in Muslim places, they'd be Christian in Christian places, kind of universalist. But they were just like moving money and stuff, cash and checks. Hashtag. Using hashtags. Basically, that's the invention of the hashtag, using it as a cipher to determine like wealth accounts and stuff like that as people moving through the Middle East. Everybody knows this stuff. What am I talking about? Anyway, but as part of because of this whole trade thing, you know what I mean? There's just like information, and I think the foundations of modern masonry kind of come through that. What do you think, Pete?
I can't comment too much on what you're saying, really. I guess it's sort of an historical development that, to some degree, or the bones of the story it remains true. But I don't know if I could even go there. I actually think that there's a greater encompassing theme, or possibly in everything, and it comes back to the broken earth. Is the earth in its complete original form, or is it destroyed somewhat? And is that what they're trying to get back to? I think about, as you mentioned, the Middle East, the war on terror. The Clues Forum, as I said, learned so much over there, and just talking about all of these things in general, and getting to the deeper, getting beyond fakery in terms of or the stories that are given as we accept, which fabricate our worldview. but then there has to be more to it. There has to be some sort of greater story told, which is what I'm asking. I mean, is the Earth? It does what this. Okay, let me just point. This I was reminded of War on Terror and George Bush. If the Earth itself is in a broken state, then a war on the broken Earth would be an attempt to fix the Earth. So is there some sort of greater overarching theme that is being played out by all of these insiders or
What about
powers
shock and awe?
in the know? Right?
Shock and awe.
Well, you see that now.
Like
Yeah, now we
he
see
said
through the
we're
literal.
gonna use shock.
Yeah.
Right, the shock and awe
Right. Well,
campaign, right,
okay.
style, right, which
So
is like,
now, okay.
but you
So
get
now
that
you're
that's also
after.
another. Okay,
Yeah, go
it's a
ahead.
dual, Pete. It's a dual, right, because it means shock and awe,
Yes.
but also it's the word shock and awe, which translates to like Middle Eastern as like the I don't know.
I don't know what
I
that
think it means
translates.
like lightning, doesn't it?
Really? And isn't Barack Obama? What does Barack Obama translate as
I
a
knew that
bolt?
you were not far from saying Barack Obama. I
Yeah,
knew
but
that
isn't
from the
one of
tip of
his
my
name
ear.
translations a bolt of lightning from the heavens or something like that?
Hmm
That's just
well, right, but this is how you signify to like a group of people something, right? You just make like the symbol, and then
okay.
like, oh shit.
Did you spill something? The first thing that I thought of when you mentioned shock and awe, well, it's this. Okay, let me cut to the chase. If the Earth is destroyed somewhat, the barrier is collapsed. Is there energy that can be transmitted from the Earth up to increase the barrier, lessen gravity or the ether, and sort of facilitate a new life beginning beneath? Think this is what they're working on. I'm not saying there's other people have thought about this or just maybe separately, but in terms of energy weapons directed upwards. So let's take the one world trade. It's easy to see the what do you call it? The needle as a ray gun. A ray gun. So in conjunction with these energy developing or energy generating centers, strewn throughout the earth in conjunction with HARP, in conjunction with chemtrails, maybe CERN, other establishments throughout, maybe some energy upwards will alleviate the pressure of the divided system that we've been under. And this is what I was thinking in terms of a war on terror. But the reason I was asking that, so there's obviously all of this inside information going on. We could take it at every top level of every country's government know the truth of our true history, and we've been fed down a bullshit fake history and a fake reality for all our lives. But now is the time for us to come out. Maybe we were ready to come out now and see the real truth or nature of it. Do you think there is an overarching enemy and there is an
Oh my
overarching?
God, Pete! How
So the
long you
last
been
thing I'll
going
finish.
on for?
I know it
Fuck
hasn't
that!
been very
Fuck
clear.
that, Pete. That was your last
Shut
thing.
up, Jeremy. My question is: do you think that?
That was funny.
Rambling and rambling, bro. You know how many complaints I get from this shit? Did anyone else want to talk, or should I let Pete ramble on?
Let him rant.
Who are you, Jerry?
I can complain about a lot of shit to Jeremy. A lot of labeling and going on everywhere, and so don't point it all to Dodo. I agree, he is a little bit too proud now and then. And
He's been going on and on. There's really nothing to respond to. Like he kills the chat is what happens.
yeah, but still, you want a verified audience, Jeremy.
What's up?
I agree with you. I like Pete. I love Pete, but
I like Pete too.
yeah. Okay.
I like Pete too. I like the chat being active though. I don't want to kill the chat.
I like you, Jeremy. I love
There's a
you.
difference between Pete or the chat going dead because he's just fucking monologuing nonstop. I mean, what are we gonna do? We've told him like 100 times, yo, fucking just cut it a little shorter. Maybe make just one point or ask just one question.
Let me make one point to Pete. Pete, I love your information, but stop making raisin of it. Flow more.
You know, now as far as these H blocks go, they're very close to the same size, but they're not all the same size. They're very close. If you were going to do a machine and make a mold out of them, they would all be the same size, though.
Well, that's presumptuous. And I just watched a guy like measure them all the same, so I'm not really sure what you're talking about. You know, there's other things too, like where there's like lichen growing on them and different things that are like basically eating away at the blocks. So like they're in a state of ruin. Basically, they're not in their. So, many of the edges are perfect almost, but you're just not going to get that sanding it down, man. I mean, like, you know, and clearly
Dude, the H
there's.
blocks are impressive. The H blocks are impressive, especially when they went inside and did all that carving in the interior. Yeah, absolutely. That's
Oh yeah.
highly impressive.
Oh, they carved it. Okay.
Well, whatever. I mean, however they did that to make the design on the inside is impressive.
Design on the inside. What's
On
that?
the H blocks.
There's a design. What kind of design? They got tramp stamps on them things.
Let me bring up a picture of one. I can't right now. I'm trying to get a kid on it.
Fancy scroll work, hieroglyphics. They put a serial number in those things.
Didn't they carve out intricate things on the inside of the blocks?
There are notches that are
Maybe
in
I'm
exact
thinking a different
relation
block.
to each other.
Maybe I'll bring up a picture after I get the kid on the bus. I'm talking about the 90-degree angles and corners and shit on the inside of the blocks. No, you don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they all set to be like the same distances from each other.
That's what I was
Except for there was one where there was a bunch of like lichen growing on it, and it looked like it was. They said it was unfinished, but I think these were all finished. They were just like basically laid out to dry. You know.
Yeah, not only that, but there's places that were never meant to be seen on the H blocks where they were touching, face to face up against each other or side by side against each other. And you can just see the unfinished work. There's blocks that like aren't finished yet. They're like in the middle of the construction. So like,
Right. Well, it's to say that
just,
like that there would have been a multi-part mold that would have been necessary to make such a thing. And it's like, who's to know like where the seams are on this? And maybe it's very easy to knock like a a bit of excess off the side when you have the entire H part of it perfect every fucking block, and then you just get the hard shit done, and then you know what I mean, and then you can just take, because that's how, if you look at mold making, that's how a lot of it's done. You know, there's like a seam, there's like a fucking place. I don't know, man. I I I I would love to think that I'm so fucking smart I could figure this shit out myself. You know what I mean? But I'm not. It just does all seem like cement, so I just approach it like that.
where there's stones that are in the middle of construction. So some of the sides are finished, some sides are unfinished. They weren't as
It was
dope as that would be.
I don't know if it's the same video. I'm guessing it's the same video that I saw that you're talking about, because it says the sides are not, or they're not all the same, right? That's
They're
a
very
conclusion
close.
that's made. No, they're all the same. They're all the same. They have the same fucking 1-inch ledge. They've got the 8-inch spread.
Yeah, I'm talking about the size of the H blocks, the actual block.
Yeah, they're the same.
Very cool. No, they're not the
I
same.
mean, they're not on a concrete fucking patty. I mean, they're not. They're just set in earth, man. They're all tilted. You'd have to get a top to bottom measurement. But why would you think that that'd be different if all the other internal measurements are the same? I don't know. But that's left to be
They've been measured.
Yeah, I really feel like you want to just go there yourself. So you're going to just argue with me to the hill for clarity, so that you can have a reason to go down there yourself, because you fucking want to go.
I don't want to go down there.
Bad. You do want to go. Come on, I would want to go. I'll go in your stead.
I would love to go down there, but I don't.
Wouldn't
have the
you?
money.
You have like a
Dude,
funny
we're not
hat.
going to Puma Punko. I'm
Get
not.
some blades on. You know what I mean? Get a funny hat. Look, you know what I mean?
Listen, I just don't think they were poured. I mean, you know, people think the pyramids are poured. A lot of this shit was poured. I just don't think it was poured. There's a thing called, I think it's called vitrification. When stone gets hot enough, it leaves this It's like clear cut if stone's ever been that hot, and that stone just doesn't have it. They're not all this. All the blocks themselves, they're not all the same size.
That's to say that you know what kind of concrete that they used. But I'm saying that these blocks are reading on a compass, and I've heard
They
a
know
lot of
what
this.
kind of. I bet
They're
they know what
used.
kind of stone it is.
Okay, they know what kind of stone it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what kind of stone that is.
that's fine.
Do you think they don't know what kind of stone that is?
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot to be desired from the ability to be able to determine the exact nature of that stone. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, it's just diorite." Well, it's diorite. That just might mean that it's like local, like mountain sand. You know what I mean? Like basically a silt that forms from that, or they could have used a rock grinder. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? I'm not like an expert in fucking ancient stonework, but nobody is the thing. They talk about like different polymers and things like that. Clearly, there's an understanding of stone that we just don't have, and I don't think it was everywhere, but I do think that people used cement. I don't think it was lost onto them that some of the things that they were already fucking with in metallurgy would create the same things like cement. Like if you're like if you're just trying to do Bronze Age stuff, you need some lye. If you don't have lye, then you're fucked for making metal, probably, And so lye also makes concrete. So like if you just put two and two to fucking together, you figure, hey, look at what I can do. And then if you already have, you know what I'm saying, Jeremy? I just figure a lot of this stuff has to go hand in hand for tech. You know what I mean? Just because it makes sense. And it makes sense that if you knew how to make, you knew a mold, you would know that from just, I mean, shit. That would be the best way to replicate it, or unless you want somebody fidgeting with fucking measurements and tolerances on granite, for fucking or diorite.
They're not granite or diorite. That's another. They lied to you, dude. Ancient aliens lied to you, bro. I'm sorry.
I like that all of my information comes from ancient aliens, so that's pretty cool.
They're not granite or diorite. Who told you they were granite or diorite? Because that was
Other
some ancient
things-
alien shit.
No. Well, I mean, it
Where'd
might
you hear
be
that
from
from then?
the same circuit of people that fucking are in it, but it wasn't like that I watched it from an ancient aliens show. No, but I've seen like evidence of. You ever seen evidence of like stone tools and stuff like that? They show for surgery. They're made out of diorite. They look like they're made from glass. They're like so
yeah.
pointy
But
and
who
shit
told
like
you
that.
those blocks? But who told you those blocks were made from granite or diorite?
I'm using an example. I don't know the specifics. No. Do you know what kind of rock they're from?
I know who told you they're. I know who told you that they were granite or diorite.
Other blocks are diorite though, or other materials are used. Diorites are used in it because it's part of a mountain chain, and it's just easy to say as a nondescript rock. Really,
I have tried to the last 20 minutes to find a link because I've seen something about Puma Punka, about the makeup of the stone. It is andesite, right? And then there is another makeup of it. And if a lightning strike hit that makeup, it can actually create that makeup to be some sort magnetic, which would explain why the compasses would go crazy around those stones.
but it also could just have to do with that they used a portion of like iron that they could have just found in sand with a magnet, or just sifted out, and then added it to their concrete mix as part of the chemical reaction with like lye and something else.
It's not. They weren't molded or poured, bro. There's evidence of them. They have the blocks halfway in between construction. You can see how they were making them. Like it's clear cut. I'm sorry, bro. It would be awesome if they were poured and molded in the heated rock. Like that shit would be dope, but I just don't think it happened that way.
Okay, that's right. You can think that they microscopically did it, or however you want to think it. I don't know. Whatever your explanation is, I'm sure it's good.
It's just my opinion. I mean, you can have your opinion. That's fine, but I think you're wrong.
That's cool.
They got the blocks halfway into construction, so like you can
I didn't
see where
see
they
it.
were chiseling and shit.
I don't see that.
You don't see that? I could
I didn't
maybe
see
find a picture. I could try to find a picture of one. Hold on.
I'm not trying to research fucking H blocks all fucking day long. Anyway,
what else we gotta do?
I don't
Those H
know.
blocks are awesome, bro. I
They
used to
are.
love this shit. Yeah, I used to love this shit. You don't want to do the H blocks all day? What else you can do?
I don't know, man. Like I have like 3D models of them. I mean, I don't know. I'm familiar with what they look like. You're telling me that there's like others. I don't know. What is it? How do they're chiseling them out of a fucking solid cube? All right, whatever. Okay, fine.
I mean,
I think
maybe.
If that's what was getting people on, man. You could convince somebody to fucking spend their whole fucking life making an H block for a fucking building. Go ahead. Foundation block. Go ahead. It makes sense. That have some kind of like hugely labor intensive process. I want to find a simple process that makes sense and that fits within things that humans can do and know how to do. And it makes sense with the age of technology, not lasers necessarily. You don't need lasers to have accuracy.
There's another aspect to, for example, with having geopolymer, and it might not have been shared as blueprints to neighbors and stuff like that, or not even depicted in hieroglyphs. It's like, let's say that I'm an Egyptian pharaoh, and my chemist or whatever, they know how to make concrete or some sort of geopolymer. Would I share that to my neighbors, or would I just keep it for myself so I can build grandiose things? And when my neighbors, they might have had divine interactions and stuff like that. So it's like a power tool, because we have something that we can tell a story that is divinely inspired and blah blah blah. So it could be like a form of hidden technology to obtain power over enemies, if you know what I mean.
I don't know, man. It's just like all I can talk about is like steel being like the king of the fucking medieval world because it seems like that was the most superior metal that you could make a blade out of, and then therefore you'd win if you had that technology. So cool technology, right? But that's not to say that you can't make just an equally as hard metal from like copper and aluminum, like 10% aluminum and 90% copper make for like a comparatively strong metal. So there's like different ways the technology could have gone. So why can't concrete be the same way? Or why can't people have just been using different knowledge bases? You know what I mean, to fucking build their tech. That's all. So it doesn't make it.
My point was
doesn't
like,
make it otherworldly.
my point was like, if we had this, if one civilization had this technology, would they share it or abuse it for themselves so they would be looked upon as greater than the other civilization? And this is might be why we don't have, for example, if there was geopolymer at that time, why we don't have any, leftover blueprints of it.
There's like this interesting thing I was watching. It's called a clay floor. It's like a Native American thing. They basically take like a terracotta clay and then like build it like slowly over top of other aggregate, like stones and things like that. And they let it dry, and they kind of and they add oil to it and stuff. And then they oil the top of it, and it's some great. And you can polish clay down, like once it gets to that. Once you have it at that level, it's not really like hardened clay, but a lot of these things people are like the buildings are melted. It's probably because they were using like these kinds of soft methods, that were just easy, that like you didn't even require. You could just do with like a simple person could do. You know what I mean? Just to build structure. So I don't know, man. Like I think it's amazing. You know what I mean? Like all the different ways people fucking build structures, and we're not even talking about like I don't know how they fucking were mining underground to make caves with acoustic properties that you could fucking hear. Who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? Like what kind of stuff was going on? But you know what I'm talking about, right? Those cave systems in like is it Malta? Is that right there? Or in Turkey, Cappadocia, somewhere in there.
Yeah, what's impressive is the cave systems where they said you could house like 20,000 people in it or something, just dug straight in the ground.
What? Yeah. Like,
hey, Jeremy, do you want to drop down to chat too for a second?
Yeah, I'll be there in a second.
Oh no, Moig is about to snitch on someone.
the bake sale money's gone? What? I feel like Moyak is on the PTA sometimes. Parent Teacher Association.
Hey, Snacks, what are your thoughts on? Do you know the rock cut caves structures?
Of where?
Like all throughout, a lot of them are in India. Like Petra's famous. I think it was in Indiana Jones.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? Like on the cliffs, or they call them rock cut cave.
I've seen a couple. I saw one that was really crazy where it was a camera obscura that was actually made from this like mountain, like little spike basically jutted up, and then there was like a sort of this tunneling thing that went up into this like in the upper elevation of it, and then there was just like a small hole that like looked out at this temple, and then the temple projected itself into the little cave like at a certain time of day. Pretty
That's
crazy
cool.
stuff.
But you know what I'm talking about, where the like dwellings where they've been carved out of like the side of mountains or whatever.
Okay, yeah, they're like in a black rock or something.
Yeah, a lot of them are.
I'm seeing it now. Yeah, that stuff.
Throughout
That
India.
stuff almost is like. I think Clay was mentioning that before. You could do it with like basically using like heat and water to like rough out a shape.
I'm not Clay, by the way, but yeah, there was some stone manipulation that is called fire setting, where you pretty much build up a fire around a stone, you heat it up, and you pour water on it, and after that, there is microscopic fractures in the stone, so you can pretty much just take another stone and beat it off and take big chunks of it, and later on you can scrape on it instead to get the shape you want.
So I was watching something the other day that made a pretty good case, at least on some of them, that it was possible that some of these structures were existing prior to, and maybe a volcanic event or some type of catastrophic event with involving like lava flow mixed with a flood type event, to where some of these buildings could have already been
right
existing, and then you have a flow that cooled quickly over the top of them, and maybe portions of them have been cut back out, but it's revealing something that was already existing, and the already existing structure might have some of the blocks that were put together may have been fused a little bit more, so it appears as though they were carved directly out of one piece of rock, even though it might have been some sort of earthen flow.
Interestingly here, like, so if you've got like I've seen like have you seen like HHO torches? Are you familiar with them?
Yeah.
So like that will for some reason take like lava, that looks like all craggy and exploded and stuff and styrofoam like, and it'll turn that into obsidian. It'll just melt it into a bead. It's really insane. Like rock doesn't normally melt. You can't normally just melt rocks, basically. So it's something like where it's like it's kind of like it's a pyroclastic material, I guess. So like when you get it to a certain state, it's actually like it's plastic like, I guess. It has a a fluidic, you can manipulate it that way. So they might have been able to like weld basically the rock with like an HHO torch if they were able to deduce an HHO torch could exist. But like, why wouldn't you, right? Because if you could even know electroplating, then you would understand. You should be able to. If electroplating is the same as a battery, is the same as HHO. It's basically extensions of the same principle, you know.
Right. Like if you unlock the ability to do one, it's not far fetched that you're able to do all.
Yeah, they're all so related.
Yeah. Definitely possible.
Yeah, because if you fuck it up, you get because if you just figure out like electroplating, you're just putting electricity, probably using like some vinegar, some salt, and then some metals, right? And then you're plating on the inside. That's the same as like a battery. You got the electrolyte and you got the anode and cathode and stuff like that. And that's the same as like an HHO because like the positive and negative, each one's going to be, pushing off like hydrogen and oxygen from the anode cathode. It's all the same technology, just scaled up and, made to amplify like one of the attributes. Like in and that's a battery too, basically. And the battery is like just plating itself and deplating itself and replating itself when it recharges and deplating itself when it discharges. Oh, so yeah, I totally think if they unlocked that understanding, but they would need like maybe some kind of wire. That's a tough part in this, right? Is figuring out wire to me. But then, yeah. I'm gonna try to figure that out. It's like a brain teaser.
Maybe I'll have to find that video because it did put forth a decent case, right? You hear the mud flood, you hear the Tartaria, you hear there was a cataclysmic event, 1700s kind of thing, reset.
Yeah.
But this video was more alluding to the possibility like that might be more of a distraction from the fact that we did have, obviously advanced civilizations, 1,000 or 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But the flood event of the Bible or of biblical proportions was about around that time, the time of Exodus or whatever, more like 2,500 years ago, and there was way more people worldwide, and
I guess you got a phone call.
sorry, a lot more things got buried. There was way more people worldwide, and maybe a lot more things got buried in situations that took place that we're not even looking at, right? Like a lot of the granite that's around may have been created at that time. A lot of the mountain ranges, all of that stuff was kind of created a mixture between extreme volcanic activity, but also covered with water kind of thing.
Well, the flood motif is very interesting because every single civilization not civilization, but all over the world, there is different form of the flood myth itself. So, well, that would indicate that there's probably something about it, like some sort of ice age melting or something like that. Maybe divinely inspired, I don't know. But the fact that the entire world is pretty much having stories about some sort of flood in their region, well, it gives credence to the story, at least. I guess that's my point.
Right. And if a portion of the flooding was done, if you want to take like the Bible, for instance, I think it wasn't just like rain or the opening of the waters above. It was also like an upheaval of the waters below as well. And if you think about like volcanic activity, lots of times tsunamis and stuff like that are when what happens when you have volcanic activity within the ocean. Volcanic explosions within the ocean. You have the shifting of rock, which causes these tsunamis. So then that's just seems to me like if you had a combination of a lot of whatever they call volcanic activity, I'm sure there's a name for it, but if you have a combination of that along with some type of introduction of waters coming up from below and maybe down from above to cause this flooding, you can get a lot of the flows of soil and rock and aggregate that geologists look at now and try to say, this is billions of years old because these rocks are here and those rocks are there, when all that stuff can be created almost instantly with large cataclysmic events.
Yeah, it has just been molded around. Like I was thinking like this. Let's say we have a cold period. That means that there is less vaporizing, less circulation of like rain up and down and stuff like that. So the earth itself would be saturated with water. There would come more water down into the underground caves and into the magma, which would then cause volcanic eruptions and stuff like that, because the water and the heat, it would create pressure, and that would create volcanic activity, which would fill the atmosphere with a lot of shit, would maybe even heat up the planet, not the planet, but the place again, which would melt the ice, which would cause like cataclysmic flood events and stuff like that. It makes sense, right?
Right, like you have this
cyclical pattern of it or something like that.
Yeah, like some sort of catalyst that kind of sparks the whole event to take place. Yeah, like you were saying, if there was a lot more ice around at that point in time, you've got the melting of the ice, you've got possibly rain coming down from volcanic ash, that's creating more layers mixing with water covering all the way up to, tops of mountains, and maybe even those mountain ranges being created not necessarily from tectonic plate shifting, but upheavals from volcanic activity below.
Yeah, pressure from below. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like, what do you? I mean, I guess this comes down to like mountain ranges themselves. Like, if you've ever like been to mountains, it seems like just the Earth is just like pushed up, basically, like to create these peaks, and you see like the whole strata is just like turned on its side, basically over time, almost. That's a lot of the mountains I've seen, and it's like, when I was in New Mexico, it's like I was finding rocks that like the geologist was telling me like basically go basically to the age of the Mississippi rocks, and so if those rocks are the same, if that's to be trusted, at the same age, that like something's pushing the land up, like jacking it like 10,000 feet in the air, so is there some kind of pillar system under the earth like that's formed geologically that's like caused by some kind of chemical degradation that's creating like, I don't know, like when I see columnar basalt, I think of this kind of general idea, or when I see like exfoliation with like aluminum and forget what other, mercury or something like that, and aluminum, they have like this expansive like plume that they kind of create. Like, I don't know if it's just something naturally that occurs due to chemistry, maybe somehow in the rock structure. I don't know what's going on really. I mean, does anybody know? Like, we just don't have like all the deep surface data you might hope that we had about all the inclusions of inside the Earth, right? Like all these voids exist. Like in a desert, under a desert, can be a methane leak that can cause an ice cave under Death Valley. You know what I mean? Like somewhere in Death Valley, there's probably an ice cave under there. I bet. Isn't that crazy? It's just like all the methane like leaks out of the rock. Like, when they do fracking and stuff like that, it releases all the methane out of the shale. from all the microorganisms chomping on rocks, eating the carbo, whatever bond structures and getting energy out of it some fucking how. I mean, isn't it weird that like there are critters that eat rocks? I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
And so that there's like these extremophiles that they find inside of lava tubules or whatever.
They're
There's
found
like
in what?
biology that can defy the the temperature of lava somehow.
What did you call him?
Wait, extremophiles? They're like organisms that can survive in like extreme temperature or normally toxic environments. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it gets into the whole idea like, what is oil? A lot of people say it's abiotic. I don't know. It could just be like some coups that forms from like the farts of many like little organisms over a given amount of time.
Yeah. We have something on the full spectrum, things that can survive in extreme cold and heat.
Yeah, and things that can eat things you wouldn't even think that they could eat.
Yeah. I mean, there is these, underwater methane tubes or, I don't know, like small volcanoes and stuff like that. And there is these animals that is living around them and the water is boiling around those tubes. So, yeah. But we also have from the icy regions, like organisms that is flourishing down there.
And it's interesting, like, why does that work? Why can you build like a biochain off of sulfur? Well, sulfur is like really dynamic. It's got the ability to absorb a lot of like energy, whatever, It just has a lot of ports. It's like if you like, I don't know if it's valence electrons. I'm not a fucking scientist here, you know what I mean? But sulfur has the ability to like collect a lot of energy, so it makes sense to build that's why you can have like a whole biological structure off it. But you have it too, though, like, because if you've never had like sulfury farts once in a while, you know what I mean? It's like you do have like some kind of microflora that are like sulfur cravers, for sure.
There was this guy some years back. He was talking about it also goes into ancient civilization, but more about the entire place here, that there was no oxygen in the atmosphere at all, and all the living organisms or beings would actually breathe in pure CO2, for example, and oxygen was actually like what's it called? What's the word?
Like a respirative byproduct or something.
Yeah, it's like the same as what a parasite do. It takes over. It is a purification, the opposite of pure. Fuck my life. Well, yeah, it was a byproduct of something, and when oxygen was introduced into the atmosphere some way, these organisms that was living of purely CO2, they started to die out or something like that. This guy was crazy, but I think his channel got taken down or something like that. But
so like when you have like low oxygen in your body, like when you're not breathing very well, or you like develop a lot of bacteria that that would normally be like scoured away by oxygen. Oxygen just kind of like nukes them out, It's like why we put like peroxide on a cut, you know what I mean? It nukes out all the bacteria and stuff. But
I think he was talking about silica-based beings or something like that. It was some wild shit. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, it's definitely out in the speculation land, but
I don't know if it's got to be like silica-based beings like Odo from Star Trek or what have you. Not like a purely silica-based being, but if you just adjust the chemistry just with a little extra 10% of this or that, it's like you get some wild results from chemistry. And so I don't know. Probably in organic chemistry is the same deal. So like like if it incorporated maybe 10% more silica, I don't know, whatever. Like if you had a human being that incorporated 10% more calcium into its body, it'd be hard to beat him in a fight. Probably have like really tough bones.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
If silica is in the earth and you're silica based, and your earth is your base, then it can be a kind of metaphysical meaning as well.
Yeah, I mean it's like 14 years ago, 10 years ago since I saw his series or something like that. So I don't recall it one to one, of course. All I know is that I was very intrigued and it caught my attention, and yeah, it was interesting at the very least, but 100% deep in speculation land. So,
I have heard it several times mentioned. So it's just I have taken that information in as a possibility, and as I say, it can be a physical truth and it can be a metaphysical truth, right?
Yeah.
If we are in a change, we have to be open what the change is, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It was also linked to like all the sand in the world, which is pretty much silica, corns and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the guy who was making that series, like I think the full series was like 10 hours long or something like that with all the episodes.
But by the way, guys, you were talking about sulfur, and about 2 weeks ago, I came across in a shop, a herbal shop, world salt, and it is salt from volcano, and it tastes like egg. If you put it, I made a small batch of pasta, well cooked, so not bite ready, but well cooked. And when you put that salt on it, it is as if you are eating egg white. So when you were told that sulfur is a great for energy, I was getting very happy. It tastes a bit like fishy. I don't know if you guys know fishy water. It's mineral water from around Fishy.
Oh, yeah.
And I always liked to drink it when I was on my bike holidays in France. It tastes different than other brands of, but it is dimmed down. It's the dimmed down version what comes direct out of the ground. And in 90 somewhere,
like softened Pepsi water.
1992 or 93, me and my wife and kids went to Fishy, and we drank it direct from the source, and that's that's real eggy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there must be some kind of volcanic influence in that in that region. Yeah. Old volcanic.
I've taken like basically it's like volcanic ash, like for I guess medicinal purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, it adds to my volcanic ass. Eruptions of energy. Ass salt.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't have a sulfur. Yeah, I don't have like I've never eaten sulfur before, but yeah, the volcanic ash I had is called like a zeolite, Zeolyte. They're pretty interesting.
Isn't zeolite also used? If I remember well, I used that because it supposedly is very good to detox. And for instance, from clay, it is said that it has a very high negative charge, but it is more like a little what you call it, little tower of tower form or elongated form has it, and the toxins attached to it.
Okay, yeah.
And of the zeolite is said that it has a kind of a cage form, and it incorporates the toxins, and you will have less bad influence of the toxins going through your colon.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But it's made from like all these like trace minerals and stuff that are like in this interesting sort of format, because of the high surface area of zeolite, which is what makes it an effective like toxic whatever sponge. I guess it can like absorb a lot of things in it, like activated charcoal can. So it's similar to activated charcoal, but it also has all these other things that like if you ingest it, then it's like going through your stomach acids, and then it's getting like micronutrients for all your other digestive enzymatic reactions and stuff like that. And so there's like a spread of all these like kinds of just interesting metals and stuff within it, within zeolite, and within certain like samples around it, where it's got like these very highly conductive micronutrients, in this like biologically small scale enough factor to where it can like cross the blood-brain barrier. So that's pretty interesting stuff right there. And I think David Avocado Wolf does a little bit on Ormus, but which is I guess the sort of based around the same model, I guess. It's pretty cool stuff.
I didn't know that. I have Goldwater with Ormus in it that I use.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah.
And it got all kinds of metals in it: iron, copper, zinc, titanium, etc., etc.
Yeah, the osmium.
What?
Little osmium is good.
Ormus? Osmium?
Yeah, osmium. Osmium.
Oh,
It's just a trace element. Whatever. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's dope. Man. Yeah. So like a lot of that like is restorative to the neurological system, because I think that's like kind of what our neuron sheaths are kind of like made in. Using these kind of trace materials. Certain things take a long time to heal because your body doesn't really get those kinds of molecules in. It doesn't have those spare Lego parts to knit you back together.
Yeah. Some parts of your body have a high refresh rate, and some parts have slow regeneration period, a longer regeneration period. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but for like our nerve endings and all that stuff, it's conductive material. That that your body's weaving together to make all this shit happen. We're like an electrical system, so like if you have like nerve degeneration happening, it's almost like your coatings of your wiring are kind of getting worn away, and so there's like all these like nanomaterials within zeolites that like I think can play a role in helping repair like nerve damage and things like that. This is my opinion just from use, but okay.
That's all I had to say.
Fair enough. I've also had like good results from just red light as well. Red light, like intense red light therapy. That stimulates growth and stuff, but it doesn't. I haven't had it like repaired nerve problems or whatever. But that's better for muscle growth. I don't know. Just trying to do upkeep on this body so I can keep on living for another zillion years. It's what everybody wants. What's up, Moyak, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Today?
Did I mute? Okay. I'm doing all right.
Doing your Jack LaLanne exercises this morning, are you?
Oh, of course. I'm sitting in my office chair and I won't move for 8 hours. That's my exercise.
That's cool. A lot of elbow action, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Bend those digits.
Yeah.
You got to incorporate some exercises while you're in your office chair, man.
Oh,
yeah. Right now, I'm actually crippled. My low back exploded about 3 weeks ago.
That's no bueno.
Yeah.
And it's just getting to the point where I'm functional again.
I made a sort of an exercise routine for flat earthers and couch positioned people.
So my
it's basically just using a medicine ball, and you can sit from a stationary position and just do like a left to right thing. And boy, you can get a lot of good stuff going on. It's good for toning back muscles, which prevents bullshit from happening to your back.
Yeah, my wife.
Yeah, for mine, a lot of things you can walk off. When this happens, traction is like the only thing. I just staying absolutely still allows the inflammation to go down. Then you can work. But if you try and work it out, it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, that sucks. Back problems can be debilitating. That's the worst.
I remember I had one time when the worst incident that I have with my back. I was going to the chiropractor just to have him see if I could get any relief from it, and I came to the curb in front of his office, a 6-inch curb, and I just could not figure out how to get over that curb. It's just like I can't lift my leg. And anytime I do it, it's like somebody jams a knife in my back. So I ended up turning sideways and crab walking up onto the curb.
So my wife and I both work from home, and she's been incorporating a lot more exercises into her day, even as she's working. She purchased this little seat thing that has pedals and also kind of like a Bowflex type situation, but with just bands on the back of it. So she can be working at her desk and pedaling away. And if she has a minute, she can grab the little things and she can do some arm exercises. And she can even drop those down to where you can't see them. So she can be pedaling while she's on a Zoom call. And then pull that away. It rolls off to the side, and then her desk moves up and down. So she'll put her desk up. So she's standing for half the day, and then she'll put it down, and she'll be on a yoga ball. So she's just totally mixing up how she's sitting.
You see that guy who does the YouTube videos with the green screen, and he goes to all his office meetings and stuff, while parachuting and riding his bicycle and whatever the hell else he's doing.
I have not seen that, but it looked
pretty
I
funny,
can imagine.
When he's parachuting, he's sitting on the Zoom call and he's got the green screen of his office, but his face is all distorting and stuff, and his mouth is opening up and doing this weird shit. And it's like, there he is sitting at his desk. It looks like he's just sitting at his desk.
No, that's funny. A lot of funny shit like that came out when the pandemic hit, and people that hadn't worked from home previously started working from home and doing Zoom calls and stuff, which is hilarious. People making cardboard cutouts of themselves. Propping that up in front of them while they're actually just sleeping. All kinds of shit. Yeah, a lot of people had to make some big adjustments there when the world shut down.
Boss man's calling.
Get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a switch, man. A lot of things will never be the same.
Yeah. Intentionally, in my opinion, but yeah, kind of
it's just it's the beginning of this shift that will be apparent in about 20 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Ready Player One.
These cars drive themselves. That's why I'm retired now. I sell bit money on my, I don't know, whatever. It's just going to be some kind of complete changeover out of this somehow. to think like that within the next 10 years that like AI doesn't make some palpable fucking changes happen is, I mean, it's already doing things, but like, I mean, if AI wasn't good, like TikTok wouldn't be successful, right? So AI is pretty good at
Yeah,
just
I
making,
mean,
like coalescing, recollimating people. You know what I mean? Just like AI can like do politics basically. You know, but you know what I mean? Like politics is about like navigating all these people into a particular frame of reference to be able to like do what you want to do, like whatever, right? They'll support you.
yeah,
AI can do that like so much more effectively to get you to. You'll be a political party before you even know what that even means. You know what I mean? So that's crazy. And then both of them are just like set against each other to not do anything effectually. So whatever's going to happen happens because power just finds ways to do what it wants to do. And yeah, society, ta-da. And then, but all that stuff can be managed by AI too. You know, so all like the routes, the the supply demand chains, all these things can be like AI'd out. You know, like how all these projections will be probably very reliable. You know, over time. They'll just the models will get right, and if the models are wrong, then they just run through more fucking simulation cycles till they get something that approximates what they want. This is the Matrix, you know, like fucking in it, crazy. And they're gonna change the Matrix over to make it a shit film. Okay, all right. That's happened. Like these are the 10 seals are all being broken here, right? I don't know what Bible this goes to, but you know what I'm saying? Like all this stuff's going down within 20 years time. Like it's gonna be unrecognizable.
yeah, I could see a lot of jobs being replaced by AI and robotics, robotics in computer and out of computer. But yeah,
Right. I mean, think of all these Chinese people jumping off of buildings, making your iPhone 10s or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that can all be done by computer assembly now, robot assembly for sure. Like all that stuff can be automated. Like we don't even need sweatshops in third world countries. What then? Well, how do we even spread imperialistic capitalism? You know, we can't even make sweatshops for Nike and Coca Cola for you know what I mean? Like what? How do we? Or we've conquered everything that matters. Maybe. You know, we'll just get on with industrializing and efficientizing and, you know.
yeah, and to what end though, right?
I don't know.
But
What's
the problem with AI is that it doesn't take into account what humans actually need, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So if the leaders is heartless and just want the power and has no empathy for the common people, we have an issue.
AI can be modeled to a degree to where you could profile anybody. You could make a psychological model of any person in history, and oh man, you could do so much stuff. Like they can make an AI that can beat somebody at Go. That Japanese game, just like the fucking black and white fucking things. There's more outcomes in that than in chess, right? And chess got a lot of outcomes, but there's more outcomes in Go. And they make an AI that it profiles you. It knows what your choices are starting to be like. So it fucking trolls you, and then you know what I mean. Like AI is crazy, you know. Like it's tough for humans to beat like a really well crafted AI, you know. So for specific purposes, it's like it's like saying like a mechanical watch works better than a person trying to keep time. We know it. And like even like all the AI artists and stuff like that trying to make stuff that basically all they're doing is coming up with a conditional script that the AI has to use for language parsing, and then it could make whatever world you want it to. You could make it teddy bears, you could make it realistic, all these different things come in just in scripting conditionals, you know, these little parameters, you know, and then boom, it's got you. It's got exactly what you want. So it can give you something completely convincing to what you want to see. And so why can't it do that for any other thing? And I mean, political or otherwise, or write it can write blurbs. It can write all these things like that you know, take a certain argumentative position. So like AI can, it's probably being used right fucking now by some like think group, right, is using AI to craft political messagery, you know what I mean, for its dispersion and dissemination to the public. I rest my case. I'm sorry, I'm diatribing.
Didn't you learn anything from Terminator?
Oh, all too well, my friend. All too well.
Humans is a parasite of the earth. We must nuke him.
Yeah, that's what they say. But think of it this way, right? Like we're automating to what end? I know, like in the past, automations, like say like turn of the century, people were like anti-automation because it was going to take jobs, which it certainly does, right? But at that point in time, there wasn't the technology to possibly automate away literally everybody's job, right? There was just a few things that were automated away. The assembly line was more efficient. It provided people jobs, but it also reduced the amount of jobs you needed to do things, right? So simple things like that. Nowadays it's like literally we're on the precipice of many jobs being eliminated by artificial intelligence and robotics, to the point to where it's like right now we need to automate things because we have an economy that's working. We've got people that have jobs that purchase things, and the reason they purchase things is because they have the jobs, right? And the amount of things that are purchased is spurring on the need for more automation, right? And if you start to really on a large scale back the amount of jobs that people have, right, and then you put them onto some type of dole or universal basic income, and you're reducing the amount of things that they're taking in, you're ultimately eliminating really the need for the automation that's coming in, right? So at what point do we get to where we've automated away the vast majority of what people have to do, and then we don't necessarily have the needs and the wants for the things that we've automated that these
This is like end to
Is that making sense?
end. Yeah, like end to end automation. So like you order the thing on Amazon, a computer registers that, a factory makes it, it gets all shipped out. No human hands have touched it yet. It goes to a truck. The truck can be controlled. No human hands are controlling the truck yet. It's going to a plane. The plane can be computer controlled. It doesn't have to have human hands. You know what I mean? All the way to you, to your, you know what I mean? Like that end to end kind of like supply chain. That's, I think, what they're trying to get to.
I mean, even farming can be automated today. It's just type in the numbers and the size of the farm, and the harvesting machine is just going on, you know?
Although, like, that's a highly unlikely scenario that I made up. It's more likely that just the shit gets made and it gets put in a warehouse and then gets like, but it can get picked by a robot, you know, off a shelf and just like placed into an envelope. Like they could automate away all the Amazon jobs. And that's like patching up a big part of the workforce right now. I think a lot Amazon's employing a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I work in an industry where within the next 5 years, it could eliminate like 75% of the jobs within the accounting field. I mean, I've already seen the effects of automation, the use of AI and in computer robotics eliminating jobs. I mean, we went from 13 years ago when I started with the company hiring 25 people every 3 months,
right,
to not hiring anybody and just slowly letting people leave. Because we've utilized our workforce to help build the automations to eliminate the jobs that we actually do.
All right. Because Brad was really good with spreadsheets. He put this macro in here. This allows us to do all this. Yeah, just start building on all that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we work with things that are, we're taking so much data, and we're dealing with large data dumps, trying to get these into readable, usable things into various forms. If you're on the compliance side of taxation, like all this kind of stuff, but it's like you can build it all out. I mean, it does take a human being to figure out where we need to map things and what the end game needs to be.
Mhm.
But you no longer need a staff of 15 people. You need a staff of 1.
Mhm. Yeah, and it works the same like with media too. You know, I think a lot of the apps and things like that that get compiled in there, they're just crushing people. You know, it's like a lot of people were basically making a living just cutting something out of Photoshop. You know what I mean, frame by frame, so that they could like add them into Marvel movies. Basically, just cutting them out so they could put special effects in it. That was all done by hand. You know, AI can like do that in seconds now. It's like it's great. It restores people's like humanity though. Like certain types of drudgery, that's great. You know, like I think there are a lot of benefits to it. And it can give you back your time to do other things. And so with all that free time, like that's when typically in history, like good things happen, you know?
Yeah, but that also, like, automation can give you back time, but there's still this demand, right, for things like we need food, shelter, water, all of that.
Oh yeah.
So we may be given back a lot of time, but it's not like we don't have to put in as much effort and we still receive the amount of monies and whatnot needed to cover all of that stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like a lot of ways to navigate.
It's leading towards something like where we need some form of, don't get triggered by the word, but socialistic system where the state is for the people, by the people, and all that kind of stuff, and the infrastructure within is automated, and people are in some sort of way just getting what they need. I don't know.
I mean, that type of process is the only way that what they seem to be pushing us towards would be able to, in theory, function. I don't think that's necessarily the right end game or the right path to go down, but we're obviously being pushed down that river regardless, right? So
yeah, I'm just talking in the sense of we are talking about AI right now and how could it work?
Well, I'm like when I think about our trucker friends and stuff like that, and if just like basically an AI could drive their route, but that's not going to be 100% of the freight is not going to be moved by AI. But like Walmart could, right? Walmart would be like, yeah, all our shit's just driven by robots, and then that takes that out, or FedEx, or or Amazon or whatever. That's all it takes is just one of those, or for it to be a trend. But that still won't cut out 100% of the trucking industry because they'll still have private truckers, for the next 50, 100 years or something like that, But then the market will be flooded because there'll be like lots of people that have rigs. It's just nice because that's like a kind of a job category people can really like build a whole bunch of income with, And so what, they got to work for satellite companies now, or I don't know what, but it's like it's the American dream, my friend. You know what I mean? Like a common man, one Scarface. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about being able to pull yourself up, and it's like if a lot of these drudgery, heavy paid jobs, like are automated, then it doesn't allow for the same kind of equal access into the economic wealth, well being, as it used to. So, what do you think about that? Does it limit opportunity for like new people to kind of accrue wealth? Because everything else is just effectively taken care of.
yeah, I think so, 100%, and it actually grows the divide, right, between the phrase, right, the haves and the have-nots. Like we're being sold that we're trying to eliminate the disparity between the haves and the have-nots, but we're going down a path that's only going to make that divide much, much, much larger. You're
Right,
going
it's
to
like a
have
shop. Yeah, I'm just about to oversimplify. Say it's like a shopping mall. You know what I mean? Where you want to get to the third floor, but there's like only like no elevator to it. You know anymore. You got to take the stairs. There's no elevator up from one floor to the next, right? Yeah. So you've got like all that. It's all nepotism, power and all that. Just it doesn't move. It just stays right where it is. You're right.
right, because when you automate away the little guy, you kind of take away the economic freedom of the little guy a little bit too, right? If that makes sense, that the little guy's ability to start to shell away some capital to where maybe one day he can get his idea or put his skills to work for himself, kind of thing. And if you have these large conglomerates that are already automated and bought into the automation systems, right, it makes it very hard for the little guy to compete once those big companies have been established, I guess you could
It's
say.
like the death of the American hardware store.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. It's just like totally just slaughtered by Home Depot, Lowe's, like these mega corps, like yeah.
Yep. Like how do you have the ability to compete against, like, everything turns into Lowe's, Walmart, and Amazon, right?
Yeah.
Aside from that, what else do you need? Okay, then you've got McDonald's, Taco Bell, right? So you've got these large companies that have the ability to automate away 99% of their workforce. So once they've done that, they've eliminated that labor cost, but then they're reinvesting into their robotics and automation. So as a little guy starting out, you don't have the ability to grind through the efficiency that's been automated by others, right? Unless you have the capital to be able to install your own automated and efficient processes. Like, you would automatically need that capital. There's no grinding your way to build that capital to be able to compete.
Yeah.
On any level.
Right. So yeah. Right. Yeah, it's like it further throws back, like, I guess, my former economic model, which was the arcade model, where we're basically just like giving real money to get like tokens to play games, to get tickets, to get prizes. Boardwalk economy, whatever, But really, it's like now those prizes are virtual and they stay in the game, and we don't give them out. It's like another level removed of basically being in touch with the real value of the thing. That's. I'm sorry if that was unable to be followed, but yeah.
Nope, I followed it exactly, right? And it kind of lays out I say it all the time, but like a Ready Player One type situation, right? Everything's virtual, everything's in-game purchase, everything's
Well, because like even like the filmic, like, movies and stuff will always exist, but like the dimension of that being like the alpha experience that's to be had is no longer true. So the video game is the alpha experience, for like a storyline that was to be in a video game, right? Like, these are cinematically influenced video games at this point. Basically, there's like a fusion of gaming and Hollywood that's going on. It'll just basically keep continuing to where the game is the origin point of the culture phenomena that then takes over the TV, and then Ma and Pa watch it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it decentralizes like these things, man. I don't know. It's really interesting, man, and it makes it so like it's empowering this like generation of gaming gamers with some sort of I don't know. It's like an authority position or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but I would say that's also kind of like yes and no. Like I could see them easily also being controlled or used because of the mentality or mindset that they have within the gaming, right?
Oh, absolutely. Because all the gameplay is conditional behavioral training, and you're getting shock therapy vibrationally to promote new neuron generation and muscle memory and all these things like that. Split second decision making's got to be done here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like mind control, only but better. Because it's not control. It's just like you just give them the entire the framework. You give them the Cartesian. You know what I mean? The game field. You give them the lighting. You give them the mood, the reason, the rationale to do the game. And then it's amazing. And then you can play all these like moral patriot games, like nationalistic, like red flag, blue flag. It promotes this. It keeps that whole like thing alive. Like without Call of Duty, I mean, without all that stuff, like without all combat games that probably pretty much took over, like somewhere around I don't know, the Pentium 3. Everything became like basically shooters, and the like. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, all the Call of Duty, all this, right? Tom Clancy's 3 Rainbow Six available now on Xbox. Just just the constant plastering of it too. But
I guess I'm not plugged into the gaming world. You want to know the extent of my gaming and the last scenarios I was in when I had a controller in my hands? I was playing Gran Turismo on PlayStation.
PlayStation 2. PlayStation 3?
PlayStation
1.
Yeah,
Good
and
man.
then Gran Turismo 2 came out when PlayStation 2 came out. Or maybe it was PlayStation 2 when Gran Turismo came out. Either way.
PlayStation 2, you can validate it as a DVD player.
Yeah, PlayStation 2 was about the time in which I stopped even playing video games at all during rainy days.
me too. Yeah, right around there, I was done with it.
Yeah.
And by then, like 8-year-olds were kicking my ass in Halo, and I was like, "Fuck, this sucks." Or probably they were 6 though. You know what I'm saying? Laughing at you on a
Yeah,
headset.
I think I've played Halo like once or twice. Yeah.
I played I went over to my friend's house. I played for like a few hours and just got my ass handed to me just over and over. And I was like, this is really like I'm good at Super Mario Brothers though. Like my skills at Super Mario Brothers are like par excellence, right? Like my Qbert skills, high, right? Arkanoid, I can do all these things. This is what I consider gaming. And whatever this like 3D world is, I don't care about it as much as I ever cared about simple side scrollers and stuff like that. Maybe I'm just simple man from Simple Tap, but like, what the fuck ever? Where's the gameplay? You know what I mean? It's just the
Yeah.
gameplay is now every game is shoot the guy. That's the game now.
Right. Every game has turned into GoldenEye.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, perfect.
Yeah. That was I guess that would have been the end of my gaming where I actually participated with people was
I will
GoldenEye.
I'll still drop like $10 at like a arcade version of Time Crisis 2 probably, I'm good for those. Like I like like shooter video games and like a big thing, huge screen. I'll go for that.
Is it me or was like GoldenEye revolutionary multiplayer single shooter?
I was terrible at that.
But wasn't that kind of the first one, the catalyst, the starter?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, it was a big hit. It preceded Halo.
Fucking
Yeah,
extremists is still going on about me misspeaking about the isotopes versus an atom and shit.
What?
Oh no.
Yeah, bro, he's still messaging me about it.
About the isotopes? Like, what did you misspeak once or something like that?
Yeah, I misspoke, and
Yeah, he's
Get that
he's
back.
not letting it go.
That's his now. That's
It's
his
all
chew
right.
toy. That's his doggy chew toy. He's gonna be squeak, squeak, squeak.
He'll use that as color commentary for the next 6 months.
What?
You misspeaking.
Just hang your head. Walk away.
That's all we can do, right?
Just walk away. Shit.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just had to share
No,
that. 'Cause
it's all
I read the
good.
DM.
Damn it, Dicely, you interrupted our talk of video games from the late 90s.
It was
What the heck?
I love those games.
kind of
Yeah.
verging on memory
Everyone.
lane, but I think we were also trying to like describe it as being like something that's mind control as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How this younger generation is being gamified through gaming.
For sure.
I'll tell you what, they definitely don't have an attention span because I deal with young children when it comes to like coaching soccer. And like last night, I'm just like, to get a group of like 12 to 20 kids to, first of all, to be able to like sit down and listen has always been, I guess, a hard thing to do. But these kids are like, not only can they not like listen for more than about 2 seconds, they immediately want to change anything that you are telling them to do. Like, I don't remember as a kid trying to tell my teachers or my coaches how we should do something or trying to change it into something else. But I'm telling these kids like the next drill we're going to go through, and immediately like half of them are like, but what if we incorporated this and then we did that? And what if we did this? And it's
Listen.
like, holy shit, kids, come on. Like, I've been
Quick
playing the
fix
sport
here.
since I was 4, and this is what we need to do to train. Yeah, but then we can do this. And it's like, no, you listen. You
Quick
listen
fix
to
here
me.
is go for a mullet.
What?
Convert your hairstyle to a mullet, and I think this will solve most of your problems. They will listen to a mullet. Kids respect a mullet.
Yeah, we respect the mullet.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for me, it would be more of a.
I'm not saying do it, but consider it.
It would be
Can
more
anyone
of a.
pray for salvation?
It'd be more of a skullet for me.
You pin like a tail, man. Trumpet. Come over, mullet. Trump needs to go mullet. That would be sick.
He's almost there, right? Isn't he? It's close.
Mullet Trump has heat. Political capital.
I don't know, but that guy seems to be very polarizing.
And he's so strong, Mullet Trump, because he's been on his like AstraZeneca's, and then he just tears the fucking sleeves right off his fucking suit. You know what I mean? He's the bare-armed president now. Like fucking. How about that?
Oh, did you guys see his NFTs?
They're glorious.
Yeah, I have like 7 NFTs.
You have a collection of them now.
Have you seen my NFTs? I have the best NFTs. My NFTs are the best. We're the best. Nobody has better NFTs than me.
Cowboy Trump is pretty good.
Is he putting out the NFTs, or is it just NFTs with like? Are
No,
these
it was
pictures?
him. It was
More of a
official
licensing
Trump brand.
Yeah.
Wait.
So
there's brands of NFTs now.
Huh. Yeah, every
No, it was the
token.
Trump campaign NFT.
What?
Is it a campaign or is it more like a memorabilia? It's like commemorative plates, but commemorative, blockchain.
It's like a commemorative spoon.
Do you guys own any crypto or just NFT?
I have crypto.
Oh yeah, I have some Chainlink.
It seems like a lot of these younger kids are buying NFTs, but not crypto. It's weird.
Yeah, super weird. The value is not
Well,
going
I
to be in
kind of
the
like
NFT.
NFTs because it's on Ethereum.
It's on Ethereum's blockchain, but it's not. Yeah, whatever.
So it goes up in Ethereum. So as Ethereum goes up, it's just like if it goes up 5 versus Ethereum, and Ethereum goes up like 100 versus the dollar.
Now, the problem is whatever you have, that NFT that you have, is only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. Whereas
Plus,
Ethereum can go up and down across
do
the
you think
board.
Ethereum's going to keep going up when they've been shown to get free green light to operate, while everyone else was essentially being scrutinized, which shows that there could be some issues there.
Well, no, Ethereum's gonna overtake Bitcoin. It's the banker's coin.
I don't know.
It's not even decentralized. It's owned by the bankers.
Ethereum will never overtake Bitcoin.
Yeah, but
Don't
it
turn the
doesn't.
market upside down.
Maybe Ethereum
It's too
Classic,
funky.
but yeah.
How long does it take to transact with Ethereum?
Like a couple minutes.
Right. And when XRP is literally 3 seconds and already handling hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions per second,
XRP
it
is a
just
shitcoin. If you want fast, just use like AVAX.
XRP is a shitcoin? I don't think so.
It's like a schizo coin.
What?
It's already being used by 300 countries and a multitude of huge banks. Like,
It's literally
I don't know,
If you
going
man.
to
want that,
be.
just use Chainlink because Swift is using them for smart contracts.
Didn't Swift just end like yesterday and replaced it with Ripple? Pretty sure that's what took place.
Chainlink has good value because they do things right.
Yeah, like Chainlink's like the Oracle. It's like smart contracts with Oracle, so you get like data from the outside world.
But for smart contract like randoms and things like that, you get them from verified random algorithm.
Yeah, they have that. They have cross-chain interoperability, which is coming out.
So if you're like minting a series of NFT or something like that, you can Chainlink verify them, and then basically every time you use your for each NFT, like it's like a micro transaction for each call from Chainlink servers to create your NFT.
Well, I don't think they really use servers.
Well, it's like a faucet or whatever. It's just like a number generator, and you pay per transaction to get a verified random.
You mind if I play like a 2-minute video that goes over all what Ripple's doing within like a matter of 2 minutes, super fast? Pretty informative if you're interested. I'll play it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, just like lastly, just could I just say like
I'm gonna
one
share
last
my
thing?
screen. Go ahead.
Just about the reason that a verified random is important is because like within something that you might have like an NFT that's a pack of things, like a pack of NFTs you might buy, that there's a verified random chance for specific things to occur rather than it being like stacked, you know what I mean, for like a Ponzi scheme. Go ahead.
Yeah, whenever you diversify, I mean, obviously it's going to increase your odds at getting that winning ticket, so to speak. But I'm going to share my screen just so you guys can make sense of what it is I'm saying without saying it.
It's for the commercials, Dysla.
Oh, it's the Great Reset coin. It's the World Economic Forum coin.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watched what I just shared, but it seems like they're set up for success for the future, in my opinion.
What's the model of the World Economic Forum?
I don't know. You tell me.
You will own nothing and be happy.
Oh yeah. Well, wasn't that one German idiot that said that? I don't know. You'll eat bugs and fucking. He said all sorts of weird shit. Yeah, he wants everybody off meat and fucking not owning fucking shit. Just straight UBI, dude.
Yeah. Can't trust him.
Yeah, but point is if you watched what I just showed, I mean, pretty clear to see that they're poised for the future.
I don't know, dude. I don't know about XRP, bro.
I mean, I could be wrong, but you know, it looks like they're gonna get clarity. See, the thing is, if XRP gets deemed a security, all crypto is gonna fucking suffer, along with the world that doesn't give a shit how the U.S. perceives crypto. They got their own perception.
Like maybe China and Russia will use XRP.
Yeah, the BRICS, you know, that whole correlation of countries. And I think the Middle East is signing on with the BRICS right now, so they'll soon be a part of that.
All the oil nations.
Yeah, they're creating their own petrodollar, so to speak.
The anti-US dollar.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, what's your goal there, Sasha, with acquiring NFTs? Are you saying that this is some sort of strategic hold to have some sort of increased value over time, more so than actual cryptocurrency itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, NFTs are measured in Ethereum, so they're basically going up against Ethereum.
So these NFTs that you have, other than like, what is the use case for them?
I mean, they're
Just a
cool to look.
one-off.
I mean, they're cool to look at, and you're part of a community.
Yeah, it's more of like a nostalgic thing to have. I mean, maybe if you had something like that's got a lot of influence, like a Jordan, like a Michael Jordan NFT or something like that, like I could see potentially being worth something in the future, but I don't know, man.
I just feel like the market was completely flooded with all this NFT artwork or whatever, for lack of a better term. And people were giving like valuation under the auspices that all of this stuff, because it's an NFT, is going to have value because NFT, right? Like, I don't.
Yeah, there's
I
no
don't.
utility backing it other than the desire to have something someone else doesn't.
That's like
In the
saying,
sense of art.
right? It's like saying oil painting, right? So like everybody starts painting oil paintings doesn't mean that because it's an oil painting it's going to be valuable, right?
Well, you know, rich people invest in art.
I understand that, but are you purchasing the art that rich people are investing in? That's the question, right? You're getting an oil painting from me, who has a stand at the Saturday flea market that I have oil paintings at every single week, as opposed to purchasing a
Well,
Van
there's
Gogh or a
10,000.
Rembrandt.
There's 10,000.
What's that?
There's 10,000.
10,000 what?
NFTs.
Well, well,
You
not
sure
everyone
about
is
that?
10,000.
What?
Yeah, it's a collection of 10,000.
Not every single one is.
I mean,
Pretty
most
sure
of them.
there's more than 10,000 NFTs out there.
No, he's talking about like per units per run. If it's like an assembled thing, such as
Like
like
per collection.
the Bored Apes Yacht Club being an example, it's just like a paste together face, right? It's just there's only 10,000 that were printed, but more could exist, but they don't.
Well, it's written in the smart contract.
Right.
Yeah, so you have this like scarcity or this limited, right? But my problem with the whole NFT market is that is the market, right? It's limited. It's one of 5,000, but every single NFT has that same thing, right? It's one of one. It's one of two. It's unique. So my paintings at the Saturday flea market are one of one. Is that more valuable than 1 in 10,000?
Well, no, and the reason is because like you would need a sample of 10,000 of your watercolors to say that one is of this set, and that you can indeed produce 10,000 that are good, right? So that's kind of the test of the design, like Bart Simpson, right? You could do 10,000 different versions of Bart Simpson. They'll all be Bart Simpson. They'll all read. You know what I mean? Not everything does. So I think that's part of the test of it. And then
when you got computer generated art, though, like how one off is it? When
it is statistically one off. So like if you made a
I
face
understand
builder,
that, but what I'm saying is when you have an individual artist that painted a one off painting, that's going to have a lot more weight than some sort of a system generated artwork that's one off that anyone could just make 10,000 one off copies of by pushing a single button.
and
like
then
there's
there's
no
okay, but like in the case of like the guy Beeple, who made like a bunch of money selling his stuff, his are one of a they're one of one, but they're just like a digital representation of owning the actual art, because it's digital and essentially it could be reprinted onto canvas or whatever, but it'll never be an oil painting.
Right. So Sasha, let me ask you a question, Sasha. So any of these NFTs that you've purchased, have you purchased them for more than like $10,000 to $20,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you spent over 10 grand on a single piece of digital art.
I spent 10 grand on multiple pieces.
Okay.
So
I see the value. What I'm trying to say is I feel like the NFTs, as they hit the market, if there's going to be value behind any of them, at least in my opinion, they're going to be valuable right out the gate kind of scenario.
Napalm, you realize we're at the beginning of a new crypto bull market. This is the beginning of a new cycle.
It's an altcoin season.
Thanks for letting me know, Sasha. You were probably still in diapers when I knew what Bitcoin was. So thanks for informing me.
Just the thing that I think resulted in the NFT space blowing up was due to a couple different things that Napalm already said, but also that there was kind of a standstill as far as like what people could do with their with their coin. Like as far as like taking that and making it into more money, there weren't a lot of investments, and people get fidgety. You know what I mean? So like this gave them something to peruse and then assign value to, and then see value. Especially with the CryptoPunks, kind of like really like say like, oh wow, I could get in on the ground floor. That's what set up that value proposition for other things to be like, oh, if I get on the ground floor of this, then therefore it might blow up. So the speculation market kind of started there in this crypto art market. But I would say that some of it's going to retain value because like they're not going to move. It costs a lot to just move them, to transfer ownership.
Typically art is for display. How are you ever going to display this other than the metaverse?
Well, you can put it on your profile.
Yeah. You use your avatar.
I mean, more people are going to see your profile picture than are going to see your living room.
Yeah, but how many people are going to be looking at your profile picture, and what's that going to do for your monetary gain in the future?
Well, it shows that you're in the community.
I get it. That's fine, but I'm just saying, like, the whole point of investment is to reap the rewards, and I just don't see much rewards from having a one-off profile picture versus
I mean, it's art. It's art.
Or,
I
or
would
the
rather
ability
retire.
to like,
Have
or the ability
to
to
retire.
or the ability to change one small thing within it digitally, so it's not the exact same thing, so it's not under copyright, right? It looks the exact same. The jewel on the left hand side of the crown of the frog, it's actually purple, so there's no copyright infringement, and it's my
It has to be
profile pic.
10% different, but yeah, I mean, I get your point for sure.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I'm
then
saying?
say like, well, so say like you could like I could have a Bored Ape for my avatar or something like that. But it's like, do I own one? No. Like, so why would I have one? And it's like, oh, I really like, like it just doesn't make sense to like to
Right.
plagiarize
Well,
that way.
my profile picture is like, it's actual art.
Yeah,
Somebody spray painted that on the side of a building.
I mean, I programmed
took
like a
picture
whole,
of it.
I programmed like a whole procedural, like, and I could make like Bored Ape type stuff if I want. And I have like the whole engine I made, and the decision trees of like how that all works and how it has to composite in what layers to what opacity to what to the order that's got to go on, like how those number rolls go on, like the total amount. It's interesting to think about computationally. I mean, I'm a visual arts person. I love paint, but for me, I was like, this is totally crazy. And I'm getting like all these combinations. I'm like, wow, like I would never have put these things together. And from that perspective, I think it's great if you're like, I think it's something great to try if you're like a cartoonist and you have a certain style. You can like just take from your subsets of like your eyes and hair and stuff like that and recompose them, and you're like, oh wow, I would never thought to put those things together, but it stacks in there, it looks good, maybe I'll use that. So idea generate, I think they're, anyway, it's just another AI kind of way to just mine your own stuff.
I see it as a great way for people to be able to sell their art like authentically, right? And not have it. It's like copywriting physical art, basically, right? So having the ability to sell your images and not have them ripped off, but
Right.
for the actual like person purchasing them, I don't know if the value is any higher than like you're talking about Bart Simpson, right?
Right.
So
Okay,
guess what?
let's
There's
say
a million
maybe
different
somebody.
variations of like Simpsons t-shirts and blah blah blah. Maybe now over time the ones from the 90s might have more value than the $7 you spent on the t-shirt back in the day, right? It might be worth like $30 now, but I don't think it's some sort of like I don't see the hype that was given to the whole entire thing when it all blew up like 2 or 3 years ago. Because I have friends that are artists and they're like literally just pumping out all the new NFT, and like all these variations on random digital art, and it looks great or whatever. But I'm like, yeah, it's only like $2 or $5, but I what am I going to do with it? And I don't know if there's a value.
Yeah, some of it is definitely going to be valueless, and some of it just might make you feel like you have a collection.
I mean,
of stuff. But
think about this. They're saying that 90% of the entire crypto space is going to be virtually wiped out due to the fact that there's no utility behind it. And we're over here speculating about digital art and the possibility of it being virtually worthless. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I think your chances are slim to none of having anything of value in NFTs.
You're talking to somebody that's got like collectible Texas Instruments calculators. You know what I mean? So anything could be worth something to somebody.
That's true.
Do you have old school one from the? So I went to when I was in middle school. When I was in middle school, I had an old school Texas Instrument that like the display was like these red lights. I'll send you a picture of it.
Yeah, no, I have one like that. Yeah, like the old diode.
Well, can I ask a question, Snacks? What is it actually that you're talking about?
Oh,
talking about
collectability.
the value of
Collectability is its own value. If somebody finds something collectible, it's unrealistic to determine why something should be collectible.
Well, I completely agree with you. I'm thinking about collecting the original Xbox. You can get around 200 Australian dollars today. I think it will be worth thousands of dollars in the future. A working original Xbox. And so you're talking about collectibles, and that's the first thing that comes to mind. Snacks. Do you see what
I
I'm
have
saying?
an original Nintendo. How much is that worth?
Exactly. So these collectible items will be worth so much more money than you'd ever believe it to be. Huh?
Yeah.
Even if you know it's a collectible, then it is a collectible, right? And
And some
another
things
person
like
will get the same view.
I mean, and what's collectible now is not necessarily like and they come and go too in waves. But like the Texas Instruments computer, the TI-99, like that's that's hip again. People are like exploring like this totally antiquated shit that nobody should want to fuck with, but they like get off on it. You know, like it's something to do. You know, like oh yeah, they want to play a computer game like off of a cassette tape. You know what I mean? That's great. And put up YouTube videos. They got forums. And there's communities around. You know, keeping this some of this antiquated stuff
What is the
alive.
TI-99? Is that the one where you slide the cartridge in it?
Yeah, it's got like a keyboard.
Yeah, I used to have. I thought it was like TI-41 something like that, but maybe it is 99, where you had games like Hunt the Wampus and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like old school computer games, man. Like,
yeah,
that's some people are really into that, and so that
when I had that
hardware.
thing, like half the games you would purchase just like a coding card, right? And it would give you the code that you would key in, and then your monitor would display. Like you could make a little guy, a stick figure, dance across the screen, but it took you an hour and a half to code that for it to take place. Yeah.
So you're saying you like NFTs?
No, I don't think it's directly related to NFTs, to be honest with you. Here's my thing, right? So when something is sold as a collectible, I think is not valued as a collectible later in life, right? Like the Texas Instruments that you are purchasing were not sold as collectibles.
No. And they were not, and they weren't valued for a long period of time. Like where if you had one, you'd be like, "Oh, you know what? I thought this was going to be worth something, but it's fucking not." And then you would have been wrong in 2020. You know what I mean? Like when it
What about
resurged.
trading cards?
Trading cards all the time. You know, when you get like the ones that are like, "This is the collectible super series," that's never the one that's worth money.
Yeah, I mean, my dad owned a baseball card and comic shop for over 10 years.
Wow.
And a lot of the stuff that I looked at and told him to hang on to, he kind of looked at me like, what the hell do you know type thing. And as times progressed, a lot of the things that I pointed out are of high dollar value, such as the first Power Ranger toys that came out, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering. Yeah, so we still have a lot of this stuff.
I've seen $1 million sets of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, but it's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. Like I just sent out Mayweather rookie card from the Bowman set. The last one that was sold over $100,000. I just sent it out to have it graded because if it gets graded at a mint condition, then obviously it's going to be worth close to what that value is. But the problem is good luck trying to find somebody that's willing to purchase that. Like right now,
Right.
Mayweather has been purchasing a lot of his own cards, as well as Jordan. Jordan's been purchasing his own rookie cards to kind of keep the significance of that value high. So things of that nature, sure. But like when you compare like baseball cards, like there might be a handful of error cards that are like high dollar. Or like if you get into like the really, really old stuff, like Mickey Mantle and like Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth shit, from the old like tobacco trading cards, like sure, those are high dollar, but
that's like blue chip
in,
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but just in general, I mean, baseball cards are
Well,
like
cards can
virtually
be worth a
worthless.
certain amount of money. Hang on, but let's talk about gold and steel and things that we can get from old phones. So I
Well,
reckon
when you
these
want to talk
items
about
are more collectible
when you
than
want to
these
talk about precious
fucking
metals,
so-called
So
cards.
you're talking
Imagine
about
the society goes to shit. These cards won't be worth anything. You
well, it's
wouldn't
why
have
like
old mate buying a card. You'd
the
be
original.
buying the gold and the steel. Go on.
That's why the original penny one is worth a lot of money because it's got a high percentage of gold in the foil, and so people extract those, and they're worth money to reclaim, but not so much to use. But
Exactly.
that'll increase their
Well,
scarcity. So, like, if you had a work, like in
there's
2050,
one
if you have like
metal that
go ahead.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, out of the precious metals, there's only one metal that's been heavily undervalued and manipulated over the last 100 years and on a downward trend, and that's silver. I think if you're going to hold any
exactly.
precious metal, hold silver because it's heavily manipulated, and there's more gold above ground than there is silver, which should tell you that quantity and demand will play a big part in the
Well,
value
that's
of the metal.
exactly correct. You got to get your hand on silver, and you got to start stocking it now. I've already got an Ignat,
Right.
and
You want
myself.
physical silver. You don't want bonds because those bonds they're not backed by anything other than a document.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to say, like, you can't engineer collectible scarcity per se, but that's what people are trying to do with NFTs.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
it
kind of
doesn't
my point.
exist, and it's all the fake. It's a front for tax evasion, essentially. And what we're
It might
looking
be
at
that
here,
too.
we need to start stocking up on silver. And
But it also helped push Ethereum higher because of the throughput, because and it helped more people. It helped the miners out. You know what I mean? That were running all the checks for all this.
Yeah, it kind of just pushes the whole charade along, keeps it running, right? It actually kept some flow going through the Ethereum blockchain, even with those insane gas prices.
But because of all of the insane gas prices, so the NFT market really had something to do with the push for all these people to be mining Ethereum. So then the scarcity in the graphics cards market happens. So price goes
Kind of. I mean, that started. That scarcity started before the NFT craze, kind of. I mean, Ethereum mining has caused an issue in graphics cards for years now.
Right, I know, but like the 3060, right? I can buy that now. We're talking about NFT. It's the height of NFT. I would have had to shell out about like $2,200 to get like a 3060 or better, maybe $3,000.
Definitely, you're right. Definitely.
Now it's like 300. I can buy it. So
there was a lull, and then NFTs kind of bumped Ethereum back up into relevancy, and as well as Bitcoin going up and bringing the entire market up. But yeah, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm actually giving a presentation over on Cosmology Tartaria Discord about crypto. It's kind of a anti-crypto talk. I have a lot of issues with the tracking
about
aspects
crypto,
of it.
have you figured out the algorithm? So what they've been saying is that there's an algorithm between humans, almost like the 16 personality types between peoples, and somehow when the crypto world, you're able to manifest some sort of game, is what they're saying.
Manifest a game?
Yep, within the crypto world, you can manifest game within the trends of the market. Is that correct?
Are you saying like being able to perceive the trends within the market? Like there's some sort of like a software system?
There's an algorithm. that is
So,
almost understandable and replicated.
so I got a friend of a friend who went to MIT and developed a software system to read the stock market. Surprisingly, I guess it worked, and he sold it for a few $1 million, and that's kind of how he got his start in the world. But I thought that was kind of interesting to kind of yeah to put
$few
that
million.
within the
See,
crypto realm.
that's sort of the money that we're dealing with. The people that can figure out the algorithms within the crypto market.
Yeah, market predictions work until they don't.
Many thousands of dollars, mate.
Market predictions work until they don't. Although I do think the halving cycle of Bitcoin is perfectly set up in a way in which to drive the insane prices up, and then it goes up and up and up and up, and everyone gets greedy, and the entire world wants to get rich. So the entire world starts throwing logic out the window and getting dollar sign eyes, and they all start buying in, and then you still have skeptics that are talking crap about it, and then it crashes, and then years later you have the halving cycle come back, and it goes up and up and up and up and up again.
Or more.
And so everyone, you start seeing the entire world, people that were skeptics originally, rightfully so, all starting to, they don't even question what's going on. They just all start wanting to get rich and start buying into it. And they put their name on an address, and it's the first step towards tokenization of a human being.
Well, it's all a big Ponzi scheme anyways, if you really think about it.
Well, you need to
Yeah,
know who
well,
you're following.
agreed on that.
All the
Agreed on that front, but they're going to turn it into there's a lot of stuff being built on top of the technology, and people are not realizing that the technology itself is flawed because it has tracking built into it on a level that we are not even familiar with in our current systems. It's
100%. Was that you, Penguin, that was saying something the other day? Like if you go and you make a simple purchase at Starbucks with your crypto, that somebody's going to be able to look at your account and see your holdings. Somebody made
in
that
theory.
point.
In theory, yep, that was me. Yeah, in theory, it's just basic telemetry. You know, it's like as soon as you do one thing, if someone can just correlate your purchase or your transfer, they can then find your wallet and see all of your transfers. Not only will they see what you've spent money on, where you've received money, but they'll see where your money went down the road and where your money came from in the past. So like if you have a friend that's doing business with a criminal, they'll be able to see that. And then people can on the higher level blockchains, people can even comment on your wallet. There's like there's so you could actually you could actually drop something illegal on someone's wallet address. You could drop their name, you could dox them, you could drop their address, and it's on the blockchain, so it's immutable.
Right. So, but there are ways.
Well, that's why you should use Monero.
There are ways to keep all that information private, like at least with your name. So, like right now, unless you have it private, somebody could just type in your name and look at your wallet, and so the transparency kind of does have a crippling effect to a degree. But I think what was more important was the fact that if they start doing some sort of a what do they call it? Credit, some sort of a credit system.
Social credit system.
Social credit system. And if they see that you're collaborating with potentially illegal enterprises, then they could essentially wipe out the availability of your wallet being used at particular places.
Yeah, and it's not, they don't need to do it on a like China's trying to do it from the top down, right? But if we get this like cryptocurrency war and we have everyone trying to get rich, everyone's following greed, and then you get these blockchains that are all fighting with each other, and you get stuff like where Ethereum splits into two different cryptocurrencies because the developers are fighting with each other. You start getting, because you have Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, you start getting all these situations where you have to build governance into the blockchains. And so then the governance, if you're going to try and govern a blockchain from within the blockchain chain, you have to tokenize yourself to prove your identity. And so then we're going to have to tokenize ourselves to prove our identities to a blockchain, and the blockchain is going to have the governance built into it. Right. And so once that happens, you don't need a government to start the social credit system. You just build a really, really nice application that does video hosting, and it's actually encrypted in the blockchain, which, by the way, NFTs are not. But you do an actual good system, quote unquote, that is free of censorship and is, it's actually decentralized, quote unquote. And people just start buying into it, and when they're okay with tokenizing themselves by whatever means, just to present themselves to this blockchain. And what do you know? We're in the panopticon. We don't even know that we're being watched, but we can be watched at any time.
Yeah, it's scary, dude. I think it's going to be what enslaves humanity.
Yep.
I think if people didn't understand money to begin with, the fiat system, which most people don't, I think this is going to be like the next level of confusion, and people are just, yeah, man, it's the possibilities of this, like with already looking at how people are inherently, I think it could be fairly nefarious.
Oh yeah, I definitely, and I have made money on crypto for sure, and I even mined, and I mined enough Ethereum once to pay for the mining rig I built. I used to be like pretty pro crypto, but I'm now, I would say, pretty anti crypto.
Well, and I don't disagree with that at all, but you got to understand that, this is something that's never happened. Like in the history of humanity, we're having a new asset class emerging from the ashes, and we have a chance to get in on something that could revolutionize our generational wealth. And either you're going to capitalize on it and try to make the gains, or you're just going to, get swept away.
So my opinion on that is like, yeah, it is a new asset class, but it comes literally with shackles that haven't been locked yet.
Right.
And you do have the ability to make the gains, but you need to make sure to ditch those gains, ditch the shackles and the ball and change before the locks are put on your wrist.
Let's say you're in a fist fight with someone. You're going to make so many jabs. You're going to hit so many hits, right? You're going to do the correct thing so many times. Let's say 75% of the time, you're going to make the right hits. That's what they're saying with crypto. You got to make the right hits with $100, $200's there, bang, bang. Right, you get in the right rooms with the certain peoples, and you can make millions of dollars. And
well,
I've spoken to people. I know people that are millionaires. They're on yachts, and they're saying, "I'm never going to work again." And they made a bit of money through crypto. They did the right thing. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say that recently they put something out where these specific banks aren't allowing you to liquidate or to acquire crypto without having $100,000 or more in your account. I don't know if any of you guys have heard that yet, but it could spread like wildfire, and we could be locked out of being able to liquidate our assets in the near future because of this. I don't know if it's going to spread or not.
You got to own silver. You got to own Bitcoin. You're going to have the codes. You're going to have the
just on
codes.
4-year investment cycles.
Well, the thing is, if they do that, more people are just going to accept crypto in real life.
It's just every time these happenings happen, it's like the price of the crypto or Bitcoin or something like that. Every time the happenings go on, it's like it approaches the prices of metals, like an investment
Well, that's
value.
what they've been saying. They've
And
been saying
so once that converges,
exactly.
The
They're saying
halving
the computer
cycle-
world will converge to the real world, and it'll be the same at the same time.
it's only going to converge, and then it splits off, and then after the hafvenings, it'll crash and it'll go
But
back.
when it splits off, the end of the world, right? It will the split off. Only most of the money will flow towards the technology and the advancement. Correct. The split off will be the the under end. You're looking at the millions and billions of people that just simply aren't fortunate enough to.
It's just because like there is eventually a finite amount of Bitcoin, to be had.
Well,
eventually.
exactly. So certain people will not have access to the future, and this It's just the
So,
unfortunate truth.
and that's
But
and
I
that's
think
the
anyone
scarcity.
connected here with the privilege to be connected here with the housing that they currently reside in and connection to this Discord channel, I believe we are in the upper echelons. Let's say this. What do you think, mate?
Well, I think what it gets down to is that like eventually Bitcoin will be an unattainable thing, so that and it'll just be fractionalized. So somebody will make an investment pool based on that. So like, well, my Bitcoin's worth $1 million. It's worth $10 million, or whatever they want to say. They can use that and then basically divide that and then sell that as an investment vehicle for other people to like. It just every Bitcoin can be the beginning of its own pyramid scheme. Basically, it's freakish. You know what I mean? All built on
Yeah,
nothing.
but people, I don't think it can go on forever. Like people aren't the problem. You saw it with the market last spring, or when the market started to crash here. Like Bitcoin just tracked exactly with the S&P and the Dow, and it's like, if the money's not there, people aren't going to be investing in the pyramid schemes. Is kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, you gotta have the backing, the fiat backing, and you start looking at like Tether, right, and how synonymous Tether is with Bitcoin, as I've stated for the last few years. If you were to do a price chart analysis and overlay of those two charts, there's a correlation of Bitcoin's price increase with the circulation supply increase of Tether, which should tell you that that Bitcoin's superficially being propped up. So when Tether gets dragged into court and all this is revealed, we're going to see another crypto apocalypse before our feet.
Yeah, I think that's coming too. I'm surprised Tether has made it as far as it has, honestly.
What is this Tether? I've never heard about this Tether.
Tether's a stable coin, well, supposedly. But the funniest thing is you're talking about a multi-million-dollar stable coin, and when you look at their safe, like there's people that have taken, for whatever reason, they allowed somebody to take a picture of their safe where they're supposedly holding all their fiat that backs their stable coin, and it's like a gun safe that's like built into some drywall. Like it totally looks shady and janky. And if I were to guess, I would tell you that it was empty.
Yeah, their only auditor was like done at I can't remember the details, but it was done at a weird time, and I believe the auditor has ties to other. I don't know. I shouldn't say anything because I can't remember the details.
Yeah, it's all China. It's all China's doing, dude. It's corrupt.
Yeah, they've never had a real audit, that's for sure.
But I do think like even though the NFT art thing and all that stuff, and it's still interesting from its perspective of being a smart contract, and then thereby like enabling like certain kinds of financial transactions to trigger. So like I've seen a use case scenario where people have used it to like allegedly sell a home, just via like a secure transaction. It all happens at once. There's no fees given to any brokerages.
I was talking to multiple people. We're talking about crypto, correct? And we can make millions of dollars from a few $1,000s through crypto. And what they're saying is there's an algorithm. So you follow the paths. Apparently there's a wave. It's like it goes up and it goes down. Huh? And they're saying these people have figured it out. They've figured out the system of how the stock market works.
No, I mean, that stuff always works until it doesn't.
Yeah, but it works and it doesn't. That's what they're saying. So they're saying 75% of you, the hits you make, you'll hit.
Yeah, and for
and 25% you won't.
Yeah, and then the 25% you'll take massive losses. You'll take bigger losses than you made, most likely. That's usually how those things work.
For $1,500. For $1,500, I'll show you how the algorithm works. Just go ahead and Zell me the money, and I will show you my system that has been able to beat the crypto. I figured out the algorithm. Zell me the $1,500.
Well, they're saying, there's people.
Get in now.
So I mean, there's like tons of stuff that goes on because like every exchange like has differentials in like value from another exchange. So like the
Well, that's what I'm
exchange
saying.
between.
You don't have to pay money to learn the information.
We're just saying like what people do is like they'll create bots that do what's called crypto arbitrage. So the bot basically spots like a price differential, and it executes the action to buy and sell. But it can do so on a guaranteed spot loan, micro loan, flash loan. It basically happens at the speed of light, so really no money's ever like used. And in the smart contract, it can like make it so that it will not like fulfill unless the transaction is going to yield an instant repay. So like you could leverage like $1 million worth of crypto money in a smart loan transaction, all happening by a robot just doing it and finding basically exploiting these like little things.
You can set up future trades now, so these things and position yourself appropriately.
Right. I don't know, man. It's crazy. And effectively, like the extensions of what an NFT can be could be like you could buy an NFT of an AI that would give you access to that AI's abilities, whatever they may be, you know. So
You guys know the NFT data, like the pictures themselves, are not actually encrypted in the ledger. It's just a pointer to a file that's not on the ledger. The pointer, the URL is encrypted, but the file itself isn't.
Right, the file itself isn't, and if it's just put on a public server. So you would want to make sure that whatever NFT collection you're buying, it's like backed up on something like a secured site, basically that has copy protection.
You can use like a Filecoin to upload the file decentralized.
I think it's called like File Llama or something like that. But it's a crypto art service that blockchains the image so that the image doesn't actually change and it can't be changed. So that's the referential link to the real artwork.
I think the new future is going to be Braille NFTs for blind people.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, but you could do that though, because like an NFT can be backed by like a real object. So like all these Trump NFTs that we all want to get our hands on, like those all could be backed by something from the Franklin Mint making like porcelain plates with the very image emblazoned upon them. Do you know what I'm saying? So like I think it's a missed cross marketing opportunity for Trump here, if I may say so. Because like you could sell like a piece of artwork, like so like I could sell an oil painting. I certify that it's an oil painting. I take a picture of it. I put it up. I back up the photo of that thing so nobody can change it and make it a Picasso, right? And if I sell that thing, I can also say, hey, optionally, you may also pay for shipping, and I will ship the thing to you. You own the thing and the digital representation of it. You can use it, these ways.
I just came up with a new idea for NFTs.
But there's more. There's more to what I'm saying because you get royalties back. Okay, good.
Who wants to be a part of this with me? I'm going to share the idea. Somebody's got to put it into fruition, and we're going to make money. Basically, it's going to be a holographic NFT. So instead of just 2-dimensional artwork, it's going to be 3-dimensional artwork.
You're late to the party, mate. It's already been done.
Ah, fuck.
It's a 7-layer LCD sandwich, and it basically projects slices of the image in different planes, and so you can like move the 3D object around. It's just
But when you move the 3D object around, does the 3D object change its appearance?
Itself? I mean, no. Each one is a LCD screen, so I suppose you can engineer it however you want. There's
like as you spin the image actually does something. Like I don't know, maybe it's somebody winking their eye or waving, but it actually moves as you change the image.
I've seen people like animate like simulated holographic movement. Like I've I've been able to do that too. It's like pretty fun. You just like take a couple like color layers and just shift them.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my last hope.
Creating a real hologram like that is actually really challenging.
You know what NFT stands for?
Non-fungible. What?
Token.
Not fucking tangible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can engineer into the contract that is backed by a real thing. You know what I'm saying?
I had the idea of putting the Bible on the blockchain.
Okay.
Being manipulated. I don't know.
Dude, there's some crypto I'll mine. I don't even need any actual mining rewards. But I'll contribute to that network. Your Bible blockchain. You got yourself a node.
Nice.
Can you set up like a Knight's Fort from one location? Do they need to be at separate locations? Or is that what they call it, a Knight's Fort? You have to back up the blockchain from 4 different positions to prevent it from being overtaken by another network.
Are you talking about the consensus mechanism?
No, it's just like for the blockchain to be secure, it has to have like 4 copies, and that they're wired to each other in such a way that they're self-reinforcing, and you would need to like take over like 90% of the network to be able to overwrite.
Yeah. That makes sense. Like you can't have a network without having at least 4 nodes, kind of is what it sounds like you're saying.
It's like a calculator star fort, yeah, over the Ethernet. Yeah, just makes it so people can't hack in. But I don't know if they need to be in the same actual physical place. If they need to be 4 specifically different places, or they can be in one place.
I think the important thing would just be having the different software nodes. You could probably even put them all on one host as long as it had multiple. You probably need IP addresses. I don't know. It might depend on the crypto.
Like if they really had like these D-Wave computer quantum things going on, man, like they'd be able to like overwrite all that stuff. Like whoever had that would have like a doomsday weapon for computer,
Yeah, I don't buy the they say they have quantum proof cryptographic what is it, the word like hashes or whatever, but I don't buy it because we don't have the quantum computing yet, so no one has even started to like really try and crack these hashes yet.
Or people aren't even solving the hashes yet.
Yeah, but the idea is that quantum computing could make it way easier. And then in response to that, there are quote unquote quantum proof hashes out there already. But I'm pretty skeptical of that, is what I'm saying.
But they're only getting like 6 digits into a 256-digit integer, right? For proof of verified transaction in a mine, right? To get a Bitcoin, you need, I think, like
Yeah, you can set your number of transactions. Yeah,
no,
or your number of
it's
verifications.
It's I'm just saying like the 256 is never verified beyond like 6 digits or something. Like
Yeah, I mean, I think theoretically, right? Like the hash would, like that should be pretty. In my mind, that should be sufficient because you're just checking like a thumbprint, right? You're checking that the end result is exact versus like it's not like it's going to be off by a little bit. It would be either exact or it won't.
Yeah. Right. So when the NSA made the SHA-256 algorithm, they didn't have Bitcoin in mind, but it works out very nicely.
Yeah. Does anyone else think that like the origin of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, like the whole thing to me screams NSA.
NSA sounds hokey.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other day.
Look up those 2 words and what they mean in Japanese.
Satoshi Nakamoto was a real person and he died for your.
Well, let's talk about the origin of Bitcoin and why was Bitcoin popular. It was because it was popular on the dark net, and because we're talking about cocaine, they were selling nuclear bombs. Hang on, they were selling nuclear bombs on the dark net. So I owned a certain amount of Bitcoin, and I bought porn accounts on the dark net. So I own, I think it was 0.25 of Bitcoin back in the old days, and that's probably worth how many? $7,000, $10,000 today, maybe 8,000.
2.5 Bitcoin.
So I just bought something that was worth about $2.50 back in the day, and it's now worth $1,000. So we're talking about Bitcoin, and the only purpose it had was the dark net. Do you see? So
well, we were talking about Satoshi Nakamoto and what that stands for, because I'm curious as to what that means in translation in Japanese.
So Satoshi means centralized, and Nakamoto means intelligence.
Is that the actual Japanese?
Come on, I've never heard that. Come on, are you serious?
Look it up.
He's taking the piss. No,
Holy cow.
Napalm is taking the
definitely
piss.
look that up.
Napalm, if you can post here the Japanese explanation.
Fucking Google it. Just Google it.
No, you can post it. Post the Japanese words for Natashi Nakamoto. You're not going to do it, so I don't believe you.
All right.
Anyway,
that's cool.
That's
If you don't want to do it
That's
too
cool.
soon,
Don't search it.
No,
Wind up on a list.
If that's true. That's crazy. That's honestly
Yeah, I will
crazy.
know that you know.
But along the lines of what Gerald was saying, like 100%. So when Bitcoin came out, it was sold mainly to the anarchist libertarian communities and those that operated within the dark web, or were selling
it
things
wasn't that bad.
to
Let's say this.
avoid
It was people that wanted to
taxation.
buy.
And dude, are you just going to talk through me, bud? Come on.
I really don't want. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, so it was sold to that community under the guise of decentralization, right? So you have this community of people who are obviously in tune with what fiat currency is. They understand the way that money works within our society, and they're trying to avoid that. They're also trying to avoid the purview of government in general, just as a philosophical stance. So when Bitcoin was created, those are the communities that it was originally marketed to and put into practice within. You've got things like PorcFest, which was the libertarian annual meetup for people to sell and exchange things and walk around with their guns and live in kind of a governmentless kind of scenario for a week. And this is where the bulk of crypto was initially being exchanged in person. And it was sold to this community as a way to get away from the centralized control that government has over our currency. And I think people weren't paying enough attention to how much insight this gives people into the transactions that you're actually doing, concerning it's all logged on the blockchain, like the gentleman was alluding to earlier, right? The trackability and the traceability of digital currency is really an authoritarian's wet dream. Like, gives you so much insight and control, but it was sold to the very communities that would be the most resistant to it in a way that was leading them to believe that it was anti-authoritarian and pulling away from the centralization that fiat currency has. So
that's funny because that's what we wanted, right? As the people, like, we wanted transparency to see what the government was doing with our tax dollars, and they just kind of inverted that upon us, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. And I mean, like everything, it's hidden in plain sight. Just look up what Satoshi and Nakamoto mean in Japanese.
That's crazy, dude. I never knew that. But yeah, I mean, you guys are right. It could be a what's the word I'm looking for when something's infiltrated already? Controlled opposition.
Yeah, it was 100% that way. It's like, hey, here's this new thing to get us away from the government that the government is giving you, right? It's, yeah. I kind of saw that fairly early on. And I was amazed that certain people within the community didn't really see it that way.
I think we kind of speculated that, I mean, the possibilities thereof, but like when you look at what it does, like being decentralized, like in my mind, I already see fiat as a sinking ship. Like I think we all kind of do. You know, they print money whenever they fucking damn well please, which only hurts us as the people. And it's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay on a sinking ship that's destined to sink, or do you want to jump onto the lifesaver and potentially
Yeah.
make it?
The trouble is you're jumping onto a boat that's tied to the boat that's going down.
Well,
Yeah,
what
but
we're
we can
saying
cut
is
that.
here, we're saying 130 grand Bitcoin within 3 years. We're saying Bitcoin will be worth 130 grand. So we've read the distribution, we've read the algorithm, and what we've seen is it bouncing almost like a trampoline. So what we're seeing
Yeah, but
is a
130
lot of
grand of
money
what?
going into the crypto. Well, money versus Bitcoin. So one Bitcoin
Well,
will be
right. But
worth
you know about
100 grand fiat
you know
currency
about
within
Zimbabwe?
3 years. Well, Zimbabwe's a
Hold on,
fucking joke.
Isa.
Zimbabwe,
Let him finish.
Zimbabwe's a fucking joke.
right? Zimbabwe in 2010 had $1 trillion bills. Like, you know, something could be like
Well,
milk one day
Zimbabwe.
could be worth
Who lives in
milk one day
Zimbabwe,
will be worth
Isa?
They're rich and
$10
radio.
million.
Yeah, but
You
Isa,
know?
who lives in Zimbabwe? Are the people that live in Zimbabwe worth
Yo,
$1 million?
Maxwell Chikabutsu does.
No, they're
Maxwell
worth
Chikabutsu,
$0.
bro.
The people in Zimbabwe, Isa, are worth $0.
Yeah, let's not talk over each other, guys. Let's just come on, share the
No, we're
mic.
not talking over each other. I think we're talking actually
Yeah, we're good. We're
quite
good.
concisely.
Okay.
Isa's my boy. So the point is, the people in Zimbabwe that say $10 million per dollar, right? What are they worth? They're worth nothing. They make up money because they're from Zimbabwe. It's
Well,
fucking
no,
not
but do you know
real.
what
They're not
happened in 20?
European.
Do you know what happened in 2010?
Yeah, didn't Zimbabwe have like hyperinflation or some shit?
Yeah, it had hyperinflation. My point is that just because Bitcoin is projected to be $130,000 doesn't mean it also might be on par with milk. You know, milk might be $130,000 too because of inflation. You know what I mean? That's the
I think
problem with commodities
eggs will be
based
there
off
first.
of a dollar. And we don't even
Yeah.
understand the dollar, but we're going to jump into a whole nother system that we don't understand.
Yeah,
I think it's
that's
fucking
what I
hilarious.
said.
Well, we do
You're
understand
right.
it. We do understand it, and we know it's going to be worth a lot of money. And I'm saying that, I'm screaming that, and that's coming from someone that doesn't own a single cent of crypto. Correct? Right now, I don't own a single cent. I'm coming from a place of a man who only owns fiat, and a man who makes $26 an hour, which is close to minimum wage, as a laborer. Okay? But I've spoken to people and I've met people, and we're talking about crypto angles, and it's about algorithms, and it's about system management. So you're looking at 20, 50 bucks here and there, bang, 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 triple angles. You're looking at almost $1 million within a year. Isa.
I mean, I hear you. I mean, I don't doubt that. Like, you know, I'm keeping a close eye on it. But I'm just saying that it's the idea that, you know, you're still attached to. Like, everyone's like, oh, we're gonna get away from the dollar because Bitcoin's worth this many dollars. It's like that's what you know. I just feel like there's no escape. And then
People aren't trying to get away from the dollar because something's more valuable. People are getting away from the dollar because anybody that has significant amounts of money doesn't want to lose their wealth with the devaluing of what they're holding. And that's exactly what's happening. They're printing money faster than they can fucking keep up with, which is causing everything to skyrocket in value in price because the value of
right,
the
and
dollar, the purchasing power, isn't there.
Instead of buying value, like land or some shit like that, people are going to put it into a digital marketplace.
Well, so the
I
thing
don't know,
is,
man.
But
because
Bitcoin is not
because Bitcoin can't actually be used for transactions practically because it's way too slow and way too expensive. Like it's never gonna, in my opinion. I mean, it could theoretically be like a digital backing for other cryptocurrencies. It could be like the gold standard, but it doesn't make sense to me, especially because when you look at what it's done, what the market has done, it has tracked with the market. It tracked with the Dow. It tracked with the S&P. And so to me, that says the people that are buying into it are the same. It's not going to be a hedge. It's not going to, if our fiat crashes, I don't think Bitcoin's going to be the ship to jump to. It may be a different crypto that actually is functioning, but as everyone else has said, then you're cuffing yourself as soon as you do that.
Yeah, I mean, cryptocurrency and whatnot is just another form of currency. It might not be quote unquote fiat, but it's still dictated by market forces. You can still have hyperinflation or inflation with Bitcoin. It's just that its supply is limited.
Hillary,
Right?
what do you know about currency? What do you
can't
know about currency?
print.
Imagine if
Shut
there
the fuck up.
wasn't.
Shut the fuck up.
Imagine if there wasn't Bitcoin or money.
Shut the fuck up.
Hillary.
I'm still talking.
Hey
I'm still
guys,
talking.
come on.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can't print or mine Bitcoin unlimitedly the way the government just infinitely prints money. There's a limit to it, but it's still subject to market forces. It's not the ultimate solution. There has to be something else.
What do you think the other solution is? So you sound like a lefty, and you sound like someone that's pushing socialism.
You sound like a virgin. Shut the fuck up.
You're
man.
pushing some left-wing
You're
bullshit.
pushing.
Hillary.
What am I
You're not
pushing?
socialism
What did I
because
just
I'm a
push?
national socialist. Hillary,
No,
you
no,
are
no,
pushing
I'm
some
national
idea that
socialist.
there's
What
no
did I
such
say
thing as
that makes you think that?
well, no, hang on. Let's unpack it, Hillary. So what we're talking
Yeah,
about
unpack
is
it.
this idea of
An
expense
alternative to
given and
fiat
expense
currency. That's
given
what you
back
guys are
to
talking
a
about.
currency. So how do you believe there's another form of currency? So you're talking about what's the word, guys? It's not socialism. There's another word. Communism.
Marxism?
So you're a communist.
How was I talking about communism? What did I say
You were talking about communism.
that relates to
You
communism?
said that there's another way. Okay, so there is
Yeah,
no
but how is that other way I said anything to do with communism? I didn't even say what the
well,
other way
capitalism
was.
is bullshit. Shitlery. Capitalism is
I
bullshit.
didn't say
We should be
anything about
national
capitalism
socialism.
or communism. You are strawmanning and lying
That's
and
what
just
you were
making
talking
shit up.
about.
Those words never left my
You
mouth.
were talking about currency and the energy given for what is given back, correct? You were
What
talking
energy?
about
I did not say
well,
any.
the
Were you
energy
listening
work.
to me?
I
Were you
was listening
listening
to
to
you,
me?
and I think you're talking to- I think
So
you
where
were
did you
talking
hear me say
about
these things?
communism.
Yeah, we
I think
heard
you
you
were
talking
Russian
about the
communist.
energy of the Communist Party, dude.
Dyslo heard me. You
Dyslo,
were
you're not
talking
funny.
about communism, Sherry, and
Dyslo
I
is
think it's
joking.
unacceptable.
Do you really think
I want
Dyslo
you
was
to
serious
come.
when he said that? Are you high or drunk right now, Australian guy?
I'm both. And Shitlery, I want you to come forward and tell me what you think about how you think we should
I
spend our
ain't
energy.
gonna
And
do shit for
do
you.
you believe a 8-hour work shift,
I'm not
the 9
talking
to
to you
5?
anymore. I'll talk to anyone else
Shitlery,
who said
Communist platform.
do you believe a
I'll wait
9
for
to
someone
5
else to
work
talk.
shift is worth it? Shitlery. Well, Dice Low, do you believe a 9 to 5 work shift is what humans should be doing?
No, not at all. I think whoever
Me
came
neither.
up with a 40-hour work week, a 9 to 5, 5 days a week, should be dragged out in the streets and beaten with fucking sticks. Like we're not
Wasn't it?
designed. We're not designed to be
We're not
slaves.
designed at all.
No.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. There is no connection between the monetary system that we're currently in. I shouldn't be
But
slaving
Dyslo,
away like someone else. What
Dyslo,
has this person I'm working for has done to earn their position over me? Why do they have the ability to bow down over me? See?
That's a great
They have no
point that
ability.
you made, Gerald. Let's hear what Nate has to
Chillery.
say. Go ahead, Nate.
yeah, Dyslo, I just want to ask you something though. I mean, I agree with you. Fuck the 9 to 5, 40-hour working week. It's some bullshit. But isn't it that was brought in as a solution to the fact that before that there were no labor laws. Before that there was no fixed or defined working hours. Your employer could make you work 16 hours a day if he wanted to. There was no labor law that protected you as an employee from your employer, right?
Well, labor unions is what created a lot of these
Yeah.
work safe environments, so to speak. But yeah, so
We talking
kudos
about
to that.
defensive
But
Can I address why I was
um,
accused of being a lefty?
who accused
Look
you?
at
Was
that.
it
I
me?
had to go away for a second.
nah, it
All right,
wasn't
no one
you.
accused you.
Yeah,
No one
it
accused you of
wasn't
being a
you.
lefty. Don't worry about that.
But
But I think Shitler is lefty. If anyone's lefty here, Shitler, he's talking about communism tonight. He's been talking about Russia, and he's been talking about
He's
how much
part of it.
he
What?
It's because he's part of the he's part of the Quantum Teamsters. He's like
He's Italian. He tells me he's Jewish
Yeah.
Italian.
Oh, yeah.
What's
What
your
the fuck?
infatuation with Russia, Nate?
I
don't think
Well,
he
he's
got-
connected.
I mean, Russian bitches are hot, bro. You know, Russian girls with that accent. I mean, a Russian accent on a female is fire, bro.
He's
I don't know.
connected. We know that.
I don't know.
He's
I hear a
thinking
Russian
of in New
accent on
York.
a female, dude. All I'm thinking of is extortion and getting beaten by Russian mobsters.
What I know about Schindler, he's Arabic ancestry, and he lives in New York, and he is slightly communist.
Yo, but why are you guys making this about me? Like, let's just
And he
talk
believes in
about
the
an alternative to fiat currency.
We
I'm
believes in
with
the
you
globe.
guys. Fuck
Yeah,
fiat
we
currency.
should make a chirality coin. Yo, and it'll be called Nate. Like, you know,
Yo, stop picking on me.
how many Nates you got?
I got a lot of names, but I mean,
It's
I'm
gonna
with
happen
you
in
guys.
the
Fuck
afternoon.
fiat currency. I just don't feel crypto or any type of digital coin or wallet is the solution. There has to be another way.
That's going to be the way, whether you want it to be or not, Nate. That's
I know.
the point.
The
But
NSA already figured it out for you. Okay.
Yep. And there's
No,
going
I'm
to
just
be an
saying.
event that is going to make everybody want cryptocurrency, beg for cryptocurrency, ensure that cash is no longer around, right? There'll be a catalyzing event that takes place. Don't worry.
Like if just
Yeah, I
like
mean,
Walmart,
I'm
like
with you, Napalm.
let's say Walmart accepted cryptocurrencies, and it's like it would totally change the deal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you guys. Fuck fiat currency, and definitely the way the world is moving right now, they're pushing cryptocurrency in our faces, but they're
Well,
being sly about it.
half the population is going to be put onto cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency is going to be how they're going to pay the dole. That's how you're going to get your welfare. That's how you're going to get your food stamps. So
Definitely.
whether people want to or not, a large portion of the population is going to be forced onto it out of necessity. Period.
Yeah, and most probably
also-
the key to your crypto wallet is going to be controlled by the government. If the government doesn't like what you're doing, they're going to change the key or block you from your wallet. You know, it'll be something linked to your social security or something of that
Or just
nature.
get some smart Russian hackers to steal your shit.
Yeah,
do that too.
and
No one forces the people on welfare. They
You left your
volunteer
ports
for it.
open.
So, you know, everything you're saying, oh, they're going to force this, they're going to force that. No, it's all voluntary. Everybody's going to sign up for it.
no, I didn't say force anything. I said people are going to be forced onto it out of necessity,
Yeah.
right?
You just said forced.
Yeah,
You
but
just
he
said-
doesn't mean to hold
you
the
just-
gun.
Not in a way.
I didn't
Hey,
say forced.
write the hand. Not in a way that the government is forcing it upon them, right? Coming to their house and saying you have to do this. They're just going to be forced to go to the government to get the
And it's not
cryptocurrency,
forced.
right? Out of
It's not forced.
necessity.
It's not. Forced, hold on. Forced means you physically take somebody and against their will make them do something. Right?
Yo,
That's
yo,
not,
right there. Don't turn this
Hold on,
into
hold
a
on.
linguistic
Guys.
argument. Let's not argue
Hold
about
on.
the word force.
Are you just not
All
going to
of
let me
us
talk? You're just not
understood
going to let me
what
talk?
napalm meant.
You're just going to talk all over me? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I am, because you are
You're just gonna talk all
sidetracking
over
from
me.
the conversation. We all
Okay, so
understood
you're just going
what
to you're
napalm
just
meant.
going to you're just going to throw all the rules of a conversation out because you don't like the conversation.
No, I'm telling you to stop
So we're just
sidetracking.
interrupt. So
We're
here,
not
so
going to
now
have
we're
an
just
argument
at an impasse where
about
everybody
what the
can just
word
talk.
force
We're just
means.
well, I don't like where you're taking the conversation, so I'm just going to talk all
Yeah,
over
yeah,
you.
exactly. Because we were
Yeah,
having
so
a
this
civil,
turned
normal
into a shit show.
conversation.
We'll use
Now
your
you have
logic
us
and just turn it into
arguing
a shit
about
show.
what the word force
No, we're
means.
not
Like, are you
arguing. We're not even
serious?
listening to each other because you don't want to let me talk. So I'm not going to listen to you, and we're just going to talk all over, and it's just going to turn into a shit show because of your logic.
Yeah,
No,
you're
you're the
making it a
common
shit show.
denominator.
No, well, you
Yeah.
interrupted me. You interrupted me and said it's okay
Yeah,
because you didn't
because
like where the
you are
conversation.
shitting
Yeah, so
all
I
over
can
the
interrupt you.
conversation.
So
I'm
I can
stopping
interrupt
you
you.
from shitting on the
So
conversation.
by your logic, I can interrupt you. So I'm just doing what you do. I'm being you, right? So
All right,
let's
go
all
ahead.
just be like
I'm
him.
down there.
Can
I'm
somebody
down
else
there.
mod this since I was involved?
Well, somebody needs to mod this
Just
guy.
mod your own
I
self,
just got
bro.
back. I just got back, guys. Settle down. Let's keep it one mic and be respectful of one another. Come on, guys.
Yeah, can I get my thought out without interruption here?
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, right there.
Thank you. So when you say forced, right? You this is what is the victim mentality. These people on welfare are like, oh, I can't do anything. I'm forced into this situation. People working a 9 to 5. I can't do anything. I'm forced. No, you're not. You have options. You just don't do them. because they're hard, and then you say you're forced, and you negate all personal responsibility. So,
Yep.
my
So
two
you
cents.
perfectly encapsulated what I was trying to say there, because yes, people that are on the dole most of the time are there voluntarily, but they feel like they're forced to do it, right? Because it is the victim mentality. So I used the perfect word. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you know what kind of made me think of is like in the sense of being forced in the way that I saw that, and just or like it's like leaving somebody in a locked room where like the only thing that's on the table to eat is something they don't like. But there's going to be a point when they get so hungry that they will choose to eat that food. So it's not like being forced in that way, but I think of it like that's what the brother meant when he
Yeah,
said
that's
forced.
exactly what napalm meant, and I think we all understood napalm
Does that make
in
sense?
its
Because that's
usage.
how they'll do crypto. Is they'll make it so that it'll be the only way.
Is Issa
Yeah.
breaking up?
Yeah. You're roboting, Isa.
But it's never the only choice, and that's the whole thing.
No,
So
You know,
people
but
we
like,
understand that.
hold on,
Like it's
bro,
yo,
bro,
at the
bro,
same
bro.
time,
Really. I said
at
4
the same time,
words.
it's like
I
it'll
said
be
4 words,
correct,
dude.
Jade style.
I
Yeah,
said
but
4
Issa was
words.
still
And
talking. He just started roboting. Issa
God,
wasn't done talking. Go ahead, Issa.
bro, you guys have fucking problems.
Yo,
I
Issa
may still
wasn't
be in a
done talking.
I
Yeah,
may
go
still
ahead,
be in
Issa.
a robot zone. I may be in a spot with no server. But all I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
was that,
were robot.
hey, you know what? I'll be back in I'm listening in, but I'll talk to you guys in like 5.
Maybe send Right the Hand an apology. He left upset.
Never,
Oh, fuck that
never
guy, man.
apologize, never surrender.
Never fucking fun.
Yeah, well, the conversation was flowing fine for hours. So yeah, if anybody's the common denominator there, we know who it is. But yeah, no, like Issa was saying, yeah, it's not that you're forced onto it. It's people feel like they don't have another choice, and
Sure.
that's how it's going to be presented, right? That's how it's going to be presented to everybody. It's like you're going to feel that you have an obligation to move towards this system, right? To take the mark. I mean, move towards the system. But there will be an option, and anybody that listens to me in here enough talk about this, I've said quite often, you're going to be forced with a very tough decision as to whether you want to be a part of this new system that they're putting in place or not, right? And it's going to be a very difficult decision because it's going to be hard to buy, sell, and trade should you not be a part of the new system. And the new system isn't going to be like broadcast, hey, everybody sign up for the new system. It's going to be slow, incremental steps. And you just need to be mindful of whether you are willfully choosing to be a part of it or not. But they will guide you, or for lack of a better term, force you towards this specific route into this new digital utopia system, whether you like it or not.
I agree with you 100%, Napalm. Man. It's pretty obvious that's what they're forcing us into.
Yeah,
That's
and
where things are going.
I mean, I don't know what other word to use other than force, right?
Force is the perfect word to use. I think all of us were fine with that word except that other dude.
Yeah, it's like you're being forced to utilize the system that they're constructing to be a part of society or not. Like you have the choice, right?
It's a
But in
stinging
order to
carrot sort of maneuver.
participate, you have no choice but to buy into this new system that they're implementing.
Yeah, especially like imagine you're a parent with kids in school and college and all the banks crash and you told if you keep your money in the bank it's going to become worthless. You got to take it out of the banks and put it in this cryptocurrency shit because that's the only form of currency colleges are going to start accepting now, and you got to pay for your kids' education. Stores are only accepting it. You got to put food on the table. Like, you have no choice, man.
I mean, and it could be used as like escrow too, or like you could use it. I don't know, man. Just like as means to access for multiple different things, or use it as a chip that's going to build like I don't know. You could like go to do your whole college education on like one coin or something like that. You know what I mean? just like and maybe just the college owns. I don't know, whatever. Fucking
Yeah, exactly. Your
I wasn't
bank
even trying
account, your finances are going to be linked to your personal information through a coin
It's
or
like,
wallet. So
I mean, nobody writes really like checks at the grocery store no more. You know what I mean?
yeah. So your social security number is going to be your password to life. That's going to be the number you use to access your money. That's going to be. They might as well just put it on your forehead.
Yeah, and you're going to need, because an actual number, if you actually had a whole system built like that and someone was able to just take that, it would never work. You would need to have a private key that only goes one way, and you would need it to be so secure that it could last an entire lifetime. So exactly. You'd put it in your person somewhere, maybe your hand or your forehead.
Yeah. That'll be the only number you ever need to know. It'll be the number linked to your phone. That's the number people call when they want to get in touch with you. It's a number you show when you go to the DMV and they scan it and they see all your information, all the calls you've made, where you've been, who you've talked to, how much money you got on you, everything, criminal record,
Yeah, it's already started.
medical history, just with that number.
A watered down or a smaller version of that has already started through payment platforms like Venmo, right? Like you can see friends' transactions on Venmo, like what they're buying and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are voluntarily getting onto Venmo, and nobody's being forced, right? Even though you're almost forced at this point, right? I'm dealing with a situation where getting ready to go next month for a friend's bachelor party, right? And you got 30 guys all getting together, hotel rooms, all this kind of stuff that's taking place where people are putting down deposits and people need to be paid. And everybody's like, shoot me on my Venmo, my Venmo, my Venmo. Like, I don't have any of those payment platforms. And it's like, holy shit. Like, I can't even transact with friends almost at this point through voluntary platforms already.
Yeah, and remember when your finances used to be private, nobody could look at them. I mean, like these trends change over time, right? So, but it's not because like people naturally want to gravitate towards that. It's because some sort of like, I don't know,
right?
Trends get forced, right, in the industry because this is how they decide that they're going to manage it.
Like nobody forced people to put cameras in their houses. People voluntarily buy cameras to put in their house. Nobody forced people to have their blood pressure readings be able to be read online. They buy the smartwatches. Nobody forced people to have all of their transactions be seen by their friends. They voluntarily downloaded Venmo, right?
Yeah, but this is all like basically as forecast by Ray Kurzweil, who strangely was right about so much of this stuff. Like almost it seems like he was spoon fed the shit to just like say so that people would believe it and accept it while it's going on.
Well,
but hey, I know.
Yeah, it's an agenda, right? It's been written about. Like people know, we can see the writing's on the wall. Literally, you can read it. But when you tell people you're a conspiracy theorist, but when it all continues to come to fruition, they're like, yeah, whatever, okay.
Right, like I'm a futurist. Yeah, I'm just telling you about the future. Yeah, what I think it's going to be like. Not that I was given the information, to deliver to you people. But yeah, I think Kurzweil was saying like that phones, not phones, but like cameras themselves would be like almost everywhere, and they are.
Yeah,
He wasn't wrong.
I mean,
he said you'd have like a body local area network, which you do, but just based on Bluetooth. But Bluetooth wasn't a thing yet.
yeah, like I hate to repeat myself, but I say this a lot. Like when I first read the book 1984 back in like 93, I was like, there's no way a totalitarian government could just come up and install cameras everywhere. And like, why would people even go along with this? There's no way that this is possible. And then, 20 years later, I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is how it works. Totalitarian government doesn't come in and install this shit. People purchase their slavery enthusiastically.
Oh yeah, because they have a choice. It's like, how much of a choice do you have at 7-Eleven? Maybe 15 types of beef jerky.
It's like, hey, Alexa, am I being spied on?
great.
All
I find
right, I
it
just got back.
interesting.
What's going on?
Can I just chime in for just a quick second? Great convo for the last couple hours. I find it interesting, Nate, right? That's your name, Trility, that he's in agreement with everybody about, what's happening with the monetary system and, our social security numbers. I mean, who do you think's behind NASA? These are the same people. I mean, it's not like, oh, this government department is trustworthy and this one isn't. And, they're the same people.
Look at the FBI and the CIA. I mean, they've been
Mhm.
caught with their pants down for a number of years and then heavily investigated. Has anything been reformed within that department, or
No. Mafia. They merged with the mafia. I'm the oddball in my family, obviously, like I'm sure a lot of you are. I sent this one video to my brother and my mom over a year ago. My mom's totally down with what I believe, and she sent me something today. She sent me something from Alex Jones from 2009. But so then I sent my brother this video again. I'm going to drop it in a few minutes. It's so good for the normies, for the people that say it's too big of a conspiracy. They would need, like, they can't even imagine that it's just a small little group of people. But anyways, I sent it to my brother again a week ago Sunday, and he watched it on Thursday night, and I was just amazed. It was a couple of short sentences that he said, I finally set time aside to watch it. And he said it was very informative. And he said that it's clearly laid out there for anybody to see. And he said that that much power in the hands of a small few are not good for humanity. So I feel like I broke through with my brother, because that's the problem a lot. People think, oh, it's just too big. And then they're like, I don't make a difference.
Can you send that video in?
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll put it right here. It was amazing. Here it is right here, I think. Hold on. I couldn't find it on his website, but I found it on YouTube.
I'm so
Did
sorry, Blaze.
did your brother go along with the 2 years, and took the,
Did he go along with the 2 years? What do you mean? I mean, my brother's totally down with not being, stabbed and all that kind of stuff. And he just doesn't, he claims to be an atheist, but he really is like an agnostic person. And he totally respects my faith and my belief and will stand up for me. Apparently he's gotten into a lot of arguments with his friends over me and my belief in the shape of the earth. But, everything that I've talked to him about, World Trade Center, 7, and, you just plant seeds. So don't give up on your friends and family. And I'm willing to risk them liking me and what they think about me. It's none of my business. I'm going to be judged on, did I try? Did I get on the court and try? It's out of love. And I'm trying to work on my delivery. But that video that I just posted, it's an hour. He goes through and he shows you how to look for the people that have the shares, the same culprits over and over and over again.
Yeah, Blaze, could I just respond to what you said? I hear you, and I understand why you think it's all the same people. I just feel, even if NASA was out there putting propaganda, NASA isn't the reason I believe the things I believe. I don't use NASA as a reference for the ideas I hold, and NASA don't control reality. Physics and space and whatnot. These are things within the natural world that are beyond the control of any human being. But when it comes to something like government or the economy or money,
Hold on.
these are
Can I interrupt
social.
you?
Whoa! I'm not done.
Okay,
These are
all right.
social constructs created by human beings, and we have full control over those things. So definitely, those things are exposed to our full manipulation. But we don't have full control over reality. I don't need to go to NASA as a reference for what happens in space. But when it comes to money, I definitely need to go to banks, government, and economists, because that's something we've created.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was a little overzealous. But here's the thing. if NASA didn't exist when and propagate that they went to the moon, propagandize that they went to the moon, and our ancestors, our relatives saw it, and we didn't question it. I mean, there was a few that questioned, but if they didn't see it, then we really wouldn't believe that we lived on a spinning ball. So people first had to show us on TV because our eyes deceive us. And especially in the last days, or, the Bible says in the last days, right? I'm not trying to bring this biblical, but in the last days, there's going to be lying signs and wonders, and our eyes are going to deceive us. Our eyes have always deceived us because we are like the quick fix, give me a pill so I can fix this, and let me see this. And we're like, what I kept thinking about when you guys were talking earlier is like convenience. We just, are being enslaved and about ready to get digital handcuffs because of convenience. So
yeah, definitely.
I say that, yes, they've re-engineered the globe, right? But we saw it, our relatives saw it with their eyes and just went, oh, okay, handled it in this nice little box. Somebody's already taken care of it. Somebody's already discovered it. People are, taking care of it. Handled.
Yeah, I don't want to go into it too much with you back and forth, but I agree with you. Definitely within society, we tend to trade, independence and freedom for convenience and security. But that's within society, within these social constructs man has made. Outside of that, there's NASA don't own space. They don't own science or physics. People thought Earth was a ball long before NASA. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not because of NASA we believe these things, but when it comes to money and government and finance and accounting and economics, these are human constructs. They don't exist outside of human societies.
You brought up money.
That's why.
How much does NASA get a day? How much does NASA steal from us a day? Do they provide that?
Point.
No, but you brought up money, and so I brought up
but
NASA.
The point, I hear you, but the point I'm trying to make is, fine, NASA are bad, they're evil, they're part of the government. It's okay, but just because NASA are evil, part of the government, that's not the reason I believe. In the type of physics and cosmology I believe in. It's not because of NASA. Because NASA, as evil as they are, don't have control over the natural world. But they could have control over things within society, the way governments do. But outside of society, outside of human society, NASA has no control, no say. That's the point I'm trying to make. So when physics and money and economics, two separate things.
Right, but what if it's not separate? What if it's all part of it? The calendar, movies, like it's moving. Everything's moving towards an agenda, and everything, is in unison, with what just happened in 3 years ago. Boom, lockdown. They did this. It was in. There's a paper out called Lockstep. They went right through it, and then they're having these simulations, these mock plant, whatever. I don't want to say the word. Scenarios.
Event 201.
Pardon me.
Event 201.
Yeah, but they just had one also. October 2023. It's called Contagion. No, wait. Contagion. No, Catastrophic Contagion. They just had another one. Don't you think it's a little weird that they had one and 2 months later, boom, 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 everything just went down the way that they said? And not only that, they just had this last one. I'm not saying that it's going to happen right now, but you're down with and that's why we're in here trying to help you guys that believe the same things that, like, I'm not a physics person whatsoever, but my friends are, my fellow truth seekers are, and what they're trying to do is go, hey, consider this. just consider it. You don't have to believe everything I'm believing. You don't have to whatever, but just look at what I'm presenting with an open mind, as if we're on the same team and I'm trying to help you. It's not like these people we didn't believe the same thing that you did. I'm
with you, Blades. I'm with you, definitely. Whatever information you guys share, I definitely look at it. And there are a lot of key talking points I agree with you with. But I'm not going to agree with you on everything. I agree with you that there's manipulation happening within society, within the system. There's an agenda they're pushing us towards. But I don't agree on everything, on all of the facets within this agenda.
Well, none of us agree on everything. I mean, that's pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you capture that video that I dropped?
Sorry, no. Let me see.
I'll do it again. Anybody that's listening, get this video, watch it. It's eye-opening for my brother, because he was always like, look, it's just too big of a conspiracy. You know, you need to get some other, you need to get out of the house more. You know, he's like one of those to me, like, get a hobby. And for him to say what he said to me was like, I was practically in tears. It was amazing. I told my mom, and she was like, are you kidding me? This is amazing. Because it lays it out. And if anybody has one that's, along the lines with movies and the entertainment industry that's not really long, I would love that one as well, because that one really would be an eye-opener to, like, how many people who own the media and all that stuff. That would be great. I just don't have many saves. But we're on the same team, Nate, we are. And we're just trying to help open eyes.
Yeah, you want my enemy, and we can help each other. It's not just you guys have the truth and you're the ones helping us. There might be truth I have that I could share with you as well, As much as you tell me to have an open mind, you should practice that as well. You shouldn't just shut off all of this other, shut off all this information on the other side of the fence just because it says something that you might not agree with. I can share it with you, but I'm sure you've seen most of it. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't have esoteric information. The information I can share with you, it's freely available. You can Google it. It's not stuff you find on BitChute or anything. I'm just saying that if you talk about having an open mind, you should be open to that information as well.
I've been told I have too much of an open mind. Because I will consider, I'm like, sitting here with a blank canvas going, okay, feed me. I hunger for truth. I thirst for it. I really want it, because I'm a realtor. I'm a people person. I'm the epitome of a realtor. I am like, I used to have so many events and everything. Hey, my name, and what are we doing tonight? Da, 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 da. And the more I started trying to help people and say, hey, consider this. Did you know this? Da, 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 the less friends I had, because people don't want to know the truth, because with the truth comes responsibility. You can't be lackadaisical and, everything that, you do. You have to sit there and go question, like, the news. Whoa, wait a second. Let me go check that out. And then you go look for yourself and you're like, wait a second, that's not the case there. And it's bigger than just the United States.
Well, the only responsibility is, the only responsibility is that they tell us, they say, okay, truth comes responsibility. And what's the responsibility? The responsibility is pushing up the fact that it is real against the illusion, right? So they try and tell us that what we see to be real, being the flat earth, and we see all these, like they like to say conspiracy, that's what they tell us. None of that's real. It's all just, it's not a conspiracy. This is just factual information. So we know it's flat. We know 9/11 was an inside job. You name it. We know the information. And they like to put us against this information. And that's why there's a responsibility against that. The responsibility is having the balls or the being base enough to have a angle against this information. You almost got a shotgun or fucking put in your own punch, right? You got to put in your own punch to these cunts who want to tell you otherwise, huh? But we know what is true, and we've seen the information, and even you know it's true. Because any cunt you tell about the flat Earth, they'll scratch their chin and they'll say, "Oh yeah, well, what about this and that?" It's like, fucking suck my dick. Look outside, cunt. It is flat, and it has always been flat, huh?
It has so many implications. It's all encompassing. If they're lying about what we walk on, oh my gosh, what else are they lying about, right? And then they keep us arguing amongst ourselves, dividing our thinking, and then we become enemies, fighting each other, and we're not fighting, the people that are keeping us or lying to us. So I mean, it's prophesied that this is going to be happening, and when they take cash away, we're done. We're absolutely done, and that's what they're doing right now. They're setting
Well,
up.
that's what they're saying. They're getting rid of cash. That's why we got to get silver or cryptocurrency, Blaze.
I wouldn't do anything electronic, because what they're going to do to wipe out, in my opinion, to wipe out the fiat currency system, they have to have a catastrophic event, right? Hegelian dialectic problem. They react. Ta-da! They have the solution. So think about this. Klaus Schwab is like blatantly talking about a cyber pandemic that will dwarf the COVID-19. So everybody gets online bank statements. If your house is paid for, how are you going to prove it? Do you have, your hard copy of your deed, and how much money you can be able to prove that you had in the bank? I mean, they're not going to be able to. It's going to be purged. It's going to be purged for however long. Then, like Napalm said, people will be begging for it, because
Are we talking about? Are you talking about absolute the end of peace as we know it? Are we talking about the public almost bringing up arms in the public space?
taking up what? Say that one more time.
Are we talking about the public bringing up arms within the public space and looking at the government so almost intervening? So we're looking at
Yeah.
anarchy, Blaze.
Yeah. No. Well, what I'm thinking is, when the internet goes down, distribution stopped. Ambulances, police, just like we're all reliant upon the internet. That's how you debilitate everybody, right?
And you think it will go down?
The people that aren't prepared, the people that don't have food and water already, found $20 in my pocket, and and then they go out, it's going to be mayhem. I mean, people,
Well, that's the
if they
thing.
don't
You've
have,
got to be able to lock up your doors, and you've got to have. Here in Australia, we don't have guns. We're not as fortunate as America. We don't have these automatic weapons. So down here, we're going to be looking at picking up spears and looking at sharp-edged weapons. We're going to be going back to the medieval ages. We're going to be feeding on what we can around here: wombats, kangaroo. Blaze, what do you think about this? You're looking at anarchy potentially?
well, no, I think that people no, we're past that stage. Nobody cares to, like, even us with the guns. People were not united. If we even tried, they've got us, on the internet, right? They would shut that down immediately. So what I just really think that is, if people aren't prepared and don't have food and water, they're going to go out and then get robbed by other people.
Well,
It's
that's
going to
the
be
thing.
purged.
That's what we're saying. So we have a certain storage of food and water, but how long is that going to last?
Right.
So I have a certain cupboard here. So we're looking at maybe a month max. We have water off the grid, food off the grid, but you're looking at a month max, and then you're going to start looking at who you're going to steal from other people, huh?
No, so my opinion on it is like the last vestiges of the republic and freedom that we have as people will not go out with a bang. It'll go out with a whimper. Everybody just transitions.
Mhm.
Everybody's like, "Yep, okay,
Well, do
I'll
you
take
think
the
we'll go out
mark.
with? Do you think
Sounds
we'll
good to
go out a
me."
whimper? I think it will go out with a yell and a fucking scream.
I don't think so. I think most people, if the last 2 years or 3 years has shown me anything, even the most ardent of people that
All right, but
talk
what
the
about us
talk,
that didn't get
they
vaxxed?
fold like a frickin' cheap lawn chair when push comes to shove.
What about us that didn't get vaxxed?
That's what I'm saying.
What about us?
We're a very
What
small
about
minority.
us?
Those are the people that will not just
Well,
will
let's
choose to not be a part of the system, right? It's going to be a
exactly.
choice. There's no
Well, Nate,
fighting against it.
let's say hypothetically we're looking at a zombie. Are we looking at a zombie apocalypse like
No,
situation?
no. That's what the
Imagine that.
media and the
You're
movie
correct.
industry leads you to believe it's going to be.
Exactly.
Right?
That is brilliant. That is so
You
correct.
think so that if you think if you don't see that actually physically taking place, that no change is really taking place, right? It's not the end of the world. It's not the apocalypse because it doesn't look like The Walking Dead or whatever. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And it's just
Well,
going to be
that's
a
what they're
slow
saying. I
transition of
think
your
they're
right to
trying to
family.
push this idea that they want us to fight against each other. Like we're going to be, like I'm going to run out on the road somehow and be screaming and stabbing people and thinking I'm so awesome. I don't think that's what's going to happen. Say hypothetically there was some sort of carnage within the system. I think we'd all love each other. I think we'd get along. I think we'd grow our own food. And I think the only problem would be maybe government, military coming through, or you know what I mean? Some sort of external system. I
Yeah.
don't think people would ever fight against each other. I
So then,
truly, now, as you brought it up, I think they want us to fight against each other, but that's not
Yep.
what's going to happen.
well, I think they want you to think that is what revolutionary change looks like. But when they're at the helm of the change, it doesn't look like that, right? It's slow, incremental, you willingly doing it to yourself. But they want you to think through the visual propaganda that we have through television and movies that there would be some sort of major war or conflict to bring about these changes. You have small incremental events that aren't large enough to be these huge things that we see dramatized by Hollywood. So since you don't see these huge events that your brain associates with the dramatization that Hollywood puts on them, you don't think that the change is coming. You
No,
don't think the change
it's
is
called
happening.
Fabianism or Jacobism, right? Or Fabianism. The totalitarian tiptoe.
Yeah, Fabian Society. Is that what it comes from?
Yep. Well, it's from the story of Fabian, I guess, is the story. There's like a story of and Janus.
Yeah.
That's why I have like the Janus Society and shit.
Have you guys reacquainted yourselves with feudalism? Somehow
I've heard of that.
yeah, somehow I came across my computer, my desk, my path about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was like, this is how they're going to do it. You will own nothing and be happy. It's going to be feudalism. Look it all up. Look at reacquaint yourself.
Feudalism
This
is
is
Chinese, huh?
100%. Yeah, we were talking about this
That's
earlier. It'll be like a neo-feudalism, right? Where it's increasing the divide between the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah,
to the
but
point where everybody is, basically a little feudalist slave.
well, it's called the kings, the government have the lands, and then you have like the vassals. I don't know if I forget if it's like
Well,
the
they've already been doing
the
that.
army, right? The knights, that would be the army, and then us we rent from them and we can work the field, and that
Well,
seems like that's
feudalism,
what they're
they did this back in ancient Europe, and it actually worked well back
yeah.
then to a certain
Middle
extent.
Ages.
But actually, I would disagree because actually I've mostly Irish heritage, Scottish, and Welsh. So we're looking at we were looking at slave dogs, and they stole the land. And they said the government owned the land. They said they owned Scotland. They said they owned Ireland, and they fucked us around. They fucked around all the people, and they've been doing this for thousands of years. So I think feudalism and socialism are almost separate features, and I think the system that they're pushing today is feudalism, and they're pushing the opposite of what was pushed in World War II in Germany. They're pushing total control, and they're pushing true fascism, and they want to completely demonize true freedom, which we've had in the past, and many historic men have pushed so beautifully and so commendably and respectfully. Men have pushed in the past our freedom. Unfortunately, today we're seeing fascism blaze.
Yeah, but if you once you, I mean, I don't disagree, but I have to take it history. I never liked it when I was younger, and now I just love it. And we have to consider what the common theme was back then, because I'm told that there's nothing new under the sun. What once was will be again. There's a religious. I'm a Bible thumper, but I'm not religious. A religious dynasty. That's the common theme. And, I believe that the Jesuits
Definitely.
are an evil entity, and it always goes back to that dynasty.
It always goes back to that energy.
Yes.
And we've been talking about this, but you gotta be careful when we're on the YouTube live stream talking about this entity, because I believe this energy has so many. It's like an octopus. It has so many tentacles. Blaze.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. And see, I'm learning that the Antichrist, that there's so many doctrines produced by the Society of Jesus, and people are looking for a man. I'm looking for a system, a beast system. Sure, there might be one man running it, and might be the face of it for sure, but I'm not
Well,
looking.
there's no man running it. There's no man running it, and I can tell you that for now. 100%, it is a system like you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm still reading The Art of War a couple pages at a time, just trying to absorb it. I mean, that's their playbook. It's so wild.
Well, it's man and female. So it's
Pardon
the
me?
ultimate system. We're looking at a yin and yang system that is the ultimate devil.
Right?
We're looking at the upside down.
Well, the illusion that the white hats and the black hats are fighting each other, which they really might be Jesuit theater, right? Fight to the death to win, but all roads lead to Rome. Transhumanism is, like, I think we can all agree that's what they want to do, is, create something that wasn't natural against the natural order of what our creator created. So
Exactly. Well, that's what I personally think that we're seeing. I think we're seeing an unnatural creator. I think we're seeing a god that is almost unnatural and artificial.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, but maybe that's not true. We're seeing a blueprint information, and we're seeing some sort of unnatural information. I haven't read the Bible per se, Blaze, but perhaps we're seeing a conundrum.
Yeah, singularity. I think that's what they're going for. Where it's whereas I'm reading this book, it's called The Milieu, Transhumanism Transhuman Resistance by Dr. Thomas R. Horn. And they're techno religiosity, and it's just they're okay. It says this one here. Let's see.
Well,
we might
that
encounter.
they want to plant chips into our brains, Blaze.
Yeah, of course, right? Because that's against the order of our creator, what he created.
Yep.
And
I see that.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, we're such a materialistic world, right? Materialistic people. Like I was talking to Nate earlier, we see with our eyes because it's
we
material.
aren't materialistic, are we? I know you and me aren't materialistic. Imagine we met in person. I wouldn't be caring about the clothes you wear
Right,
or
right, right, right.
the, you know what I mean? It's about the consciousness and what art beholds behind the eye, huh? But they
Right.
want you to they want to trick you what you're wearing externally, huh?
Well, but when I say materialistic, I'm not just talking about, but I'm just
Yep,
saying things
yep,
that we
yep,
can
yep.
touch, and that's all if we
And
can't
the
see it,
body,
then it's not
even the
real.
body.
Yeah. And so there's obviously that spiritual capacity to the shape of the earth that we're
Yep.
missing, because it's the immaterial side of being a human being that we're not really tapped into a lot. And that's why I'm here.
Well,
That's why I show
I
up.
think some of us are. That's what I mean
Yeah.
too. And I
Well, I
think
mean,
some
as
of
a
us
whole.
are entirely connected to it. And the only person I can connect to in my family seems to be my auntie, who is a psychologist, a beautiful woman. She's my auntie, beautiful. She's a psychologist and she's genius. And you know, that's the thing, soul connections. You can only talk to certain people
Mhm.
about this. And I think Blaze is spot on with this. And I think many of us are looking for this connection, huh?
Mhm. Yeah. And the guy said earlier, I was driving, and I was listening in and out. I had to go out a couple times, so about the feudalism thing. But that guy wasn't really predicting anything. I mean,
No.
it's in the Bible. Like, yeah, they have taken scriptures out of the Bible, but there's enough meat in there for us. So if you're hungry and you're thirsty for truth and you want to know what's coming, that's the immaterial
Do
part
you
of
believe so you believe the Bible is worth reading?
Say the last part again. I'm sorry.
Do you believe the Bible is worth reading? This is coming from someone who's never read I've never read a page of the Bible.
Well, here's the thing. I woke up in 2008. I had no idea
Wow.
why. Like,
2008? Hey
yeah,
Blaze,
like
guess how old I was in 2008? I was
I don't
8
know.
years old.
Aw, yay! So we were paving the way. But here I am. I'm like watching Entertainment Tonight, going out with my friends,
Yep.
watching movies and doing all that kind of stuff. Right. Next thing you know, I'm telling my friends, you know what? 9/11 didn't go down the way that they told. They're like, who cares? What can you do about it? For a couple of years.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly. Yep.
I was like, okay, I can't do anything about it now, but obviously there's something afoot here that we should be paying attention to. And then it wasn't
Well,
until 2017 that I woke up spiritually, but I knew that the world elite were like satanic
yeah, you
child
knew.
labor.
You always knew. But did
Yeah.
your girlfriends ever come to the understanding, or
No,
you have
no.
just come to a point where you have sort of a friendship with them that is
No, no.
almost
Well,
entertaining within the consciousness itself, but it's not disassociating friendship, do you see? It's not almost like you don't step back and look at the information like the flat earth and 9/11.
no, I lost a lot of friends. But so
Yep.
then my 2017, when I was posting, my Facebook page got taken down because I had two exposing pedo gate pages. And I got just one day I went to go to the Facebook on my computer, which I was there earlier, and boom, it was gone. No notice, no nothing. And my buddy got his taken down because he was posting stuff about Kratom. They sent him a zip drive with all of his pictures and everything. I didn't get anything.
Shit.
Yeah,
What?
but so anyways, it's funny that you asked about my friends. To this day, I still get people, and even my brother, uh, sending me stuff about the the trafficking rings and all that stuff now. So people,
Yep.
I had probably like 7 people say that they were sorry and that they were right. But I
Well,
lost
that's
a
what I've been
longtime
saying.
friend of mine. Hmm?
That's what I've been saying. So there was a conversation about Ms. Lane Gaswell or
Yeah.
so the pedophile ring
Mhm.
with Jeffrey Epstein. So there was a big court case that was about to go forward, and now guess what they pushed forward to publicly dissuade the public, which was the um, Andrew Tate. So they're saying Andrew Tate is a sex trafficker,
Yeah.
and I believe that's just complete bollocks. They're
Yep.
just, he was just a he was like any other porn star. They were just pushing the porn, and it was no different. And now they're saying he was a sex trafficker, and they've taken it around the entire conversation through Instagram, TikTok, all these social media platforms. They're completely confusing everyone through Andrew Tate with the actual information, like Blaze is talking about. These
Yeah,
actual
it's
sex
because
trafficking
it's a distraction, so we don't talk about the flight logs.
Exactly. We don't talk about the flight logs. We don't talk about the sex trafficking rings going along with the governmental figures, which has been exposed through Jeffrey Epstein. And they have all connections through the American system, the governmental system in America, presidents, prime ministers down here, even in Australia. We're looking at blokes down here getting around these fucking sex trafficking ring. Blaze talking all about it.
But as far as Andrew Tate, I was really like a big fan. I'm not saying that I'm not, but for me, I have to look at his picture. If he's so against the Matrix, the womb, then
Yep,
he's
that's what he
on
says.
board. Right. But if he is, I have to take it back to the natural order of things. He's not saying the family unit is everything. If
He
we
was
don't
saying
have
that.
the
And Blaze, actually, sorry to interrupt, but he posted a video footage, him and his brother. He was saying he's a flat earther.
Yeah, I saw that one, but then
Andrew Tate came out as a flat earther.
yeah, but he doesn't continue with it. I saw that one video and that was it.
He didn't exactly. He didn't continue with it, and I heard the follow up, and I was fucking so mad.
Yeah,
I
but
was
let me finish
so
about.
fucking aggravated. Blaze, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know, but you can't trust anybody, question everybody, because here's the thing. I was on here a while ago talking to Jeremy and Kosho about, I do like what he's saying about the men. We need strong men. And if we don't have strong men, we're going to lose our country, our countries, the world. But
Definitely.
he's not saying, value the family. He's saying go procreate with other women out of the country and go visit your children every now and then. And that
I don't think
no.
he's saying that. He's a Muslim.
Well, I mean, he says when he's in Qatar, he's a Muslim, but he's in Romania, he's a
become
Christian.
a Muslim today. I believe he believes in God. He's looking into having multiple wives. This man, he wants to procreate.
No, I don't think he wants wives. I think he just wants to
No, I think
procreate.
he's living in Dubai. I believe he wants to live in Dubai. He's converted to Islam, which is great. I'm an atheist. I was brought up an atheist. I'm not an atheist today. I know of God. I know of the flat Earth. God is just a word, Blaze, huh?
Well, I mean, he has a name, the creator. He has a name.
Exactly.
It's a version of.
That's the thing, Blaze. Because we have the idea of God, but God could also mean the demiurge, which is the Gnostic understanding of an upside down reality. And perhaps the creator is not the God of this realm. So the creator of this realm is not the ultimate creator, Blaze. You know what it is?
What?
So there's a separation between our realm and the actual creator.
Yeah, well, this realm is the prince of the air. He's the adversary. He's God's adversary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you know all about it. So we're talking about the negative, the positive, and the negative, the yin and yang, huh? So that's why we're looking at cancer in young children. That's why people say, "Oh, if there's a God, why does this happen? Why is there war here? Why is this happening?" Oh, it's because it's yin and yang. It's equilibrium, huh? So Blaze, you know about this. I know you do.
Well, I mean, I'm not really a new ager anymore. And I listen, I think everybody goes down that route, and I think it's.
Are you a Christian? Sorry.
No, I don't. I don't identify with that anymore because my Messiah didn't come to start a religion. He just came to show me back to
pagan.
Pardon me? No, I'm not a pagan. No,
Why
my
not?
gosh.
I'm a pagan. We can both be pagans.
What's up with the smirk? What's wrong with paganism?
Blaze is the pagan.
No, I serve one creator, and that's the one that claims that he created everything.
Yep.
So I serve him. His name is
the eternal
Yahuwah.
consciousness, huh?
Pardon me?
Yeah, I mean,
I've known Blaze for quite a long time. She's definitely not a pagan.
Yeah, I'm taking the piss, man. But we're talking about the
Yeah.
eternal consciousness, Blaze, and I believe
Unlucky.
that's what you're referring to as God, huh?
Well, I mean, I
The
can't say
one that we
no.
share, huh?
I
The
can't.
me and you, because Blaze, we know that we're separate, huh? But we know there's something between us that is the same, and I think that's what we're referring to as God. Correct?
I don't know what to say to that because he created everything, but he's not in everything.
Exactly. Yeah, but he's also there at the same time. So we're looking at yin and yang, huh?
Mm,
So I'm a male, you're a female, you're there and I'm here, but we're here at the same time. So perhaps when we're understanding God, we're looking at the idea of time, right? The now, the tick of the clock, huh? Blaze?
I don't know what to say.
Well, yeah, me neither.
No, but I would recommend if you just, you've got the shape of the earth down, just say, hey, is there somebody that created the shape of the earth? I want to know you. Do
I'd
you
say
have
yes.
anything to say to me? And then hopefully you're going to be led to his
But
instructions.
so I believe, actually, yes, they're on our side. I believe whoever created me as a humanoid in my current blueprint and um, the gifts that I've been given. I've
What
been
about
given a
living?
6'4" height. I've been given my beautiful genes as an Irish and Scottish man. Um, Tall, white skin, beautiful man. Um, but I've been given challenges in my life, and it's been awful. But I've been given the gift of the blueprint of God and my own consciousness that is shared now between us, Blaze.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I see that I feel like there's an immaterial
Yes,
side to
and
humanity.
that is what I believe. That is what I am mostly, let's say,
You're a
it's
demiurge guy, aren't you?
it's I'm a demiurge guy. That's correct. And whoever said this, man, what do you know about the demiurge, man?
Napalm, of course, it was him.
Napalm.
Nothing at all, man.
Nothing. Well, I can
It,
talk about the demiurge for a second. So it's like a false incarnation of God. So we're looking at a blueprint of reality that we share, but we're looking at the yin and yang, right? So there's almost so reality is beautiful as it seems, and it's almost so perfectly given, and so we believe in a God, but we've been given the absolute opposite, which is reality, right? So we experience depression, we experience negativity, we experience unfortunate um, manifestations, right? We experience unfortunate code or bad
Why is it
luck of the draw.
unfortunate? Why is
No, hang on,
negativity
Kleiner.
unfortunate?
Kleiner, we experience. I think we all experience unfortunate rolls of the barrel. So we're looking at a roll of the dice, Cleander. And if I was given the perfect roll of the dice, trust me, mate, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I would be fornicating with many women. Cleaner?
Do you think that brings you fulfillment?
Yeah, well, exactly. You'd be doing exactly what you'd want to be doing, fulfillment. And for
Oh,
most
it's
men,
vanity, man.
unfortunately, hang on, with many testosterone driven men, unfortunately, that is fornicating with women um, and making lots of money. And so it is a materialistic, and unfortunately, it's driven away from the connection with God as we know it. So we've completely been driven away from the idea of the church and the connection with this higher being. Huh?
Have you ever, you keep saying, before we get off this, the yin and the yang.
Yep.
Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley?
I've never heard of him, mate.
As above, so below.
Yep.
Yeah. So to me, like you said, the person in charge of this realm, we agreed it was the adversary, right, to the creator. So everything that was natural and had order is now chaos. And then out of chaos, right, our central planners thing, they have a motto of out of chaos brings order. And so they've created the new age movement where, you know, you can be your own demigod. We're going to transcend human.
Well, it's ultimately connected to LSD and drugs,
Yeah.
psychedelic drugs like psilocybin and dimethyltryptamine, and they're all complete farces. Actually, there's no information that you will receive from these psychedelic drugs.
What the adversary wants to do is to have the same control and power to be used as the
Exactly.
Most High did,
So
because the Most High used the flood to wipe out a lot of perversion that the adversary has created. And I think since then his imagine would be to do something, to do the same, which is use human beings to create chaos, and out of this chaos kill as many as possible and create a new order. And that's just
it's not humans creating the order.
no, it's not
I don't
humans,
believe
but
I don't believe you're in charge. I believe an Austrian painter in
it
World
is
War II spoke about
it is
this.
just a
and he-
jealousy. One second, I wasn't finished. I just want to say it's just a jealousy of the adversary that he doesn't have the power to send a flood, for example, and wipe out whatever he wants to wipe out. So that's why I think he has this jealousy that has created this plan of a new world order
Well,
out
he
of
does have the
chaos.
power to do it, Clay. He does have the power, and he did it 8,000 years ago. So we know about the Noah's Ark, and so
Wait,
they
what?
did wipe out. He did wipe out human history.
The adversary didn't.
No, there
The
was a flood.
adversary established a perverted reality by perverting the bloodlines or the blood of certain creatures, including man. And what the creator did is he just wiped it out with water. He sent the flood, and he killed all this
Well, that's
all
exactly correct.
these
He
perversions.
created
Yeah, but
humans to
see
talk.
what just imagine the devil has established all this perversion. He's still doing it, right? Nowadays we see how the adversary is still playing with the blood of man, right? Perverting the
Yep.
genes
Yep.
and so forth.
Yep.
It's just
Because he
repeating
knows
himself.
we're absolutely powerful over him. He knows that we are the ultimate. We're more powerful than Demiurge. I know you and me, just me and you, Klenar, and this is not even including Blaze or the 20 other people listening here. We are more powerful than the system being opposed upon us. We are more
Not even
powerful than the
that.
Demiurge. We are more powerful than the system. Imagine us connected together, Clay.
The very jealousy that he has towards us is we have the ability to be forgiven by the creator through the relationship
Well,
through
why
the
should we
work
be
that
forgiven?
his son
We
has
won't be
made.
forgiven, Clay.
No, see, that's the jealousy that the adversary has. The adversary has chosen his path. His path will lead to destruction, and he will be cast into the fire. But the thing with us humans is we have been created in the image of and likeness of the Most High, and we have the ability to be in a relationship with him, and his ultimate goal is to keep as many people away from achieving this, being a relationship with their creator. That's what he hates the
So the
most.
creator doesn't want us to be connected to the creator. Is that what you're saying? He hates us
Yes.
he hates us knowing his information. And actually, I believe that to be true. And I see that to be true. And I've known that to be true after connecting to many humanoid beings. And the only time I've actually come to connection with people that understand this is over this Discord server, connecting to people like you, scattered all over what we call the flat earth. So, Clay, we connected to God, and I don't believe the demiurge has any control over us, and I believe we are on top of the information, and I believe we are on top of reincarnation. Clay.
I mean, I don't believe that kind of stuff. For me, it's more simplistic. But I guess at some point you get
Do you
there.
see where I'm coming from?
I see
Like,
where you're
that's
coming from.
not-
I once believed all that stuff.
I believe in
that
reincarnation.
you're saying.
I believe in
Yeah,
reincarnation.
I have
I
believed
believe-
all that stuff. Just keep on searching for the truth and ask your father, ask him for forgiveness, and that he might give you an insight of
But
how
why should
simplistic.
why should I forgive him if he never forgave me?
No,
God,
you don't forgive him.
hang on, Clay.
He forgives you.
But he never forgave me.
If you humble yourself
Hang on.
before him.
No.
Yes.
He never forgave me as a child or a teenager.
That's
You
a
know,
lie.
I only
That's what
hang on,
that's the
Clay.
devil wants.
I
That's
only
the adversary
became
that wants you to believe this. You know
yes,
that,
okay,
right?
but hang on, man. I only became aware of him in my 20s. So why didn't he forgive me in my teenagehood? Because he wasn't there for me. God was not there for
How do you
me
know
when I
that?
was a teenager. I know it. And I think many people here that are listening to me know that God wasn't there for them.
No, don't include other people. You're just trying to see. That's what the
I'm
devil
talking about
wants
my
to do,
father.
right? You know.
So hang on,
That's okay.
Clay.
What you're now
Yeah, he was
doing is
absent.
what
He
you're
was
now
absent
doing
for me.
is what you're now doing is
He was absent.
What you're now doing is trying to use what happened to you and apply it to other people.
No,
and that's kind of
Clay.
mixing.
He was absent. And he wasn't only absent to me, he was absent to many of us and most of us, Clay. I don't know about your teenagehood, but lots of us know God isn't what they're telling us it is, and it isn't the Abrahamic understanding. Okay. I've come from my understanding of God as an atheist, being brought up from a world, and I've seen my own picture. Okay.
Man, I don't come
He
out of
is
any.
not. Hey, Clay, the God of this world is not on my side.
Calm down, man.
So,
Well, hold on a second. I'm really sorry
hey, Clay,
that
I'm having a
you
good time, bro. I'm just fucking around. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, no, I don't understand the outburst of anger. But
It's
on the
just
other
me.
hand,
It's Australian. It's Australian spirit, bro. Understand
but on
that.
the other hand, I also understand it. Actually, to be honest,
It's Australian spirit.
because I can tell you, okay, the very, the most let's say the biggest lie and the most effective one is the adversary showing you your past, putting that in front of you and telling you you're not worth it, you're not able to be forgiven, and the creator is not really
But it's not
willing
saying.
to look at you. And that's the biggest, see, that's the thing that people start to
But he never gave me. No, hang on.
That's the
He
thing
never
that
gave me the
people.
chance.
That's the thing that people. Yeah, see, that's what you just keep on telling yourself all these things.
He never gave me the chance.
Have you
I
ever
made a
tried?
mistake. I made a mistake that ruined my body.
Have you
And
ever
I never had
tried?
the chance to see him before I made that mistake. So neither of my foreparents saw him. I saw it myself after I made the mistake. Do you see? So he was never on my side.
Have you
I
ever opened
needed
up?
to foresee it. I needed to persevere to God myself. He never came to me, Clay.
Okay, let me ask you this: have you ever opened up the very things that have happened in your past, that are written in your mind, in your consciousness? Have you opened up that book that you writ that has everything that you can remember in it? And have you really humbled yourself, like going into an empty room and just
6
talked
minutes.
about these things that
Sorry,
are
bro.
upon you,
I
like
joined.
the
I
burden?
left the chat, man. I didn't hear what you were saying. That's fucking unfortunate, dude.
Okay. Have you have you ever all these things, we all have like things that we never talk about, right? Like things happened in the
Yep.
past.
Yep.
Have you ever opened up that book yourself,
Yes.
and talk to him in humbleness and say, this and that happened, and I know I opened this and that door, and that
Perhaps
means for
I
this and that.
never had the ability to speak to him because I was never granted the idea to speak to him. I was brought up in an atheist family. I was brought up
Me
in an
too.
atheist world. I was brought up in an atheist school.
Me too,
Nobody.
man.
They taught me only the globe. They taught me nothing about God.
Yeah,
It
me
was
too, man.
fucked, man. I've been lost for
Relax,
years. I
man.
found him.
Relax, yo.
Hey, bro.
It's okay. It's okay.
There is no
Bro,
God.
I'm not
Elias didn't
yelling
know
at
about him.
anyone, man.
Thought I was.
I'm getting. Hey, I'm just getting passionate. I'm sorry.
I thought I had a movie playing.
Yo,
on my
I feel
phone
you. Hey,
then.
Gerald, man, I feel you, bro. I fucking
So
Exactly.
feel you.
I knew nothing about God. So
You still
and
don't.
no, I
Right.
do now, but it wasn't until I realized my body was degradable. It took disintegration to realize my connection with the disintegrating God, because I believe God in our realm, what we see is a demiurge, and the true God is being hidden. And you see what I'm saying? Reincarnation is ourself. The eternal life is completely disconnected to the demiurge and the reincarnation cycle of the blueprint that we exist in the toroidal field. Huh?
No,
So
Gerald. Nobody knows what you're saying because you're shit faced.
Would
No,
you
I'm not
get a
shit
tattoo
faced.
or
No,
something? I mean, at least
at
you didn't do it.
at
At
least
least you
one of
didn't
you
do
guys.
what Kosho did and cut his dick off.
Hey, bro, I'm talking about reality, and I believe that reality is not what it is proposed to be.
Yeah, you know.
Have you forgiven yourself, Gerald? Have you forgiven yourself
Yes, I've forgiven myself, Blaze. Thank
for
you.
whatever
I
happened?
really, no, Blaze, I really
Hmm.
appreciate this. I don't think I fully have forgiven myself.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever will. Maybe I will one day, but
No,
it
you
will take a
will.
long time.
And see, that's what's so beautiful about what Clay's trying to say is, I mean, people, unfortunately, they could kill someone or do the most heinous things. And if they have a repentful heart, and I'm so sorry, there's so many people, we all got ripped off of our creator. That's why we're in this mess. That's why we're in this globe mess. That's why we're
Well,
in
that's
this
the thing.
lie. We all got ripped
I feel
off.
like I could be so much better.
Yeah. Well,
Back in high school, my fucking teacher was saying, this guy could be anything he wants to be. I'm 6'4", able-bodied. I could have been anything.
well, and you still can. Just know that we
Well,
all got lied
things
to, and
happened.
forgiving is everything. For it sounds like you're resentful, and that
I
expression, like,
believe God fucked me over, and I believe I've been given this life to suffer.
well, I
And
think that we
I've
have
done the numerology, and it adds up.
Yeah, but hold on a second. What about the free will that we've been blessed with?
I don't believe in
If
free
we
will.
invite him in, he's not going to just come, micromanage our lives. We have to
Yep.
invite him in, and he draws us to his son, the Messiah.
So
And
you
then,
believe in free will, Blaze?
absolutely.
I'm debating that because, Blaze, I'm telling you right now, I haven't believed in free will for a few years now.
Wow.
And
Right,
maybe
which
deep
is
down, sorry, man. Maybe deep down, I know free will exists, but it's been lost to me. It really has.
You got to
well,
forgive.
yeah. So what you're seemingly doing is putting the things that you may have done in the past onto somebody else, as if like
No,
the
I'm not putting to
consequences
anyone
of
else,
that,
man.
right? Because you're not accepting the responsibility that you have the free will. So if you say, I don't have the free will, therefore what I feel has happened to me that has made me what I am today is nothing of my own accord, and it was foisted upon me by somebody
Well,
else.
what I'm thinking about is, nature and nurture. It's about genetics and our connection with reality, and what we've been given to us from our father and mother, maternal and paternal. So, you just see what I'm saying? We are our parents, I think.
We don't have to be.
We don't have to be. We don't have to be. I agree with that.
Of course, they parent us the way that they knew best. Who knows what they went through? We can't blame anybody. We're adults at this point. When we take responsibility, that's when you get your power back. And
Yep,
that's what's so beautiful about the scriptures is, he forgives us for all the, like, look at King David. I mean, he was the apple of his eye. King David, I don't know what happened to him, but he was out one night. He saw this woman showering, and he went and he took her. He just took her. And then he went and he had her husband. She was married, and that was totally against the Torah. And this is the guy that was the apple of God's eye. He had his general go out and put her husband in the front lines, and he knew he would die. And the husband was so like obedient to the king and loved the king and everything. And, and yet God did forgive him. There's so many times in the Bible that people have done really bad things. And
Well, is there a
Manasseh.
force that will forgive us? Do we truly believe that there's a
Yes.
force that will hang on? My understanding is, Clay, you know what? I really respect the fact that you believe that. But for me, and my understanding is that I will just be reincarnated and I will be back exactly where I am now
You
if
will
I don't
not be.
realize that
Ew.
I am more than God Himself.
I never want to come back to this place. This place is horrible. This place is a
Clay,
testing ground. So
exactly.
this place,
That's why I don't think we have to give in to Him, because I think, quote unquote, Him will reincarnate us. I believe this is the
No,
demiurge
it's a
understanding,
lie from
is
the
that
from
we
the
become
adversary.
aware of, quote unquote, Him, and then we will transcend Him. Do you see?
Jared, if I say this to you, don't be angry at me, okay? Satan has
No,
lied
I'm
to
not
you.
angry
You
about
will
it.
not be reincarnated. Satan has lied to you. The Father will forgive you if you humble yourself and you open up the
But do you
book
think it's that easy? Do you
it
think
is
it's that
not
easy?
easy. It is not easy, man. It was not easy for me to open up the book about the things that are on my heart, the heavy burden that I was carrying
I've
with me,
done it.
all the darkness I was in, man. But I'm telling you this because I love you so much, man. I wish
Yes,
for you
yes.
all the best, and that's why I'm trying to break the spell of the adversary, the satanic
Clay,
lie
I've
that's
done it,
been
man.
all taught that the Creator will not forgive you is a lie, man. Satan is lying into your ear and telling you right now, don't listen to that, don't listen to that. Just listen to all the other stuff I told you. Will be reincarnated. You don't need to have peace with your Creator. You don't need to have a relationship. Just come back. You will be back in the world. Blah blah
But
blah.
who is His name? What is
You
His
will
name?
truly not live. The
Do I need to
serpent
scream the
always,
name Jesus Christ? Do I need to scream the
brother,
name Jesus Christ, Clay? Do I need to scream
brother.
Jesus Christ?
You don't even need any name. You just need to come to a conclusion and understand that there's someone who is always listening to you, and you need to humble yourself and say, my beloved Father who art thou in heaven, the most high above all things, who created all things, I have done this and that. I cannot carry it anymore. I need your forgiveness, and I know that there is forgiveness. I don't want to listen to all these lies anymore that the world is telling me,
Yep,
that
yep,
I
yep, yep.
shall surely not die, and that you will not forgive me, and that you really don't care, and so forth. And I will humble myself and open up the book that He will open up anyways. The books will be opened anyways, okay, by force or by your own will. It's your decision. If you make
But
the
who was
decision right
listening?
now,
Was it God or was it you listening the whole time? And was it us listening? Was it our consciousness the whole time? And we were looking beyond the light reincarnation system. We were looking beyond this system that have been trying to instill into us for thousands of years through this Abrahamic system, through Christianity, through the Muslims, through Judaism, any Abrahamic extension. You're looking before this, we're looking at paganism, we're looking at brilliant religions that I believe have reincarnation. We're looking at Eastern philosophies. It has validity.
yes, Satan has come up with many
No,
things
I don't know about Satan.
to
I don't know
cover
about Satan.
up the
What
very
if Satan
simplistic
is Satan,
to
Clay?
cover
Hang on.
one
What if
second to
Satan
cover
is
up
Clay?
the
Oh,
cover up the
sorry.
simplistic truth, that you can have peace and that you can have forgiveness given by the Creator. I'm telling you this because I once walked in the dark. I don't come out of a religious family. In fact, no one in my family believes in a God right now. Maybe my mother. I'm not really sure about this.
Well, I've had this happen to me before.
Listen. Let me just say this real quick. I come out of darkness. I once actually talked to Satan. I was reading books
Satan?
about
Have you
alchemy.
spoken to Satan?
I have no. I thought I would be like attending to. I had no clue about the Bible at this point, man. I was completely lost. I had demons within me. I would curse like every end of the sentence. I would use the F word. I would be completely different talking to you right now when I would look back at my past self. And then for some reason, I was shown the edge of death, so to say. Like the Most High showed me that I am not a god, and that I will surely die at some point, and I have no control over this. And because he showed me this, he gave me two options: either you're gonna go the Broadway, the highway to eternal destruction, or you're gonna choose the small narrow path and
Let's
you humble
bollocks.
yourself.
No, there's no
And
God that's going to send you to. There's no God that's going to send you to highway to hell,
let me
Clay.
finish, man. Let me finish.
Yeah, you
please.
can finish.
Please, it's about
You can
life
finish.
or death. It's about life or death, man.
Yeah, you can finish.
Yes, it's about life or death. This message is very important for you, man. I'm just
Yeah,
not
yeah,
telling
I'm
you
sure it
this
is,
to feel.
dude.
I'm not telling you this because you need to feel bad or anything like that. I'm telling you this because there's hope. There's hope.
No,
There's
no, there's no
salvation.
hope in anything that you're talking about.
Yeah,
You're
that's the
talking to me about
Satan
Abraham.
talking to
No,
you,
no, are you
man.
Jewish?
That's
Clay,
the
are you
lies.
Jewish?
That's the lies that the adversary has taught you, man. That's why I'm trying to break this. But see, the
You're
spell
talking
and
to me
curse
like a Jew,
and
Clay.
and the darkness is so strong within this reality we live in. That's why we don't actually wrestle against flesh and blood, but you know. It's a spiritual warfare that's going on, and see, even though I'm telling you all these things, I was once at the same point as you, thinking about reincarnation, all these all the things that
No, I was at the same point,
pointing my
mate.
fingers at. Still, all of this is a dead end. The simplistic truth is that there is hope and that there is salvation and that there is salvation that has been established by the Creator that you can get
Well,
forgiveness
that's
from.
completely incorrect. So the Creator
And
never
peace
gave you
and love.
forgiveness, and the Creator doesn't care about you, and
Yeah,
the
if
Creator
you
never
want to
did
stay
care
in
about
that
you.
lie, if you want to stay in that lie and listen to the devil, go on. Or you listen to
No,
someone
I'm not
who
listening to
wants
the
to take
devil,
that position.
and I find that quite slanderous, Clay. And I'm really actually appreciative that I haven't been muted actually talking. But anyway, Clay. So look, mate, there's no Satan talking here.
You're
When we
close.
say Satan, you're talking about Saturn, and you're talking about Saturn, what we see in the sky and what we can see in telescopes. So what we're seeing is a demiurge system. We're seeing that God is a delusional system of toroidal fields, and we're seeing a manifestation. It's almost like binary code, and we're seeing it like through this system of binary code and blueprints of information. So there's God,
Truth is
okay, and the
simple,
God is
brother.
the
The truth is
the
simple.
God is what I'm given. No, the truth is simple. But that's what they
The
say.
truth
So
is simple. There's
I've spoken. Okay,
forgiveness.
mate. I've spoken to dudes that have said God is here, and you're God's on your side. Blah blah blah. And guess what, mate? It's never gonna tickle me fancy. I've spoken to God and I've done the mission, but the only absolute ascension that I've seen is through the demiurge, and that is the idea that we are our own eternal consciousness, and actually only few of us can transcend, and we're doing that here now through this conversation, and only some of us realize that the light is the trick in itself. So what does light do? Light deceives us of a horizon. Light deceives us of a globe or a total field. This illusion of
Here's the
a
thing.
Do you see it
reality.
to how many
Here's
arguments you refer to just to say that
Reality is a
forgiveness?
delusion,
See
Clay.
how many things you
Reality
need to
is
use. See how many things you attend to
reality
and
is
believe
a
in.
illusion.
Hey, Garrett, can I say something? I listen
yeah,
to
I'm
you.
next.
Just listen to me right real quick. Do you recognize how many things you need to use in order to dismiss the very truth I told
I'm
you
not
that there's
dismissing.
forgiveness and
Hold
hope
on, there's a left now.
found in
Hey,
repentance?
man,
You see,
I'm
you
just
just use so many other things to just
I believe him. I know he's real. He's there and he's always been with me and he owns me and he's what created me. Yes, it's the beautiful essence that is within me and it's what wants me to hug and kiss you right now and not spit in your face. Yes, it's
I'm
fucking
after
God and
Jeremy.
it's beautiful. Jeremy.
Yo,
Yeah,
the light. You
Kosho.
were talking about. You were talking about the light, right? And remember the Glowbusters thing where they said the light could be a trap after you die. Don't go into the light.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
What?
Jeremy. We're talking about the demiurge and how the light is a trap
I don't know
and how
what
you could
demiurge
be
even means.
deceived. Jeremy, what do you think about this?
I don't know what demiurge means for one. Well, hold on.
That's all right. If you don't know what the demiurge is, that's
You know
not
what a
really my
semi-urge is?
problem. Kosher, that's not really my
Hold
problem
on.
either.
The
But Jeremy,
demiurge is
you know about how the
the
light is
creator
light.
god of this realm.
Well, it means it's the fake incarnation. It means it's the upside down version of God.
Yeah, I was going
And
to
that
ask
is
you.
the
Sorry, go ahead, Gerald.
Kosho. What do you have to say, dude?
I was just going to say, what's up, Gerald?
Yeah,
Long
good to
time,
meet
haven't
you,
heard
bro.
from you. I was going to
Yeah,
ask you,
bro,
how
it's
many
4
beers
a.m.
have you had today?
Well, Kosho, you told me you drank a bottle of vodka a day, so...
I said whiskey is what I said.
Oh, vodka. It's 4 a.m. I had a lot to drink tonight. And Kosho, if you have something to say, we're talking about the light and the demiurge and how we are living in a false reality.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I've had 2 beers already this morning.
2
And
beers. Well,
unlike Australia, it's actually morning time
Dude,
here.
it's like noon, not even noon yet.
It's 4 a.m. here, man. Give us a break, man.
Listen, the light.
We're supposed to be
You
upside
die.
down to you, Jeremy, but we know we're not upside down from each other. We know that. Well, maybe the moon happens to be upside down, actually. The moon is a different direction, but that's why we're looking at concave Earth, looking at toroidal fields, but that's besides the point. Kosho.
So I've been thinking about when you die in this light thing, right? If you go to this area and there's a light there, and somebody's like, "Jump in," it's where you're supposed to go. It could be a trap, right? So here's, especially if they look like one of your loved ones or something, like, "Oh, it's my Aunt B. She was so sweet." Start asking them questions about what happened between you and your life, so that way you know it's actually them. Maybe it could be a trap.
Well, it's a trap, and the light is ultimately a lie. I think we are the light. I think, especially bright, young, white people with blue eyes and green eyes, with Irish descendant ancestry. This is just my opinion. I believe we're related to Atlantis and Antarctica, and I think we are gods. Yeah, I really do think so.
You said you think Atlantis was in Antarctica?
No, yeah, I think Atlantis is related to Antarctica, and I think Witter has been talking about it a lot. I think Irish descendant, white skinned, blue and green eyed people, especially in Australia, there's lots of us who have rhesus negative blood. I don't know about America. Jeremy, you sound like you have white skin. I believe we're gods. Yeah, I do believe that.
See, I think that's the demiurges. Like that's what. Sorry, man, I'm
Yeah,
on the
it's a
phone.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah. I also
'Cause
too. Yeah, I was thinking.
I know black people think the same thing. They're like, "Oh, melanin, we are the Eve gene." Blah. You know what I mean? It's a
Well,
piss
yeah,
take.
check it. You know what? I've heard the theory of like the whole AI thing and like everyone living forever, right? Like the trick of like, if you want to put it into these demiurge categories, is like the idea that the trick is to get you to want to not die, so that you're here forever in the demiurge's realm forever, and you can never die. And then you have the alternative, which is nature, which is like that would be the creator or whatever, like that, the actual creator, where you have this like ethereal spiritual position. And I think the fact that you can decipher the difference is what
Exactly.
you
The
is
fact that
what.
we're
Well, now
having the
hold on.
conversation is enough
This is where,
proof.
hold on. Well, I'm gonna part ways with
Sorry,
you on
man.
this one, because is that I think that's where the free will comes in, because
Okay.
that's where you then, like, regardless of the big schemata of thing, because that's where kind of relativity comes in from your relative position. You have free will. If you operate as though
Yeah.
you do not have, if you operate as though you do not have free will and that everything is written, you castrate yourself. You
Well,
know what
that's
I
free
mean?
will, and it's the moment of the now, right? That's you realizing that you are consciously eternal. Because I can be right here, right now. Hang on, what's my free will in this situation? I could say, "Fuck you, Isa, suck me left knob," or I could be like, "Isa, you're a fucking legend, and I love you," and that's what I believe. So, do you see what I'm saying? There is a free will there, obviously, and I've just displayed that. And we both know that we're eternal. And the fact that we're having the conversation is all the proof you need, huh? It's all you need, mate. It's just right there in the words itself. And it's in the understanding itself. And I just don't think many people can come to this conclusion, unfortunately. Anyway, I've had a lot to drink. I think I need to head to sleep, Isa. Sorry, mate. Blaze, you still there?
Yes, sir.
How you going?
I'm doing well. And, just you're going to sleep and just forgive yourself, okay? I'm really sorry
I
that you
really should.
feel.
Thank you. No, I really need to forgive myself, and I appreciate that. And I
Yeah,
just
but
don't
hold
think
on, wait.
I don't get to speak to people like you often.
Maybe you're lucky. But just know that you're not alone, and there's a lot of people. We're all waking up,
Yeah.
from different nationalities and spirituality.
Well, exactly. I think I
We
can get a
didn't
bit
have
racist
things.
sometimes, and I can get a bit racist, and I can get a bit pessimistic in terms
Yeah,
of
but
God.
drinking doesn't help. Drinking
No, it
is a
doesn't.
depressant.
As an Australian, we
Depressant.
drink a lot, Blaze. We
Yeah, well, it's
drink
a
a
depressant.
lot of
There's a
booze.
reason. Yeah, but maybe
I
that's the
wouldn't be
reason you guys
talking to
just
you
got
right
your.
now if I was sober.
Yeah, but maybe. Oh, well, oh, gee. But maybe there's a reason you guys got your guns taken away if you guys drink that much. I mean, seriously, because you're not thinking about it. And drinking, they don't call it spirits for no reason, right? So that's when we open ourselves up to these different entities, whatever you want to call them. So just,
Yep. Blaze, you don't
for-
drink?
I mean, I'll have a drink every now and then. I had probably a glass
Just
of
a bit of red
champagne a
wine,
couple of months.
just a sip or two.
I was more of a weed smoker.
Yeah, I do both. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like to lose control. And, I just think
Well,
you have your wits about you.
I think I've been controlling the whole night.
Hence
Oh,
the
yeah,
name
yeah.
Blaze.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's not it, but yeah.
But I think I've been in control of the night, and I've been speaking about what I believe to be true. And I speak to all my family about this, family, friends, auntie, uncle. I'm talking about the flat Earth, huh?
Would you do me a favor before you go to sleep? Just say, hey, this chick on Discord said that you're real. Could you show me? Is there a God? Will you show me that you're real? Will you just put that out there?
Yeah, he's gonna be like, oh Lord. He's gonna be like, oh Lord.
I put it out
Maybe
there.
the chick
I
said
put
we
it out
knew.
there. Who's going to show me it's true? Blaze, is it you?
He does.
Are you the one to show me that God is real?
I don't know. I think God uses the person on the bum on the street,
And
or
it's
the
you.
homeless person, not a bum, but I think God works through through people. I do. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm not
Blaze,
saying
I
I'm
believe you're
it,
God
but
speaking to me, and I know you are God speaking to me, especially how
you're
beautiful you
sweet.
sound.
Oh, you're sweet. But listen, the shape of the earth. You know that there's another invisible realm to to humanity. So, and you also sound young since you were 8 in
I'm
2008.
22.
Yeah.
22.
So that's Clay's age. Oh, sorry, Clay. I shouldn't.
No, that's totally fine.
Well, it's considered young. Clay.
Yes, it's considered young. Yes, I love you, man. I hope you have a pleasant
Man,
sleep.
Clay, I love you too, man. I love you more than you think, mate. Honestly, I love you guys to my heart. I'll see you guys around, eh?
Much love, man. Sleep well.
Cheers, mate.
No, I have no problem with people knowing how old I am. Guys, what I've just recently found out really blew my mind. Did you guys know that that the DNA is constantly changing?
What do you mean?
Yeah, DNA is in a constant change. It's not still.
It's not just the code and it tells the
Yeah,
body
it's
how to
not.
replicate.
Yes.
The code, so it's like evolution thing.
No, it's just it's like
He's an evolutionist. Sees him.
No, it's a continuous circle of the same way as your body is continuously, your skin in 5 years is not the same skin as you have right now, right? It's continuously.
Yeah, your whole body eventually changes. It's like your grandfather's ex kind of thing. The grandfather's ex parody. Like, are you? Because your whole body keeps changing over time, replacing parts.
Yes, exactly. Like, and it's the same even with the DNA. The DNA is in constant change. So trust me, all these lies about sicknesses and disease, I've also learned about, actually, like, every disease it has always to do with the spiritual and with the soul and so forth. Like the most stupidest thing that happened like 2,500 years ago is that we started only looking at the physical and material things to explain disease and problems within the body. And what is important is to understand it's really disease has much more to do with your mind.
So you don't believe in bacteria, bacterial infections, and things like that?
Well, there is something to say for the placebo effect. No, Left Lane?
Yeah, placebo is definitely a thing, but fucking Ebola is a thing too.
I think it's a very complex topic. I wish if this is from a German biologist that I watched it from. It's just hard for me to explain it, right? Like to go like 2 hours of video material. But there's definitely a lot of things that have been messed up. What we just blindly believed in school, and it's the same with the Earth, man. They lied also about the body. That's what I just tried to say, essentially. The body is much more unique and complex than just what they try to tell you. And also, always, and all that stuff, goes even back. That's why I need to look further into it, to the ether, and that whole topic, the flow of.
You're saying there's more to it than just the physical
Yes.
aspect, like the placebo
Yes,
effect kind of thing going
definitely.
on, where it's mind over matter.
Yes. I mean, it's definitely mind over matter, man. Like, thoughts can kill people. That's why the most destructive thing is when people go to a doctor and he sees a disease, and then he makes assumptions upon the things that he has learned. And for example, tells you, "Oh, I see this in your body, and now you probably gonna have this problem, and you need to do this." And or maybe they just tell you you have so much to live, and you automatically you can't you can't repair yourself. You can't, like, you automatically go in that state of thinking I'm gonna die, and you're gonna die eventually because you think you're gonna die.
Yeah, I agree to some extent, but don't you think there's a limit? Uh, there's a threshold to where that applies, and then where, let's say, like, it doesn't apply. Obviously, you break a bone, no amount of thought's gonna fix that, right? Or like Skylane
Right.
said,
What
Ebola.
you would do is help that regenerate. I mean, the fixing comes still by the body, but what we have established is we support that fixing process to be much faster, right, and more effective. And yes, I would say, like, I mean, if you stab yourself in your heart and you bleed out, for example, yeah, there are physical things that will stop you immediately, right? But I'm just talking about all these civilization diseases, right? People have like headaches, hip pain, organ pain. digestive problems, and so many things are very much rooted in a mental state.
I agree.
You
I
know?
agree with that. Because
Like for example,
most.
when
Go ahead.
my sister, she worked at a certain company for a very long time, and because of the whole pandemic, the company closed one of the headquarters where she worked, and then she, you know, I mean, after decades of working there, you lose her, you know, you see all the people you worked with, and you got into that emotional state. And she is by itself a very emotional person, and see the coincidence is that right in that phase, you know, when she was like emotionally broken and all that stuff, she got sick from so-called corona, you know, right? And that coincidentally, right in that period where she was like crying and, you know, being very sad about all of this and so forth, right? And I automatically thought this can't be a coincidence, right? That she gets very sick in the very moment where she is mentally already very, very low, right? Very sad and so forth. And yeah, I think the soul and the spirit has much to say about your flesh suit.
So you basically correlated her being down to getting sick, and you drew the conclusion that it's purely mental.
Most of it, yes.
Okay.
I don't know what she eat, right? I mean, she lives somewhere else. I mean, I can't overlook that, or what else she's doing with her body, right? I mean, everyone has their own life, but just, you know, I mean, there is a study that has been done that this biological guy also said there was like one doctor back in the time, I think in the 70s. He suddenly, his son died, his son passed away, and he suddenly got cancer in his genital, in his balls. I just don't know the exact English word.
Testicles.
Testicles, thank you. And he then went out and asked other men that had the same problem if their son died, or if something other severe happened equivalent to this in their life, and they all said, "What? How do you know that?" You know, and then he got curious and suddenly figured out, okay, there's much more to this phenomenon regarding sicknesses like tumor or cancer than just a physical, right? And yeah, he draw the conclusion that, you know, many things, especially like cancer, can be caused by traumatizing moments, or like, you know, for example, when your son would die. I think I need to rewatch to specifically find out the person's name. I can do that if someone really wants to know this. I can do that for him. I'm just saying, just putting that out there. It's very interesting, all of this. Very interesting. And I don't know what you guys have researched about this kind of stuff, you know. It just really, now my interest is very much higher. Like I really need to do more research because I think we have been missing out on many things, you know, regarding health and so forth.
No, I definitely think that stresses in your life can actually physically make you sick. So
Yeah, I mean, we all like, if we are honest, so we all kind of remember when we have been like like when our body was sick or something, and we think about it. There was something also in life, like even if it's just stress, you know, because of a change of diet, for example, or just something happened and suddenly you just got sick, you know. I can remember. I mean, I haven't been sick for a long time. Specifically like 3 years, to be honest. But I can remember times that I got sick because there was like something because of school that had need to be done, and I really didn't want to do it. And then there's something within the family and blah blah blah, you know. And I just think it's not a coincidence, you know. I think we just tend to overlook these things, you know. We never really think about the very reason why am I sick right now? Like, why do I have a headache? You know, what happened like the past few days that could be the cause of a certain syndrome? Because I think these mechanisms within our body are actually not a negative, right? Like, if we have a headache, it's actually a good sign that your body is taking this, because there must be something maybe that you did the past weeks or so, or past days, that maybe led to this, you know. Again, I'm talking. I'm talking about from my own experience, right? Don't get me wrong to like I don't want to say that I certainly telling the truth or anything like that. I'm just saying from my observations. It's what I've seen. Okay, sorry, Coach, go on, man.
No, I was just saying I agree to some extent to what you're saying, like about it having some effect, like the mind over matter, because it's true that you have subconscious, mechanisms in your body that regulate all sorts of things, and I think that your state of mind and your well-being is going to affect that. But like those sort of things, they might be like your how well your immune system is going to act, or how like if your body's tense, for example, you're going to be you're going to be overall more unhealthy. So like I said, I think there's just an extent to how far that travels. Like obviously, it's not going to stop you from getting a virus, but maybe it can. Maybe if your immune system's up to par because you're feeling overall like healthier, you might have a better chance at the time. So there's something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely. I think there's obviously a limit because it's not like a magical thing or anything. You know.
So let me ask you this: have you ever been like bullied, or like not even bullied? Maybe some guy just always dragged you down or talked shit about you. Sorry for my language, but just
Yeah, dude. Every day in here, dude.
yeah, but like if someone is like literally like willfully trying to hurt you by insulting you, right?
Yeah.
For example, does that feel good, or is it like also like overall like when you go away from your PC for a moment, does it affect also your whole body?
Yeah, sometimes it does. I mean, I get migraines. I know several dudes. I mean, I get migraines regardless, but I get migraines from the in exchanges in here sometimes.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
motherfuckers be hurting my
I
head
can
for real.
agree. There's sometimes a lot of very bad words being used and people very much unnecessary trying to scream at each other and
Well,
using all of
the
cuss
problem
words.
problem with me is it's not so much the swearing and insults. It's when people start trying to run me in circles, not answering questions, being obfuscating, being weird.
Or filibustering the conversation.
Filibustering is a big one. They like to do. Coach will like to do that a lot. He'll just be talking.
I don't.
And then talk
We
more.
just need to remember in these situations that we're not doing ourselves a favor, right? I'm always sorry for people that are constantly cursing and swearing. Not only that they're putting out a certain type of resonance out there that other people listen to that is actually very bad for them to listen to, but also they mainly they are destroying themselves, right? If you constantly use very destructive words that come out of your mouth and you create them, that goes directly over into your body, like I know many people might not look at it this way, and I can respect that. I personally just think it can really it can have a bad can have
Yeah,
a
are you
bad
familiar with the? Are you familiar
influence
with
on
like
you.
Lynn McTaggart's intention experiment or Dr. Emoto or and shit like that?
Yeah, like when you have like an apple, for example, and you swear at the apple like for 7 days, and the other apple you just love and care, and you just say good words about it, and then you slice this apple, and like after 7 days you already see how the apple that you attacked with cuss words and so forth is like rotting, like brownish patterns. I literally, man, I literally, like, when I've seen it, I was like, this makes so much sense, you know. And especially when you think about it, we are made out of so much water as human beings, and we see how water reacts to just you. Like when you use a glass of water and you just scream at the glass of water, you can see that the water already reacts, right? Like, I think we are very sensitive to what we say to one another and what we even create by our own mouth, you know. There's a reason why the Bible talks about this so much, right? Like, the Bible talks about how the tongue has power over life and death, you know. I mean,
Yeah, no, definitely the words. The words. I do think the words have an effect on the physical reality. No question.
in Proverbs it says 18:21, the tongue has the power of life and death.
Oh, yo, real
And
quick, does anyone know about the? I don't want to switch it up here. Did you have something else you wanted to say about this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Kosha.
No, I think that's exactly right. The tongue can do both life and death. I think a lot can be said about that. So don't say anything yet, Jeremy.
it's before that verse, actually, it's even more interesting. It says, you know, because we're talking about all of this, it says, from the fruit of his mouth a man's belly is filled, with the harvest from his lips he is satisfied. So what are you filling yourself with, and from what are you satisfied? When right after that it says, life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit.
Knowledge.
Yes. But what would you say is death? Like, what is death? What could be death bringing ways of what is the destruct? I mean, we don't need to be religious. We don't even need to use the Bible right now. But what is where everyone would agree is a destructive way of hurting someone else with your tongue? Just words.
Just constantly verbally degrading them, calling names, telling them they ain't shit. Just horrible, telling this person horrible things nonstop. That would, I think, that would have a serious impact
People have
on
died from
somebody's
this,
life.
right? People took their lives because of some people doing this. We see it in schools all over the plane, right? That kids and either are deeply depressed or even commit suicide. I have seen it, certainly. You know, or not seen it, but I've heard about it. People that have struggled with this, you know, being bullied and so forth. And you know, it's very, I think it's very important that this needs to be more highlighted in our society. The power of the tongue, you know, the the words we use, also over the internet, you know. And yeah, how about we just lift each other up, you know? I mean, it can happen still, you know, that so at some point here and there you there's something bad comes out of your mouth, but you know, trying your best to not harm yourself and others is I think it's very beneficial for yourself in the first place, you know, and for the audience. That's just
Absolutely, we
what
should
I
all try
try.
to be.
Yeah, sorry.
We should all try to be better people. Absolutely. There was the guy in the Lynn McTaggart thing where they did a lot of their, you know, so-called experiments over the internet, where you know, one guy just focused his mind and made the pH balance of water change. So yeah, you can do a lot with your intention, your words, your intention, no doubt.
Yes. Indeed.
Anyways, yo, real quick, Kosho, are you an expert in the yeah, I know you may need 5 minutes, but are you an expert in the stones at Puma Punku? The H blocks?
Yes, I am. Just give me 5 minutes to
Okay.
think about it. I'm just kidding. What are you talking about?
I was having an argument with Snacks earlier, and he was saying they were the same size. I was saying they're not the same size. It got a little heated. I was just wondering if you knew they were
What are the same size? I didn't hear what you said.
the H blocks at Puma Punku. You don't even know what this is. You don't even know the words I said, do you?
What's the say? I can't hear you. Dude, my speakers are low.
No, your mic's messed up. Yeah, I bought Chinese food last night. Puma Punku.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, you're no help.
What is it? Just tell us what it is, man. You got us all curious.
They're H blocks, and I don't know. They're in South America or some shit. I don't know where the fuck it is. There's all these intricately carved H blocks, but I was telling Snacks they're not the same thing.
No, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about those ones that are like they're carved, and it seems like the carvings are like perfectly perpendicular and straight lines and all that kind of stuff. And isn't it like in granite or something like that?
They're not all perpendicular straight lines because the guy goes to put a level up to it. He's like, look, they're perfect. Or he had a square. And he's putting the square up to him, right? He's like, these are all perfectly 90-degree angles. And you could see light coming through the square. Like it wasn't even, they're not even 90-degree angles.
Not all point is that all squares are perfect, man. Go ahead, what's the point?
I just want to know if the
Did
squares
someone say straight line?
I was wondering if you know if they were straight or not. I don't think they are. I've seen citations and shit saying they're not straight. So I don't know. Or not, sorry, not the same size, the actual squares. The blocks.
I mean, I've never read citations having to do with these things. I've only seen them on like Ancient Aliens and shit.
Ancient Aliens got wrecked, bro. They told so many fucking lies in that. It either lies or they just got it wrong. Either way, it's fucking embarrassing. They made it weird.
Yes, they did. Fuck, dude. Hold on.
History is embarrassing.
Yo, did you get my 4GP yet? Did you make my square yet, Kosho?
Yeah, I have a bigger project I'm working on, dude. My girlfriend quit her job, and so I made this AI to replace her, and now I'm gonna get like 4K a month if I successfully if it's successful. So far, it's successful, dude. It's making calls. It's fucking got her voice and everything, dude. It's crazy. But yeah. So I'm working on that, dude, and I put your shit on the back burner.
What the fuck, bro?
Have you seen
Is it 'cause it
Raichi's
shows-
Have you seen Raichi's new video on general relativity with
No, I
ChatGPT?
That's all I had to hear, dude.
So ChatGPT contradicts itself within a few minutes by claiming that it's a science that GR is a scientific theory, but yet it's unfalsifiable and it's pseudoscience. It's brilliant.
I had Chat Kosho ran me through it with that one night. I had it contradict itself in the next sentence. I'm not
It's
stupid.
pretty good, man. It wasn't Chat GPT, but it was the same. It was the backbone of Chat GPT. It was
Yeah, I had that bullshit. I had that bullshit talking circles contradicting itself, just like a Glover does.
Yeah, because I literally just told it. I said, "You're a Glober who argues against flat earthers about the globe. You're an expert. You know all this shit."
Does AI know what a glober is?
Yeah,
dude, exactly. I haven't seen the obvious yet. Kosho, have you done a video with the obvious? In other words, is the Earth flat? Does it spin?
What?
So the obvious generic 12-step program turns somebody into a flat earther. Have you asked the questions yet? Like, go to Andrea Barnes' PDF and choose the PDF proofs and get it to ask whether or not using this Andrea Barnes PDF in Search of the Eds documentary, which has has basically all the flat Earth arguments, would it turn somebody into a flat earther? I'm too scared to use ChatGPT with my phone number. So
Witsit actually was using that ChatGPT thing for his GR thing with the orbit of Mercury. Yeah, that's with the massless Mercury. Remember Coach
Yeah,
yesterday?
orbit of Mercury thing is so retarded, dude. You remember what I said yesterday when you guys were
Dude,
making
that
fun of me?
ChatGPT is going to be the end of you.
Yeah, no, it's not. Remember how
I remember you said you don't need the mass of Mercury. Is that what you?
Exactly. You guys were all. I was like, and then I looked it up, dude. I looked it up just to make sure, and that's exactly what it said. Precisely what it said.
Why does Einstein's equations? So Einstein's equations uses the mass for all the planets as zero. Then is that what happened?
Dude, listen to me.
Okay,
listen
why
very
just
carefully.
Mercury?
Zanuck, hold on, Zanuck, just 1 second, because I'm going to say this one last time. Okay, the equation that we're talking about, specifically utilizing the Schwarzschild, whatever, to come up with the precession of the perihelion, right? Specifically for that, you're not calculating the attractive force between them. That's not what you're doing. Okay, if you were calculating the gravitational force, sure, you would need both masses.
So you just need the pattern.
Yeah, and let me remind you. Let me remind you that in the case of orbiting bodies, when using Kepler or Newton's mechanics, you also do not need the mass of the orbiting body if it's much less than the other one. If it's not going to change the Berry center, by much.
Okay, does Einstein for the other planets? Does he use masses when it comes to the orbits for the other planets?
Depends on the orbit, dude. Like I said, if you're talking about two orbiting bodies, like two binary stars, then sure. If you're talking about an object that is 6 million times less massive than the other object, then
you know what?
Then using it as massless is not going to be any different than changing its mass to.
Classic example of just
that guy Charlie. Yo, don't start clipping people, man.
Oh.
Go ahead, though.
Oh, I just think it's a classic example of people reading things. And it's great that he found a document that was written by Chu or Jew or whatever his name is. But
you cut out. So that guy Charlie's actually better than you, Kosho, because last night I was like, dude, you can't have an orbit if one of the things doesn't have mass. Guess where he took me? You were like, oh.
I agreed with you when you said that, asshole. And you, dude, everyone knows you want to suck Charlie's dick, dude. You've been talking about him ever since he came back in this fucking community, dude.
You're just jealous he's sexier than you, Kosho.
Nah, he's just jealous because he jerked off an astronaut. That's all.
I mean, logically sexy. Logically.
Listen, he didn't just fold and agree with me that you can't have an orbit without one of the things having mass. You know where he took me to?
The prom. Who knows?
To a black hole with a photon. He's
yes,
like, look, it's orbiting. You folded like a cheap suit. Was like, oh yeah, you can't have an orbit.
Dude, that's my fucking point, dude. First of all, the light is not orbiting it in the same sense as a massive object. It's orbiting it in the sense of it's following the geodesic, which is exactly how they treat Mercury. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's treated the exact same way in that regards because it's not going to affect the overall, like I said, the Berry center of that larger object. If it were, that was going to be more apparent. Like even though it is going to do that, right? But it's not going to be measurable or apparent. So they don't worry about it. So they can treat something like Mercury like a photon orbiting a black hole.
So in the field equations or whatever, in GR, with the math for GR, they're using masses to calculate orbits around the sun. In this one case, no?
They're using the mass of the sun.
And they're not using the mass of the planet.
No. Maybe in the case of Jupiter. Maybe in the case of Jupiter.
Isn't Jupiter have a bigger? Isn't Jupiter like the main spot? Isn't it like right next to Jupiter or something? There's like what's the term again? The
barycenter.
Barycenter. Yeah. There's like a barycenter in Jupiter, right? Like that's the main one actually for us, right?
I don't think so. I think the barycenter for us is very much near the center of the sun.
Well, anyways, so they're not using masses when they're calculating orbits.
It depends on how fucking accurate you're trying to be, first of all, and how massive the objects are. In the case of Mercury, it's negligible. This is the point.
Can they make Mercury's orbit work if they don't use the mass of zero? If they actually give it what the actual numbers that Mercury has. If you use the actual mass of Mercury, will Einstein's equation work for the orbit?
You'd have to adjust the equation, but sure. Hold on a second.
So his equation won't work. You need a new equation. Hold on a second. Now that I got you right here in the corner.
Test. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Zanuck.
Oh, good. I had to change computer. My computer's been messed up big time. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay, great.
What? Yeah, I hear you. Hey, I had a question, Kosho, about the Berry Center you mentioned. You're clipping, but I didn't know.
Can we just stay on the point I'm on right now? I got Kosho's back against the wall. It always happens like this. As soon as I got one of you guys cornered, you come in with some goofy shit or something happens
go
like
ahead.
that.
You're talking about Berry Centers in Jupiter and the Sun. I wanted to mention, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Kosho, you there?
Yeah, hold on,
Ran
dude. I'm doing
away.
that bot thing I was telling you about. Hold on.
He's Googling frantically.
Okay, while he's Googling, real quick, Jeremy, did he say something about the Berry Center for Jupiter and the Sun being outside the Sun Center?
So wait a minute. I'm looking up some stuff. The Sun.
Did you answer that question, Jeremy? That's something that's important to know about.
I'm not talking about anything else until me and Kosho get this shit squared away.
But he's Googling. He's in a Google state.
I'm not Googling, Xander.
I don't care. He needs to Google, and then we're going to get back.
I'm talking to my girlfriend.
Hey, yo, so the Sun goes around Jupiter's Berry Center?
No, the Berry Center is between Jupiter and the Sun, and it's just outside of the Sun.
So the Jupiter doesn't rotate around the Sun.
They rotate around each other.
Right. So the Berry Center of Jupiter affects the way the Sun moves. So not everything follows around.
What do you mean they rotate around each other, Zanuck?
The Berry Center is outside of the Sun. If it was inside the Sun, then it would be strictly the
What do you mean it rotate? They rotate around each other. It's only one stationary, one moving body.
How do you say that?
You're making a claim that they're both. You're making a claim that both are rotating around each other.
They are.
Yeah, Jupiter's orbiting the Sun, and the Sun is wobbling as an effect of Jupiter
That's
orbiting.
not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. Left
Well,
lane.
that's actually the left lane makes the true statement, but I'm being very technical. Like motion is relative. How do you know what's orbiting what?
I'm being very technical.
Relative to the Sun, relative to the Moon. I mean, relative to the Sun and Jupiter. If you just look at the Jupiter and looked at the Sun just alone and saw what they were doing, you would see the Sun orbiting Jupiter and the Jupiter orbiting the Sun. Which one's correct?
Is Issa being too technical for you, Zanuck? You want him to dumb it down?
Yeah. Even though it's a wobble, it still has. I mean, how do you know which one's orbiting the other?
Right? How do you know? Right? Dark matter.
What point of relative motion are you looking at?
Or maybe
Zanuck, let me ask.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, Mike. No, go ahead.
No, go on, brother. Go on, brother. I'm good.
Zanuck, if we used Einstein's equations and put the mass that Mercury has, will the equation work to predict its orbit?
Of course.
Oh. Why do they use the mass of zero to make the perihelion of its orbit work?
Because they're not determining what the mass of the orbit is. They're talking about
You're not what? You cut out. You cut out. What'd you say?
They're looking at the anomalies in the observations.
Hold on a second. Somebody's like grunting or something. Who was that?
That was probably me. What the
Quick-
fuck? I'm
quick
not.
run
You were having an orgasm or something. All right, go ahead, Zanuck.
Grunt shaming, dude.
Yeah, they're looking at this path, and the path is not affected by the mass of Mercury for that particular goal of the equations. If they wanted to know strictly the the position of Mercury with respect to the sun, and you can use the mass. But they already.
Hey, who's
they already
making
know
the animal
position.
noises? I'm about to get on some crit shit. Who's making the fucking animal noises?
That was funny.
Elbow, we're trying to get in, Elbow. Yo, there was this thing in Gems where people kept making animal noises. Never mind. We're trying to get in.
No, it wasn't.
Xanax said a whole bunch of fucking word salad just now.
That was me. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, dude. Xanax fucking put me to sleep.
Kosho. Let's get a more realistic answer here. Are
Hey.
you there, Kosho? Okay.
I am here,
if
but
you
don't
use the mask.
don't say
Did you
that.
finish Googling, Cocho?
Are you done?
No,
yeah,
I
are
don't
you
need to
done
Google
Googling?
anything. What's up?
Did you what's the other search engine? DuckDuckGo it?
Yeah, DuckDuckGo. No, I'm not. I wasn't even listening to you, let alone Google anything, dude. My girlfriend. I told you.
You weren't listening because you were busy Googling.
What's up, dude?
If you put the mass of Mercury in, and then use Einstein's equation to predict its orbit, will it work?
Yeah, I don't think that you would use that same solution because, like I said,
Because
the
it don't work.
solution. Listen, sir. Listen, doofus. Schwarzschild. He used Einstein's equations. Like he solved Einstein's equations, which is why they call it like the Schwarzschild solution. But he's describing like what's his name? Charlie said a photon orbiting a black hole. Okay, so that solution will actually describe how Mercury will behave. Okay, if you put in the what's it called, eccentricity and the semi-major axis and the variables that apply to Mercury, but treat it as if it was a photon around a black hole, it would behave the same, and you know the mass of the sun and all that.
Is the sun a black hole? If the factors are mass and distance as far as relative to gravity, why is the mass irrelevant? It sounds like your answer. Jeremy's asking for a yes, no, or irrelevant. You're saying irrelevant, right?
Listen one last time, because this is the part that you
Can he
guys.
ask you a yes or no question?
Listen. This is the part you guys all are ignoring for some reason, acting like it's irrelevant. But the fact remains that even if you were using a much simpler way to calculate the orbit, which is the Kepler's and Newton's way of calculating it, you would not involve the mass of Mercury. It would not be involved.
Hey, we're not using a simpler way.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
Napalm, you're next.
I'm saying that in this case, the mass not being involved shouldn't be that foreign of an idea, especially since in most cases, most objects orbiting the sun that aren't Mercury give you the same
answer. But your answer is irrelevant. He's asking
you
yes, no, or
you get the same answer whether you use Kepler's and Newton's or Einstein's. So it shouldn't be a surprise that you don't need mass in either case.
So the funny thing is the sun is not a black hole, and this object is not a photon, right? Meaning it does have what we consider rest mass. And the thing is, if we're going to do this for one, we would need to do it for all. So is this how we treat all of the planets within the solar system in relation to their orbits and how they're predicted?
No, I would imagine, like they've been saying, Jupiter, you would get a slightly different answer with Jupiter. However, in the case of doing this equation at all for the what is it called, the precession of perihelion or whatever, in most cases you're not going to get this at all. You can.
So this explanation works only in the math. It doesn't actually work in reality. But since the math works, people believe that this is some sort of solution as to why we see what we see. But if we see what we see in reality based on something that actually does have mass and is not orbiting a black hole, it's orbiting a star like our sun is allegedly within this model, then why would you consider this a valid solution?
Yeah, saying that it's that this solution works, assuming that it's a non-rotating, uncharged, spherical, symmetric body of mass m. So the reason why this works, this is why it's considered a black hole, is because that description can be used to describe black hole. However, an uncharged, non-rotating, spherical, massive body with mass m could also be the sun if the rotation, if the fact that it's rotating doesn't affect so it's like all the attributes, all the properties that would apply to the black hole in the Schwarzschild solution, you can use for the sun in this case, because the effects of it being the sun and not a black hole are negligible. Just like the effects of Mercury, just like the effects of Mercury being a massive object and not a photon is negligible in this case.
Gotcha. So if we have a problem with how we're trying to explain the solar system, we can just think of things as things that they are not, if it works out within the mathematics, even though when in reality those things that we're claiming are let's say an object of huge mass like the sun, we can treat that as a black hole, and then we can treat one of the planets as a photon, which is an extremely small alleged particle of no mass, no rest mass. So we can just treat things as if they're something other than they actually are, to find a mathematical solution for a problem that we experience within reality with real tangible objects.
Yeah. So
and how do you know it's not? How do you know it's negligible, Kosho, unless you've done it the other way? And if you can do it the other way, why not just do it the other way, buddy?
Because the other way is Kepler's and Newton's way, and you get a discrepancy. So the correct way to do it,
Newton didn't work.
The correct way to do it is to use it as a geodesic and a curved spacetime. And so in this case, using a black hole, which is about the same mass as the sun, so that there's no difference there. And plus the mass.
So the real way to do it.
Don, hold on. The mass is variable in this case. They're both spherical objects. So there's really no difference in the case of how they're distorting space-time.
So is this
hold on, because this is
I thought it was mass and distance.
The important part is what they're doing to space-time and how the other object's behaving. Because a photon is going to follow a geodesic around the curved path of this object, and it just turns out that Mercury is going to do the exact same thing. So just because it's not the same general solution or general properties that Schwarzschild put in a solution, doesn't mean that it shouldn't follow the same principles, because it has the same attributes.
How does it have the same attributes?
So they can all you're doing is trying to see what path it follows. It's following the geodesic, the curved spacetime.
Aren't the relative attributes to gravity and curved spacetime mass and distance? So if the mass attribute is different, one having mass, one having no mass, how is that the same attribute in the relevant variable?
It turns out that even if you're talking about an object orbiting the sun or the Earth, if it's significantly smaller than the object, it doesn't matter what size object you make it. The orbital trajectory is going to be, you don't need the mass of the object to describe how it's going to orbit. It's going to be identical no matter what the mass is.
So if we apply this solution across all the planets in the solar system, do we get the same orbits?
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, like I said, it would work on Jupiter in the same way, just because they.
So we pick and choose. We're picky choosy.
No, it's not. It's like I said. I mean, it's plainly clear that Mercury is 6 million times.
I love how you just throw that out.
Listen, this is not tolerable if you're going to ridicule my response, but then not let me make it, right? Because Mercury is 6 million times smaller than the sun, meaning that the orbit of Mercury around the sun is going to be entirely based on the sun not really being affected by Mercury as much as Mercury is going to be following a geodesic, which is very different than an object as massive as Jupiter, and where both of them are going to be apparently orbiting rotating around a barycenter. So you can't use it for more massive objects, but you can use it for significantly less massive objects.
How significantly less does it have to be for it not to apply?
They don't want a multi-body
It's a question of measurement. So in this case, like the measurement involved for what would be the precession of perihelion or whatever for the planets, it's not really measurable. So that's why we don't include, this equation there. And so it goes back to what I said about the 6 million times smaller and not changing the you can treat Mercury as if it's following a geodesic and not that they're having a relationship of orbiting the same very center.
What if it's only 1 million times smaller? Do you still apply it then?
You'd have to look at the effects and see if it's a measurable effect.
So
That's the question. The question is once it becomes measurable.
How do you observe such an effect? What is Jupiter doing differently in the sky to know that it's being affected by the sun, or vice versa?
Like they were saying earlier, the barycenter between Jupiter and the sun is somewhere
How do
that's
you know
not
what
near the
that
center.
is? How was that ever devised or figured out until who observed that?
Right, because assuming giant Jupiter.
Exactly.
Well, they know
Observed
because they have
that.
satellites in space. They have satellites in space in the parking lots.
Well, and more than that, they've had astronomers for hundreds of years observing these things. So these things are
Right, and that's why my question was
measured and carefully looked at.
And so it was known by astronomers who measured this that was being affected by the sun, and the Jupiter was affecting the sun.
Yeah, just like that.
What observation was made?
That's a technique.
What?
That's how we observe exoplanets and shit. Is by looking at the wobble of the star, so you can observe it by the wobble of the sun.
So you see a sun wobble?
Yeah, you see stars wobble when massive objects are orbiting them.
Okay, where can I see that? Where can I see that observation? Is I guess the question. Like what am I going to look up and see a wobble?
You start researching it, but I mean, I'm sure it's not going to satisfy you. But there's probably plenty of plenty of papers on it, plenty of observations made doing that.
But you know, I mean, I think you inherently see the problem in the question, right? Or the problem in your answer of the question.
Your problem is you're asking me for where you can find, this observation of the sun wobbling. It's going to cause me to have to find it for you.
Well, no, I guess you're missing the entire point of the question. How is it that say the sun does in fact wobble, and that's somehow a clearly observable effect, and we put that solely on Jupiter as causing that?
Sure.
And how was that determined?
Mostly Jupiter.
Did we take Jupiter away in order to see if the wobble continued, and then put Jupiter back to see if the wobble came back?
Why does always that simple with you guys? You don't need to take it away and put it back. You just need to make other observations, like where Jupiter is.
Bullshit.
At the times of wobbling. Just like when you're observing.
Dare you naysay?
Don, don't do that. Don't do that. Just like when you're observing.
Don't shit on the scientific method.
I mean, you do claim that it's science. I'm just saying, but the point is that how are you making? What observation are you making to know that it's like, oh well, clearly Jupiter? What other observations are being seen or known to know that it is in fact Jupiter that is causing the sun to wobble?
Like
and
I
if
said,
it's so powerful, is it also
Jupiter's
affecting
wobble.
the sun or the Earth's wobble? Why doesn't Jupiter affect Earth's wobble or the moon?
It does. Jupiter not only affects.
I guess.
Not
how
only
are you observing any
Earth,
of these things?
it affects Mercury. It affects.
I know what the claim is. We all know what the claim is. We know what the claim is. What is it that you can show us or prove or demonstrate that is actually what's happening in reality?
You look for correlating effects. So you look for when Jupiter is at said position, and when the effect is happening in said direction.
Right.
You can say it's caused by Jupiter.
Do you then think that is equivalent to science?
When it's done correctly, it's a little bit more complex than just a simple observation. They make actual careful observations. Yeah.
Cool. I can make a really very, very, very detailed, calculated observation of roosters in the morning, cawing, making noises, and depending on those noises, it determines what the sun does in the morning, correlated to the letter, to the T, to the second. Is that science? And how is that done correctly or not correctly? How would you know if you're doing that correctly or not?
Yeah, why don't you shoot the sun down and see if the rooster still crows?
There you go.
Yo, Kosho, what are the parking lots in space like officially called again? I fucking it's driving me
You're talking
nuts.
about the Lagrange points?
Yes,
Lagrange
thank
points. So, and just in conclusion, Einstein's math doesn't work.
What?
Putting it unless you start putting in. Hold on, I'm giving you an in conclusion. I'm wrapping it up. In conclusion, Einstein's math doesn't work unless you start changing his formulas and or changing the masses, making the masses a fictional number.
No.
Yeah, he said
No.
you said discrepancy, Kosho.
Let me say this clearly, because Whitsitt, when he presented this, he as if the mass is even in the equation. It's not. Okay, not the mass of Mercury. It's not involved in the equation. So it's not that they treat the mass as zero. The guy who wrote that paper was just making a comment about how he's using the Schwarzschild solution, which uses a massless particle. However, Schwarzschild himself even stated that it's not only it doesn't only apply to massless particles. It just describes a massless particle orbiting a black hole, right?
Okay.
You can change the mass. You can change the mass to any other mass. That would be the sun. And if the effect on the sun's position is negligible by Mercury, then you can treat it as if it were massless, because it's going to follow a geodesic in the same way, and that's all you're trying to observe.
Okay. Do Einstein's when you're using the Einstein math and you're trying to figure out the orbits, do they use the mass of the bodies that are orbiting? Yes or no?
Yes, this is not that. This is not that math. This is not that math, dude. Like I'm telling you, this
I know
is not,
we're talking about Einstein's math.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
That's
The
what I'm saying.
GR math for the orbits.
Yeah, but this isn't the math to describe what?
Okay, listen. In the math for GR to figure out the orbits of planets around the sun, are they using the mass of the planet?
Are they using the mass for the sun? You said? I can hear you.
No. Are they in the math for GR to calculate to predict the orbits? Are they using the mass of the planets?
Oh no.
They're not. GR does not use the mass of the planets.
Oh, it did no. Like I said, depending on the size of the mass. If you look at the equation, you actually add the masses together. Okay, but that's a different equation. So I don't even know why you're bringing that
Just
up.
the GR, just the math for GR.
But this isn't just the math for GR.
It doesn't use the. We're talking about. I know it's not the math for GR because GR math doesn't work for the orbits. We know.
Dude, this is a solution. This is the Schwarzschild solution. So it's a specific case. Okay, so it's not just it's not just like the GR math that you're saying.
In the GR math, they don't. You're telling me they don't use the mass of the planets to predict the orbits.
Yeah, like I said, this is a Schwarzschild solution.
I'm not talking about that.
No, but this is what's being talked about though. This isn't this isn't like the bare equation.
We're only talking about this because I don't know why they didn't just use the GR math to figure out the orbit of Mercury during the perihelion.
Yeah, like I said, if you look at the equation for the like the precession, there's a part in there where they add the mass of the two objects, they add them together, and then you multiply that by some other shit. But in this case, that part that you're adding is negligible. So
GR does use the mass. So GR does use the mass of both the objects to predict the orbit.
Yeah, yes, it does. But this isn't that equation. This is a specific equation, the Schwarzschild solution.
We're not I know. Forget the Schwarzschild shit and the GR. I'm just worried about the GR math right now.
Yes.
In the GR math.
Yes.
In the GR math, they add the mass of the orbitee and the orbiter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but when they did that for Mercury, they had to make the mass of Mercury be zero, otherwise it wouldn't work.
No, you can do. Listen very carefully. If you were to instead not use the Schwarzschild solution and start from scratch, just go back to trying to make the Schwarzschild solution yourself and use the mass of Mercury instead of a photon, it turns out you would end up with the Schwarzschild solution, because adding some value plus 1/6 millionth of that value is the same thing as having just that value. It's like the difference between 1.000001 and 1. It's not a discernible difference, which is why you can use them as if it's why this equation can be used. It says right here that the Schwarzschild solution is assumed that the larger mass is stationary and it alone determines the gravitational field. This is assumed, even though it's not true. And it says, and hence the lesser mass follows the geodesic path through fixed spacetime. It says this is a reasonable approximation for photons and the orbit of Mercury, which is roughly 6 million times lighter than the sun. However, it's inadequate for binary stars in which the masses may be of a similar magnitude. And you can see why, because if you add two numbers together that are similar, then 1 + 1 = 2. You're going to have a different value and a different magnitude. However, 1 and 1.00000001 and 1 are not very different.
So you're telling me Einstein's math was just off it just didn't work by a little bit?
It's not off at all.
Why? You're making this so difficult. Why are you doing that?
Who, me or Kosho?
Yes, you, Jeremy. You're making this
Yes, Kosho?
way more difficult than it is. Jeremy, you're making this way more difficult than it is.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to figure out if GR uses the mass of the objects that's orbiting another object when it does the math. Kosho's the one making it more complicated.
Oh, the thing is,
he said this 6 times.
Yeah, he said yes, they do use the mass. He said yes, they do use the mass. But now I'm wondering why they use the mass of Mercury is 0.
No, listen, dude. The Schwarzschild solution, it works. It works in the case of Mercury. If you had a massive object, that was comparable to the mass of the sun, you wouldn't be able to use the Schwarzschild solution. However, you could still use Einstein's field equations.
Is this Schwarzschild solution in GR?
Is it in GR? No. What?
And I don't give a fuck.
He uses GR. He uses the field. He solves the field equation for the case of a black hole.
No, hold up. No. The Schwarzschild metric is absolutely inside the theory of the math equations for the general relativity. It's not the solution, but it's the actual metric. Yeah, it's used inside the GR equations. Absolutely, 100%.
That's him solving the field equations. He solved it and came up with the case of a black hole. It's not in general theory of relativity. He used the general theory of relativity.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the Schwarzschild guy or whoever he jerked off to get there. The point is, when stop bringing him up. I don't care about that dude or his equations or whatever. I just want to know about the GR part. Like you're purposely trying to confuse the situation.
Well, what about what, dude? I'm not confused.
Like Extremis just called you out on.
Yeah, he was calling you out, doofus. Listen, dude. GR. This criticism is a criticism of this solution. This solution cannot be used if you have massive objects that would be comparable in mass as the object it's orbiting. You can't use the Schwarzschild solution. Doesn't mean you can't use GR.
So when convenient, we reduce the mass of an object down to 0 and increase the mass of another object by a minimum of at least 3 times. How does that make sense?
What? What did you say?
Yeah, we reduce the mass of one object to 0 and increase the mass of another object by a minimum of 3 times in order for our solution to work. But in reality,
you don't increase the mass of the sun. You use the mass of the sun. You don't increase it.
Well, if you want to change it to a black hole, then you would have to increase it.
You're not. You're not changing it to a black hole.
Okay, so you have the massive. Go ahead.
In the equation, in the formula, there's a variable m, which stands for the mass of the object. It could be the mass of a black hole. It could be the mass of the sun. It's not important. It's just that's what that variable's for. It's just, the black hole is a general case,
and it's generally not important.
Yeah, it's not. It's not important if it's a black hole or not.
So if you make the mass, this is important to the orbit though, because if you make the mass of Mercury 0, You may be able to get things to orbit in a black hole that are massless. However, you're definitely not getting shit to orbit the sun that are massless, right? Do we see photons and shit just orbiting the sun? That doesn't happen, right?
Dude, because you're talking about the event horizon of a black hole. Okay? What we're talking about here is simply a black hole and the sun can have the same mass.
In your world, do photons come from the sun?
Some of them, yeah.
So are those on orbits with apohelion and perihelion? Do they circle back around, or are they coming parallel to the Earth?
No, they're not close enough to the center of gravity. The sun is much more massive than a black hole, which is the reason why it doesn't behave like a black hole.
A black hole is usually more mass than the sun.
I mean, it could be less massive. It could be more massive. It doesn't. It just matters that its density.
I love how nothing matters. None of it matters.
Well, no, I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, it's the density that matters.
Mass of that doesn't matter. Mass of this, doesn't matter.
No, well, yeah, it doesn't matter. You put it in the equation. Like there's a formula where you put in what the mass is. It doesn't have to be a fixed mass. Like a black
you
hole.
are right about one thing. In this equation, Mercury literally doesn't matter. Like it becomes matterless.
Yeah, that's the same.
Zero
as
matter.
In any way to solve for an orbit in that regards,
the
mass of the object is irrelevant as long as it's not close to the mass of the object it's orbiting.
No matter the matter, even if the matter is no matter.
Okay, so we got Mercury with zero mass, and it's orbiting something, not a black hole.
It's not zero mass, no.
Why are they using zero mass with Mercury? Dude, can we do GR with
Guys.
GR math, strictly GR math? Figure out the orbit of Mercury during its perihelion, its regular mass.
What? Say it again.
Using GR to predict the orbit of Mercury during the perihelion, can we predict its orbital path if we use Mercury's actual mass?
Yeah. It turns out that it will behave the same way as the Schwarzschild metric. I mean, we already went over this, dude.
The math will work.
Say what?
You're saying the math will work?
Yes, because the math. Okay, if m equals 1, right, and if you were to adjust it so that m equals 1.0000 whatever 1, it's not going to be any negligible difference in.
It would have a different path.
Yeah, that's the point. Is that the amount is if the amount would be measurable, or if it would have any discernible difference that you can see. And the point is, it doesn't. So you can treat them as if it has no mass, because you can treat those numbers as being.
So we can treat two different paths as if they're the same path.
Yeah, in the case of observing it, yeah.
They're actually not the same path.
It gives you the
They can't
answer.
both be the same.
No, it gives you the answer for the for the observation. So I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. It gives you the correct answer, so that means it works. Right?
The same path, right? We got two paths so far. One is with Mercury having zero mass. That's one path. The other one is with Mercury having mass. That's a different path, right?
Yeah, and the difference between them is negligible. It's not seeable.
But it is
not
different
measurable.
nonetheless. Different nonetheless.
Yeah, nonetheless, it's not measurable. And in the case of a massive object,
but which one works?
Well, either of them work. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
If you're trying to make a measurement and test the prediction, and the prediction, for those two things would be different, your observation would say that both were true, because your observation and the prediction would be inside the margin of error.
No, they both can't be true because they're two different paths.
Yes, but there's no difference. That's the point. There's no observable.
There is a difference. There's no difference between two different paths.
Not observably.
In reality, there is a difference, and
if you can't measure
reality, right?
What's the point? What's the point in saying that there's a difference, dude?
I don't know. We're doing very specific math here to predict where the orbit is, and we're coming up with two different paths.
Well, it turns out the Schwarzschild solution is a closed solution. If you don't use that, then you have approximations, right? You have to approximate the value. So you would end up with the same solution because they're both approximations. This turns out that both approximations are correct.
Even though they're different paths, they're both correct.
As far as observation is concerned, because if it matches your observation, then that's the best you can do. If the error is too small to be discerned, by making a measurement, then there's what's the point in describing the difference? You can't observe it.
They literally both can't be correct because they're two different paths, and you can't have Mercury on two different paths at the same time. They're definitely not both correct.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying by it not being an observable difference?
We're talking about math right now, bro. This is math. We got two different paths mathematically. If we were to put it on a coordinate grid or something, two different paths, right? Yes, two different paths. We know they both can't be right because Mercury can't be in two places at once, or is this some kind of uncertainty principle thing with Mercury here since it has no mass? Mic check.
This is just silly, dude. I don't even know. I don't know how else to explain this, dude. If you the whole point is that using that, even though that there's properties of that equation that don't necessarily apply, like the sun is not a non-rotating object, right? However, the fact that it's rotating and the fact that this applies to non-rotating station or motionless is perfectly spherical mass, it doesn't change the result. Like the result and the actual observation, the difference between them is so small you can't observe it. So that makes the answer that you get from that calculation, it makes it correct as far as observation is concerned. So I don't know.
But mathematically, it's not. But mathematically, we know it can't be correct because they can't have two different paths.
At best, it's an approximation. The approximation serves as useful, right?
We're talking about math right now, though.
Yeah, the math gives you the approximation for the exact solution, right? So what's the point? Just because it's not the exact solution doesn't mean that it's not useful and it gives you the right answer.
Okay, but we're talking about we have two different paths mathematically. One with mass, one where we factor it with mass, one where we factor it without mass. And it comes up with two different paths. They both can't be correct, right? One of them's definitely got to be wrong. Is that right?
Well, you'd have to test that by observing it and seeing if they're different.
Okay, you need to tell me we need to test something to see if it can be in two different paths at once? Or do you not agree that something can't have two different paths at the same time?
In both cases, they're both approximations. Okay? So even if you use a different solution, like I can't think of the other name. There's another name, but it's not a closed solution. Even if you use a different solution, both these solutions, if you were to draw them out in such a precise way that you could see like the Planck length between different points, yeah, there'd be differences. However, because we don't see that with that resolution, we see with a much higher resolution when our measurements will say that those predictions, as far as observation is concerned, match. That's all that matters, right? We know that they're not exact, so that's you can drop that. They're not exact.
Yeah, we know because there's two different paths, and we know that it can't be taking two different paths, right? Mercury can be on two different paths at the same time. Yes or no?
Why are you saying it's on two different paths?
Because when we do the math for Mercury when it has mass, we have one path. And when we do it without mass, it has a different path. Now we have two different paths. We have two different paths for Mercury?
No.
Depending on if you use mass or not?
It's all that. The only thing that matters is the accuracy of the approximation. Okay? And it turns out that even if you use Schwarzschild solution, it still approximates the accuracy of that approximation matches observation. It turns out, though, that you can use more accurate calculations. They're still approximations, but there are different paths, sure. But as in regards to observation, they both match. So I don't know. I think that what's not being understood here is that the only thing that we can use to test these things is the resolution of our observation. If the difference is below the resolution of what we're observing, then it's not unfair to say that both are correct. And and by the way, both are solutions to Einstein's field equations. So
Mercury having two different paths, that's both correct, and Mercury can be on two different paths at the same time. That's what you're telling me right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
It's fucked up, bro. It's not. What's up?
I specifically did not say that.
I feel like you just said Mercury can have two paths.
No,
and
I'm saying that these solutions are approximations. Okay. The question is, how accurate are these approximations? All calculations are approximations. Okay. Like all measurements are approximations. So the question is, how accurate are those measurements, and how accurate are those calculations? That's it. I mean, it's no matter if you're measuring distance or fucking anything, everything's an approximation. So I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Yeah, but if I calculate something and tell you, if I do a calculation and say, all right, you're 5'10", and then someone else does a calculation and says, oh, you're 5'9", we both can't be right. Somebody's definitely wrong, right? Somebody's definitely wrong.
And
so
it's
one of those paths,
it's probably both of you, actually.
One of those paths is definitely wrong for Einstein, for the orbit of Mercury, right?
Turns out both of them are wrong in the truest sense of the word. If you're talking about infinite accuracy down to the finest number you can get to, because it doesn't matter if you're converting miles to kilometers. It doesn't matter where you decide to stop the decimal place, but it's not going to be an even conversion. You can make you can put more and more decimals into it, and the more decimals you put into it, the more accurate you're going to make the value. So, like I said, this is just a question of how accurate is that approximation, and calling it an approximation is not calling it wrong. So it's just,
yeah, Jeremy, this is why the mass of Mercury being 0 and the sun being treated as a black hole is not necessarily incorrect. It's just approximations.
It's not treated as a black hole.
It's approximately 0, not really 0, but it's not incorrect because it's a calculation. So it's an approximation, which is never fully correct. It's just an approximation. It's just, so you can think of it as 0.
The Schwarzschild solution, the metric, it's simply the reason it applies to black holes is because it's a gravitational field outside of a spherical mass, assuming that there's no electric charge of the mass, no angular momentum of the mass, and universal. It's like universally round or whatever.
Yeah, and they're called black holes because they can attract or affect the path of a photon, which we call as light, right? That's why we call it a black hole. It's basically sucking in the light. So what we can do is we can just use that same type of an equation if it works for things that actually have mass and things that aren't actually black holes. As long as the math works, we can call it a solution to the problem that we have with our model of the solar system, right?
Yeah, it turns out if you took a black hole and you took the sun and you took a photon and put it at the same distance from the center of mass of either object, assuming both objects have the same mass, the photon would behave the same. So using the sun in place of a black hole in this regard, it's not a problem. They're behaving the same way. Since in the equation you include the semi-major axis,
right? Because the sun actually absorbs photons, right? Like photons are affected by the sun.
Yes.
In the same way that photons are affected by a black hole.
Precisely, yes.
Yep. And the same way that masses are affected by a black hole.
Yes, objects, yeah.
Right. And masses are affected the same way by the sun. So why wouldn't we just use the actual mass of Mercury and the actual mass of the sun?
Because it doesn't change the equation, and you are using the mass of the sun. The mass of the sun is involved in the equation. The only problem is that you're adding the masses together, and in the case of a photon or Mercury, adding the mass to it doesn't change the answer because it's basically the same value.
Gotcha. I mean, when I think of Mercury, I think probably massless, same value as a photon. That's my typical response when I see it in the sky. So what value do we give the photons coming off of Mercury? Same value as the mass that they're hitting?
If you do use the mass of Mercury as 0, that has no relation to reality, right, Kosha?
You're not using the mass of Mercury as 0, dude. You're just not.
We're just thinking of it as 0.
Nope, you're not even thinking
for an
of it.
approximation.
You're not. You're not doing either of the one. You're trying, but the question is, what's the path that Mercury is going to take, assuming that it's following a geodesic, and assuming that the sun creates a warping space-time? So the curve that the sun puts in space-time, what's the path that Mercury is going to take now that it's following a straight line in that path? I mean, in space-time. That's the question. And it turns out,
and I'm sure it has no relation to its
the answer to
mass.
that question is the same answer for what's light going to do in that regard, which is follow a geodesic.
So light follows a geodesic?
Yes, that's what light does. It follows a geodesic. That's why it curves around the sun. That's why it curves around a black hole. And if it's close enough, it can't escape.
So if light curves around the sun and the sun's pulling that much on the photons, how do we get photon emission from the sun to the Earth?
It's not pulling that much. At the distance of the perimeter of the sun, it's not anything like a black hole, which is much smaller. So even though they have